Chapter 171. I'll hand over my salary to you to manage from now on. Gu Dongxing nodded. I trust you. He took the property deeds and deposit slips, pushing the iron box toward her. Take mine as well and keep them all safe for me. Mengyu raised an eyebrow. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll take your share for myself? Gu Dongxing blinked. You're my family. Who else can I trust if not you? If you wanted to take my share, why would you have suggested splitting it equally in the first place? It felt wonderful to be trusted. Mengyu smiled happily, revealing 2 dimples. I know Brother Gu is the best. She hesitated inwardly, wondering whether to give him the storage pouch she had received as a reward for expanding her space. She wasn't sure about his mental strength either. Noticing her expression, Gu Dongxing had an idea. He leaned close to her ear. How about this? From now on, I'll hand over my salary for you to manage too. Mengyu was flustered. Managing a man's salary was a role reserved for a wife. Her face flushed, and she shot Gu Dongxing a glare. Who wants to manage your salary? I'm not talking to you anymore. Gu Dongxing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha. Amid Gu Dongxing's laughter, Mengyu fled into her room. But then she remembered that Gu Dongxing needed funds to safely deliver the items to the descendants of the Li family. So she took out 2 gold bars. For your expenses. Consider it from both of us. Gu Dongxing curved his lips into a smile and pocketed the gold bars. All right. Accompanying Li Shi to Switzerland would require no small amount of funds. Of course, he first had to select a capable descendant of Li Baoxiang who could safeguard this property. Otherwise, if no one was capable, he would rather not deliver the property deeds and deposit slips to the Li family for the time being. Naturally, someone as clever as Li Baoxiang likely had clever descendants as well. After a moment's thought, Mengyu took out all the gold bars. Have someone exchange all of these for money. She hadn't forgotten that gold was at its most valuable in 1980. After this year, its value would drop significantly. Gu Dongxing was puzzled. Are you that short on money? Mengyu nodded. With the reform and opening up now, it's the perfect time to use money to make more money. Gold just sitting there won't turn into cash. Seeing her point, Gu Dongxing agreed. All right, I'll exchange it all for cash. It's only right to help my fiancé. Mengyu was annoyed. She had only pretended to be his fiancé once, but now he kept bringing it up. How is she going to clear her name later? Well, she'd just take things one step at a time. Gu Dongxing, of course, knew what Mengyu was thinking and chuckled inwardly. He wanted her to understand that once she had been his fiancée for a day, she would remain so until they married. By then, she would be his wife. The thought alone made him feel a warmth in his chest. Oh no, not again. Gu Dongxing had to make a quick exit. Jiang Mengyu, when will you finally grow up? After entrusting the matter of Li Shi's deposit slips to Gu Dongxing and obtaining the high school textbooks she needed, it was time for Mengyu to attend school at the county high school. The city wasn't far from the county, just a half-hour bus ride. So Mengyu declined Gu Dongxing's offer to drive her and took the bus back to school with a large wooden trunk. Carrying the trunk, she first went to see her homeroom teacher, Mr. Mo. When Mr. Mo saw Mengyu, he showed no surprise at all. Instead, he registered her directly. You'll stay in your original dormitory. As for your seat, you seem to have grown quite a bit, so take the very back of the 4th row. Mengyu nodded and left with her trunk, intending to drop it off at the dormitory first. The trunk was just for show. In reality, all her belongings. Chapter 172. The Malicious Ingrate. Mengyu had originally planned to rent a room off campus to live in because she still intended to enter her space at night to cultivate. But thinking back to her experience on the train last time, she knew she was now a target for human traffickers and felt it would be safer to stay at school. After all, no matter how bold the traffickers were, they wouldn't dare come to the school to snatch someone. However, the most important thing was still to intensify her training. Only by becoming stronger herself could she fear no one. To be able to cultivate at school as well, she planned to enter her space after her classmates fell asleep. For this purpose, she specifically bought some thicker cloth to hang as a curtain, creating a small enclosed space. As she reached the doorway, the teacher spoke again in a pitying tone, "Don't mind what others say. Study hard and get into a good university." Mengyu was puzzled. Wasn't the teacher surprised that she had already been admitted to a university but had returned to high school 2 months later? But since the teacher didn't ask, she didn't want to explain either. She picked up her suitcase and left. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, Teacher Mo stared at her retreating figure for a long time, shaking his head with a regretful expression on his face. He muttered under his breath, "Poor child." Since Mengyu didn't have a key, she went directly to the classroom of Class 39, Grade 12, carrying her wooden suitcase. It was currently morning reading time, and the students were each holding their textbooks for the session. When Mengyu appeared at the classroom door, all the students stopped their reading and looked at her. Seeing everyone staring at her, Mengyu waved and greeted her classmates, "Hello, everyone." However, no one responded. She scanned the entire class and didn't see Huayu. Thankfully, Huayu, who had been in her previous class, wasn't here. She wouldn't have to feel too uncomfortable. However, Shuiyu, who had also been in her previous class, wasn't in this class either. Recalling her past life, she remembered hearing during the last semester of her second year of high school that classes were divided based on academic performance. Class 39 was the advanced class, classes 37 and 38 were regular classes, and class 36 was the remedial class. Clearly, neither Jiang Mengyu nor Zheng Shuiyu had the grades to qualify for the advanced class. In her past life, Mengyu, Huayu, and Shuiyu were known as the three jades, famous for their beauty, and the three of them had been the closest of friends. Because it was an advanced class, a key focus for cultivation, teaching resources, and everything else were tilted toward this class. As a result, it had the fewest students, only 36. The other two classes each had over 50 students. Mengyu carried her wooden suitcase and sat in the last seat of the fourth row. Since the advanced class had fewer students, even though she was placed at the very back, she wasn't too far from the lectern. She was quite satisfied with the seat. After placing her wooden suitcase under the desk, she took out her textbook and began reading aloud. After a moment of silence, some students started reading along, first 1 or 2, then 3 or 5, until eventually, the entire classroom was filled with the sound of reading again. After the reading session ended, it was time for breakfast. At this time, the high school didn't have the facilities to make breakfast items like steamed buns, so the morning meal was also steamed rice. The morning dishes were mostly vegetables grown by the school itself. The school had large vegetable plots, managed and cultivated by the first-year students. Since breakfast was also a rice meal, it was scheduled after the morning reading session. Because Mengyu was sitting in the last seat near the door, as soon as the bell rang, she immediately picked up her suitcase and walked out of the classroom. Behind her, the students immediately began to witness. Chapter 173, Huayu becomes the victim. Hey, tell me, what's going on with Mengyu? Didn't she get into university? Why is she back here studying high school with us? You don't know? Her university spot was sold by her own mother. No way. Why not? I heard it was sold for 500 yuan. Her own mother even tried to sell her to human traffickers, but she was saved by Huayu's family. That can't be true. What kind of vicious mother would do that? Isn't she Jiang Menyu's sister? Is her mother Huayu's mom? Huayu's mom doesn't seem like that kind of person. You've got it wrong. She and Huayu aren't biological sisters. She was abandoned by her birth mother and saved and raised by Huayu's mom. Her birth mother really isn't human. Her birth mother was never a good person. Do you know why she abandoned her child? You know? Of course I know. I heard that when her birth mother was still a young woman, she fooled around with someone, got pregnant, and quickly married someone to cover up the shame. Afraid her husband would realize the child wasn't his, she abandoned her as soon as she was born. Is that true or false? How could it be false? Let me tell you, the person her birth mother sold the university spot to is Jiang Mengyu from our school. But after Mengyu was rescued, she heard that her university spot had been taken by someone else. Even though she supposedly didn't want to attend that university anymore, she insisted on making a scene, determined to cause trouble until Huayu couldn't go to university. No wonder Jiang Huayu just came back to school to repeat senior year a few days ago. This Mengyu is so ungrateful, isn't she? Clearly, it was her own mother who sold the spot. How could she go to the university and make a scene? Exactly. Huayu's parents raised her and even paid for her education, yet she wouldn't even let her sister have a university spot she herself didn't want. She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Yeah, an ungrateful wretch. After her cultivation, Mengyu's hearing had improved significantly compared to before. Therefore, after she left the classroom, she heard all the discussions inside. Immediately, a raging fire ignited in her heart. She didn't need to guess to know who was behind these rumors. It was clearly Huayu and her parents who sold her to human traffickers, yet they claimed it was her birth mother who sold her. It was clearly Jiang Huayu who impersonated her to attend university, yet they said her birth mother sold her university spot to Jiang Huayu. It was clearly she herself who jumped off a cliff to save herself and was later rescued by Gu Dongxing after being captured again, yet they dared to claim credit, saying they saved her. Clearly, Huayu personally drugged her, was the one who harmed her, yet she had the audacity to portray herself as the victim. The most hateful part was how they portrayed her mother as a bad woman who had an affair before marriage, got pregnant with an illegitimate child, found a man to take responsibility, and then abandoned her own daughter out of fear her husband would find out. And as a vicious woman who cared nothing for her daughter's life, first selling her daughter's university spot, then selling her daughter's body. Even more detestable was how they portrayed her, Jiang Mengyu, as a truly ungrateful person, a wretch whom Jiang Huayu's family repeatedly saved, yet she caused trouble until Jiang Huayu couldn't attend university. No wonder, in her past life, although she wasn't exactly loved by everyone because of her high looks and good grades, even if some female classmates were jealous, many male classmates secretly liked her. Even if they didn't dare confess, it wasn't to the point where no one in the whole class would respond when she greeted them. Who made them spread these rumors? The originator, without needing to investigate, Mengyu was certain it. Chapter 174. Zhang Xueyu. Mengyu secretly resented it. This Jiang Mengyu was really like an unkillable cockroach. Even though the university had already suggested to the education department that she be banned from the college entrance exam for 3 years, she had still managed to get into high school. Getting into high school was one thing, but she actually courted death again by spreading rumors to smear her, even portraying herself as the victim. How should she deal with her? However, she was somewhat suspicious about the rumor that she was not Lin Hai's biological daughter. She bore no resemblance to Lin Hai at all, and she felt no familial bond or affection for him as a father. Could it be that her real father wasn't Lin Hai? Mengyu thought to herself, no rush. First, find Xueyu, put the wooden box in the dormitory, and arrange the bedding. No one had said it to her face, so she couldn't even be sure yet. She had to wait for the right opportunity. Just then, a tall, elegant female classmate with an oval face, long braids, and big eyes quickly ran over. Mengyu, it really is you. You're back. This beautiful classmate was her good friend, Zhang Xueyu. During junior high school, they didn't board at school but commuted daily, leaving early and returning late. For lunch, students brought their own meals to school. The Jiang family had Huayu bring lunch, but there was never any portion for Mengyu, so she had no lunch to eat. It was entirely thanks to Xueyu sharing her own meal with her that Mengyu didn't go hungry in the afternoon, unable to concentrate in class. Zhang Xueyu's family was originally quite well off, among the small portion of people who became prosperous early. But in her previous life, her father later became a gambling addict and lost all the family's assets. Xueyu's mother tried in vain to persuade him and eventually divorced him. After he incurred huge debts, he set his sights on Zhang Xueyu. In her previous life, Zhang Xueyu went out to work after graduating from high school. After her parents divorced, she originally lived with her mother and was even preparing to marry her boyfriend. But her father used her as collateral with loan sharks. Moreover, her father tricked Xueyu into working at a nightclub. Unable to endure the abuse, she jumped from a building and committed suicide. Xueyu's boyfriend, overwhelmed with grief and rage, impulsively killed her father and then followed Xueyu by jumping to his own death. And the one ultimately responsible for all this tragedy was Jiang Mengyu. After becoming a wandering spirit, Mengyu occasionally heard Jiang Mengyu mention Xueyu to her birth mother, and only then learned that Xueyu's death was also related to her. Because Xueyu was close to Mengyu, after Huayu sold Mengyu and impersonated Mengyu's birth mother to become an upper-class figure, she had someone lure Xueyu's father into gambling. He incurred massive debts, eventually using Xueyu as collateral, indirectly leading to her death. In this lifetime, she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen again. Xueyu, she was determined to save her. Moreover, she had to help her. She must ensure she got into university. As soon as Zhang Xueyu saw Mengyu, she ran over and grabbed her hand. Mengyu, didn't you get into university? Why are you back in high school? And also what? Mengyu asked calmly. And also, so many rumors are spreading. Mengyu looked at Xueyu. Are you sure they're just rumors? Xueyu seemed angry. Mengyu, we grew up together. Don't I know what kind of person you are? How could you possibly be the kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf they're saying you are? Mengyu grasped her hand in return. They're just rumors. I'll make the rumor mongers pay. Come on, let's go to the dormitory first. I don't have my key anymore. Mengyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the entire school, everyone was looking at her with colored glasses, but Xueyu unconditionally believed in her. This was what a friend was. As the saying goes, one true friend is enough. Chapter 175, Repaying the Meal Kindness First. Chapter 175, Repaying the Meal Kindness First. The two of them went to the dormitory. Xueyu took out a key and opened the door. Because there were more boys than girls among their high school classmates, the dormitories weren't separated by class, but they were divided by grade. Their grade had 4 classes with over 200 students, but only about 60 were girls. The girls in their grade occupied 2 dormitories, each housing around 30 people. This dormitory was roughly over 30 square meters in size. A long row of 16 bunk beds were lined up together to form one long communal sleeping platform, with only individual mosquito nets partitioning the large platform into small personal spaces. The entire dormitory, with both upper and lower bunks, could accommodate 32 people. It was already occupied by 30, leaving only one empty bed at the very end, which had some classmates' suitcases placed on it. Xueyu asked, "Do you want the upper bunk or the lower bunk?" "The upper bunk is quieter. The lower bunk is more convenient. Mengyu thought for a moment and said, the top one. The key point was, she needed to practice her cultivation, and the upper bunk would have fewer disturbances. Your top bunk is right on the edge, don't fall off in the middle of the night, Shuiyu said with a laugh. It wasn't as if there hadn't been precedents. Mengyu shot her a glare. Is that even possible? Put your things down and let's go get breakfast, Shuiyu said. The meal tickets are all handed in yesterday for today's meals. You didn't come yesterday, so you'll have to share my meal today. Because tickets were handed in the day before for the next day's meals, it often happened that someone forgot to hand in their ticket the previous day and had to share a meal with a classmate the next day. However, everyone was at an age when they were still growing. One meal wasn't even enough for one person. How could sharing one meal between two possibly fill them up? But Mengyu stopped Shuiyu. Let's not eat cafeteria food today. I brought meals. As she spoke, Mengyu took out 2 large lunchboxes and opened them. Because they were taken out from her space, they were still steaming hot. In her previous life, she had eaten many meals from Shuiyu. Without her help, she probably would have starved to death long ago. In this life, she would start by repaying her kindness for those meals. As soon as Shuiyu saw the lunchboxes, her eyes lit up. Wow, there's braised pork and a fried egg? I haven't eaten meat in a week. I was supposed to get some extra dishes when I went home this week, but my dad wasn't home, and my mom went back to her parents' house, so I didn't get to eat any meat. I've been really craving it. Mengyu, you're the best. Without standing on ceremony, she took one of the lunchboxes and started eating. Mengyu found it amusing. In other households, they might not even get to eat meat once a month. But Shuiyu's family bought meat for her every time she went home on the weekends. Just 1 week without meat, and she was already craving it. After eating several pieces of braised pork, Shuiyu finally slowed down her eating pace and said, all right, while the other classmates are still out getting their meals and haven't returned to the dorm, hurry up and tell me, what exactly happened to you? Didn't you get into university? Why didn't you go? Did Jiang Mengyu really use your name to attend university for over a month? Was it really because you made a scene that her student status was revoked? Mengyu let out a long sigh. Shuiyu, you're right. My university spot was indeed taken by Jiang Mengyu, and she attended for over a month. However, it wasn't my birth mother who sold the spot, they took it themselves. Moreover, in order to impersonate me and attend university, they sold me to a pair of brothers in a remote mountain area to be their shared wife. Before selling me, they used the excuse of celebrating my university admission to drug me. And that cup of sweet wine with the sleeping pills was personally offered to me by my good sister, Jiang Mengyu. Mengyu recounted everything that had happened to her over the past. Chapter 176, How to Expose Jiang Mengyu's True Nature. Mengyu recounted how, after she was admitted to university, her family held a celebration for her. Jiang Mengyu poured her a glass of sweet wine. After drinking it, she passed out and woke up to find herself bound hand and foot, locked inside a stifling cargo truck. She told of how she escaped by jumping off a cliff, narrowly surviving. How she spent a month in a cave surviving on wild berries, only to fall into the trap set by the Zhou brothers when she descended the cliff. How she dealt with the Zhou brothers, then discovered the ambushing PLA soldiers, and was rescued. How she went to the university, engaged in a battle of wits with Jiang Mengyu at the gate, exposed Jiang Mengyu's identity, leading the university to revoke her student status and send her back to her hometown. How on the train back, human traffickers tried to corner her again. She saw through their scheme and, with the help of a mysterious expert, captured them and handed them over to the authorities. Zhang Shuiyu listened, her heart pounding with suspense. She looked at Mengyu, stars practically shining in her eyes. You're amazing, Mengyu. If I were in your situation, I'd probably have been dead long ago. Mengyu sighed inwardly. In her previous life, hadn't she struggled in hell for 10 years, only to die in the end? If not for being reborn, if not for cultivating her skills, how could she have escaped death? If she hadn't been lucky enough to find the storage talisman her birth mother had hidden, she probably wouldn't have made it. If she had come down earlier, she would have been captured by the Zhou brothers again. How then could she have waited a month to coincidentally encounter Gu Dongxing on a mission, who incidentally saved her? Shuiyu immediately began cursing Jiang Mengyu furiously, that bitch Jiang Mengyu. She couldn't get into university herself, so she stole the place you worked so hard for, actually daring to impersonate you to attend university. That alone is bad enough, but she actually sold you. Tell me, what is her heart made of? Was it swapped for the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog? I, Zhang Shuiyu, from today on, am sworn enemies with her. This was what Mengyu liked most about Shuiyu. In the past, the 3 jades were known for their beauty and were inseparable. Whenever Mengyu had conflicts with Huayu, Shuiyu almost unconditionally took Mengyu's side. Zhang Shuiyu angrily declared her future enmity with Jiang Mengyu. After thinking for a moment, she added, no, it's not just about being sworn enemies. We must also expose her true nature. I was truly blind before, actually befriending someone like her. What 3 jades? From now on, we only have 2 jades. Mengyu smiled bitterly inside. The one who was especially blind in the previous life is standing right in front of you. Jiang Huayu's true nature definitely had to be exposed. But how could she expose it in a way that would hurt Huayu more, making her dare not provoke Mengyu again in the future? Mengyu didn't expect this opportunity to arrive so quickly. After breakfast, the two went straight to the classroom for lessons. With decades separating her past and present lives, returning to the classroom felt surreal to Mengyu. No, it was literally a lifetime apart. Recalling her high school days from her previous life and looking at the classmates sitting in the classroom now, she tried to remember their names one by one. She realized she couldn't recall the names of quite a few classmates. As she was lost in thought, the math teacher suddenly called her name. "Student Jiang Mengyu, please come up and explain how to solve this problem." Mengyu looked up. The problem on the blackboard wasn't difficult. She walked up and swiftly wrote out the solution on the board. Finally, she tossed the chalk stub aside. "Teacher, I finished solving it." In her previous life, this math teacher, Mr. Wu, had always liked calling Mengyu up to solve problems and had been most fond of praising her. So, seeing Mengyu complete the problem, he casually asked, "You previewed the lesson last night, didn't you?" Mengyu was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Chapter 177, Why Should I Apologize? Chapter 177, Why Should I Apologize? Mengyu had indeed done some previewing last night. However, it wasn't math she previewed, but chemistry. Chemistry was her weak subject. Things like electrolysis equations, she didn't like them. Consequently, this was the area where she lost the most points in the college entrance exam. Therefore, she felt it was very necessary to conquer it. Fortunately, whether it was due to being reborn or because of her cultivation, her comprehension ability had greatly improved. Looking at those electrolysis equations that used to be too complex for her to understand, they now seemed much easier. She spent the entire night almost reviewing all of high school chemistry. She was even thinking about getting a set of junior high school books to review as well, since junior high was the foundation. Sure enough, Teacher Wu began praising Mengyu again. "Classmates, Jiang Mengyu's attitude towards studying is what true diligence looks like. Previewing before class and reviewing after class. You need to preview before class. Only by previewing will you know where your weaknesses are, where the problems lie. Then, during the teacher's lesson, you can focus on the key points and clarify the parts you don't understand. Reviewing after class is to consolidate what you've learned. The human brain always. So, I hope everyone will learn from Jiang Mengyu." A male student couldn't help but mutter, "Learn from her ingratitude or learn from her being a heartless ingrate?" Teacher Wu immediately called on that male student. "Kindy, what are you muttering? Don't you know you need to raise your hand if you want to speak, and only speak after the teacher permits it? Now, raise your hand first." Kindy had no choice but to raise his hand. Only then did Teacher Wu call on him. "Student Kindy, do you have something to say?" Kindy pointed at Mengyu. "Just now, teacher said we should learn from Jiang Mengyu. I was wondering, should we learn from her ingratitude or from her vicious heart?" All the classmates looked at Jiang Mengyu, expecting her to get angry, even burst into tears or start shouting. However, she just sat there quietly, not saying a word. Hearing Kindy's words, Teacher Wu immediately became angry. "Student Kindy, what kind of talk is that? Is that any way to speak about a female classmate? Apologize to Jiang Mengyu right now." But Student Kindy refused to apologize. "Teacher Wu, I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Teacher Wu wanted to lose his temper but held back. "Student Kindy, whether we act or speak, we should always think it through in our minds first. You said Jiang Mengyu is ungrateful and has a vicious heart. You've been classmates with Jiang Mengyu for over 2 years. Have you ever personally witnessed her do anything ungrateful or with a vicious heart?" Student Kindy thought carefully. He really hadn't seen Mengyu do anything ungrateful. On the contrary, she seemed enthusiastic and helpful. Whenever classmates had questions they didn't understand and went to ask her, she would patiently answer them. Teacher Wu asked the other students, "Has anyone here personally seen student Jiang do anything ungrateful or with a vicious heart?" All the students shook their heads. "Haven't seen it, right? Since you haven't seen it, on what basis do you conclude that a classmate is ungrateful and has a vicious heart?" Kaingdi was still unconvinced, but I heard that Jiang Mengyu was saved by Jiang Huayu's parents. They raised her and paid for her schooling, showing her great kindness. She got into university, but didn't want to go. Her birth mother took 500 yuan from Jiang Huayu and sold the university's spot to Jiang Huayu. Later, her birth mother even sold her to human traffickers, and it was Jiang Huayu's parents who saved her and brought her back. Yet, despite receiving such great kindness from her adoptive parents, she went and caused a scene at the university, preventing Jiang Huayu from attending college. Isn't that ingratitude? I also heard that she smashed up Jiang Huayu's family home and stole money from Jiang Huayu's mother. Isn't? Chapter 178, Defense, Part 1. Chapter 178, Defense, Part 1. Teacher Wu was very dissatisfied with his student's parroting attitude, but he did not refute it. Instead, he called Jiang Mengyu by name. Everything you said is hearsay. You believe rumors and unverified talk? Student Jiang Mengyu, you answer him. All the students looked at Mengyu, waiting for her response. Mengyu hadn't expected Teacher Wu to trust her so much, and he had even given her an opportunity to defend herself in front of the entire class. She stood up once again. Yes, teacher. First, regarding Kaingdi's claim that I was rescued by Jiang Huayu's parents, this is not the truth. The truth is, Jiang Huayu's mother, Li Chunhua, had been unable to conceive for 3 years after marriage. When she consulted a fortune teller, the fortune teller suggested that adopting a child would bring her a younger sibling. Coincidentally, my biological mother gave birth to me, and my patriarchal biological father, who favored sons over daughters, despised me for being a girl. He sold me to Li Chunhua, intending to bring back a son born to his mistress and pass him off as my mother's child for her to raise. Therefore, Jiang Huayu's parents did not rescue me. On the contrary, they bought me from my biological father, took me away from my biological mother, and separated me from her for 16 years. Upon hearing this, the students couldn't help but look at Mengyu with sympathy, so this was the truth. If Mengyu had truly been abandoned and picked up by Jiang Huayu's parents, they would indeed have had a life-saving grace toward her. But taking her away from her biological mother was not a grace, it was a grievance. After all, who would willingly leave their own mother? Haven't you heard the saying, a child with a mother is a treasure, but a child without a mother is like a weed? Mengyu continued. Second, regarding Kaingdi's claim that Jiang Huayu's parents raised me, I believe there are some discrepancies. Because everyone in our village knows that while other children could barely walk steadily at the age of 3, I had already started working at 3. By the age of 5, I was responsible for most of the household chores, washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens, taking care of younger siblings, and so on. So, at most, they raised me until I was 5. From the age of 5 onward, I was nominally a member of the Jiang family, but in reality, I was treated like a servant. If I didn't do my work well, I would be beaten and scolded, and I was often denied meals. Once, when I had no food to eat, I picked a basket of pigweed for an aunt in the lower house in exchange for a bowl of rice. When my adoptive mother found out, she knocked the rice out of my hands and hung me up for a beating. From then on, collecting pigweed was added to my list of chores. If I didn't do my work well, not only would I be denied food, but sometimes I wasn't even allowed to go home to sleep. I slept in the production team's duck farm, pig farm, and more often than not, I climbed through the window to sleep in the production team's warehouse. Have any of you eaten insects? I have. I've eaten grasshoppers, bean caterpillars, and woodworms. Any insect I knew was non-toxic and could fill my stomach, I roasted and ate. Have any of you eaten raw duck eggs? I have. Sometimes, when my adoptive mother drove me out, I slept in the production team's duck farm and stole freshly laid duck eggs to eat. Because they were stolen, I didn't dare start a fire, so I ate them raw. Have any of you eaten raw grain? I have. Because when I slept in the production team's warehouse, I was so hungry that I had to grab raw grain, peel it, and eat it raw. I am only 1 year older than Jiang Huayu, but since childhood, I took care of her while playing. If she cried, I was beaten and scolded. I washed her clothes, cooked the meals she ate at home, and even fetched the water for her to wash her face in the morning. Even after coming to high school, I washed her dirty clothes for her. I believe the students who share a dormitory with us have seen this. The students hadn't expected Mengyu to have lived such a life in Jiang Huayu's home. How is this an adopted daughter? She was clearly a bought servant. No, even a servant in a landlord's household wouldn't have. Chapter 179. In the midst of justification. Mengyu continued, even a servant girl in a landlord's household would be given food, but in the Jiang family, I often went hungry. They always found excuses not to let me eat. Zhang Shuiyu from class 38, seeing me hungry, often shared her food with me. There was also Granny Zhang, a 5-guarantee household in the village, who occasionally gave me something to eat. Despite this, I was still frequently hungry. Back then, I was often pale and emaciated from starvation. Everything I'm saying is true. Everyone can investigate it. So, saying that Jiang Huayu's parents raised me is not entirely accurate. If I were a daughter of the Jiang family, I shouldn't have been treated this way. If I were a servant, I should have been paid for my work. But in reality, I received neither the treatment of a daughter nor that of a servant. I started working for the Jiang family at the age of 5 and have worked for 11 years now, yet I have never received a single cent in wages. The crowd was already beginning to despise Jiang Huayu's parents. Third, Kaingdi claimed that Jiang Huayu's parents paid for my education. That is also not true. Jiang Huayu started school at the age of 7, but even when I turned 10, I was still not allowed to attend. I approached the production team leader, and to prevent new illiteracy from affecting the village's reputation, the leader made the decision to allow me to go to school. But at this point, Mengyu looked at her classmates. Which of you paid for your own education since childhood? The students glanced at each other, but no one dared to claim they had paid for their own schooling. Mengyu said, "You all grew up with your biological parents and don't know the hardships of someone like me who wasn't raised by her own parents. It's true that Jiang Mengyu's parents agreed to let me study, but they set conditions. I had to continue doing all the household chores, and they would not cover any of my school expenses. I collected nylon to sell for 30 cents per pound, scrap metal for 3 cents per pound, and I also gathered medicinal herbs to sell. Every autumn, I would pick sugar pots to sell to the purchasing station for 10 cents per pound. My hands and feet were often scratched and bleeding from the thorns of the sugar pots. But I was always happy because picking 20 or 30 pounds would earn me 2 or 3 yuan. I had to rely on collecting scrap to pay for my education, all while continuing to do all the household chores. So, every day, I would get up before dawn to gather pig feed and collect scrap along the way. I had to run back before 7:30 to cook breakfast, eat, and then go to school. At noon, I didn't go home to eat because midday was the best time for me to collect scrap. After school in the afternoon, I had to take a bamboo rake to gather pine needles for firewood. The family's cooking relied on the pine needles I collected. While gathering pine needles, I would also pick up some scrap. I wouldn't return home until dark, and then I had to cook dinner for the whole family. If I came back late and my younger siblings went hungry, I would be beaten, scolded, or even denied food. By collecting scrap in the morning while gathering pig feed, after school while raking pine needles, and during midday breaks, I barely managed to pay for my education. To reduce my tuition fees, I had to study hard and skip grades relentlessly. That's why I started school at 10 and reached the second year of high school by 16. None of the students had imagined that Jiang Mengyu's life had been like this. In comparison, they realized how fortunate they were. Kaiyingdi could hardly believe it. Is what you're saying true? It feels like I'm listening to a story about a servant girl in a landlord's household from the old society. Mengyu gave Kaiyingdi a cold glance. These things can be easily verified by investigating our village. The students from our village all know about this. I have no reason to lie. So, Kaiyingdi, I do not acknowledge that Jiang Mengyu's parents, Chapter 180, Explanation, Part 2. Fourth, what Kaiyingdi said, that I was admitted to university, but didn't want to attend, is not true. Why would I not want to attend after going through all the hardships to get into university? If I didn't want to go, why would I have begged my teacher to let me take the college entrance exam? In fact, when I received the admission notice, I was overjoyed. And precisely because I was so happy, I didn't realize the ill intentions when Jiang Mengyu's parents offered to celebrate for me. I drank a glass of sweet wine that Jiang Mengyu poured for me, and then I passed out. When I woke up, I was already tied up and locked in a stuffy, enclosed truck. From listening to the people talking outside, I learned that Jiang Mengyu's parents had sold me for 500 yuan to the Zhou brothers in Tiger Hollow to be their shared wife. Wow, the students buzzed with discussion. What's a shared wife? Could it mean a wife shared by several people? That must be it, right? I've heard that men in the mountains can't afford wives, so they buy one woman and take turns. How terrifying. Mengyu raised her hands, quieting the students. Everyone finds this terrifying, right? I was also terrified at the time. And, because I was so scared, I took extreme action. I jumped off a cliff. The students erupted into discussion again. What? Jumped off a cliff? Is that for real? If you jump off a cliff, can you survive? But she's alive and well, isn't she? Is this true? Where did she jump? But, clearly, many students were reluctant to believe that Mengyu had jumped off a cliff. Mengyu spoke again. Everyone finds it unbelievable, right? Even now, I can hardly believe I did such a thing. Because Tiger Hollow wasn't accessible by vehicle, at that time, after the truck reached the end of the road, we still had to hike for 3 hours. After getting out of the truck, the traffickers untied the ropes on my feet. Using the excuse that it would be easier to climb, I asked them to untie the ropes on my hands as well. When we reached a small mountaintop turn and were about to head toward another peak, I impulsively climbed onto a large rock and jumped off the cliff. At that moment, I was gambling with fate. By jumping, I would either die or gain freedom. In other words, I would rather die than be sold into the deep mountains to become a shared wife. The students gasped, their eyes shining as they looked at Jiang Mengyu. However, I was very fortunate. A branch from a pine tree growing halfway down the cliff caught me, so I didn't die, but I was injured. I climbed along that pine tree toward its roots and discovered a cave. Relying on wild vegetables and fruits from the cliff, I stayed there for a month until my injuries healed. Only then did I climb down using vines, and I happened to encounter PLA soldiers on a mission who saved my life. So, anyone who says I was admitted to university but didn't want to attend is trying to smear me, attempting to justify their act of stealing my university spot. The students nodded, looking at Jiang Mengyu with admiration. Fifth, Kindy said that my birth mother sold me to human traffickers. I want to tell everyone that I was sold 2 months ago, while my birth mother only came here to acknowledge me as her daughter 1 month ago. When I was sold, my birth mother hadn't even acknowledged me yet. On what grounds could she have sold me? So, this statement is also not true. Sixth, what Kindy said about my mother selling my university's spot to the Jiang family is even further from the truth. That's because my birth mother didn't even know I had been admitted to university. Moreover, no birth mother who isn't short of money would sell her own daughter's hard-earned university spot to someone else. Hearing this, the students were puzzled again. Mengyu's birth mother isn't short of money? Chapter 181. Who would willingly give their victory to someone else? A classmate couldn't help but ask, Mengyu, is your biological mother really not short of money? Mengyu nodded. My biological mother is Lung Xiangyu. The boss she works for is named Tang Alian. Perhaps none of you have heard her name, but if I mention a place, you might know, the famous Hope Garden. My biological mother currently works for the owner of Hope Garden. I can tell you all that her salary is 10,000 yuan per month. All the classmates were stunned. What? 10,000 yuan per month? You should know that even a township head's salary nowadays is only a little over 40 yuan. We had long heard that the employees at Hope Garden earned high salaries, but we never expected them to be this high. Would someone with an annual income of over 100,000 yuan care about the 500 yuan from selling her daughter's university spot, let alone sell her daughter? No one would believe that, right? In reality, Mengyu knew that her biological mother's income was far more than that. Additionally, she had a pair of eyes that could seek out treasures. Wherever there was treasure, she could easily find it. If she wanted money, it would be all too easy for her. It's just a pity that her talents were only used for her master. Actually, I was drugged by the wine Jiang Huayu offered and then sold by Jiang Huayu's mother, Li Chunhua, to the Zhou brothers in Tiger Hollow. Human traffickers acted as guarantors in this matter. Because the Zhou brothers were relatively cautious, they required Jiang Huayu's parents to sign a contract of sale. This contract is still kept by the public security authorities. The fact that I was sold by Jiang's father and mother was officially documented by the public security authorities. Moreover, Jiang's father and mother were arrested and detained for a month. I don't know how Jiang's father and mother returned, but I still have a copy of the contract of sale signed by Jiang's mother, Li Chunhua. All the classmates gasped in shock. So it was Jiang Huayu herself who drugged Jiang Mengyu? And she was only a 15-year-old girl. Mengyu continued, so, classmate Kindy, everything you just said, whether it was about Jiang's parents being my saviors, them raising me, supporting me through high school, or my biological mother selling me and them rescuing me, none of it is true. You might say you heard it from others, but right now I only heard it from you. Therefore, classmate Kindy, I can sue you for defamation. All the classmates looked at Kindy with sympathy while also feeling relieved that they hadn't impulsively stepped forward. No matter how beautiful Jiang Huayu was, she was poisonous. Kindy, for the sake of this poisonous woman, was probably going to suffer this time. Kindy was on the verge of tears. Although he had intended to curry favor with the goddess in his heart, he had also only heard these things from others. The rumors were so widespread that everyone believed them. And everyone was spreading them. Why is it that when others spread rumors, nothing happens, but when it's my turn, there are consequences? If Mengyu could hear his thoughts, she would surely spit in his face. When others spread rumors, they do it privately. How could he, this careless fool, bring it up in the classroom? Wasn't this just giving the teacher the perfect opportunity to make her explain? Just as Kindy was about to speak, Mengyu ignored him and continued. As for the accusation that I caused a scene at the university, preventing Jiang Huayu from attending, I admit to that. Mengyu glanced at her classmates. Classmates, if it were you, after 10 years of diligent study, fighting your way through the narrow bridge like 1,000 troops, finally passing the university entrance exam, and becoming the pride of heaven, but someone stole your victory, would you be willing? Would you willingly hand over your... Chapter 182, the applause rings out. Upon hearing these words, all the classmates shook their heads in unison. No one was willing to give up the university they had worked so hard to get into, staying up night after night to pass the exams, for someone else to attend. It wasn't just a few hundred yuan, it was a bright future. You wouldn't be willing either, right? No one would be willing. Because this is an extremely serious matter. After your achievements are stolen, the other person will study under your identity and will later live under your identity as well. And you yourself will from then on have no identity, becoming a person without official status, a black household. Don't think that having no identity is unimportant. Now, with the reform and opening up, we from the countryside can also go to the city to start businesses, buy houses in the city, and become city dwellers. But if your identity information is stolen, the business you start could very likely be taken away by someone else. Don't think it's fine if you stay in the countryside. The vast countryside holds great potential. This isn't just an empty slogan. In the future, many people will truly start businesses in the countryside and become industrialists. But if your identity is stolen, when your enterprise needs a loan or something, the bank will check and find that this identity has already been transferred away. You won't even be able to get a loan. What's more, perhaps one day the police will come knocking, saying you've committed crimes elsewhere. Because the person who stole your identity did something bad, and they ran away. Then, you would be the one to take the blame. Mengyu's words had a deafening effect among the classmates. Many years later, the classmates still remembered Mengyu's speech because her words made them value their own identities and, as a result, helped them avoid many major troubles. Mengyu continued, of course, what I've said might be somewhat exaggerated, but it is something that could very well happen. Therefore, I absolutely will not allow my identity to be stolen. That's why I went to B City Normal University and exposed my classmate Jiang Mengyu for impersonating me to attend university. As for why I made such a fuss that Jiang Mengyu could no longer continue impersonating me to attend university, yet I didn't take over the university spot myself. It's because I didn't want the actions of Jiang Mengyu during the time she impersonated me to attend university to become a stain on my record. So, I would rather start over, fight alongside my classmates once more, and take the university entrance exams again. I am confident that if I could get into university once, I can do it a second time. Reporting to the teacher, my defense is complete. Please take your seat, the teacher said with satisfaction. Only then did Mengyu sit down. After she sat, everyone was still immersed in shock. Until one student began to clap, and immediately after, a wave of applause erupted. The applause lasted for a long time. Mengyu quickly stood up and bowed to her classmates. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, classmates. In truth, many students, and even some teachers, had held certain views about Jiang Mengyu ruining Jiang Huayu's chance to attend university and then not taking the spot herself. They thought, since you don't want to attend, why not let someone else go? Even if it's the university you tested into, you can't prevent someone else from attending just because you have a grudge against them. Isn't that a huge waste? But now, after hearing Mengyu's words today, no one thought that way anymore. Mengyu was right. If you use my identity, then I myself have no identity to use. I become a person without status, a black household. It's like you take someone else's path, leaving them with no road to walk. I certainly can't go back and use your identity, can I? Not to mention anything else, if you did something bad, who would be held responsible in the end? So, you can give up many things, but you must never give up. Chapter 183. The wind has changed. The actions of Jiang Huayu's family towards Jiang Mengyu were truly chilling. To steal someone's chance to attend university and then sell them into the deep mountains to become a shared wife, what immense hatred must one harbor to do such things? Given such enmity, let alone the endless troubles caused by the identity theft, even if there were no risks at all, who would willingly let the other party have that university opportunity? Not sending you to prison is already the utmost display of benevolence and righteousness. In fact, Mengyu had intended to send Jiang Huayu's parents to prison. Unfortunately, the other side's backing and influence were too powerful. Even Gu Dongxing couldn't shake them, so they had to be left to prance around for the time being. Thanks to the opportunity intentionally created by the teacher, Mengyu exposed Jiang Huayu's true nature. Her refutation of Kaingdi's high-sounding clarifications spread rapidly across the campus after class. All the rumors that had been circulating melted away like snow under hot water. Only then did the students realize that the rumors previously spreading across the campus were false. They were all fabrications created by others to slander Jiang Mengyu. Once Mengyu's words were analyzed, all the rumors collapsed without being attacked. Previously, Jiang Huayu, who had been widely sympathized with, now became a despised and scheming woman in everyone's eyes. Just think about it, your elder sister raised you for so long. How could you bear to always bully her? Where were you when your sister was being beaten? Where were you when your sister was starving? Why was it someone else who gave your sister food, and not you, her dear younger sister? Where were you when your sister was collecting scraps to pay for her education? Tell me, even after entering high school, you often made your sister wash your clothes. Can you still claim you didn't treat your sister as a servant? Tell me, didn't you know your mother was going to sell your sister into the deep mountains to become a shared wife? That cup of sweet wine that harmed your sister was personally offered by you, wasn't it? What did you do after your sister collapsed? You did nothing? That means you watched your sister being sold by your mother and didn't stop it, right? No, you were probably gloating at the time, weren't you? After all, with your sister gone, you could impersonate her identity to attend university. With your grades, you probably couldn't have gotten into university while still in your second year of high school. Then tell me, when your mother wanted to give you the university spot your sister worked so hard to earn, you couldn't have been unaware, could you? You didn't know, yet you went ahead and attended? Didn't you know you were impersonating your sister's identity? But how come I heard you went by the name Jiang Mengyu at university? What? You say your sister didn't want to attend, so you went instead? If she didn't want to attend, why did she take the exam? That's a lie even a ghost wouldn't believe. You say your mother deceived you? Your mother gave birth to you and cherished you like a treasure, yet you shift all the blame onto her? Aren't you afraid your mother will die of heartbreak? We can't afford to have a classmate like you. You'd better not study at our school anymore. Many students in the class even suggested expelling Jiang Mengyu from the campus. Jiang Mengyu had no idea that the wind in class 39 had already shifted. Moreover, after class 39 ended, this wind quickly blew toward other classes. Perhaps in just one day, or even less, all the original rumors across the entire campus would disappear, replaced by condemnations of Jiang Mengyu's words and actions. At this moment, Jiang Mengyu was still secretly thinking, now that everyone knows Mengyu is an illegitimate child and an ungrateful wretch, I wonder what kind of treatment Jiang Mengyu will receive on campus? Those male classmates who used to always follow her probably won't look at her anymore, right? Chapter 184. Who are you trying to drive off campus? Huayu had no idea that the tide had already turned. As soon as her morning classes ended, she took 3 classmates to a small eatery outside the school for lunch. These were the classmates who had been helping her spread the word and disseminate rumors over the past few days. A short-haired girl was quite fearful. Huayu, I heard your sister came back to class yesterday too. If she hears those things, will she trace them back to us and cause trouble? Jiang Mengyu snorted. She wouldn't dare. Actually, she wasn't sure whether Mengyu dared or not. She had dared to spread rumors at school earlier because she thought Jiang Mengyu would directly stay in Beijing for university, and when she, Huayu, returned, she hadn't seen Mengyu come back. But who would have thought that just a few days after she returned, Mengyu actually came back? A wave of hatred surged within her. Mengyu ruined her chance to go to university, yet she herself wasn't even going. Since she wasn't going, why did she have to make a scene? Something she clearly didn't want, yet she wouldn't allow Huayu to have it. How could she not hate her? A bespectacled girl looked at Huayu. Huayu, I just want to ask you, are the things you told us to spread actually true or not? If they were false, then she was in trouble. Mengyu definitely wouldn't let her off. But if they were true, then she had nothing to fear. In these times, there was no concept of privacy. If it was a real person and a real event, what did it matter if she talked about it? Jiang Mengyu naturally couldn't admit they were false. Xiaohua, you don't trust me. What I said is, of course, true. However, whether what you all spread is true or not would be hard to say when the time came. She thought for a moment and added, all right, some parts might be a bit exaggerated, but overall, it's true. For example, she really is an illegitimate child, a seed her mother conceived with someone else before marriage. That's why she wasn't liked by her parents, especially her biological father, and was abandoned. That's why she came to our family and grew up in our home. She didn't say that Mengyu's biological father secretly sold Mengyu to her, Huayu's mother, behind Mengyu's biological mother's back. She only said her biological father abandoned her. That wasn't entirely wrong. But the classmates understood it as, Mengyu was indeed abandoned by her biological parents. Then, what about her being sold by her biological mother? Xiaohua asked again. Huayu answered vaguely, well, to tell the truth, it wasn't really a sale. It was just marrying her off into the mountains. The money received was just a bride price. The authorities have already concluded on this matter. And what about this university admission matter? The short-haired girl asked. Don't even mention it. It makes me furious. She herself clearly didn't want to attend this university. She wanted to go to Tsinghua or Peking University, looked down on the normal university, didn't want to go, yet wouldn't let anyone else go. It makes me so angry. She really is ungrateful, the short-haired girl agreed. Don't worry. Just the fact that she's an illegitimate child is enough to make her unable to stay at school. Right, Wengya? The big-eyed girl said. Lin Weiying is right. What's more, she ate your family's food, used your family's things, your family raised her, paid for her schooling, and she's still ungrateful. For someone like that, it's fine if we didn't know before, but now that we know, we should drive her off campus, said the short-haired girl, Wangya. Yes, drive her off campus, classmate Xiaohua agreed. Suddenly, an angry voice cut in. Who are you trying to drive off campus, The 3 girls turned to look and saw a tall, handsome male student standing at the entrance of the small eatery, glaring at the 4 of them with furious eyes that seemed ready to devour someone. Jiang Huayu's face quickly paled. This was Wu Jiangxing, the class. Chapter 185. Wu Jiangxing, the person. Wu Jiangxing is a male student in class 38. Moreover, he is a senior-year male student who is very loyal, excellent at playing ball, but has very poor academic performance. Jiang Mengyu is the goddess in his heart. Although he has never confessed his feelings to her, he is undoubtedly the person in the entire school who defends Jiang Mengyu the most. Recently, hearing the rumors about Mengyu has filled him with intense anger. He wants to curse and fight, but he doesn't know who to target. Whenever he hears rumors about Mengyu, he loudly scolds, "Are you all so damn bored with nothing better to do than spread rumors? You say Jiang Mengyu is an illegitimate child? Do you have any proof? Did you catch Mengyu's biological mother in the act? Mengyu's biological mother isn't even from our county. Which one of you want to investigate? Do you have any evidence? You say Jiang Mengyu is ungrateful? Did you witness it? How exactly is she ungrateful? If you got into university tomorrow and someone stole your hard-earned success, would you accept it? All you do all day is gossip about this and that. Why don't you talk about yourselves? If you have the ability, get into a 4-year university yourselves. Then I'll be impressed. As soon as he said this, many classmates nearly spat blood in frustration. After all, Wu Jiangxing himself has the worst grades and can't even get into a 4-year university, yet he dares to tell others to do so? Forget about a 4-year university. Even getting into a 3-year college is impressive. Getting into a technical secondary school makes you a talent. Last year, the entire school only produced 1 college student and 1 technical secondary school graduate. However, no one dares to argue with him. He is tall and sturdy, and although his face is handsome, when he turns serious, he becomes like a natural ice block, chilling his classmates into quail-like silence. But as soon as he turns his back, the classmates resume their gossip, leaving him helpless. He has even resorted to physical fights, but it still hasn't stopped the rumors from spreading. Yesterday, when Mengyu returned, he was overjoyed. But thinking about the rumors at school filled him with anger again. He didn't dare to approach Jiang Mengyu and could only watch her from afar after class. His arch-rival, Shinqi, walked past him carrying a camera and snorted, instead of cursing and fighting. Why not investigate and track down the source? Wu Jiangxing knew that Shinqi was smarter than him and often mocked him, relying on his good looks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become arch-rivals. He angrily retorted, rumors are like shadows, they come and go without a trace. How do you investigate? Shinqi glanced at Wu Jiangxing disdainfully, all brawn and no brains. Wu Jiangxing almost lashed out again, but remembering Shinqi's intelligence, he suppressed his anger and humbly asked for advice. Then tell me, who should we start investigating? Shinqi just snorted coldly, stupid. Who knows her situation so well? One of the 3 jades Huayu? Shinqi ignored him and walked away leisurely with his camera. Wu Jiangxing's eyes lit up, and he began to formulate a plan. Starting last night, he began tailing Jiang Huayu. Since they weren't in the same class, he spent almost every break watching Huayu's class. At noon today, when Jiang Huayu invited 3 classmates to a meal, he immediately followed. Sure enough, he overheard Jiang Huayu and the others discussing Jiang Mengyu. Moreover, from their conversation, he confirmed that the rumors about Jiang Mengyu originated from their mouths. So, he couldn't help but jump out. If there's one person Jiang Huayu fears most at school, it's undoubtedly Wu Jiangxing. First, because of his background. It's said he's a military kid, the best at fighting, quick to throw punches regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl. Moreover, whether facing schoolmates or local troublemakers, he has never lost a fight. Second, because he is fiercely protective of Jiang Mengyu. Anyone who speaks ill of Mengyu within his earshot will either be cursed at or beaten up. In the first semester after entering the county high school, Jiang Huayu, Chapter 186, Writing a Self-Criticism. This time, Jiang Huayu had learned her lesson from spreading rumors. She didn't show her face herself, but instead bribed 3 female classmates to spread rumors about Mengyu. Afraid of meeting them at school, she had invited the 3 classmates to this somewhat out-of-the-way snack shop to eat and talk, all to avoid being seen by other students. But she never expected that, despite all her efforts to hide, she would run straight into Wu Jiangxing's hands. At this moment, she wished she had never come to the snack shop today and never said those things to the 3 female classmates. Wu Jiangxing pressed on, what were you saying about driving someone off campus? Nothing. We weren't driving anyone off. Jiang Huayu forced herself to speak. How did I hear that you were trying to drive Mengyu off campus? Wu Jiangxing's cold, sharp eyes swept over the 4 girls before settling on Jiang Huayu. You really don't learn, do you? Do you remember what I told you in the first semester when you were bad-mouthing Jiang Mengyu? Jiang Huayu shrank back like a quail, not daring to speak. Wu Jiangxing took out paper and a pen. Write a self-criticism. Honestly write down how you fabricated rumors to slander Jiang Mengyu. How could Jiang Huayu be willing to write? She remained silent and didn't write. Don't you want your legs anymore? Wu Jiangxing said through gritted teeth. Jiang Huayu's face turned even paler. When she first started studying at the county high school, Jiang Huayu noticed that Jiang Mengyu attracted the attention of many boys, especially Wu Jiangxing, whom she had taken an instant liking to. He was extraordinary in status, tall and handsome, yet his gaze always followed Mengyu. Resentful that someone she had always looked down upon was more popular than her, she began calling Mengyu a fox spirit in disguise, seducing men at such a young age behind her back. As luck would have it, Wu Jiangxing overheard her. He waited until she was alone on her way home and, without a word, started beating her. That time, she was in pain all over. It was a pain she never wanted to experience again. After beating her, Wu Jiangxing warned her that if he ever heard her bad-mouthing Mengyu again, he would break her legs, ensuring she could never attend school again. That time, she hid at home for 3 days before daring to return to school. Later, her mother taught her a trick, deliberately befriending Mengyu at school. Only then did Wu Jiangxing stop bothering her, and the rumor of the 3 jades, Mengyu, Shuiyu, and Huayu, being equally beautiful began to circulate. Now, hearing Wu Jiangxing say, "Don't you want your legs anymore," in that icy tone, how could she not be terrified? Because she knew that this classmate, though not academically outstanding, always kept his word. If he said he would break her legs, he wouldn't break her arms instead. She didn't want to become disabled. Trembling, she picked up the pen and began writing the self-criticism. Wu Jiangxing then ordered the other 3 female classmates, "Each of you write one too." Jiang Huayu was taken aback. "Isn't it enough if I write it?" She had a little scheme in mind. She knew how to disguise her handwriting. If she were the only one writing, she could later deny it by claiming the handwriting didn't match her usual style. But if all 3 classmates wrote as well, there would be no way for her to deny it. Wu Jiangxing glared, his aura menacing. No, they were also involved in spreading rumors. They must write too. The 3 female classmates quickly said, "We'll write, we'll write, we'll write." Even Jiang Huayu, the mastermind, had complied. How could the 3 classmates dare to refuse? They wrote down everything in detail, how Jiang Huayu had instructed them, where to spread the rumors, what to say, and how to smear Jiang Mengyu's reputation. In the end, they even promised never to. Chapter 187, Ironclad Evidence. Wu Jiangxing picked up the 4 self-criticism statements and read them one by one. Although Jiang Huayu's writing contained excuses, he didn't care. All he needed was for her to admit that she had instructed the 3 classmates to spread those words. He carefully put away the statements, glanced at the 4 girls, and said, "You're on your own now." With that, he strode out of the snack shop. The shop owner breathed a huge sigh of relief seeing Wu Jiangxing leave. He had seen clearly earlier that with this intimidating presence around, people had been too afraid to enter. He looked at the 4 girls with contempt. Spreading rumors and slandering a classmate, these girls were already like this before marriage, who knew how much gossip they'd stir up as wives tomorrow. His son must never marry a girl like this. As soon as Wu Jiangxing left, the 3 girls also hurried out of the snack shop in a panic. While walking, they looked at Jiang Huayu and asked, "Huayu, what do we do now? He's definitely going to hand our self-criticism statements to the teacher." "Yeah, what if he gives them to the teacher? If I get expelled, my dad will beat me to death." Jiang Huayu snorted in frustration. "If you knew the stakes were so high, why were you so eager earlier?" The 3 girls fell silent, but inwardly, they were rolling their eyes. Asterisk, weren't you scared too? Didn't you also obediently write a self-criticism? Asterisk. But Jiang Huayu still hadn't given them the money, so none of them dared to speak up. Jiang Huayu sighed. "Forget it. When the time comes, just pin everything on me." However, Xiaohua, one of the girls, spoke up loyally. "How can we do that? You're supposed to pay us. How can we let you take the blame alone?" Jiang Huayu was pleased. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. What I told you to spread was the truth. At worst, I'll confront her directly. As for those self-criticism statements, when the time comes, we'll all say that Wu Jiangxing forced us to write them that way, or else he would beat us up." The girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohua stretched out her hand toward Huayu. "Huayu, can you give us the money now?" The other 2 girls also stared at Huayu, waiting for her answer. Hadn't they taken such a big risk precisely for the 5 yuan Jiang Huayu had promised them? Jiang Huayu sighed. This money couldn't be saved. She first looked around. By now, they had left the county town and arrived by a river. Seeing no familiar faces around, Jiang Huayu finally took out her wallet and handed each of them 5 yuan. Just before passing the money over, she pulled her hand back. "Do you remember what I just said?" At the sight of the money, the girls instantly forgot the distress of being forced by Wu Jiangxing to write the self-criticisms and quickly assured her. "We remember. Wu Jiangxing forced us to write the self-criticism statements. He knows you and Jiang Mengyu don't get along, so he deliberately pinned the blame on you. Since we're close to you, he forced us to write the statements." Yeah, I was forced. If I didn't write it, he would have hit me." Only after all 3 had given their assurances did Jiang Huayu hand the money to them. However, what they failed to notice was that just as Jiang Huayu was handing the money to the 3 girls, they heard a click. A bad feeling washed over Jiang Huayu. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw Shenqi, an avid photography enthusiast, sitting in a tree by the river, taking pictures. And his lens was pointed directly at the 4 of them. Clearly, the moment she had handed over the money had been captured by Shenqi's camera. The three girls, realizing they had been photographed by Shinchi, blushed and lowered their heads. Jiang Mengyu usually had a crush on Shinchi, but she understood all too well that the photo of her giving money to the three girls would become ironclad evidence that she had paid others to spread rumors. Chapter 188. Have the principal expel her. Chapter 188. Have the principal expel her. She cried out in panic, Shinchi, what are you doing? Give me the film, quick. Shinchi looked at Jiang Mengyu as if she were an idiot. Give it to you? Are you worthy? Like Wu Jiangxing, Shinchi came from a military family, but he was a completely different type from Wu Jiangxing. Wu Jiangxing was cold toward people, while Shinchi was proud to the bone. Wu Jiangxing still hung out with male classmates, but Shinchi basically didn't interact with others. Wu Jiangxing's favorite thing was playing ball, while Shinchi's favorite thing was photography. After class, he often ran around with a camera hanging from his neck, taking pictures. Moreover, although he also didn't focus on his studies, his grades were the polar opposite of Wu Jiangxing's. Usually, only Jiang Mengyu could outperform him. Therefore, most of the female students liked him and regarded him as their Prince Charming. However, this prince was too proud. Aside from gazing at him with infatuated eyes, no one dared to approach him. Jiang Mengyu choked for a moment, then immediately shouted, You followed us and you took our pictures. You're violating our portrait rights. Shinchi jumped down from the tree. Portrait rights? You're just afraid this will become evidence, aren't you? Jiang Mengyu felt even more uneasy. She reached out to snatch Shinchi's camera. Give it to me. Shinchi's tone rose sharply, his eyes filled with menace as he stared at Jiang Mengyu, causing her grabbing motion to freeze. The next moment, Shinchi had already strode away with long steps. The four girls looked at each other. Finally, the three girls turned to Jiang Mengyu. What should we do? Jiang Mengyu tried her best to suppress her panic. Don't be afraid. Maybe he was just taking pictures. He's not like Wu Jiangxing, who has a secret crush on Jiang Mengyu. Secret crush, that's it. Jiang Menyu's voice carried a hint of excitement. The three girls couldn't think of anything to be excited about at a time like this. Jiang Mengyu had already quickly come up with a plan. Doesn't Wu Jiangxing want to stand up for Mengyu? Let's say the two of them are dating and report it to the teacher. Then, like this, we might even get both of them expelled. Yes, Jiang Mengyu thought of the backer behind her. When she was expelled from university, she was given a notice stating that she could not take the college entrance exam for 3 years. 3 years. After 3 years, she would have long forgotten the textbook knowledge she had learned. How could she take the exam then? But just at that moment, someone approached her, pulled some strings, and allowed her to continue attending high school. She had originally thought she would never be able to take the college entrance exam in this lifetime. Suddenly being able to continue and take the exam, she naturally agreed without hesitation. Moreover, that person also gave her 20,000 yuan in funds. 20,000 yuan. That was the equivalent of 2 10,000 yuan households. Their entire commune didn't even have a single 10,000 yuan household yet. But she had 20,000 yuan in her hands. It would be a lie to say she wasn't excited. However, that person's demands were also very high. By any means necessary, she must prevent Jiang Mengyu from taking the college entrance exam. Her goal in smearing Jiang Mengyu's reputation was also to isolate her, hoping that after being provoked, she would angrily drop out of school. But now, first Wu Jiangxing forced her to write a self-criticism, and then the popular Prince Charming Shinchi took photographic evidence. Her plan had clearly failed. Since this path was blocked, she would take another one, find a way to gather evidence of Jiang Mengyu's early romance, then expose it to the principal and have... Chapter 189. I want to tear her apart. Chapter 189. I want to tear her apart. Middle school students were strictly forbidden from dating. Last year, a female student from their school was expelled for dating a worker from the county chemical fertilizer plant. Thinking about how she could get the principal to expel Mengyu, Huayu couldn't help but smile. Wang Ye watched Huayu laughing to herself like a lunatic and exchanged glances with the other two girls. Xiaohua couldn't help but say, but everyone knows that Wu Jiangxing has a crush on Jiang Mengyu. However, he has never confessed to her, and they haven't actually dated. Wu Jiangxing thought he had hidden his feelings well. He had never caused Mengyu any trouble, only watching her from afar and defending her when someone slandered her. Little did he know that almost the entire school was aware of his feelings for Mengyu. However, as Xiaohua said, no matter how much Wu Jiangxing admired Mengyu, it was merely an unrequited crush. Who could accuse him and Mengyu of dating? Jiang Mengyu, however, looked confident. If they aren't dating, then we'll create opportunities for them to date. Xiaohua, Wang Ye, and Lin Weiying all stared at Jiang Mengyu, unable to understand how they could make two people date if the couple themselves weren't involved. Jiang Mengyu said, just listen to me. There will be rewards if you do well. Hearing about rewards, the three girls immediately nodded. All right, we'll listen to you. During dinner, while the students were lining up to get their food, Wu Jiangxing suddenly walked over and handed Mengyu a few sheets of paper. Mengyu was a bit puzzled. She knew this boy liked her, but it had been 2 years, and he had never confessed. She had pretended not to know. What was going on today? Moreover, his demeanor didn't seem like he was delivering a love letter. If it were a love letter, he wouldn't have given it to her so publicly. After all, their school was very strict about early dating. Last year, a female student was expelled for dating a worker from the county chemical fertilizer plant. She thought to herself that this classmate Wu Jiangxing probably wouldn't be so brazen as to deliver a love letter openly. She wanted to open it on the spot, but she was afraid that he might be using this method to deliver a love letter without raising suspicion. Therefore, she put the papers in her pocket. Returning to the dormitory, she climbed onto her bunk, drew the curtain, and only then took out the papers and opened them. The words "letter of self-criticism" caught her eye. Her heart stirred. Was this helping her find the person who spread the rumors? Sure enough, the first letter of self-criticism was written by Jiang Mengyu, just as she had guessed. The other 3 were from the 3 girls who had been following Jiang Mengyu lately, Wang Ya, Xiao Hua, and Lin Weiing. She couldn't understand why Jiang Mengyu would do such a thing at a time like this. After all, they were in their final year of high school. Wasn't she afraid of ruining her own hard-won chance to take the college entrance exam? As she was thinking about how to hand these 4 letters of self-criticism to the homeroom teacher, Shuiyu came in. She asked gossipfully, "Did Wu Jiangxing give you a love letter?" Mengyu rolled her eyes at her. "Here, take a look at the love letter Wu Jiangxing gave me." "Haha, I've never seen a love letter before." "I must take a look," Shuiyu said as she opened it. "A letter of self-criticism? What did Wu Jiangxing do wrong? Why did he write a letter of self-criticism to you?" Mengyu said impatiently, "Read it carefully first." As Shuiyu read through it, she realized these were letters of self-criticism from several girls. She was furious. That little bitch Jiang Mengyu actually dared to bribe people to spread rumors about you on purpose? I want to tear her apart. With that, she was about to rush out. Mengyu quickly jumped down, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and ran over to stop her. "Don't be hasty. Having just this isn't very useful." What? Chapter 190, Photographed. Shuiyu was stunned for a moment, actually finding Mengyu's words somewhat reasonable. Right, they definitely won't admit it. They might even claim that Wu Jiangxing forced them to write it. With that one sentence, she had hit the truth. Those 4 letters of self-criticism were indeed forced out of the 4 by Wu Jiangxing. So, what do you plan to do now? Just let them off that easily? A deep-seated hatred flashed in Mengyu's eyes, but it vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. "I'm going to find Wu Jiangxing," Mengyu said. "I want to clarify what exactly is going on. How did he get these letters of self-criticism?" With that, she took the letters and headed toward the next classroom. After dinner was evening self-study time. Although class hadn't started yet, Wu Jiangxing probably hadn't arrived at the classroom. She could just wait for him at the door. Shuiyu wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing Mengyu walk away quickly, she ultimately didn't speak. When Mengyu reached the classroom door, Wu Jiangxing indeed hadn't arrived yet. However, after waiting a while, she saw him walking toward the back door of the classroom, chatting with a male classmate. Mengyu waved her hand, but Wu Jiangxing, engrossed in conversation, didn't notice. It was only when his classmate nudged him and pointed toward Mengyu that he saw her. Wu Jiangxing hurried over. Seeing that he had noticed her, Mengyu immediately walked outside. There was still half an hour before evening self-study began. Because senior year students were under pressure, they came early. The 2 arrived at the pond on campus. Few people came to the pond side at night, but the light from the classrooms could still reach it, making it a suitable place to talk. Mengyu got straight to the point. "Classmate Wu Jiangxing, what's the story with the letters of self-criticism you gave me today?" Wu Jiangxing looked somewhat uncomfortable. "I just went out to buy something at noon and happened to run into them." Those 3 female classmates were asking Huayu whether the message she had them spread was true or false. After listening for a while, I realized that those 3 classmates had been instructed by Jiang Huayu to spread rumors about you outside. I couldn't stand it, so I went over and pointed out their wrongdoing. Their attitude toward admitting their mistake was very good, and they immediately wrote letters of self-criticism and handed them to me. That's all. But Mengyu knew it couldn't have been such a coincidence. Those people meeting would likely have chosen a more secluded place. For him to have found them, he must have followed them there. Moreover, would someone like Jiang Huayu easily write a letter of self-criticism for him? He must have used some means. However, she didn't expose his lie. Instead, she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, classmate Wu Jiangxing." Upon hearing Mengyu's thanks, Wu Jiangxing's face immediately flushed red. He waved his hands repeatedly. "No need to thank me, no need." But Mengyu suddenly thought of something. Throughout these over 2 years of high school, this classmate had been quietly helping her, yet she had never given anything in return. In her previous life, when Mengyu followed Huayu to the military camp, she had also heard of this Wu Jiangxing. It seemed he hadn't gotten into university and joined the army after graduating high school. However, due to lacking some education, after his rank rose to a certain level, he could no longer be promoted, leaving him with a lifelong regret. She suddenly wanted to help him. How are your studies? Are you having difficulties? If you don't mind, you can come to me if there's anything you don't understand. Wu Jiangxing's eyes immediately lit up. Really? You have no idea, when I listen to the teacher in class, it always feels like there's a layer of fog. I can't understand. And I'm too embarrassed to ask, so you must help me. Seeing how eager he was, Mengyu said, all right then. During class every day, note down anything you don't understand. Come find me between after dinner and evening self-study, and I'll explain it to you. Also, on Saturday afternoons, I can tutor you. Just as Wu Jiangxing was happily grabbing Mengyu's hand, they heard a click sound. He instinctively reacted. Chapter 191. Is your body still normal? It was from the incident of Xin-Chi taking her photo that Jiang Huayu thought she should also get a camera. So, she called that person that very afternoon and got the camera by the afternoon. Unexpectedly, she put it to use that very night. When Wangya told her she saw Wu Jiangxing and Mengyu heading toward the pond, she immediately took her new camera to take pictures of the two on their date. However, the two had been standing there properly the whole time, just talking, without any intimate behavior. Finally, she saw Wu Jiangxing grab Mengyu's hand and immediately snapped a photo. Jiang Mengyu also heard the click. She instinctively looked around and saw Jiang Huayu holding a small camera with a long lens barrel. At that moment, Jiang Huayu was standing at the classroom door, her face full of smugness. Wu Jiangxing was about to step forward to demand the camera from Jiang Huayu, but Mengyu knew that demanding it in public would only make people think they had a guilty conscience. She held his hand back. Ignore her. We were just talking about something. We're not thieves. We're not afraid of her taking pictures. However, she made up her mind to get that roll of film from Jiang Huayu after evening self-study. In her view, Huayu taking pictures of her and Wu Jiangxing was just to have leverage over her. As long as she produced Huayu's written self-criticism, she should be able to exchange it for the film. Wu Jiangxing was also a careless person. Hearing Mengyu say this, he didn't take the matter to heart. The two exchanged a few more words and then went to their respective classrooms. Unexpectedly, Jiang Huayu didn't come to evening self-study that day. She didn't even return to the dormitory that night, leaving Jiang Mengyu with no way to find her. Mengyu thought to herself that there was nothing between her and Wu Jiangxing anyway, so she wasn't anxious. The next morning, Jiang Huayu was absent all morning and only appeared at noon. Mengyu walked out of the classroom and saw Huayu coming out of her own class. She quickly went over and grabbed Huayu. Come with me. Huayu didn't resist, but she said, Jiang Mengyu, if you have something to say it quickly. I need to hurry back. It was Saturday with only half a day of classes. Mengyu pulled Huayu to the pond side from before. Jiang Huayu, I know you hate me. You sold me to traffickers first, then stole my identity to attend my university. I'm the one who should hate you the most. I never expected that after coming back, you still wouldn't behave, even spreading rumors about me. Today, you took my picture again. Do you want this to be a fight to the death between us? Huayu had thought Mengyu would beg her humbly, giving her a chance to crush her proud head. Of course, even if Mengyu knelt and begged, she wouldn't hand over the film. She never expected that not only did Mengyu not beg, but she also said this. She said resentfully, Jiang Mengyu, since you know I hate you, you should keep your head down. Your own birth mother doesn't want you anymore. How dare you flirt around everywhere, getting boys at school to stand up for you? Jiang Mengyu looked at her coldly. Jiang Huayu, if your mouth keeps spewing filth, I don't mind teaching you another lesson. She suddenly leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, Is your body still normal? Huayu's eyes widened in shock. You. After being expelled from the university campus in City B, before returning, she had checked into a youth hostel. That night, she had just returned from outside and entered her hostel room when Mengyu suddenly followed her in, tapped her a few times on her body, and she couldn't speak or move. After that, Mengyu beat her severely. The pain was indescribable. She felt she was going to be beaten to death. Finally, she passed out. However, when she woke up the next morning, she was lying perfectly fine on the hostel bed. Even though she had been covered in wounds from the beating the night before, when she checked her body in the morning, there wasn't a single mark. Chapter 192. She is protected. At the time, Huayu thought everything from the previous night was just a dream and didn't take it seriously. However, when she checked her suitcase, she discovered that the antique vase she had taken from Mengyu was missing. She distinctly remembered wrapping the vase layer after layer in newspaper before placing it in the suitcase. But now, everything else in the suitcase was there, only the vase was gone. She immediately realized that what happened the night before wasn't a dream and promptly reported it to the police. After the police arrived, Huayu recounted the events of the previous night and the disappearance of the antique vase. However, after inspecting the hotel room, the police told her that no one else had entered the room. What frustrated her the most was that, despite being beaten to within an inch of her life the night before, she woke up in the morning without a single trace of injury on her body. The police concluded that Huayu must have had a nightmare. Huayu also began to suspect it was a nightmare, but the missing antique vase remained a mystery, filling her with fear. Moreover, although she had no visible injuries, she constantly felt unwell internally, as if there was a dull ache everywhere. She went to the hospital, but no issues were detected. Now, hearing Mengyu ask if her body was still normal, she immediately recalled the events of that night and the discomfort she had been feeling in her body lately. She grabbed Mengyu's clothes in return. It was you, wasn't it? That night, it was you? Give me back my vase. Mengyu naturally knew which night she was referring to. But she played dumb. What was me? Which night? And what vase? Are you talking about the vase I picked up while scavenging? Wasn't that vase taken by you? As if remembering something, she added, Oh, now that you mention it, I almost forgot. That vase of mine is an antique, worth over $1 million. You better give it back to me. Seeing Mengyu like this, Huayu began to doubt herself again. But she still stared intently into Mengyu's eyes and said, That night in City B, after you caused a scene at the university and made it impossible for me to continue studying, I stayed at a youth hostel. You entered my room, tapped me a few times, leaving me unable to speak or move. Then you beat me, injuring me all over and nearly killing me. Mengyu widened her eyes and pointed at Huayu. I beat you? And injured you all over? But she pretended to count on her fingers. Wait, that doesn't add up. It's only been about 10 days since you left the university campus, right? In 10 days, even if your injuries could heal, there would at least be some scars, wouldn't there? But do you have any? This was the most bizarre part for Huayu. When she woke up the next day, not only were there no injuries on her body, but there wasn't a single scar either. Huayu closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she had calmed down. What did you say earlier about teaching me a lesson? Mengyu raised an eyebrow and said, Yes, I did say that if you can't control your mouth and keep spewing filth, I'll make sure you learn what a lesson is. She leaned closer to Huayu's ear again. Let me tell you something, I am protected. If you dare to do anything bad, you will face severe punishment. Hearing this, Jiang Huayu's heart skipped a beat. She is protected, what did that mean? Could it be that she had someone backing her? In the past, this Mengyu was just a servant girl in her household, someone she could trample underfoot and treat however she pleased. But ever since she escaped from the hands of the traffickers, the entire— Chapter 193, Silencing a Witness. Chapter 193, Silencing a Witness. Mengyu had originally been sold to human traffickers, yet she emerged unscathed. On the contrary, the traffickers' entire operation had been dismantled. Her own parents had been arrested and taken to the police station. If not for that person's intervention, they would likely be in prison now. Only she herself knew the depth of grief and indignation in her heart. She had thought that with a powerful backer now, she would no longer need to fear Jiang Mengyu and could once again manipulate her at will, molding her like clay. But what if Mengyu also had a powerful backer? What should she do then? Jiang Huayu asked coldly, What do you want from me? Seeing her regain composure so quickly, Mengyu felt a flicker of admiration. No wonder she had been able to ruin her so thoroughly in her past life. She indeed had some capability. Mengyu snorted coldly, You know perfectly well why I'm here. The thought of the photos she had taken today made Huayu unable to suppress a smile. You want the evidence of your puppy love back? Sorry, the camera isn't in my possession anymore. Mengyu knew she was being evasive. She took out the written self-criticism. All right, isn't it just this self-criticism you want to exchange? Hand over the film, and I'll give it to you. Unexpectedly, Huayu shook her head again. I told you, the camera isn't with me anymore. She was determined to drive Mengyu out of the school. How could she possibly exchange it for a self-criticism? Even if the teacher discovered she had spread rumors, the worst would be a demerit. But Mengyu's puppy love would lead to expulsion. As for implicating those 3 other girls, she couldn't care less. They took her money, so they had to do her bidding. Whatever punishment they faced was none of her concern. Mengyu's eyebrow twitched, and a murderous impulse surged within her. She took a deep breath to calm herself. If not with you, then who has it? Huayu smirked triumphantly. Naturally, with the person who should have it. The photos are probably being developed right now. Hearing that the film had already been sent for development, Mengyu immediately sensed trouble. She wanted to act, but Huayu had already begun shouting, Someone's trying to commit murder. Class had just ended. Students who took their studies seriously were still reluctant to leave the classroom. Hearing Huayu shout, they immediately rushed out. Moreover, even those who had left the classroom after class turned back upon seeing a crowd gathering, driven by their innate curiosity for gossip. After all, it was Saturday. There were no afternoon classes and most students hadn't even signed up for lunch at school, planning to go home instead. What's going on? What happened? Meanwhile, Huayu had already run out from the shade of the trees by the pond and stood at the classroom entrance, putting distance between herself and Mengyu. She looked triumphantly toward Mengyu's direction and pointed at Mengyu, who was still in the tree shadows by the pond. She's in a puppy-love relationship with Wu Jiangsheng. I found out, and now she wants to silence me. The students looked at Mengyu, puzzled. Mengyu wished she could kill Jiang Huayu. Silence you? If I wanted to kill you, do you think I'd choose a place like this? Huayu yelled loudly. You didn't want to kill anyone before, so you didn't pick a spot in advance. But just now, I exposed your puppy love, so that's why you want to silence me now. The students all looked at Mengyu in surprise. Jiang Mengyu is in a puppy love? It was still 1980. Puppy love was not permitted. Moreover, last year, the school had expelled a female student for being in a puppy love relationship. Therefore, if these two students were indeed in a puppy love relationship, it was very unwise. Mengyu sneered. You're insane. What's the penalty for murder? What's the penalty for puppy love? Even if I were in a puppy love relationship, would I commit murder over such a trivial matter and then pay with my life for yours? My life is far more valuable than yours. Just moments ago, she had genuinely felt the urge to kill. This Jiang Huayu deserved to die. But even if she wanted to kill Huayu for revenge, Chapter 194, she is just a bastard. Chapter 194, she is just a bastard. Huayu insisted, you wanted to kill me just now. I could feel it, the murderous intent coming from you. Suddenly remembering Mengyu's earlier remark that her own life was more precious than Huayu's, she added, what's so precious about your life? It's just a worthless one. The surrounding classmates nearly burst out laughing. Murderous intent? Did she really say murderous intent? Is she thinking she's in a novel or something? Maybe she's delusional. Huayu hadn't expected that no one would believe her. Flustered, her face turned red. I really sensed her desire to kill me just now. Mengyu was inwardly startled. Could Huayu have truly sensed her murderous intent? It seemed she would need to be more careful about controlling her emotions in the future. She coughed lightly and said, everyone, there's no need to pay her any mind. She is the one who started those rumors about me a few days ago. I called her over just now to have her clarify the rumors herself. In fact, after Mengyu's explanation yesterday morning, the students in the class had already stopped believing the rumors circulating about her at school. After class, some students from class 39 who were close with students from other classes spread Mengyu's defense, and many students came to believe her. However, the school was large and there were still many students unaware of the truth who continued to believe the rumors. Among the students gathered here were some of those individuals. Hearing Mengyu's words, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at her. Without further ado, Mengyu directly took out Jiang Huayu's written self-criticism and began to read. Self-criticism. I, Jiang Huayu, a student of senior class 38, due to insufficient dedication to my studies and inadequate ideological reform, became jealous of my fellow student Jiang Mengyu and fabricated rumors about her. All statements claiming Jiang Mengyu is a bastard child and that she is ungrateful and unjust are false. I deeply regret my actions of spreading rumors and hereby submit this self-criticism, vowing never to repeat such behavior. Self-criticizer, Jiang Huayu. Listening to Mengyu read her self-criticism aloud, Jiang Huayu was furious. I didn't write that at all. Mengyu didn't argue. Instead, she took out Wang Ye's self-criticism and read it, followed by Xiao Hua's and Lin Wang's. After finishing, Mengyu looked at Jiang Huayu. I know you are skilled at imitating others' handwriting. You can claim the handwriting on your self-criticism isn't yours and refuse to acknowledge it. But Wang Ye, Xiao Hua, and Lin Wang cannot imitate others' handwriting like you can. Anyone familiar with these classmates' handwriting can take a look at these self-criticism statements and confirm that the recent rumors about me were fabricated by this Jiang Huayu and then spread by Wang Ye, Xiao Hua, and Lin Wang. As for why she fabricated rumors about me, it's because after I received my university admission letter, she gave me a cup of sweet wine laced with a sedative. I drank it and passed out. When I woke up, I was in the hands of human traffickers. After being rescued by the Liberation Army and recovering from my injuries, I returned, only to find. Mengyu repeated the explanation she had given in class 39. Among these students, some had heard it before, while others were hearing it for the first time. But those who had heard it immediately believed her and no longer gave credence to the rumors. Don't believe what she says. None of it is true. Her mother really only married her father to cover up the shame of being pregnant. Her mother claimed Mengyu was premature, but in reality, Mengyu was born full term. Mengyu, she is just a bastard. All of this was said by her own father during the negotiations between my mother and him. I'm not making this up. The students gasped, looking at Mengyu. Chapter 195. Who else would I hit if not you? Chapter 195. Who else would I hit if not you? Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Jiang Huayu couldn't believe it. She had actually been slapped in public. And by Jiang Mengyu, whom she had always looked down upon. How dare you hit me? Jiang Huayu covered her face, staring at Mengyu in disbelief. Mengyu sneered, I don't know if my biological father ever said those things, but to give his mistress's son a legitimate status, he brought that son into my home to replace me and then sold me to your mother. He separated me from my mother for 16 years. Think about it, everyone. Can we trust the words of a man who brings his mistress's son home and sells off his own legitimate wife's daughter? Did he provide any evidence? The students all turned their eyes to Jiang Mengyu. Indeed, how could one casually make such accusations about someone's identity? Moreover, her claim implied that Mengyu's biological mother had been pregnant before marriage. For a woman, that was a grave accusation. Earlier, Kaiyingdi hadn't mentioned Mengyu being an illegitimate child, so Mengyu hadn't addressed the issue of her identity. Now, with so many classmates present, it was the perfect opportunity to clarify. Mengyu swept her gaze over the students before finally settling on Huayu. Those were just his words, projecting his own actions onto others. You spread such rumors without evidence, slandering my mother. Who else would I hit if not you? Truthfully, even Jiang Mengyu herself suspected that Lin Hai might not be her biological father. But even if she had doubts, without evidence, she wouldn't openly admit that her mother, Lang Xiangyu, had married Lin Hai to cover up a premarital pregnancy, nor would she acknowledge being an illegitimate child. She certainly wouldn't let Jiang Huayu use this point against her mother. The students were exasperated. How could Jiang Huayu accuse someone's mother of being pregnant before marriage and label Mengyu an illegitimate child without any proof? Wasn't she just asking to be hit? How could Jiang Huayu accept being slapped by Mengyu? Actually, back in B City, she had already been beaten badly by Mengyu. But because Mengyu treated her injuries immediately, she woke up the next day without a scratch and dismissed the incident as a dream. Thus, in Huayu's mind, this was the first time Mengyu had ever hit her. In the past, Mengyu was nothing more than a servant in her household. The entire family had treated Mengyu as they pleased, scolding or hitting her whenever they wanted. Even Huayu's younger brother would order Mengyu around. On several occasions, when the foot-washing water Mengyu prepared was slightly too cool, he would kick her to the ground, and Mengyu never dared to retaliate. Although Huayu had never physically struck Mengyu, berating her was a daily occurrence. But today, she had been slapped by Mengyu. How could she accept such a reversal? Jiang Huayu let out a sharp cry and shouted, "You are an illegitimate child. You won't let me say it? I'll say it anyway. I'll say it." As she yelled, she lunged at Jiang Mengyu, intent on scratching that beautiful face. But before her hand could reach Mengyu's face, or rather, before she could even get close to Jiang Mengyu, she felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her chest. Her body flew backward. Jiang Mengyu crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Huayu, who lay sprawled on the ground not far away. "Jiang Huayu, I told you, if your mouth keeps spewing filth, I won't hesitate to teach you another lesson." The students stared at Jiang Huayu, baffled by her behavior. Clearly outmatched, why did she still have such a foul mouth? Chapter 196, Expulsion. Jiang Huayu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Jiang Mengyu. "Fine, very good. You, a bastard child, not only got involved in an early romance with Wu Jiangsheng, but you also hit someone." She stood up, pointing at Mengyu. "I'm telling you, you're dead meat." The surrounding classmates looked at Huayu's twisted face, not understanding what she was relying on. Seeing the triumphant gleam in Huayu's eyes, a bad premonition suddenly arose in Mengyu's heart. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you all doing here?" Mengyu's heart sank. It was the voice of the Dean of Students, Chu Zisong. Upon hearing this voice, Huayu, who had just gotten up, collapsed back to the ground. Moreover, her voice became weak and feeble. "Dean Chu, because I exposed Mengyu and Wu Zhang's early romance, Mengyu, she hit me." She pointed at the surrounding classmates. "They are all witnesses." Dean Chu stared at Mengyu. "Jiang Mengyu, are you trying to turn the world upside down? Jiang Huayu's parents raised you. They are your benefactors. Is this how you treat their daughter?" Mengyu really wanted to roll her eyes. Was he first branding her with the reputation of being ungrateful? Just as she was about to speak, Chu Zisong continued, "Even if your sister offended you in some way, couldn't you treat her with a friendly attitude? Even if you found your biological parents and don't acknowledge this sister anymore, Jiang Huayu is still your classmate. What great enmity could exist between classmates that you would beat her like this? Even if she exposed your early romance, she did it for your own good. How could you retaliate against her like this? A student like you is not welcome at our school. I announce that from today, you are no longer a student of our school." The classmates were all shocked upon hearing this. Was he expelling Mengyu? Just as she was about to speak, an angry shout was heard. "Chu Zisong, you have no right to expel Mengyu." Immediately after, a tall figure pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Mengyu. As soon as Mengyu saw Wu Jiangxing, she inwardly groaned. This Chu Zisong clearly had ill intentions, wanting to frame them for early romance. And now you show up? Isn't that handing him a ready-made reason? Chu Zisong, who was only 161 centimeters tall, felt a twinge of fear seeing the 180 centimeters tall, furious Wu Jiangxing. But he quickly grew angry again. He was the dean of students. How could he be afraid of a student? Moreover, he had leverage over him. He said forcefully, "You, Wu Jiangxing, you are the other party in this early romance. Do you think I don't dare to expel you?" Wu Jiangxing clenched his fists. "Chu Zisong, I'm telling you, Mengyu and I are not dating at all." "On what grounds are you expelling Mengyu?" Chu Zisong sneered. "Ha, Mengyu, you call her so affectionately. If she wasn't in your heart, why would you step forward?" Wu Jiangxing was stunned. Usually, whenever someone targeted Mengyu, he was always the first to step forward. It had become a habit. Today, seeing Chu Zisong bully Mengyu and threaten to expel her, his blood boiled, and he stepped forward. He forgot that by stepping forward himself, in others' eyes, it only confirmed that she was in his heart. At this moment, he really shouldn't have stepped forward. He glanced at Mengyu in a panic, not knowing what to say. Mengyu sighed inwardly, "You fool. Even if it confirms you have feelings for me, it doesn't prove we're dating. Why are you panicking?" Chu Zisong snorted coldly. "The facts prove that Wu Jiangxing and Jiang Mengyu are involved in an early romance at school, and Jiang Mengyu also injured her classmate Jiang Huayu. On behalf of the school, I hereby issue an expulsion penalty for Wu Jiangxing and Jiang Mengyu." With that, Chu Zisong turned and walked away, hands clenched. Chapter 197. She's actually engaged. Mengyu was stunned. Was this considered proof? The other students were also dumbfounded. Was this how you proved a romantic relationship? Upon hearing Chu Zisong declare that the two of them would be expelled, Wu Jiangxing grew anxious and was about to step forward to argue, but Mengyu grabbed him. Mengyu spoke to Chu Zisong's back. "Director Chu, I do not admit to being in an early relationship with Wu Jiangxing. You are expelling me on the grounds of an early relationship. I hope you can produce evidence of this early relationship. Otherwise, I will appeal to higher authorities, level by level." Hearing Mengyu mention appealing to higher authorities, Chu Zisong snorted through his nose. "Go ahead and appeal if you have the ability." Mengyu continued, "Not only will I appeal, but my fiancé will also sue you for undermining a military marriage." Chu Zisong's back stiffened. He stopped walking and turned around. "You have a fiancé? And undermining a military marriage?" In the crowd, Shin Chi's expression also changed. "She's actually engaged?" Mengyu nodded. "Yes, my mother arranged my engagement. My fiancé is a soldier, a regiment commander. Apart from my fiancé, I am not in a romantic relationship with anyone. Yet, you are now trying to label me as being in a relationship with Wu Jiangxing and expel me on that basis. It's equivalent to unjustly putting a green hat on my fiancé. When my fiancé, Regimental Commander Gu, returns from his mission, he will definitely sue you for undermining a military marriage." Actually, undermining a military marriage wasn't exactly defined this way, but Mengyu was determined to be deliberately difficult. Her goal was to use Gu Dongxing's name to make this director Chu somewhat apprehensive. Anyway, she was already on record at Gu Dongxing's military base, so she didn't mind using his identity again. It was free to use, and using it cost nothing. Her words left even Wu Jiangxing stunned. She actually has a fiancé? The other students were also stunned. Didn't Jiang Mengyu say she was only 16? She's already engaged? And to a regiment commander? While middle school students weren't allowed to have early romantic relationships, this restriction didn't include engagements. Jiang Huayu shouted, "You're lying. How long has it been since you were recognized by your family? How could your mother have already arranged an engagement for you? And to a regiment commander, no less." Mengyu didn't want to deal with her, but Chu Zisong said, "Jiang Mengyu, you should explain this to Jiang Huayu. I have some matters to attend to first." He also found it hard to believe and felt somewhat afraid. That Wu Jiangxing's father was also a regiment commander, but the military and local authorities weren't closely connected. He wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, a regiment commander in his mid-40s had little prospect for further advancement and wasn't particularly fearsome. But Mengyu claiming her fiancé was a regiment commander made him apprehensive because, as Mengyu's fiancé, he likely wouldn't be very old, certainly not over 30. A regiment commander under 30 surely had very strong backing. It wasn't so much that he feared a 30-year-old regiment commander, but rather the powerful background behind that 30-year-old regiment commander. Therefore, he gave Mengyu the order to explain herself clearly. But he also knew that this Jiang Mengyu couldn't be lying outright. Military marriages were no joke. He was also afraid Mengyu would pin the charge of undermining a military marriage on him, so he simply walked away. In reality, he was going to make a phone call to inquire if there was a regimental commander Gu stationed nearby. Mengyu secretly resented this. This Chu Zisong was clearly on Jiang Huayu's side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have convicted her of the crime of early relationship and sentenced her to expulsion. Chapter 198. What evidence do you have? Chapter 198. What evidence do you have? Mengyu looked up at Jiang Mengyu. It's true that I haven't been reunited with my mother for long, but my fiancé is my savior. My adoptive parents sold me into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for 2 brothers. I refused to comply and jumped off a cliff on the way into the mountains. I was saved by a soldier. Because I didn't want to return to the Jiang family and risk being sold again, I stayed in this soldier's house to recover from my injuries for a month. Later, my mother found me. After we were reunited, she said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's own person. So, she arranged our engagement. Having said this, Mengyu looked at Jiang Mengyu, who appeared somewhat flustered and exasperated. This is the reason why my mother arranged my engagement shortly after we were reunited. Classmate Jiang Mengyu, are you satisfied with my answer? The students listening to Mengyu's explanation nodded repeatedly, repaying a life-saving grace with oneself. This only showed that Jiang Mengyu was a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, Wu Jiangxing listened with regret, sighing inwardly. Why didn't he know about Jiang Mengyu being abducted? Why wasn't he the one who saved Mengyu? If I had saved Mengyu, she would be repaying me with herself. Shinchi, standing among the crowd, also sighed inwardly. This time, he and Wu Jiangxing thought alike. Why wasn't I the one who saved Jiang Mengyu? But Jiang Mengyu clearly didn't think this way. You're talking nonsense. Who do you think you are? Just because you say you should repay a life-saving grace with yourself, does that mean he has to accept you? He's a regiment commander. How could he possibly take a liking to you? And even get engaged to you? Besides, aren't all regiment commanders in their 30s or 40s? If he's in his 30s or 40s and still unmarried, there must be something wrong with him, right? Only then did the crowd react. It seemed that what Jiang Mengyu said made some sense. Mengyu really wanted to roll her eyes. How would I know why he took a liking to me and agreed to my mother's proposal to get engaged? You, what evidence do you have that you're engaged? Mengyu sneered. And, what evidence do you have that Wu Jiangxing and I were in an early relationship? Do you have love letters from me, or did you take photos of us being intimate? Huayu was left speechless. Even if everyone in the school knew that Wu Jiangxing had a crush on Mengyu, he had never confessed, and there certainly were no love letters. Jiang Huayu said smugly, you two were dating by the pond before evening self-study yesterday. I saw it. I even took photos. Mengyu sneered. Dating? It was just that yesterday at noon, you treated 3 female classmates to a meal and talked about how you asked them to spread rumors about me. Wu Jiangxing caught you in the act and made each of you 4 write a self-criticism. Wu Jiangxing gave me your 4 self-criticisms yesterday while we were lining up for dinner. All the students knew that rumors about Mengyu had been spreading throughout the school the past few days, but they hadn't expected that these rumors were actually fabricated by Huayu. Hearing Mengyu publicly reveal her rumor-mongering, Huayu quickly retorted, Wu Jiangxing forced us to write those. They aren't true at all. Wu Jiangxing glared with wide eyes. Would you have written them if I hadn't forced you? But I personally heard Xiaohua question you, asking whether the messages you told them to spread about Jiang Mengyu were true or false. This fully proves that all those rumors were fabricated by you, Jiang Huayu, and then spread by Wang Ya, Xiaohua, and Lin Weiying. One of you deliberately created rumors, and 3 of you spread them under orders. What's wrong with me forcing you to write self-criticisms? Jiang Huayu vehemently denied it. You're spreading rumors. Who can prove we said those things? You're just one person, and besides, you've always had a crush on Mengyu. Your work. Chapter 199, Calculated Scheme. Then what about what I have to say? Shinchi, one of the classmates, suddenly stepped forward. I can prove that everything Wu Jiangxing said is true. Moreover, after Wu Jiangxing left, the 3 of you discussed what to do next, and you, Jiang Huayu, told them to follow your instructions. The classmates hadn't expected that Shinchi, Wu Jiangxing's sworn rival, would actually step forward to speak on Wu Jiangxing's behalf. If one argued that Wu Jiangxing had a secret crush on Mengyu and spoke up for her, thus making his testimony unreliable as evidence, then Shinchi was different. He was an extremely proud person, always keeping to himself, cold towards everyone, and no one had ever seen him show any particular interest in Mengyu. With him stepping forward as a witness, no one dared to claim that his testimony was invalid. Shinchi continued, afterwards, you all walked to the riverside. Jiang Huayu even took out her wallet and gave each of the 3 girls who spread the rumors a 5 yuan reward. Wow! The classmates hadn't expected Jiang Huayu to be so wealthy, actually giving out 5 yuan to each person as a reward. Shinchi lifted the camera that always hung around his neck. I happened to be taking scenery shots by the river and captured that moment on camera. Jiang Huayu was now completely speechless. Mengyu then said, after reading the self-criticisms from the 4 of you, I couldn't understand why they had written them and handed them over to Wu Jiangxing. When there's something I don't understand, I naturally want to get to the bottom of it. So, before evening self-study, I called classmate Wu Jiangxing to the pond next to the classroom. Wu Jiangxing told me in detail about running into the four of you at the street snack bar at noon. To thank classmate Wu for his help, I suggested that if there was anything he didn't understand in class, he could ask me, and if he had time on Saturdays and Sundays, I could also tutor him to help improve his grades. Classmate Wu Jiangxing was so happy that he grabbed my hand to express his gratitude. Neither classmate Wu Jiangxing nor I noticed that classmate Jiang Mengyu had been hiding nearby, waiting to catch us in the act. Unfortunately for her, there was nothing to catch until Wu Jiangxing, overwhelmed with joy, grabbed my hand. That was when she snapped a photo. At this point, Mengyu turned to Jiang Mengyu. To pin the charge of early romance on us, you really went to great lengths, didn't you, classmate Jiang Mengyu? I'd like to ask classmate Jiang Mengyu, does a boy and a girl accidentally holding hands mean they're in a relationship? Or does Wu Jiangxing standing up for me count as romance? I refuse to believe that no boy has ever stood up for you before. Mengyu was choked up again because, in truth, many boys usually stood up for her. Also, I'd like to ask all the classmates, haven't any of you ever had feelings for a classmate of the opposite sex during these years? Boys, you've been in high school for over 2 years now, haven't any of you ever liked a girl classmate? Girls, haven't any of you ever liked a boy classmate? Is liking someone really a sin? A portion of the classmates shouted in unison, it's not a sin. But after shouting this, they all lowered their heads, afraid someone might notice. Even though Chu Zisung had left, who knew if he was hiding somewhere eavesdropping? However, one male classmate shouted loudly, youth is not a sin. Liking someone is not a sin. Mengyu looked up and saw that it was Shinchi, Wu Jiangxing's rival. She couldn't help but give him a grateful, slight smile. That smile of hers etched itself deep into Shinchi's heart. For a long time afterward, the charm of that smile Chapter 200, Who Pays for Her Death? Mengyu looked up at her classmates. Admiration during youth is a normal emotion. As long as one doesn't cross the line with inappropriate words or actions, as long as the boundaries of friendship aren't overstepped, and as long as it doesn't affect studies, liking someone is not a crime at all. Don't you all agree? The students answered with a resounding yes. Earlier, only some students had responded. This time, almost every single student answered with that yes. Indeed, adolescent emotions should be gently guided and channeled, not brutally suppressed. Yet their school chose outright suppression. Once a puppy love relationship was discovered, the students involved were harshly expelled. They didn't realize how irresponsible this was toward the student. Simply for being in a relationship, the person was directly expelled, given no chance for remorse. In fact, many students were very dissatisfied with the school's approach. It made male and female classmates afraid to even speak to each other, fearing they would be misunderstood as being in a relationship. The students began discussing fervently, all pointing out that the school expelling that female classmate was wrong and would harm her. An unknown classmate suddenly said, classmate Cho Ziying has already been harmed to death. What? She's dead. What happened? How did she die? Who knows? Tell us quickly. Then, the classmate who knew the inside story began to explain. It turned out that after the female student returned home, having been expelled for being in a relationship, her father locked her up. Actually, the reason classmate Qiu Ziying hadn't rejected the courtship of that worker from the county chemical fertilizer factory was that her father had been planning to use her in a marriage exchange for her brother. Qiu Ziying's brother wasn't bad-looking, and the other family's sister wasn't either. The two had taken a liking to each other and were mutually interested. However, the woman's family made a demand. They didn't want a bride price, but they required Qiu Ziying to marry the woman's brother, what's commonly known as a marriage exchange. The problem was, their brother was a 35-year-old man. Moreover, the reason he hadn't been able to find a wife by 35 wasn't because his family was poor, but because the man was somewhat simple-minded and prone to violent outbursts. Classmate Qiu Ziying was unwilling to sacrifice her lifelong happiness for her brother's sake, which was why she was so eager to find a partner herself. But this search for a partner ended up cutting short her academic career. After being expelled and sent home, Qiu Ziying was locked up by her father because she firmly refused the marriage exchange. However, Qiu Ziying had a fiery temperament. After several failed escape attempts, she first went on a hunger strike. After 2 days, her father still wouldn't relent. She then ate one meal and hanged herself. It could be said that the school bore significant responsibility for this female student's death. Classmate Qiu Ziying had merely accepted the affection of a man who admired her. She hadn't done anything inappropriate, nor had she become obsessed with the relationship to the detriment of her studies. On the contrary, she studied even harder. Because she was still hoping to change her fate by getting into university. But just because the school wanted to make an example of her, they expelled her, leading to her tragedy. The more the students talked, the angrier they became. Wu Jiangxing seized the moment to shout, classmates, tell me, who should pay for Qiu Ziying's death? The school leadership. Should normal interaction between male and female classmates be allowed? Yes. Long live understanding. Long live friendship. Mengyu was both amused and exasperated. She had forgotten that people during this period liked to shout a few slogans. But, it must be said, with Wu Jiangxing leading the chant, the students' emotions were immediately stirred up. It seemed shouting slogans was indeed a good method for stirring up emotions. No wonder pyramid schemes in later years always demanded loud slogan shouting. The dean of students, Chu Zisong, who had been hiding in the Chapter 201, who should bear the responsibility? It was Liang Zisang who proposed and insisted on expelling that female student last year, overriding all objections. At the time, even the principal did not agree with expulsion, preferring probation instead. It was Liang who insisted on making an example of her. Because of Liang Zising's insistence, and because he had some connections, the principal had no choice but to listen to him. The student in love, Xiao Ziying, became the chicken that was slaughtered, while the other students became the monkeys, so terrified that male and female students dared not interact. For a long time afterward, male and female students didn't even dare speak to each other. They were afraid of being caught by the school leadership and teachers, labeled as chickens and slaughtered. Liang Ziseng was initially quite pleased with himself, believing his teaching methods were effective in allowing students to focus on their studies. He never expected that this Qiu Ziying would have such a fiery temperament and actually take her own life. The girl's mother came to the school and wept, but he suppressed the matter. What he worried about wasn't that the incident would reach higher authorities and he would face punishment. After all, he had connections. What he feared was the incident spreading, becoming impossible to cover up. He never imagined that trying to catch Mengyu for puppy love would dredge this matter up. What should he do now? He knew that, regardless of what came next, he first had to disperse the gathered students. He couldn't let them continue congregating. He was wrong. He should have dispersed them decisively earlier. He exited through the back door, then pretended to arrive from outside, walking over. He scanned the students. What are you all doing? Trying to rebel, huh? Seeing the dean of students arrive, the students immediately fell silent. Liang Zisong looked at Wu Jiangxing. Student Wu, what are you trying to do? Do you think we're still in the era of mass movements? You want to be a student leader? Do you think this is May 4th Youth Day? Wu Jiangxing, who feared nothing, certainly wasn't afraid of Liang Zisong. He spoke directly to Liang. What student leader? It's just because you accused me of puppy love today. We're discussing whether normal interactions between male and female students should be banned. Liang Zising glanced at the crowd. Who said our school bans normal interactions between male and female students? We only forbid puppy love. When have we ever banned normal friendships between male and female students? Is there such a rule? The students looked at each other, bewildered. Could it be that the school doesn't ban normal interactions between male and female students? Had they spent this past year not daring to speak to each other for no reason? The students felt utterly confused. It was as if they had been confined within a circle for a year, and suddenly one day, the one who confined them said, I didn't confine you, you just never came out on your own. Still, learning they were free was good news. But Wu Jiangxing felt something was off again. Then why, when Jiang Mengyu and I were just interacting normally, did you label it as puppy love and threaten to expel us? Liang Zisong snorted coldly. I merely received a report about your puppy love and gave you a verbal warning. Do you think expelling a student is something I can decide alone? Many students nodded inwardly. Yes, how could school matters be decided by the dean of students alone? But Liang Zisong sneered internally. When it came to school matters, he really could decide alone. Hadn't that student Xiao been expelled solely on his say-so last time? However, he needed to find a way to alter that meeting record. He couldn't bear this responsibility alone. At the very least, he had to push the principal. Chapter 202, Disobedience. Wu Jiangxing stared intently at Chu Zisong. So that means Jiang Mengyu and I don't count as having an early romance? Chu Zisong replied impatiently. Doesn't Jiang Mengyu already have a fiancé arranged by her mother? Even if you wanted an early romance with her, she wouldn't have one with you. Don't think he couldn't see it. Wu Jiangxing liked Jiang Mengyu. However, earlier, it was only because someone had asked him to accommodate Jiang Huayu at school that he had considered helping Jiang Huayu out. Jiang Huayu wanted to expel Jiang Mengyu, and he had simply gone along with it. Who knew it wouldn't be so easy? Since it wasn't, he'd just drop the matter. Alright, everyone, disperse and go back. But Jiang Mengyu had no intention of letting Jiang Huayu off so easily. Director Chu, are you sure Jiang Mengyu and I aren't having an early romance? I don't want you turning around later and punishing me for this. Didn't I already say? Since you already have a regiment commander as your fiancé, you and Wu Jiangxing naturally aren't having an early romance. The subtext in his words was, I'm doing this out of consideration for your regiment commander fiancé. You should know what's good for you. But Mengyu interpreted it as, you'd better not be lying. If I find out you don't have a fiancé, I'll still nail you for early romance. Director Chu, let's set my matter aside for now. Let's talk about Jiang Huayu's issue. Jiang Huayu immediately looked at Chu Zisong nervously. Who would have thought Jiang Mengyu would escape the trap of early romance so easily, while she herself had fallen right into it? No, she absolutely couldn't let her get away like this. That so-called regiment commander fiancé of hers was definitely fake, just something she made up to make Director Chu wary of her. What issue does Jiang Huayu have? Let's talk about it another day, Chu Zisong said. No, it has to be discussed today. Since it's already been brought up in front of everyone, she not only spread rumors about me but also falsely accused me of early romance. These acts of rumor-mongering and slander absolutely cannot be let go lightly. Otherwise, what if someone else decides to spread rumors about someone they don't like in the future? This is a serious matter that affects the atmosphere of our school. Wu Jiangxing immediately chimed in, right, the reason I sought out Jiang Mengyu in the first place was to tell her about Jiang Huayu spreading rumors and paying people to spread them. Now that our early romance issue has been cleared up, Jiang Huayu's rumor-mongering and spreading of falsehoods cannot be brushed aside. Shinchi also raised his hand again to testify. I also saw Jiang Huayu paying the rumor spreaders. Chu Zisong was secretly furious. Why were these students so disobedient one after another? Jiang Huayu was the student that someone had asked him to look after. How could he punish Jiang Huayu? He didn't stop to think. You almost expelled 2 students, so why would they still listen to you? He grew a bit angry. Jiang Mengyu, I've let you off the hook regarding your early romance with Wu Jiangxing. Don't go digging up other unnecessary issues. If your regiment commander fiancé finds out, it probably won't reflect well on him either, right? You should save yourself the trouble. Jiang Huayu immediately shouted, Director Chu, that so-called regiment commander fiancé of hers is definitely fake. She only said it because she was afraid you'd pursue the early romance issue. Chu Zisong waved his hand. Enough, everyone stop talking. Let's just drop the matter. Jiang Mengyu refused to let it go. Director Chu, I must pursue Jiang Huayu's rumor-mongering and her false accusation of early romance against me. If you're unwilling to handle it, I'll take it to the principal when he returns from Chapter 203, Gu Dongxing arrives. Chu Zising listened to Mengyu's words, which even threatened to take the matter to the principal. He instantly felt furious. Aren't you afraid I'll punish you for the mistake of puppy love? Mengyu stared back at him fearlessly. A clear conscience fears no accusation. I've already explained that talking with classmate Wu Jiangxing by the pond was to clarify the matter of classmate Jiang Huayu spreading rumors and slandering me, not some puppy love. As for classmate Wu Jiangxing grabbing my hand, it was just his momentary excitement upon hearing that I was willing to help him with tutoring. We are definitely not dating. Who says that a boy and a girl grabbing hands out of excitement means they're dating? Have we ever said things like, I love you to each other? Have we written love letters? Most importantly, who has any evidence that our relationship goes beyond ordinary friendship? But Jiang Mengyu pointed at Jiang Huayu. Classmate Jiang Huayu's rumors and slander against me are not only evidenced by her written confession and those of the 3 girls she hired. In addition, there is also the evidence of classmate Shinchi personally hearing and photographing Jiang Huayu paying Wang Ye, Xiao Hua, and Lin Wang for spreading the rumors. I don't understand why, Director Chu, you are so fixated on pursuing this fabricated accusation of puppy love against me, yet refuse to address Jiang Huayu's ironclad evidence of buying people to spread rumors. Could it be that there is some kind of deal between you? Chu Zisong was enraged. Jiang Mengyu, do you think just because you mentioned having a regiment commander as a fiancé, I would be afraid of you? Let me tell you, regiment commanders, battalion commanders, they are nothing in my eyes. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Oh? Regiment commanders and battalion commanders are nothing in your eyes? Then, what rank would you actually regard? Mengyu looked and saw that it was actually Gu Dongxing who had arrived. She was momentarily too shocked to speak. Chu Zisong followed the voice and saw a man in military uniform entering the school campus, walking toward the pond. He was tall and straight, with eyes like stars, a face as if carved by a knife, a high nose bridge, lips of just the right fullness, and handsomeness akin to a celestial being. Such a man made Chu Zisong feel a sense of inferiority. But he immediately raised his head. Who are you? Don't you know you can't just enter the school campus? As he asked this, he heard Wu Jiangxing exclaim in surprise, Regiment Commander Gu? Logically, since Gu Dongxing held the same rank as his father, he should call Gu Dongxing Uncle Gu. But Gu Dongxing was simply too young, only 26. And he himself was already 17, feeling grown up, so he didn't like calling him Uncle Gu anymore and addressed him as Regiment Commander Gu when they met. Today, he was utterly astonished that Gu Dongxing had appeared on campus, hence his exclamation. Because his parents were often not home, he mostly lived at school, not even going back on Saturdays. Therefore, he didn't know that Regiment Commander Gu had gained a fiancé. Earlier, when Mengyu said she had a regiment commander fiancé, he actually didn't believe it, thinking Mengyu said it on purpose to make Chu Zisong wary. But Regiment Commander Gu's arrival shattered his illusions. Mengyu really did have a fiancé. And this fiancé held the same rank as his father, the legendary, God of the Army Regiment Commander Gu, who had performed great deeds on the southern battlefield. If it were any other man, he might still have a chance to compete. But Regiment Commander Gu, how could he possibly compete? His fragile heart was shattered. Another person whose heart shattered and whose face turned deathly pale was Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi was a proud person. Even the girls from the compound couldn't catch his eye, let alone the girls at school. Mengyu was the only girl who had ever caught his eye and captured his heart. Chapter 204. Shattered Glass Hearts. It was precisely because Shin-Chi held Mengyu in his heart that he became a rival to Wu Jiangxing, who also secretly admired Mengyu. And for the same reason, he reminded Wu Jiangxing to keep an eye on Jiang Huayu. He even took it upon himself to follow her directly, obtaining evidence that Jiang Huayu had bribed female classmates to spread rumors. He only wanted to silently watch over Jiang Mengyu, wait for her to grow up, and after they both got into university, attend the same school before formally pursuing her. But he never expected that beast Gu Dongxing would have already engaged himself to Mengyu while she was still underage. Didn't this mean his campaign was over before it even began? Not only Shin-Chi, but many other boys who secretly admired Mengyu also turned pale-faced. Mengyu was one of the 3 jades of beauty. Among the 3 beauties, Shueyu used to be considered the most beautiful in terms of looks because she loved dressing up the most. But when it came to vitality, Mengyu had the most energy. Although Huayu was also very beautiful, there was always a trace of affectation about her. After Mengyu returned from university this time, she seemed to have become even more beautiful. The bigger change was in her aura. She appeared very ethereal, even surpassing Shueyu to become the most beautiful among the 3 jades of beauty. Consequently, she gained even more admirers. Now, seeing that Mengyu truly had a fiancé, many glass hearts shattered. While Mengyu's admirers were nursing their shattered hearts, the female students who saw Gu Dongxing all blushed. Where did this male god come from? As Gu Dongxing's gaze swept over them, each female student secretly thrilled, thinking, the male god saw me. Gu Dongxing glanced in Wu Jiangxing's direction. Jiangxing, aren't you planning to go back? Without waiting for Wu Jiangxing's reply, he turned to Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, your father is back. Shin-Chi's face remained pale. He didn't answer, just glared fiercely at him. Careful, your father comes to the campus to drag you back. How could Battalion Commander Gu, a former scout, not see that these 2 boys were both coveting his little one? Not just these 2, but many other boys looked at his little one with possessiveness in their eyes. Fortunately, he had come, and there was such a perfect opportunity for him to so publicly declare his ownership. Otherwise, his little one might have been lured away by them. After speaking to the 2 younger fellows, Gu Dongxing finally turned to Chu Zisong. I am Gu Dongxing, battalion commander of a certain unit stationed in S City. I came to the campus to pick up my fiancée. I waited outside for a long time, but she didn't come out, so I had no choice but to come in to get her. Your fiancé? Who? Chu Zisong suddenly had a bad feeling. He had heard Wu Jiangxing's subconscious exclamation earlier. Could it be that what Jiang Mengyu said about having a battalion commander fiancé was true? And such a young battalion commander? Gu Dongxing accurately found Jiang Mengyu among the crowd and pointed at her. She is my fiancé, Jiang Mengyu. He walked towards Jiang Mengyu and publicly took her small hand. Xiao Meng, can we go now? Hearing Gu Dongxing publicly declare her as his fiancé, Mengyu's face flushed bright red. Although she had pretended to be his fiancé in the military compound, it had never been announced in front of so many people before. And even though it was clearly fake, he said it as if it were true. But it did conveniently support the lie she had just told to bolster her position. Seeing that this godlike man was actually Mengyu's fiancé, all the female students widened their eyes, flashing with jealousy. Why isn't it me who is the male god's fiancé? Jiang Huayu saw that a tall, handsome soldier really had come to pick up Mengyu and even called her his fiancé. She felt very jealous of this man who was so tall and so handsome. Moreover, the moment Huayu saw this godlike man, her maiden heart began to pound. Chapter 205. Wanting to steal Mengyu's man. Huayu couldn't believe it. How could a man like a heavenly deity possibly be Jiang Mengyu's fiancé? How could he be Mengyu's fiancé? A man like this, never mind being a regiment commander, even if he were just a soldier, she would want him. That Jiang Mengyu was nothing but her servant girl, a girl she had always trampled underfoot as a stepping stone. What right did she have to possess such a good fiancé? No, this man should belong to her. She absolutely had to steal him away. She forgot that the current Mengyu was no longer the same as before, no longer the girl who served as a servant in her household. Back then, she could hit Mengyu whenever she wanted, scold her whenever she pleased. If she was even slightly displeased, all she had to do was say a word to her mother, and Mengyu would be punished severely. With Mengyu, she could toy with her however she wished, make her do whatever she wanted. Anything belonging to Mengyu, if she wanted it, she could take it. Giving Mengyu a pleasant look when taking it was already generous. Otherwise, just like when she demanded that antique vase from Mengyu, if Mengyu refused, her mother would hang her up and beat her. Therefore, in her heart, anything belonging to Mengyu, if she wanted it, it was hers. Huayu's eyes shifted, and she walked toward Mengyu. Mengyu, you have a boyfriend. Why didn't you tell the family? If this handsome guy hadn't come to pick you up today, I wouldn't have known. Regimental Commander Gu, hello, I am Jiang Mengyu's younger sister, Jiang Huayu. Huayu's voice at this moment was so delicate and soft it seemed to drip with honey. Mengyu rolled her eyes. Just moments ago, the two of them had been confronting each other like enemies. And now, she was pretending as if nothing had happened, coming over to greet her, even calling herself a younger sister. What a natural-born actress. Wait, her gaze was unnaturally tender, her voice dripping with sweetness. She had taken a liking to Gu Dongxing and wanted to use this so-called sisterly relationship to get close to him. Although she and Gu Dongxing were only pretending to be engaged, she absolutely could not let Gu Dongxing marry a scheming woman like Jiang Huayu. She also stopped pursuing whether Chu Zisong would accept her accusation against Jiang Huayu for spreading rumors and defamation. Anyway, this matter couldn't be handled until the principal returned. Without waiting for Gu Dongxing to respond to Jiang Huayu, she pulled Gu Dongxing and walked away. Let's go. Gu Dongxing felt a surge of joy in his heart. Is this little thing jealous? He obediently let Mengyu pull him along, walking straight toward the school gate without glancing sideways, ignoring Jiang Huayu's attempt to strike up a conversation and leaving behind a crowd of wide-eyed, stunned classmates. He didn't even bid farewell to the dean of students. So arrogant. Chu Zisong was so angry he stood frozen for a long time before finally shaking his hand and walking toward his office. Once the dean of students left, the classmates immediately began to discuss. Wow, what Mengyu said was actually true. I never expected she really had a fiancé, and he really is a regiment commander. Impressive. A man like that is really something else. Mengyu is so lucky to have a regiment commander as her fiancé. A discordant voice chimed in. I feel like Mengyu standing next to that regimental commander Gu seems a bit mismatched. Someone immediately objected. Mengyu is the school belle of our school, and she studies so well. She only studied for 6 years before getting into university. Could she really be mismatched with a regiment commander? That person quickly corrected themselves. That's not what I meant. I meant the height difference between the two is too great. Jiang Huayu watched the two figures walking away, unable to suppress the jealousy in her heart. That damned bitch actually pulled the regiment commander away without letting her finish speaking. Was she afraid of her? Yes, she was afraid she couldn't compare, so she pulled that heavenly regiment commander away. But it didn't matter. He came once, he would surely come a second time, a third time. She would always have a chance to get her hands on this heavenly man. This time, it wasn't just because she had to snatch anything belonging to Mengyu, but because she had Chapter 206, provoking Gu Dongxing and still hoping to escape unscathed. Mengyu pulled Gu Dongxing all the way to the jeep he had parked by the school gate before she realized she was still holding his hand. Her face flushed, and she quickly let go. You, why did you come to our school? Gu Dongxing couldn't help but snort inwardly. She used him quite readily when she needed him, but tossed him aside the moment she didn't. This little fox really did discard him after use. But could someone Gu Dongxing had set his sights on really shake him off so easily? Provoke me, Gu Dongxing, and still hope to escape unscathed? Too late. If I hadn't come, how would I know my fiancé was being bullied at school? He said with a half-smile. Not bad at all. You even knew how to use your fiancé here to clear up the rumors. Upon hearing this, Mengyu's mind exploded. He had been here all along? And watched the whole thing? Thinking of how she had claimed to have a regiment commander as her fiancé, she inwardly wailed. Why was it that every time she used his name to extricate herself, he happened to witness it? Just like when she first rebirthed, escaping from the traffickers by jumping off a cliff and getting caught in a net below, she had mentioned Gu Dongxing as her fiancé then. And now, when Chu Zisong accused her of early romance, and she claimed to have a regiment commander fiancé, it happened again. Was she somehow cosmically at odds with Gu Dongxing? Why did she have to bring up Gu Dongxing? There were many ways to defend herself. Why did she have to use Gu Dongxing's name as her banner? It was one thing to be embarrassed in the military family compound, where she didn't know many people anyway, but being embarrassed at school was different. How was she supposed to face school on Monday? Gu Dongxing watched the little thing's annoyed expression in front of him and felt like laughing inwardly. He pulled Mengyu into the car, started the engine, and put on a serious face. Xiaoming, our relationship has long been public in the military camp, and now it's public at your school too. Mengyu asked warily, what do you want? Gu Dongxing saw her like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, eyes wide open and full of vigilance, not realizing how utterly adorable she looked to him. He couldn't resist reaching out to stroke her hair, so smooth, it felt wonderful to touch. He couldn't help but ruffle it a few more times. Mengyu wanted to pull away but found she couldn't. Only then did she realize she was sitting in the passenger seat. She usually sat in the back when riding in Gu Dongxing's car. What was wrong today? She had been pulled by Gu Dongxing and ended up in the front passenger seat. Stop the car. I want to sit in the back. What for? Doesn't stopping and starting the car waste gas? Gu Dongxing withdrew his hand, no longer teasing her, and focused on driving. Xiaoming, what I mean is, since our relationship is now public, my mother's birthday is this Sunday. Do you think you could come along to wish her a happy birthday? That Yi Rushui had come to the military camp this time under the pretext of celebrating his mother's birthday. He didn't want his mother to misunderstand their relationship, so he was scheming to bring Mengyu home. Mengyu cursed inwardly. Who has a relationship with you? It's obviously fake, okay? No, she said angrily, we're not really engaged. You don't love me, and I don't love you. We're only keeping up this pretense because we both need it temporarily. The car suddenly pulled over to the side and stopped. Mengyu found it strange. We're in the middle of nowhere. Why are you stopping? Gu Dongxing turned to her, grasped her shoulders, and stared intently into her eyes. Jiang Mengyu, are you still lying to yourself even now? Mengyu looked at him in shock. Lying to herself? When had she ever lied to herself? Gu Dongxing gazed at her parted red lips, his eyes darkening. Chapter 207. There never were fake fiancés. Mengyu never imagined that Gu Dongxing would suddenly kiss her. A wave of masculine pheromones washed over her, overwhelming Mengyu. A sudden sense of danger made Mengyu want to pull away, but Gu Dongxing's hand reached behind her head, holding it in place. Gu Dongxing didn't seem very experienced at kissing either. Both of them were quite awkward. But it wasn't bad. At the very least, she didn't seem to dislike him kissing her. She quickly tried to push him away, and Gu Dongxing let her go, looking at her face flushed red from his kiss. Do you still think we're fake fiancés, Mengyu stared blankly at Gu Dongxing, unable to understand why he had suddenly kissed her. And what did kissing have to do with whether they were real or fake fiancés? Wait, they were fake fiancés. How could he kiss her? Seeing her clueless, adorable expression, Gu Dongxing couldn't help but lean in and kiss her again. Men always have a natural talent for this sort of thing. This time, he seemed to have gotten the hang of it. Gradually, Mengyu lost herself in the kiss. Just as she was about to run out of breath, Gu Dongxing released her, looking into her still-dazed eyes. Now tell me, are we real or fake fiancés? Mengyu's heart was pounding wildly. Gu Dongxing grabbed her shoulders, looking straight at her. Look at me and answer. In his eyes, Mengyu saw her own reflection, stunningly beautiful, and she also sensed the tenderness and possessiveness in his gaze. Forgive her, she was a novice when it came to love. In her past life, she had never been in a relationship before being sold into Tiger Hollow. What happened with the Zhou brothers wasn't love, it was torture. But even as clueless as she was about love, she understood now, his feelings for her were definitely not fake. His fierce protectiveness toward her on several occasions didn't seem like something he would do for just any ordinary girl. Moreover, he had just used a kiss to make her realize that her heart wasn't indifferent to him either. But just thinking about him being a regiment commander and that woman, Yi Rushui, who claimed to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, made her uneasy. Gu Dongxing cut her off. No buts. There never were fake fiancés. Did you think it was so easy to get into the military barracks? Did you think I would just let anyone pretend to be my fiancé? I gave you the keys and let you live in my house because, from the very beginning, I saw you as my real fiancé. Since you've already become my fiancé, don't even think about changing your mind. Thinking about all the wolves eyeing his little one at school, Gu Dongxing felt a sense of urgency. Actually, Gu Dongxing hadn't originally planned to tell her all this so soon. He had only wanted to cherish her, protect her, slowly warm her heart, and marry her once she grew up. But picking Mengyu up from school today made him realize just how popular she was among the male students. He felt a deep sense of crisis. His little one was far too alluring. He had to settle things with her, make them real fiancés, not just a pretense. He was a soldier. He didn't have time to leisurely court his little one. So, he couldn't afford to take it slow anymore. He had to militarize even their romance. He needed to make her understand that she belonged to him, that she couldn't let other boys surround her anymore. That's why he had so forcefully declared their engagement on campus. The next step was to swiftly and firmly solidify their relationship. Mengyu was shocked. What? He had seen her as his fiancée from the very beginning? She had never even been in love, never experienced the feeling of being pursued or cherished. Chapter 208. No refusals allowed. At this moment, Mengyu was a mix of hesitation, pleasant surprise, fear, and sweetness, all swirling together and leaving her heart in utter turmoil. After a long while, she finally looked up at Gu Dongxing. Brother Gu, is this your way of confessing your love to me? Gu Dongxing suppressed a laugh. Yes. Mengyu rolled her eyes. Was this really how someone confessed their love? But Gu Dongxing leaned down and kissed her again, releasing her quickly this time. No refusals allowed. Mengyu almost cried. What kind of confession was this, not even allowing a refusal? Then, I'll think about it. Mengyu had no choice but to reply. But until I agree, you're not allowed to hug or kiss me. Deal. Gu Dongxing breathed a sigh of relief, then added, last time, when you threw Yu Rushui out of the room. Mengyu was puzzled. It had been so long since she threw Yu Rushui out. Why bring it up again now? I forced her to leave last time, but she came back 3 days ago. Upon hearing this, Mengyu was instantly filled with fighting spirit. What, is she here for revenge this time? Gu Dongxing really wanted to laugh. She came this time under the pretext of celebrating my mother's birthday. Mengyu immediately understood. You want me to go wish your mother a happy birthday tomorrow so you can use me as a shield? But this Yu Rushui was really like a lingering ghost. First, she pretended to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, and now she wants to celebrate his mother's birthday. She must be trying to win his mother's approval, right? Too bad. As long as I, Jiang Mengyu, am here, your schemes will never succeed. She forgot that she, too, had once pretended to be Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Gu Dongxing gave her a look that said, you catch on quick. So, will you go? Mengyu thought for a moment and said, I can go, but only as someone you saved, not as your fiancé. Seeing Mengyu secretly scheming while trying to draw a clear line between them, Gu Dongxing really wanted to crack open her head and see why this little thing could be so clever about some things and so clueless about others. Hadn't she ever wondered why she got so angry upon hearing that Yu Rushui was pretending to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, even going so far as to drag her out of the room? And just a moment ago, she clearly didn't want to go celebrate his mother's birthday, but as soon as she heard Yu Rushui was going, she immediately became full of fighting spirit, eager to ruin Yu Rushui's plans. If she really had no feelings for him, why would she act like this? He sighed helplessly. Have you forgotten? Yu Rushui knows that we are publicly engaged in the military camp. Moreover, he looked at Mengyu with a half-smile. If you're not my fiancé, what right do you have to help me fend off Yu Rushui? Mengyu was left speechless. She had almost forgotten that she still needed to help Gu Dongxing ward off admirers and drive Yu Rushui away. Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid of whom? She glared fiercely at Gu Dongxing. But just because I'm going doesn't mean I've agreed to your confession. I haven't said yes yet, so we can only pretend to be engaged. Gu Dongxing suppressed a laugh. Fine, I'll give you time. I won't pressure you. But during this trial period, you're not allowed to accept feelings from any other guys either. Mengyu scoffed. You think everyone is like you? But Gu Dongxing was very serious. You have to agree to this condition. Besides, apart from you, I've never accepted feelings from any other woman. Mengyu waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. All right, I won't accept any feelings from guys at school, or have anything beyond a classmate friendship with them, okay? But Gu Dongxing was still shaking his head. Mengyu Chapter 209. How to drive Yu Rushui away. Gu Dongxing stood his ground under pressure, not just your classmates, but no other men either. Mengyu was frustrated. Had she misjudged Gu Dongxing? In her previous life, Gu Dongxing hadn't been this domineering. In that past life, he and Jiang Mengyu could be said to have treated each other with respect and courtesy. Moreover, he had been very tolerant of Huayu. Even when Huayu made many friends outside, he hadn't really controlled her, nor had she ever seen him act so possessively toward Huayu. Had she unearthed his inherently scheming nature? Or had he simply never loved Huayu in that past life? Was it because he didn't love her that he didn't care? The thought that Gu Dongxing hadn't loved Huayu in her past life actually made her heart leap with joy. But Mengyu pretended to be helpless. During the period I'm considering whether to accept your feelings, I won't get involved with any other men, okay? Only then did the scheming Gu become happy, of course. He immediately added, tomorrow, go to my house to wish my mother a happy birthday. In front of my mother, you have to play the role of a fiancé well. Mengyu shot him a glare. I don't need you to tell me that. Not only did she have to play the role of a fiancé well, but she was also planning how to drive away that arrogant Yu Rushui who looked down her nose at everyone. As Gu Mengyu got out of the car, she saw several military wives chatting in the courtyard. These were Lu Yumei, wife of Deputy Battalion Commander Xiao Yuming of the 2nd Battalion, Zhang Qiaoqiao, wife of Company Commander Zhao Dajiang of the 1st Battalion, 3rd Company, Luo Xiuyu, wife of Company Commander Jiang Chao of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company, and Qin Xiufang, wife of Deputy Company Commander Cheng Dahua of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company. Their husbands were all subordinates of Gu Dongxing, and they were quite friendly toward Mengyu. Especially Qin Xiufang and Zhang Qiaoqiao, who had spoken up for her during incidents, even daring to oppose when Miling, the wife of Deputy Regiment Commander Yan. Therefore, Mengyu had a very good impression of them. As soon as they saw Mengyu, the military wives immediately gathered around. After greeting Gu Dongxing first, they surrounded her. Mengyu, where have you been? We haven't seen you for days. Yeah, Mengyu, we went to the market again later, but we didn't see you. Mengyu, I heard you went back to school? Last time, I said you were young, and it's true. I never expected you to still be a high school student. I heard the university you got into was taken from you. Is that true? Last time when these military wives went to the market together, they were supposed to call Mengyu sister-in-law, but Mengyu asked them to call her by her name directly. Considering she wasn't married yet, everyone readily agreed. Mengyu smiled and greeted them one by one. Sister-in-law Xiaofang, sister-in-law Xiaoyu, sister-in-law Qiao, sister-in-law Yumei, you're all here. What a coincidence. I went to Beijing last time and brought back some gifts for you, but I forgot to give them to you. Later, come with me to get them yourselves. As for the military wives asking about her university being taken, she avoided answering. Hearing that Mengyu had remembered them and bought them gifts even while in Beijing, the military wives were delighted. Wow, Mengyu, you thought of us even when you were in Beijing. Mengyu, you're so kind. Mengyu, if it were when Meiling offering them gifts, they definitely wouldn't accept, but they had a very good impression of Mengyu. So, of course, they wouldn't refuse if Mengyu gave them gifts. Naturally, when Meiling wouldn't give gifts to these military wives from the countryside either. The few of them followed Mengyu into Gu Dongxing's house. Mengyu went into the room for a moment, took some things out from her space, and came out holding them. She had brought each of the 4 military wives a popular belted trench coat from Shanghai. Here, when I was shopping with my brother, I happened to come across these slightly defective export clothes on sale domestically at the store, so I brought one for each of you. Hearing Mengyu's explanation and looking at the trench coats, Chapter 210 worried for her. Chapter 210 worried for her. During this period, goods for export were of the highest quality. Items originally meant for export, but sold domestically were considered highly sought-after commodities. Moreover, even though they were said to be discounted, since only the best products were exported in the first place, the actual price wasn't much cheaper. Luo Xiaoyu was the first to take out her wallet. This trench coat is beautiful. It must be quite expensive, right? How much is one? Luo Xiaoyu was the most concerned about face and the least willing to take advantage of others. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoyu ask about the price, Zhang Qiao also looked at Mengyu. Mengyu, this piece of clothing is too precious. We can't just accept it from you for free. Qin Shifeng nodded as well. Xiao is right, Mengyu. You helped bring these back for us and we can't let you suffer a loss. Let us pay the original price. Lu Yumei's back stiffened. Her husband's family was relatively poor, and if she had to pay for it, she would be in a difficult position. Mengyu observed the reactions of the military wives and was quite satisfied. What are you all saying? If I charged you for the clothes I'm giving you, would that still count as a gift? Everyone, take the clothes, or I'll get angry. Also, I haven't treated everyone to a meal since I arrived. Last time, I couldn't buy many groceries, so let's all have dinner together tonight. Only after saying this did she remember that she hadn't consulted Gu Dongxing about hosting guests at his place. She quickly turned to Gu Dongxing, who was nearby. Brother Gu, is that okay? After greeting the military wives, Gu Dongxing had picked up a newspaper and was reading it nearby. He was delighted to see Mengyu getting along so well with the military wives. After all, the more she interacted with the people in the compound, the easier it would be for her to integrate into life there, and the more secure her identity as his fiancé would become. Therefore, when he heard Mengyu mention hosting a dinner, he immediately became happy. Sure, bring your husbands along. Also, let's invite the battalion commanders as well. Mengyu rolled her eyes. She had only planned to invite the military wives, but this guy immediately added more people. Was he using her as free labor to build connections for him? However, she couldn't really say no. After all, this was his territory. The military wives were naturally thrilled. Their husbands rarely had the chance to dine at the regimental commander's home. Who would have thought that befriending the regimental commander's fiancé could pave the way for their husbands? Even Luo Xiaoyu, who was reluctant to take advantage of others, stopped hesitating. The women took their gifts and left, each promising to come back later to help. Only after Gu Dongxing had spoken did he remember that there weren't enough groceries at home. He looked at Mengyu apologetically. I'll go buy groceries right away. Mengyu shot him a glare. If we wait for you to buy groceries, it'll be too late. She walked into the kitchen and took out a 30-pound bag of rice, a 10-pound bag of flour, a 4-pound piece of pork belly, 2 pounds of lean beef, 2 chickens, 2 ducks, 2 fish, and some vegetables from her storage bag, placing them all in the kitchen. Gu Dongxing, who had followed her in, stared in shock at the sudden appearance of rice, flour, meat, and vegetables in the kitchen. Xiaoming. Although he had been astonished when Mengyu made the small iron chest of treasures disappear last time, seeing such a large quantity of rice, flour, meat, eggs, and vegetables materialize out of thin air left him stunned once again. He knew she had secrets, but he had assumed that, at most, she could make small objects disappear. He never expected she could produce so many things. When Mengyu agreed to visit his mother for her birthday under the guise of his fiancée, she had already decided to give him the storage bag. She shook the storage bag. Has anyone ever told you that there's a storage device in this world called a storage bag? As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Gu Dongxing was naturally aware of storage bags. However, even among those in the mountain sects, such items were rarely obtained. How did Mengyu get one? Moreover, such treasures were usually kept secret even from one's closest relatives. Yet she had shown it to him so openly. What immense trust did she have in him? Mengyu had actually revealed such a hidden secret to him. Did it mean she already regarded him as her closest person? But while he was moved, he immediately Chapter 211. Has she accepted herself? He asked seriously. Xiaomeng, have you told anyone else about this treasure? Mengyu looked at him with her adorable, wide-eyed expression. Was she that foolish? However, seeing the worry in Gu Dongxing's eyes, she felt touched. After learning about the storage pouch, his first thought wasn't to claim it for himself, but to worry for her. This guy, didn't he know she was easily moved? Gu Dongxing felt a bit self-conscious under Mengyu's innocent gaze. He rubbed his nose. I'm just worried about you. Have you told that kid Cheng Jioha? Mentioning Cheng Jioha made Gu Dongxing grit his teeth involuntarily. His little one had been adopted as a sworn sister by that fellow Cheng Jioha. Gu Dongxing's first sentence had moved Mengyu, but the next one made her both amused and exasperated. He was actually jealous of Cheng Jioha. But she still answered no. Gu Dongxing was immediately delighted. He reached out and ruffled Mengyu's hair, his silly grin full of joy. Hee, thank you for trusting me so much. Mengyu shot him a look. Of course she trusted his character. It had nothing to do with feelings. Moreover, since she had taken it out to show him, she had intended to give it to him from the start. However, hearing him mention Cheng Jioha made her feel a bit guilty. Her sworn brother was so good to her, and the first share of a good thing wasn't for him. She wondered if he would blame her when he found out? Forget it. Since she could be rewarded with such a storage pouch this time, there would surely be another chance next time. She'd give him one then. If Gu Dongxing knew that just because he asked whether Cheng Jioha knew, Mengyu started thinking about giving Cheng Jioha a storage pouch next time, he'd probably regret it so much he'd want to bang his head against the wall, wouldn't he? Mengyu handed him the storage pouch. Focus your attention and try to sense inside this pouch. Can you see anything? Gu Dongxing took it. After concentrating for a while, he discovered a space as large as a room of over 10 square meters. Inside were piled bags of rice weighing 50 jin each and bags of flour weighing 10 jin each, occupying more than half the space. There were also pork, beef, eggs, vegetables, and daily necessities like pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. The small iron box filled with gold and jewelry from last time was also in the space. He was astonished. This storage pouch is this big? He had heard of the spatial pouches used by those from the mountain sects, which at most had 1 or 2 cubic meters of space. But Mengyu's pouch had at least over 30 cubic meters. He looked at Mengyu in shock. You. From Gu Dongxing's words, Mengyu knew his spiritual sense was very strong. He had actually managed to probe the storage pouch. She smiled slightly. Try again. See if you can take things out from inside. Think about what item you want. Imagine it appearing in your hand or on the ground in front of you. Seeing over a dozen sets of bowls and chopsticks inside, and thinking they would be needed tonight, Gu Dongxing focused on a handful of chopsticks. Chopsticks, come out. Sure enough, a handful of chopsticks appeared in his hand. He was overjoyed. It really works. Mengyu found it amusing to see Gu Dongxing, who always wore a stern expression in front of others, showing a childlike side. Now try putting things back. Just point the pouch's opening at the item and think about storing it. Gu Dongxing pointed the pouch's opening at a bag of rice on the ground and said, store. Sure enough, the bag of rice disappeared. Sensing inside the spatial pouch again, there was now an extra bag of rice. This treasure is so useful. If only he had such a treasure when carrying out missions. He reluctantly handed the storage pouch back to Mengyu. Mengyu didn't take it. It's for you. Gu Dongxing was stunned for a moment, then an immense joy surged from his heart, instantly filling his chest and flowing through his limbs, making it impossible for him to describe how he felt at that moment. Not only had Mengyu shared her secret with him, but she had also given him such a precious treasure. This meant she had accepted him. He wanted to kiss his little one again. What should he? Chapter 212, You Fouled. Seeing Gu Dongxing's eyes gleaming with a tender, watery gaze fixed on her lips, Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. Was he getting the wrong idea? Suddenly, she remembered how girls in ancient times would give pouches to the boys they fancied as a token of affection. The storage pouch she had just given him was about the same size as those pouches from ancient times. Could he be misunderstanding her intentions? She hurried to explain, "This was given to me by my master. I have a bigger one now, so this one is useless to me, so I'm giving it to you." "It's not." Halfway through, she felt her words sounded like a feeble attempt to cover up the truth. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, Mengyu reached out to snatch the storage pouch back. "Forget it, just give it back to me." Seeing her expression, Gu Dongxing suddenly understood what she meant, and his heart blossomed with joy. He raised the storage pouch high. "You can't take back a gift once it's given. This is mine now." When Mengyu lunged forward to grab it, he simply pulled her into a hug and planted a firm kiss on her lips. "Thank you, Shemeng." So, this little thing really did have feelings for him. She was just too shy to express them openly and had resorted to this subtle gesture. If Mengyu knew that giving Gu Dongxing a storage pouch had led him to believe she was confessing her feelings, she would surely regret it and try to take it back. Of course, she was only a level 2 martial artist, while Gu Dongxing had already broken through to level 7. As for her wood immortal art, which was only at the first layer of gathering essence, it had almost no offensive power. So, even if she wanted to take it back, she couldn't. Not only did Mengyu fail to retrieve the storage pouch, but she was also caught off guard by his sudden kiss. Her face flushed crimson, and she pushed him away forcefully. "You fouled." Gu Dongxing knew he had fouled, but he couldn't help himself. He quickly changed the subject. "There's so much pork, beef, chicken, duck, and fish in here. Aren't you afraid they'll spoil?" Mengyu shot him a glare. "Time inside the storage pouch is almost still. Whatever you put in will remain exactly as it was when you take it out. Even if you leave the meat in there for years, it won't spoil." Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. While time in the storage pouch was still, time in her space wasn't. Now that she had given the storage pouch to Gu Dongxing, wouldn't she be left without any means of preserving things? She immediately called out to Xiao Tao in her mind and shared this concern. "Tell me, why did you suggest I give the storage pouch to Gu Dongxing when you knew it was the only one with preservation function? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him." Xiao Tao cried out in protest. "Master, what do you need a storage pouch for? The storage cabinets in the thatched cottage's storeroom in your space have still time. What can't you store there?" Mengyu was overjoyed. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you had already noticed. Didn't some of the things you bought at the market and left in the storeroom remain fresh?" Mengyu suddenly remembered that she had once bought some meat at the market and left it in the storeroom. Later, when she thought it had spoiled and went to throw it away, she found it was still fresh. "But the things in the storeroom can only be accessed by entering the space. I can't retrieve them directly from outside." Xiao Tao felt like rolling its eyes. "Can't you just enter the space when you need to use them? Besides, once you reach the foundation establishment stage in your cultivation, you can use your consciousness to enter directly. Is there anything you won't be able to retrieve them?" Mengyu thought about it and realized it made sense. She no longer felt any regret about giving. Chapter 213, You Broke the Rules Again. Chapter 213, You Broke the Rules Again. "Alright, put the storage pouch away. Don't let anyone see it." Mengyu had already started preparing the ingredients. "Yes, madam." Gu Dongxing clicked his heels together, saluted, and hurriedly tucked the storage pouch away carefully. Mengyu gave him a big eye roll. "Who's your madam?" "My madam is naturally the super invincible little fairy Jiang Mengyu, Gu, the schemer," said matter-of-factly. For some reason, hearing Gu Dongxing say that gave Mengyu a strangely elated feeling. She snorted haughtily. "If you want me to be your madam, you'll have to prove yourself first." Gu Dongxing immediately seized the opportunity. He wrapped his arms around Mengyu from behind as she was handling the ingredients and blew a warm breath by her ear. "How would madam like me to prove myself?" The blush that had just faded from Mengyu's face rushed back instantly, and her whole body felt hot. She jabbed her elbow backward. "You broke the rules again." Gu Dongxing quickly let go of her and laughed heartily. "I just wanted to prove myself properly." Mengyu snorted. "If you don't behave, I'll kick you out." Gu Dongxing hastily stepped back. I'll behave. Madam, what should I do?" Ignoring his random address, Mengyu tossed him the 2 fish, each over 3 catties. "Handle these fish." Mengyu had been doing chores since she was little. Moreover, because Jiang Haidong was picky about food, he specifically bought books for Mengyu to learn from. She also enjoyed figuring out the tricks of cooking. Her cooking skills weren't far from those of a professional chef. Some of the dishes she devised might not even be replicable by a professional chef. However, cooking in the military camp focused more on having plenty of hearty dishes rather than being overly elaborate. She calculated the guests for tonight. The 4 military wives she personally invited, plus their husbands, made 8 people. Gu Dongxing said he wanted to invite a regimental political commissar, 2 deputy regimental commanders, and 3 battalion commanders. Of course, plus their families. Mengyu calculated. These 6, plus their wives, made 12. One of the deputy regimental commanders was Chung Jioha. He was on vacation and hadn't returned. He originally wanted to come back, but Mengyu assigned him the task of renovating her dilapidated courtyard, so he had to patiently stay on vacation. That made 10. Adding themselves, that was 20 people in total. 2 full tables. But she soon realized her count was off. Gu Dongxing looked at the dishes Mengyu had prepared. This won't be enough to eat. He took out a piece of pork belly weighing about 6 catties and a large piece of beef weighing about 5 catties from his storage pouch. Mengyu shot him a glare. That meat was what she had prepared to take to the village where she used to live, to visit Granny Ding and the village chief who had helped her. Now she'd have to buy meat all over again. She had 10 catties of pork belly in total, all of which she made into braised pork. However, the pork at this time was very clean. She didn't plan to blanch it to remove grease or blood. Instead, following the rural cooking method, she directly cut the pork belly into chunks, put them in a pot, poured in half cold water and half soy sauce, covered it, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered it over low heat, finally reducing the sauce over high heat before serving. Pork belly cooked this way retained its fat and was very satisfying. The beef was directly made into boiled beef, which would be more tender. The chickens at this time were all free-range. She liked the original flavor, so she also put the chicken pieces directly into cold water with ginger, brought it to a boil, let it simmer a bit longer, and then it was ready to eat. Chicken cooked this way was just done, especially tender and smooth, and the soup was particularly sweet and fresh. If other seasonings were added, you wouldn't taste this original flavor. There were 2 old ducks. She had ginkgo nuts in her storage pouch, so she made ginkgo nut stewed with old duck. For the 2 fish, she decided to make 5 willow fish, score the fish backs, marinate with seasonings, bend the fish body, dust one side with flour, then bend the other side and do the same. Then deep fry until cooked. After removing from the oil, thicken the sauce with seasonings and pour it over the fried fish. Chapter 214, Uninvited Guest. Gu Dongxing only scaled and gutted the fish, cleaning it, before heading to the regimental headquarters. Mengyu was still preparing the ingredients when Zhang Qiaoqiao arrived. "Mengyu, I'm here to help," she said. When she came, she brought along bowls, chopsticks, and stools. Everyone knew that no household could possibly have so many bowls, chopsticks, and stools, so everyone brought their own. Next, Luo Xiuyu, Qin Xiufang, and Lu Yumei also arrived, bringing their children along. Apart from Zhang Qiaoqiao, who didn't have children yet, the other 3 military wives brought 1 or 2 children each. Mengyu was a bit stunned. She hadn't accounted for the children. Would there be enough seats for so many people? Lu Yumei, holding a child in each hand, looked somewhat apologetic. "There was no one to watch the kids at home, so I brought them along." Mengyu had no choice but to accept it. "It's fine, just an extra pair of chopsticks." It wasn't until mealtime that she realized it wasn't just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Next, the wives of the 3 battalion commanders also came to help. This was an unwritten rule. When someone hosted a gathering, the invited military wives would come to assist. The wives of the 3 battalion commanders were surnamed Lin, Li, and Gao. Mengyu noticed that the wife surnamed Gao seemed to harbor a faint, almost imperceptible hostility toward her. Mengyu found it strange. This was their first meeting, so where did this hostility come from? After thinking it over, she confirmed that this was indeed their first encounter, and they hadn't even met in her previous life. So, she brushed it off. What frustrated Mengyu was that each of the 3 battalion commanders' wives brought 2 children. With that, there were already 10 children. Mengyu had no choice but to take out 2 more chickens and ducks, preparing for 3 tables. Fortunately, everyone had brought their own bowls, chopsticks, and stools. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known where to find so many. However, with the help of the first 4 military wives, the 3 battalion commanders' wives who arrived later couldn't find much to do. They could only help with tasks like setting up tables, since even their own households didn't have enough tables. In the end, the tables were naturally borrowed from the canteen by the 3 battalion commanders' wives. But Mengyu suddenly thought of a problem. The pots at home, including the ones she had bought and stored in her space, weren't big enough to cook rice for so many people. Seeing her staring blankly at the pots, Qin Xiufang smiled and said, "Usually, when people host gatherings, everyone brings their own staple food from the canteen. No household has pots big enough to cook rice for so many people." Mengyu felt relieved, but she still needed a large batch of dough to let it rise and fried over 100 scallion pancakes. "Mengyu, I heard you invited Battalion Commander Yan?" Qin Xiufang asked. Mengyu shook her head. "I only invited you for households." Battalion Commander Gu invited the others, reportedly those at the battalion commander level and above. The military wives exchanged glances and sighed. Battalion commander level and above naturally included Deputy Battalion Commander Yan's wife. Qin Xiufang whispered into Mengyu's ear, "When Miling's household is hosting that woman, be careful she doesn't bring her along." Mengyu was taken aback at first, but quickly realized Xiaofang was referring to Yi Rushui, who had her eyes on Gu Dongxing. She said calmly, "I didn't invite her." Surely she wouldn't come uninvited. Xiaofang nodded. If none of you invited her, then she probably wouldn't have the nerve to show up. As it turned out, they had all underestimated the thickness of Yi Rushui's skin. It wasn't until the food was almost ready, with the rich aroma of meat wafting through the courtyard, that when Meiling finally arrived, fashionably late. Seeing Yi Rushui appear arm in arm with Wen Meiling, Mengyu felt a wave of frustration. She hadn't expected Yi Rushui to come. Chapter 215, Your engagement is fake. Chapter 215, Your engagement is fake. I'm really sorry, I had guests at home, so I'm late. In fact, I brought the guests with me. Wen Meiling said without a hint of sincerity, glancing at Mengyu as she spoke. Mengyu really wanted to ignore her, but as the hostess today, she could only offer equally insincere pleasantries like, "Welcome. I'm sorry for coming uninvited. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Yi Rushui's gaze swept over the military wives. Not seeing Gu Dongxing, she asked, "Where's Dongxing? He's hosting today, why didn't he tell me earlier?" The military wives looked at her strangely. Coming uninvited was one thing, but to immediately ask for the male host, and even blame him for not informing her earlier, what was she implying? Yi Rushui clearly knew the men hadn't returned yet, but she asked anyway. Yes, she did it on purpose. After learning that Mengyu and Gu Dongxing were only pretending to be engaged, she no longer regarded Mengyu as a threat. Since Mengyu and Gu Dongxing weren't actually engaged, Mengyu wasn't the hostess. Arriving at the host's home, shouldn't she ask for the host rather than the guests? Mengyu. Not only that, Yi Rushui glanced at the dishes on the table and headed straight for the kitchen, saying, "There are so many guests today, how can this little bit of food be enough?" She then directed Mengyu, "Go find some more." The military wives were stunned. Was she acting like the hostess? The way she spoke to Mengyu sounded like a master addressing a servant. Most of them came from rural backgrounds. When hosting, no one usually prepared so many substantial dishes. Mengyu had already done an impressive job with what she had prepared. Yet, Yi Rushui showed up and immediately complained it wasn't enough, even ordering Mengyu to get more. Where was Mengyu supposed to find more food at this point? Wasn't this just making things difficult for her? As for Wen Meiling, she didn't seem the least bit surprised by her friend's behavior. Noticing the military wives looking at her, she finally explained, "She and Battalion Commander Gu are childhood friends. It's only natural for her to help when Battalion Commander Gu is hosting." Natural, my foot. Mengyu walked up to Yi Rushui. "I'm sorry, but I'm the one hosting today, so you must be disappointed. You can come another day when my fiancé is hosting and has asked for your help." The military wives were stunned again. What did she mean? Was she kicking Rushui out? It took Yi Rushui a moment to realize Mengyu was asking her to leave. She lifted her chin. "What right do you have to kick me out? You're nothing to Gu Dongxing." Mengyu's heart stirred. How did she know her engagement with Gu Dongxing was fake? Unfortunately, starting today, she was going to make this relationship real. Besides, they were meeting the parents tomorrow. "I'm nothing to Gu Dongxing?" Mengyu smiled. "If only being married counts as being something to Gu Dongxing, then I really am nothing to him." Because Mengyu looked at all the military wives. "I believe the vast majority of you here know that I am Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Moreover, as I just said, I'm the one hosting today. I didn't invite you. If you had come sincerely as a guest, I would naturally welcome you. But you're clearly here to pick a fight, so please leave." With that, she gestured toward the door with a clear please. Earlier, Mengyu had only subtly hinted for her to leave. This time, she was explicitly kicking her out. Yi Rushui grew flustered and angry. "Jiang Mengyu, you're not Dongxing's fiancé at all. Your engagement is fake. What right do you have to kick me out?" The military wives were shocked. Was Mengyu and Battalion Commander Gu's engagement fake? No way. This wasn't some undercover operation. Why would they pretend to be engaged? And even if they were pretending, shouldn't it be for a mission? In the compound, Chapter 216, You have no right to kick me out. Chapter 216, You have no right to kick me out. Upon hearing Yi Rushui's revelation, Wen Meiling inwardly panicked. She tugged at Yi Rushui's sleeve, about to interrupt her, but Yi Rushui seemed to know exactly what she was going to say, and continued speaking. "You two were only pretending to be engaged because of Dongxing's work needs before. Now that matter is over, how can you still have the nerve to call yourself Dongxing's fiancé?" Mengyu thought to herself, so it's true. She really has heard about me pretending to be engaged to Gu Dongxing. Back when she had just been reborn and didn't want to go home, she had no choice but to follow Gu Dongxing. And Gu Dongxing, because of the spy incident, didn't want to let her leave for the time being and had her go with him. So, on a whim, she had suggested moving into the compound under the guise of being his fiancé. What she didn't know was that Gu Dongxing had agreed to let her stay as his fiancé precisely because she had piqued his interest from the start. If it had been any other woman he didn't like, he would never have agreed. However, this matter shouldn't be known to ordinary people, right? Didn't the military wives, even the battalion commanders' wives, look surprised? Sister Gao, after hearing that Mengyu and Gu Dongxing's engagement was fake, was also very shocked, even pleasantly surprised, and her hostility toward Mengyu lessened considerably. Everyone looked at Mengyu, waiting for her explanation. Especially Lu Yumei, whose face even showed disappointment. Qin Xiufang and Zhang Qiaoqiao, however, wore expressions of anxiety and worry. Luo Xiuyu merely showed a flash of surprise before her expression returned to normal, as if she wasn't the least bit concerned about whether Mengyu was Gu Dongxing's fiancé or not. Still, her expression didn't turn cold like the 3 battalion commanders' wives. Mengyu took in everyone's reactions and thought to herself, indeed, among these people, only Qin Xiufang and Zhang Qiaoqiao are genuinely worried for me. Luo Xiuyu was probably not someone easily swayed by emotions. As for someone like Lu Yumei, who only cared about her own interests, it would be best to have less contact with her in the future. As for the 3 battalion commanders' wives, maintaining a superficial courtesy would suffice. Seeing everyone looking at her, Mengyu smiled. Whether my relationship with Brother Gu is real or fake, you can go ask Brother Gu himself. If he says it's real, then it's real. If he says it's fake, then it's fake. Not to mention being engaged, even married couples can get divorced. But regardless of the nature of our relationship, it's our own business. Today I am the host, and I have the right to ask you to leave, don't I? Among the 3 battalion commanders' wives, Sisterly wanted to stand up and say something fair. Although Yi Rushui's words were unpleasant, kicking her out seemed a bit excessive. Moreover, she had heard that this Yi Rushui was from the capital and her family was very influential. But before she could stand up, just as she made a move, Sister Lin pulled her back, shaking her head to signal her not to get involved. Sisterly thought for a moment and then sat back down, continuing to watch the show. Seeing that Mengyu insisted on kicking her out and no one else spoke up to persuade her otherwise, even her good friend Wen Meiling, who seemed unwilling to bother with her after she had stubbornly revealed the truth about the fake engagement. Despite Wen's attempts to stop her, Yi Rushui grew anxious and continued attacking Mengyu. You're just a country girl living off Dongxing, and you're even using his money to host this gathering. What right do you have to kick me out? Mengyu sneered. Yes, I am a country girl, not as noble as you. But today I am the host, and I am indeed using my own money. Please leave. Chapter 217, Tossed Out. Yi Rushui suddenly remembered. Last time, when she had suggested to Gu Dongxing that he should make Mengyu leave and compensate her, Mengyu had been wearing expensive-looking jewelry and had even been tossing a gold bar up and down, playing with it. How could she have forgotten? This country bumpkin had money. According to Yi Rushui's intelligence, Mengyu's birth mother, Leng Xiangyu, had an annual income of over 100,000. And her mother only had one daughter, her. In this era where most people's monthly wages were only a few dozen yuan, with a mother earning over 100,000 a year, no wonder she had money. Although Yi Rushui came from a good family background, they were newly prominent. Their family status was lofty, but they lacked financial depth. It was the 1980s now, not the era where the poorer you were, the more glorious. Therefore, financially speaking, Yi Rushui was quite jealous of Mengyu's wealth. Seeing Mengyu insist on driving her away, she grew furious. Dongxing is my childhood friend. I came to Dongxing's home. What right do you have to chase me away? If you have the ability, go host your banquet at a hotel outside, don't host it in Dongxing's home. If it were any other girl, being told this by Yi Rushui, they might really have left. But who is Mengyu? She was someone who had crawled out from hell. She sneered twice. You won't leave, is that it? Then I'm going to have to say sorry. With that, she stepped forward to grab Yi Rushui, intending to toss her out. Yi Rushui had been thrown out by her once before and knew she possessed immense strength. She couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Don't you come over. I'm telling you, when Dongxing comes back, I'll make him teach you a lesson. Haha. Mengyu laughed. When Brother Gu comes back, who knows who will be teaching whom a lesson. For today's banquet, I only invited 4 friends and their families. Everyone else was invited by Brother Gu. You're causing trouble at his banquet. Who do you think he'll give a hard time to, you or me? Yi Rushui's heart skipped a beat. She had only been thinking about dealing with Mengyu, only thinking that this young girl, having her fake identity as the regiment commander's fiancé exposed, would surely be unable to bear it and leave. Who would have thought that not only did she not leave, she kept trying to drive her away instead. She didn't know what to do anymore. What Mengyu said was true. When Gu Dongxing returned, he would probably blame her, the one who came to cause trouble more. However, she still put on a brave front. Of course it'll be you getting the hard time. I'm Dongxing's friend. What's wrong with me coming to the gathering? You, a little country bumpkin, just because of some fake identity during a mission, you desperately cling to Dongxing and won't let go. Are you trying to make Dongxing take responsibility for you? How can your skin be so thick? The military wives present were all a bit confused. Was this Mengyu really the regiment commander's fiancé or not? Could it really be, as Yi Rushui said, that it was just a pretense needed for a mission? If that were truly the case, after the mission was over, the identity should have been clarified. Why hadn't they heard Gu Dongxing make any statement for so many days? Gu Dongxing might be fine, but Mengyu is a young woman. If she stayed in Gu Dongxing's house for too long, it wouldn't be good for her reputation. Who would dare marry her later? Mengyu, however, didn't want to argue with her or explain. She reached out to grab Yi Rushui again. Yi Rushui tried to dodge. The first time she dodged was because Lu Yumei was standing between her and Mengyu. This time, when Mengyu grabbed again, there was no one else between the two of them. How could she possibly dodge? Yi Rushui, whose arm was caught by Mengyu, quickly reached out and grabbed Wen Meiling. Sisterling, help me. Last time, there had been no one else at home. When Yi Rushui was thrown out of the house by Mengyu, only a few military wives had opened their doors to look, and by then she had already gotten up. That alone had made her feel humiliated. This time, it was Mengyu hosting. Although the men hadn't arrived yet, the women and children were all there, over a dozen people in total. If she were to be tossed out in front of everyone... Chapter 218, Don't Let Them Turn Fake into Real. Chapter 218, Don't Let Them Turn Fake into Real. When Meiling really didn't want to help Yi Rushui because she was still angry. The fact that Gu Dongxing and Mengyu were fake fiancés was something only she knew here. Out of kindness, she had told Yi Rushui. But she never expected Yi Rushui to actually blurt it out on such an occasion. Wasn't this harming her? Not only was it harming her, but it would also harm her husband because he shouldn't have told her what he did, and she shouldn't have told Yi Rushui what she did. When she told Yi Rushui, she repeatedly warned her that this matter must not be spoken of. She simply didn't believe that Yi Rushui didn't know that revealing this would lead others to suspect her. Even though she knew it would cause trouble for her, possibly even serious trouble, she still said it. Moreover, when Wen Meiling tried to stop her, Yi Rushui spoke up first. How could Wen Meiling not resent Yi Rushui? But now, caught by Yi Rushui and unable to break free, she was forced into an alliance with her. She had no choice but to speak up and advise, Xiao Jiang, look, shouldn't we talk this out properly first and avoid using force? In her view, Mengyu's intention to throw Yi Rushui out was just for show, not really meant to drag her up. By speaking up, Mengyu should take the opportunity to back down. However, she miscalculated. Mengyu had genuinely intended to drag Yi Rushui out earlier. But now, with Wen Meiling caught by Yi Rushui, if Mengyu dragged Yi Rushui out, Wen Meiling would be dragged along too. She couldn't possibly throw both of them out together, could she? Just as she was in a dilemma, Gu Dongxing pushed the door open and entered, followed by a large group of men. Seeing Mengyu's fierce behavior, everyone was stunned. Captain Gu's fiancé was actually this formidable? When Yi Rushui saw Gu Dongxing, it was as if she had seen a savior. She quickly shouted, Dongxing, hurry up and control your friend. She actually wants to kick me out. Seeing Mengyu holding Yi Rushui, with Yi Rushui both trying to weigh herself down and desperately clinging to Deputy Regiment Commander Yan's wife, Wen Meiling, Gu Dongxing almost burst out laughing. Seeing his wife tangled up with Yi Rushui again, Deputy Regiment Commander Yan's face darkened instantly. He had long told his wife not to get involved with Yi Rushui. For this reason, he even had his subordinates arrange a room for Yi Rushui at the guest house, precisely to avoid having her stay at their home. But despite all his warnings, she still ended up entangled with Yi Rushui. How could he not be angry? Gu Dongxing coughed and adjusted his expression to a serious one. What are you all doing? Putting on a show? Seeing that Gu Dongxing had returned, Mengyu threw Yi Rushui to the ground and said, It's nothing. I was just joking with Sister Yi. The military wives all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Joking? She had just lifted someone up moments ago. If it weren't for Wen Meiling holding her back, no, for Yi Rushui clinging to Wen Meiling. In any case, it was because of Wen Meiling that Yi Rushui wasn't thrown out of the courtyard. But now she actually claimed she was joking with Yi Rushui. Gu Dongxing suppressed his laughter with effort and looked at Yi Rushui. Xiao Yi, why are you here? His words conveyed a message to everyone. He hadn't invited Yi Rushui. If he hadn't kept glancing at Mengyu while saying this, others might have thought it was just a casual question. But he deliberately looked at Mengyu, so everyone understood he was explaining himself to her. The military wives began to doubt. Was what Yi Rushui said earlier about them being fake fiancés true? If it were true, why would Captain Gu care so much about Mengyu's feelings? Could it be that Yi Rushui was talking nonsense and there was no such thing as fake fiancés? Yi Rushui also sensed Gu Dongxing's concern for Jiang Mengyu, and her heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Given how things were developing, even if they were fake fiancés now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't turn fake into real someday. No, she absolutely must not let them. Chapter 219, Who Said We Were Fake? Chapter 219, Who Said We Were Fake? Yi Rushui quickly straightened her clothes and stepped forward to bow to Gu Dongxing. Dongxing Ji, I heard you were hosting a gathering and wanted to come help. I didn't expect, well, Xiao Jiang, who's staying with you, wasn't welcoming and tried to chase me away. Her words were quite clever. First, she presented herself as someone who had come to help, and second, she complained to Gu Dongxing that Mengyu didn't like her. All the military wives had assumed she would take the joking excuse Mengyu offered and let the matter drop, with everyone turning a blind eye. Unexpectedly, she insisted on bringing it up again. And what's more, she was blatantly lying. Zhang Qiaoqiao couldn't help but say, "We had already prepared everything by the time you arrived. We couldn't tell you were here to help. As soon as you came, you said, 'Where's Dongxing? He's hosting today, why didn't he tell me earlier?'" Everyone found it baffling. What did Battalion Commander Gu's gathering have to do with her? Why should he have told her? Then you pointed at Mengyu and said, "There are many guests today. How can this little bit of food be enough? Go find some more." Zhang Qiaoqiao imitated Yi Rushui's tone perfectly. But no one laughed, because Yi Rushui's words clearly positioned herself as the host and Mengyu as a servant. No wonder Mengyu wanted to kick her out. Yi Rushui hadn't expected this country bumpkin to dare expose her. She shot Zhang Qiaoqiao a hateful glare, but Zhang Qiaoqiao wasn't afraid of her. She continued, "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't say anything wrong." She looked at her husband, Company Commander Zhao Dajiang of the 1st Battalion's 3rd Company. Zhao Dajiang didn't scold her. Instead, he looked at her with approval. Zhang Qiaoqiao's heart swelled with joy. She knew she had done the right thing by standing up for Mengyu. Yi Rushui gritted her teeth and said, "I was just worried there wouldn't be enough food. Since she's in charge of tonight's banquet, it's naturally her responsibility to find more." Can't I even speak? Everyone thought to themselves, of course you can speak, but you shouldn't say such things to someone's fiancé. It's as if you're the host and she's a servant you hired. Moreover, everyone knew that earlier she had allowed everyone to misunderstand that she was Gu Dongxing's girlfriend. Her intentions were as clear as day. What fiancé would tolerate a woman with designs on her fiancé coming to her face and ordering her around? Zhang Qiaoqiao immediately retorted, "Of course you can speak. You can say whatever you want in your own place, but you shouldn't come to someone else's home and spout nonsense. What's most unacceptable is that you said Battalion Commander Gu and Mengyu's engagement is fake. So, I think Mengyu wanting to kick you out is entirely your own fault." Hearing that his and Mengyu's engagement was called fake, Battalion Commander Gu's face darkened successfully. Moreover, a chilling aura seemed to radiate from him uncontrollably. He had finally managed to get the little one to soften a bit and acknowledge their engagement, and now this wretched woman came telling people their relationship was fake. No wonder the little one wanted to throw her out. He now had the urge to throw Yi Rushui out himself. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Who the hell said our engagement is fake?" "I, Gu Dongxing, am unmarried, and she, Jiang Mengyu, is unmarried. We got engaged ourselves." "Who said it could only be a fake engagement?" Yi Rushui looked at Wen Miling in shock. It was she who had told her that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mengyu weren't truly. Chapter 220. Accidentally Selling Out Miling. Chapter 220. Accidentally Selling Out Miling. Chapter 220. Accidentally Selling Out Miling. Gu Dongxing knew at a glance that this piece of information had been passed from Wen Miling to Yi Rushui. Gu Dongxing shot a cold glare at Deputy Battalion Commander Yan. Although Deputy Factory Director Yan was over 10 years older than Gu Dongxing, he was somewhat afraid of this young factory director. Being glared at by the director, he immediately turned his glare toward his wife. When Wen Miling heard Zhang Qiaoqiao reveal that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mengyu's engagement was fake, she knew things had gone wrong. No, she had known things were bad the moment Yi Rushui said those words. But what could she do? She could only lower her head, not daring to look at her husband. She shot a fierce glare at Yi Rushui, cursing her inwardly. Yi Rushui's heart sank. She had accidentally sold out Wen Miling. She hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "I heard it from yourselves." She recounted the time when she had first arrived from the capital and went to see Gu Dongxing, only to overhear a conversation between Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mengyu. "Jiang Mengyu, Brother Gu, you've given me a home, but what if people misunderstand?" The storage pouch Jiang Mengyu's master had produced was something even the sect leader couldn't produce. Perhaps he came from that place. How could a mere mortal like him dare to aspire to someone from an immortal sect? Everyone stared at Jiang Mengyu in shock. She had a master? What kind of master could make Gu Dongxing feel he was reaching beyond his station? Impossible. Yi Rushui instinctively refuted. Everyone looked at Gu Dongxing, then at Jiang Mengyu. One was the factory director, the other a country girl. The gap was indeed huge. But observing Jiang Mengyu's expression, she remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the exposure of her identity. Gu Dongxing, however, chuckled softly. "We were just sharing some private words in our own home. You didn't hear the beginning or the end, only caught a snippet in the middle, and now you're spreading rumors. Is it because I've given you the impression that I'm too easygoing? Jiang Mengyu, everything else is unimportant. I've already borne the title of your fiancé. Carrying it a little longer doesn't matter. What I'm afraid of is, What if there really is a girl who likes you but dares not pursue you because of me? But Gu Dongxing immediately added, but in reality, I've been the one pursuing her all along. Because, to speak of reaching beyond one's station, it is actually I who am reaching for her. All the family members turned their eyes to Jiang Mengyu. Was she really just a fake? Yi Rushui recounted this conversation and then looked at Gu Dongxing. It was your own words that led me to this conclusion. Everyone's mouths fell open in shock, forming an O. Did he really say factory director Gu was reaching for this country girl, Jiang Mengyu? Gu Dongxing continued, because Jiang Mengyu's master holds a very high status, so high that it is far beyond what I, Gu Dongxing, could ever aspire to. He swept his gaze over the family members and said, Xiao Meng said she was afraid of being misunderstood because she felt our statuses were too far apart. She was afraid others would misunderstand that she was reaching for me. You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? You're still young. What misunderstandings could people possibly have? How could this Jiang Mengyu possibly have a master that even Gu Dongxing couldn't aspire to? Ever since Yi Rushui met Jiang Mengyu, she knew that whether in looks or age, she couldn't compare to Jiang Mengyu. But there was one thing that could easily crush Jiang Mengyu, her own identity and status. But now, Gu Dongxing was saying that this Jiang Mengyu actually had a master that even he couldn't aspire to. After exclaiming, impossible, she then said, Jiang Mengyu clearly said, everything else is unimportant. I've already borne the title of your fiancé. Carrying it a little longer doesn't matter. What I'm afraid of is, what if there really is a girl who likes you but dares not pursue you because of me? Yi Rushui looked at Jiang Mengyu. These words make it very clear that her engagement with you is fake. Everyone considered Yi Rushui's words, and they seemed to have some. Chapter 221. She refused to accept it. Gu Dongxing secretly resented it. Yi Rushui was truly too oblivious. But his face remained calm and unreadable. The reason Mengyu said that is because I pursued Mengyu, but she never agreed to me. At the time, Mengyu had just been sold by her adoptive parents, escaped from human traffickers, was being chased by the buyer, and her master had already gone traveling. She ran into me and came back with me. It wouldn't be proper for a young woman to just move into the compound like that, so I asked her to stay here first under the name of my fiancé, to see if I qualified as her fiancé. That's why she said that. Everyone was shocked. So, it was really Gu Dongxing pursuing Mengyu? Then, the previous fiancé-fiancé relationship was indeed fake? In other words, Yi Rushui wasn't wrong? Gu Dongxing added, however, I fell for Xiao Meng at first sight. In my heart, I had long since decided that Xiao Meng was my fiancé. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her back to the compound and let her stay temporarily under the name of my fiancé. As for that excuse about mission requirements, it was just something I made up. Everyone suddenly understood. Of course, someone as shrewd as Battalion Commander Gu wouldn't just let a girl impersonate his fiancé and live in his house while he avoided her by staying in the military camp. Perhaps this whole fake fiancé-fiancé arrangement was just part of Gu Dongxing's grand plan to win her over. Besides, anyone who wasn't a fool could see the adoration in Gu Dongxing's eyes whenever he looked at Mengyu. It was certain that as soon as Mengyu agreed, they could go from being a fake engaged couple to a real one. Sure enough, Gu Dongxing continued, the reason for today's gathering was actually to introduce Xiao Meng to everyone, because Xiao Meng has agreed to my pursuit today. Tomorrow, I'm taking her to meet my parents, and then I'll submit my relationship report. Everyone immediately understood. So, the reason for such a high-profile gathering today was to announce Mengyu's status. And besides, they were already about to submit a relationship report. What did it matter whether it was real or fake before? Yi Rushui's face turned deathly pale. He was actually going to submit a relationship report, and the other party wasn't her. She didn't want to believe it. She had failed. These past few days, she had been thinking of ways to drive Mengyu out of the compound to prevent them from turning fake into real. But after considering many methods, none seemed feasible. She could only set it aside for the time being and decided to start with Gu's mother first. But she never expected that the fiancé-fiancé relationship between Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mengyu wasn't at all what she had thought, that the two had no feelings for each other. Instead, Gu Dongxing was interested, and Mengyu wanted to think it over, which was why they hadn't confirmed the relationship yet. Moreover, if Jiang Mengyu truly had no feelings for Gu Dongxing, why would she agree to impersonate his fiancé? So, even if her status as Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé was fake, as long as she was willing, she could make it official in an instant. How could she possibly compete? But she refused to accept it. She had had her eye on Gu Dongxing since they were very young. When the children played house, she always wanted to be Gu Dongxing's bride, but Gu Dongxing disdainfully refused to be the groom, letting that idiot Zhou do it instead. She refused to agree back then, and Gu Dongxing simply said, if you don't want to play, then let's not play. Let's go play marbles instead. She couldn't understand why Gu Dongxing just didn't like her. Why? She couldn't help but ask. The military wives were puzzled. What did she mean, why? Was she asking why Gu Dongxing liked Jiang Mengyu, or why Gu Dongxing didn't like her? But even if she wanted to ask why, she shouldn't have asked. Chapter 222, Heart Like Dead Ashes. Gu Dongxing knew exactly what she was asking. No particular reason, I just didn't like it. Actually, back then, everyone had initially chosen him to be the groom and Yi Qing to be the bride. But Yi Rushui, wanting to be the bride herself, threatened Yi Qing. If Yi Qing became the bride, she would go home and tell their mother not to give her any food. To avoid going hungry, Yi Qing had no choice but to give up the bride role. Yi Qing was Yi Rushui's half-sister, less than a year older. Yi Rushui's mother had hooked up with Yi Qing's father and gotten pregnant. When Yi Qing's mother in the village found out, she went into difficult labor and, after struggling to give birth, passed away. Gu Dongxing's mother had also been a victim of bullying, so she felt a sense of shared suffering and sympathy for Yi Qing. Though he was young at the time, Gu Dongxing had been unwilling to play those childish make-believe games. It was only because Yi Qing wanted to be the bride that he reluctantly joined in the silly game with the others. His sole purpose had been to make Yi Qing happy. Since Yi Qing was forced by Yi Rushui's threats to give up being the bride, he also gave up the groom role to that idiot Zhou. Moreover, he had only lived in that compound for a little over a year before his father divorced his mother. After that, his father was transferred to the Ji military region, and later, he was sent to live with his mother. Yi Rushui shook her head. But we were childhood sweethearts. Gu Dongxing glanced at Mengyu, checking her reaction to Yi Rushui's claim of them being childhood sweethearts. Seeing Mengyu's expressionless face, his heart tightened. He hurriedly explained, I only lived in the same compound as you for about a year. That hardly qualifies as childhood sweethearts. Everyone suddenly understood. Qin Xiufang couldn't help but comment, just 1 year together, how can that be called childhood sweethearts? Zhang Qiaoqiao chimed in, exactly. Which child from a military family hasn't lived in several places? If you call every kid you lived near a childhood sweetheart, you'd have a whole army of them. So, Zhang Qiaoqiao was also a military kid. No wonder she was so bold. Mengyu had thought she was from the countryside too, seeing how well she got along with the rural military wives. But hearing her mention having lived in several places, her father probably moved frequently. She likely had experience playing with village kids from a young age. Even when Meiling, who had always advocated for Yi Rushui's pursuit of Gu Dongxing, looked somewhat surprised. She only knew Yi Rushui was from the north and was Gu Dongxing's childhood sweetheart. She hadn't expected this childhood sweetheart status came from just 1 year living in the same compound. Mengyu also hadn't expected that Yi Rushui, who introduced herself as Gu Dongxing's girlfriend upon first meeting, had such a basis for claiming to be his childhood sweetheart. She let out a soft pht of laughter. I never imagined, Comrade Yi, that your history as childhood sweethearts with my brother Gu was so brief. It's like that idiom, a flash in the pan. Everyone found this amusing. To be called childhood sweethearts, you had to grow up together, innocent and close. But now Mengyu was talking about Gu Dongxing and Yi Rushui being flash-in-the-pan childhood sweethearts. What kind of childhood sweethearts were those? Seeing Mengyu smile, Gu Dongxing finally relaxed. He couldn't resist the urge to ruffle her hair, but remembering the crowd, he settled for a gentle, affectionate pat on her head. You little rascal. Mengyu looked up at Gu Dongxing and made a funny face. Gu Dongxing couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Everyone stared at the smile on Gu Dongxing's face, somewhat shocked. When had they ever seen Gu Dongxing laugh like that? Now, if anyone dared say Gu Dongxing and Mengyu weren't engaged, they'd have a fight on their hands. Witnessing this scene, Yi Rushui, standing to the side, felt her heart turn to dead ashes. Suddenly, she let out a loud wail, burst into tears, and ran out. Yi Rushui, whom Mengyu hadn't been able to drive away earlier, was now chased off by a single laugh. Chapter 223, Birthday Wishes. Chapter 223, Birthday Wishes. Gu Dongxing also felt a bit awkward. He hadn't known that a single loud laugh from him could make someone leave in a huff. He could only call everyone to take their seats. Everyone, sit down, let's eat, let's eat. Although they were split into 3 tables, 1 for the men and 2 for the women and children, each table was served with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and everyone still ate heartily. During the meal, everyone addressed Mengyu by name, and occasionally someone called her sister-in-law. Unlike usual, Mengyu didn't correct them but vaguely acknowledged it instead. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing felt quite pleased. Indeed, hosting a meal was the best way to build connections. Although they sat at separate tables, after the dinner, Mengyu seemed to have integrated more into the circle of military wives. He felt that Mengyu was becoming more and more like a military wife. Despite preparing so much food, it was all finished in the end, especially at the men's table. They really could eat. Over 100 large pancakes actually weren't enough, and Mengyu later had to knead more dough to make noodles for them. However, everyone ate until their mouths were shiny with grease, and their impression of Mengyu shifted from initial unfamiliarity to a favorable one. The next day was Sunday. Mengyu got up early to prepare gifts for Gu Dongxing's mother's birthday. Brother Gu, what kind of gift do you think I should give your mother? Gu Dongxing patted her head. You yourself are the best gift. He wasn't just saying this casually. Because he had remained unmarried for so long, his mother was always worried about his future. In the past, he had devoted all his energy to his work, with no time or energy for a relationship. He also didn't want an arranged marriage through the organization, so he had kept putting it off. He wasn't in a hurry, but his mother was. Today, bringing Mengyu home, his mother would surely be delighted. Mengyu shot him a glance. It's my first time visiting. How can I go without a gift? Your mother would think I lack manners. The corner of Gu Dongxing's mouth lifted. Whatever you give, she'll like it. Mengyu suddenly asked, then, will that childhood friend of yours be there? Gu Dongxing's good mood was ruined at the mention of his childhood friend. He frowned. Why bring her up? Mengyu sighed. If she goes and brings a gift, while I bring nothing, what do you think your mother would think? She suddenly remembered the jewelry she had brought from the Jiang family. What if I brought a piece of jewelry gifted by Li Baoxiang? Gu Dongxing objected. Not good. Mengyu was puzzled. Why? Gu Dongxing sighed. Because of my mother's background. He began to talk about his family story. It turned out that Gu Dongxing's mother, Hai Shui, was originally a member of the army's cultural troupe. In her youth, she and another woman, Jiang Mengyu, both fell in love with Gu Dongxing's father, Gu Ming. 3 years later, Gu Ming married Hai Shui and Jiang Mengyu married someone else. However, a year after Jiang Mengyu's marriage, her husband passed away. She went to Gu Ming, crying and pouring out her sorrows, and somehow ended up in bed with him. Later, Jiang Mengyu became pregnant, but did not use this to pressure Gu Ming to divorce. Because of this, Gu Ming felt guilty toward her. Jiang Mengyu later gave birth to a son, publicly claiming he was her late husband's posthumous child. When Hai Shui discovered their affair and that Jiang Mengyu was pregnant with her husband's child, she was deeply heartbroken. This led to a difficult labor, and after giving birth to Gu Dongxing, her health was damaged, leaving her unable to conceive for many years. When the political movements began in 1966, Hai Shui was accused of concealing overseas connections and was expelled from the army. Gu Ming divorced Hai Shui. Hai Shui initially wanted to take 6-year-old Gu Dongxing with her, but she thought her son would have better prospects if he stayed with the Gu family, so she left him behind. With a broken heart, Gu's mother returned to her hometown, only to discover she was. Chapter 224, The Disaster Brought by the Gold Locket. Gu Ming married Jiang Mengyu, and her son came along to the Gu family, changing his name to Gu Xing grew to look more and more like Gu Ming, and no one believed Jiang Mengyu anymore when she said Gu Xing was her late husband's posthumous child. Whispers gradually reached Gu Dongxing's ears, and he learned the reason his father and mother were not together. His father had betrayed his mother. Gu Ming managed to get transferred to the Ji City military district. In this new place, without the familiar eyes watching from behind, Yang Meiying revealed her true colors. Of course, this true face was not shown in front of Gu Ming, but rather in front of Gu Dongxing when Gu Ming was not around. She began to give Gu Dongxing all sorts of trouble behind Gu Ming's back. The year after Yang Meiying married Gu Ming, she gave birth to another son, named Gu Chen. Gu Ming paid even less attention to Gu Dongxing, and at the age of 7, Gu Dongxing ran away from home. After wandering outside for half a month, Gu Dongxing was found by Gu Ming. He refused to return to that home where he felt like an outsider. Gu Ming sent him back to his mother's side. Upon returning to his mother, Gu Dongxing discovered he had a younger sister, 7 years his junior, conceived around the time his parents divorced. At the age of 15, Gu Dongxing joined the army. To protect his mother and sister, he pushed himself relentlessly in everything he did, earning numerous merits. During the counterattack and self-defense against Y, he was promoted directly from battalion commander to regiment commander. Gu Xing is less than a year younger than Gu Dongxing and is currently in business. Yang Meishu's younger son is named Gu Chen. He is 19 this year and, like Gu Dongxing, has joined the army. His current rank is platoon leader. The reason Gu Dongxing's mother, Hai Shui, dislikes jewelry is that a piece of jewelry once exposed her overseas connections. And overseas connections were the cause of her divorce from Gu Ming. With a grave expression, Gu Dongxing said that piece of jewelry was an exquisitely crafted, intricate gold locket. It was very beautiful, but it was engraved with the emblem of my mother's family clan, a symbol of her identity. At this point, Gu Dongxing glanced at Mengyu. This family is the well-known O family in Hong Kong. Hong Kong, the O family? Mengyu was somewhat surprised in her heart. In her previous life as a wandering spirit, following Huayu around, she had also heard of this family. It was indeed a very ancient and mysterious clan. However, she had heard that members of the O family rarely appeared in public. Even if they did, they were usually descendants engaged in business outside. She never expected that Gu Dongxing's mother actually came from the mysterious O family. Actually, my mother was separated from her family at a very young age during the war-torn period and had basically no contact with that side. Yet, because of a gold locket, she was identified as having overseas connections and was purged from the ranks for concealing those overseas ties. Mengyu thought to herself, even if she was purged from the ranks, it shouldn't have necessitated a divorce. Probably, Gu Ming himself wanted a divorce to marry Yang Meiying, right? Mengyu found it strange again. Your mother's jewelry was a gold locket. Logically, such an item wouldn't be worn on the body. So who discovered your mother's gold locket? Speaking of this, Gu Dongxing's face filled with fierce hatred. Although it was a minor soldier from the cultural troupe who exposed my mother, I am certain she was acting under Yang Meiying's direction. Because back then, she was very close to my mother. Only she knew my mother had such a gold locket. My mother also suspected Yang Meiying was behind it. However, not long after that little cultural soldier exposed my mother, she died in a car accident while on a performance mission. A thought struck Mengyu. Could she have been silenced? Gu Dongxing nodded. I suspect the same. But at that time, I was not yet 6 years old, still in an age of not understanding things. By the time I was old enough to comprehend, too much time had passed. Chapter 225, Yi Rushui gains recognition from Gu's mother. Mengyu patted Gu Dongxing's hand. Don't worry. As long as she did it, she'll slip up one day. Gu Dongxing nodded and said earnestly, that's what I think too. Xiaoming, we really are so in tune with each other. Mengyu rolled her eyes, secretly impressed. This guy's skin was getting thicker and thicker, he could even flirt while discussing an old case. In the end, Mengyu went with Gu Dongxing to the street to pick out a piece of woolen fabric as a gift for Gu's mother. During this period, ready-made clothes were still uncommon, and most people bought fabric to sew their own clothes. When someone celebrated a birthday, they would receive a lot of fabric, enough for the whole family to use. The woolen fabric Mengyu bought could be considered the most ordinary gift. Actually, the best gifts would have been Peiyuan pills or spirit fruits as birthday presents, but Mengyu was still too weak in ability and didn't dare expose such things in front of too many people. When she had gone antique shopping with Cheng Jioha before, she had dared to take them out because both she and Cheng Jioha were wearing disguises at the time, so no one recognized them. Even if someone later recognized Cheng Jioha from behind, it was only a suspicion, not a certainty. But going to celebrate Gu's mother's birthday required showing their real faces, so she didn't dare bring them out. In addition to the woolen fabric, Mengyu also bought birthday wine and longevity noodles. The two returned happily to the home of Haishue's adoptive parents. After getting separated from her family at a young age, she had been adopted by a couple surnamed Hai. After divorcing Gu Ming, she returned to the Hai family with her children. Her adoptive parents had always treated her like a precious gem, and even though she returned after a divorce, they still welcomed her. She supported her adoptive parents until they passed away, repaying the kindness of the two elders. When Gu Dongxing brought Mengyu to Xiashan village and knocked on the Hai family's courtyard gate, both Gu Dongxing and Mengyu were stunned by the person who came out of the house to greet them. Mengyu hadn't expected Yi Rushui to have such thick skin. Yes, the person who came out of the house to greet them was none other than Yi Rushui, who had been driven away by Gu Dongxing and Mengyu just the day before. They had made it perfectly clear yesterday, yet she still came to the Hai family. Because Gu's mother was only celebrating her 50th birthday and had always been low-key, she hadn't invited any guests for her birthday celebration. Thus, at this time, only Gu Dongxing's mother, Haishuet, and his younger sister, Gu Mingxing, were at the Hai home, along with Yi Rushui, who occupied an awkward position. When Gu's mother, Haishuet, heard someone knocking on the courtyard gate, she had just called out Mingxing when Yi Rushui said, "I'll get it," and walked out. However, after the courtyard gate opened, she didn't hear any voices. Feeling puzzled, she walked out and saw her son standing at the courtyard gate with a young girl, staring intently at Yi Rushui. Thinking Gu Dongxing had forgotten Yi Rushui, she quickly introduced them. "Dongxing, this is Yi Rushui, the daughter of your uncle Yi." She. Gu Dongxing quickly waved his hand. "No need for introductions, Mom. We know each other." Yi Rushui also offered a proper smile. "Yes, Auntie Gu, there's no need to worry. Dongxing and I have known each other for a long time." Haishuet clapped her hands. "It's good that you know each other. Back then, we were able to return safely thanks to the help of your Grandpa Yi. When we left, your Grandpa Yi told me to arrange a childhood engagement for the two of you. I also liked Rushui very much, so I agreed." She glanced at Mengyu and continued, "Now that you've grown up, it's time to fulfill the engagement. Your uncle Yi took advantage of my 50th birthday to send her here. Officially, she came to celebrate my birthday, but in reality, she's here to get married." Chapter 226, Mother Gu's Attitude. Gu Dongxing had a childhood marriage arrangement with Yi Rushui, and she came this time to actually get married? She looked at Yi Rushui, whose face wore a perfectly appropriate smile, but the triumph in her eyes was unmistakable, as if saying, no matter how close you are with Dongxing, I'm the one with the childhood engagement to him. Gu Dongxing was also shocked to the core. He almost jumped up. Mom, you arranged a childhood marriage for me? How come I never knew? Moreover, back then he was with his father. Even if there was an engagement, it should have been arranged with his father. Why didn't the Yi family arrange it with his father? Why did his mother arrange a childhood marriage for him instead? Hai Shui sighed. You were both so young back then. It wasn't something easy to bring up. Truthfully, she herself felt this marriage arrangement with the Yi family was somewhat unreliable. When she left the B City compound, Yixing was already a regiment commander, while she was a divorced woman. The two families simply weren't a match. It was just that the Yi family had helped her too much. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. Furthermore, with no contact for so many years, she had assumed the Yi family had already regretted it. Yesterday, a beautiful young woman suddenly arrived, calling herself Yi Rushui. She even produced the token Hai Shui had given the Yi family when arranging the childhood marriage, saying she had come to find Gu Dongxing to fulfill the marriage. When Hai Shui left the B City compound, Yisheng had said he wanted his daughter to marry Gu Dongxing. She had instinctively assumed the daughter Yisheng intended for her Dongxing was Yi Qing, the unloved child from his previous marriage. After all, back then, old Master Yi was most worried about Yi Qing. She never expected the token she had given would end up with this much-favored Yi Rushui. Yi Rushui was only 4 years old back then. Over 20 years had passed, and seeing her now, Hai Shui could hardly remember what she looked like. However, the token was indeed the one she had given out, so she believed there was no mistake. Additionally, although this girl was from the city, she showed no hint of looking down on country folk. As soon as she arrived, she gave gifts to everyone in the family and easily won over her daughter, Mingxing. Therefore, Hai Shui accepted this daughter-in-law. Hai Shui was satisfied with Yi Rushui. After all, she was pleasant-looking, spoke sweetly, came from a good family, and her father, Yisheng, had helped Hai Shui during her most difficult times. Of course, the most crucial point was that she had produced the token of the childhood engagement with Gu Dongxing. Mother Gu had no reason not to accept this girl who had been engaged to Gu Dongxing since long ago. But now, seeing her son had also brought a girl home, she began to feel uneasy. She had always believed in speaking directly about matters. Dragging things out only harmed people. Therefore, she brought the issue out into the open. This was also to tell Mengyu that the position of her daughter-in-law was already taken. And it was also to tell Gu Dongxing that this Yi Rushui was his childhood fiancé. Gu Dongxing took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his frustration. Mom, this is a new society. We don't follow the old customs of arranged childhood marriages anymore. Besides, I already have a fiancé now. He took Mengyu's hand. See, this is my fiancé, Jiang Mengyu. Hai Shui glanced at Jiang Mengyu. Is this the girl you rescued from human traffickers? Gu Dongxing wanted to say something, but Hai Shui said, just answer yes or no. Gu Dongxing could only reply yes. Because you saved her, and she had nowhere to go, she moved into your house? Gu Dongxing was about to speak when Hai Shui said again, say yes or no. Gu Dongxing could only answer yes. But, you don't need to tell me any buts or howevers. A young girl, in the hands of traffickers for a month, do you think she's Chapter 227, already tainted. When Hai Shui said these words, she made no attempt to hide her meaning. The look she gave Mengyu was filled with disdain. She had already set her sights on Yi Rushui as her future daughter-in-law. As for this young girl, it would be best if she could make her feel so ashamed of herself that she would retreat on her own. Yi Rushui was right. How could human traffickers possibly abduct a girl and then let her go untouched? Especially a girl as beautiful as this one. It would be strange if they hadn't laid a hand on her. Her son was heaven's favored one, already a regiment commander at 26. How could he marry a woman who was no longer pure? Her son was entangled with this woman and couldn't break free. Well, she would be the one to play the villain. Yes, last night, Yi Rushui had told her about Gu Dongxing being entangled by a woman and unable to extricate himself. She said that Mengyu was disliked by her parents, who sold her to human traffickers. A month later, Gu Dongxing rescued her. Afterward, using the excuse of having nowhere to go, she moved into Gu Dongxing's house. Then, using the pretext that Gu Dongxing had ruined her reputation, she pestered him to take responsibility for her. Left with no choice, Gu Dongxing had no option but to agree to marry her. From Yi Rushui's words, she gleaned several key pieces of information. First, she was sold by her parents, which meant they disliked her. For parents to detest their child so much that they would sell her to traffickers showed that her relationship with them was extremely poor. There are no wrong parents in this world, so the one at fault must be the woman who was sold by her parents. Second, she spent a month in the hands of human traffickers. To prevent abducted girls from resisting to the death, many traffickers would break their virginity soon after capturing them. Therefore, spending a month with traffickers, or even just a night or two, likely meant she was already tainted. Third, her son saved this girl, showing her great kindness. Instead of repaying that kindness, she blackmailed him into marrying her. This was the behavior of an ungrateful wretch. Being disliked by one's parents, having an impure body, and being ungrateful, any one of these traits would make her unacceptable as a daughter-in-law. Yet this girl, Jiang Mengyu, possessed all three. Gu Dongxing urgently wanted to speak, but his mother had no intention of listening. She would play the villain and resolve this trouble for her son. She stared fixedly at Mengyu. "Young lady, I will not accept you as my daughter-in-law. You should go back." Seeing Yu Rushui's smug expression, Mengyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just last night, she had driven Yu Rushui out of Gu Dongxing's house. Today, Yu Rushui had incited Gu's mother to drive her out of the Hai family. She was secretly furious. This Yu Rushui actually dared to slander her in front of Gu's mother. However, hearing that she had a marriage arrangement with Gu Dongxing also angered her. She took a step forward and looked at Gu's mother with neither arrogance nor humility. "Auntie, if you want me to leave, I certainly won't cling on stubbornly. But before I go, there are some things I must clarify. First, the people who sold me were not my biological parents, but my adoptive parents. They couldn't have children of their own, so they bought me from my birth father to help take care of their future children. After their own children were born, I became the family's servant." She recounted the life she had led in the Jiang family. Gu's mother hadn't expected her adoptive parents to be such people. She had lived a hard life, dependent on others, worse off than a servant in a landlord's household in the old society. To not have turned out crooked in such an environment was quite remarkable. The expression on her face saw. Chapter 228. You're being unfair to me. Chapter 228. You're being unfair to me. The reason my adoptive parents wanted to sell me was because they intended to give my university admission spot to their biological daughter. Moreover, their biological daughter had already impersonated me and attended university under my identity. It wasn't until I returned that this matter was exposed. Gu's mother hadn't expected that the girl before her, Mengyu, was actually a university student, and a student from a university in the capital at that. Even though someone else had impersonated her to attend, it wouldn't be difficult for her to retake the exam and get in again. Second, I wasn't in the hands of the traffickers for a month. As soon as they received me from my adoptive parents, they took me directly to Tiger Hollow. Because the brothers there had high standards, the traffickers didn't dare keep me waiting. They sent me into the mountains along with 2 other kidnapped girls. And on the way into the mountains, I jumped off a cliff to save myself. Gu's mother was shocked once again. She actually dared to jump off a cliff? This girl was truly fierce. Mengyu continued, "When I jumped, I didn't fall to the bottom of the cliff. Instead, I was caught by a pine tree growing on the cliff face." She explained how she had spent a month recovering in a cave on the cliff, surviving on wild fruits and vegetables from the surrounding area. After descending, she encountered the buyers and was rescued by Gu Dongxing, among other details. "It wasn't that I clung to Brother Gu. The situation at the time required it. I couldn't return home, so I had to stay temporarily at Brother Gu's place. To avoid affecting his future, I pretended to be his fiancé. However, I never expected that Brother Gu would fall in love with me. Yesterday, he formally proposed to make our engagement official, and I told him I would consider it." At this point, Mengyu turned to Gu Dongxing. "Brother Gu, I originally intended to agree to you today after meeting your mother. But now it seems you are no longer a free man." Gu Dongxing urgently tried to speak, but Mengyu stopped him. "I, Jiang Mengyu, have always despised third parties the most. I will never, in this lifetime, become one. Since you are already bound by an engagement, I will no longer associate with you. Farewell." With that, Mengyu turned and left without hesitation. She was a perfectly respectable young woman, yet Gu's mother had labeled her as impure. Moreover, Gu's mother had come to drive her away to vent her anger on behalf of Yu Rushui. How could she possibly stay? She was a person of pride, not someone with a face as thick as a city wall like Yu Rushui. Seeing Mengyu leave so decisively, Gu's mother felt an inexplicable panic. It seemed she had said the wrong things and done the wrong deeds. Just from Mengyu's words, I, Jiang Mengyu, have always despised third parties the most. I will never, in this lifetime, become one. She could tell that Jiang Mengyu was definitely not the kind of person who would use Gu Dongxing's guilt over tarnishing her reputation to force him to accept her. She wanted to call Mengyu back, but didn't know what to say. Gu Dongxing grabbed Mengyu's hand. "Xiaoming, it's unfair for you to leave like this. I never got engaged to Yu Rushui. That so-called childhood engagement, I never knew about it. I never made any promises to her. Why should I be held responsible?" Mengyu pulled her hand free. "A son must repay his mother's debts. She is your mother, and the engagement she arranged for you is naturally your responsibility. So, Brother Gu, while you are still bound by an engagement, please don't involve me anymore. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing was momentarily stunned. Mengyu had already broken free from his grasp and left resolutely. Gu Dongxing hurried after her, determined to catch up. Brother Dong, Yi Rushui called out weakly from behind. Chapter 229, just being a backup option. Gu Dongxing turned around and roared at Yi Rushui, are you satisfied now that Mengyu has been driven away? Let me tell you, Yi Rushui, even if I become a monk for the rest of my life, I will never marry you. Give up on that idea. Yi Rushui's face turned deathly pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Brother Dong, I didn't mean to drive her away. But Gu Dongxing remained unmoved. Leave. Yi Rushui never expected that. Right after she had triumphantly driven Mengyu away, she herself would be ordered to leave by Gu Dongxing. She seethed with resentment inside, her eyes repeatedly glancing at Gu's mother, hoping she would speak up and ask her to stay. Gu Dongxing looked at her coldly. Didn't you hear me clearly? Get out of my house now. Yi Rushui bit her lip. Brother Dong. Her pleading gaze shifted to Gu Mingxing. Gu Mingxing immediately softened. Brother, there are no buses at this hour. How can Rushui leave now? Gu Dongxing cursed his sister inwardly. Why was she siding with an outsider? How did your sister-in-law leave just now? She can leave the same way. Is your sister-in-law able to leave? But she isn't. Your sister-in-law, Yi Rushui felt as if she had been struck by 10,000 critical blows. Gu Mingxing. Gu's mother, who had initially felt guilty for misunderstanding Mengyu earlier, now felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Rushui upon seeing her pitiful state after Gu Dongxing's outburst. Dongxing, she is, after all, your fiancé. She is not. Gu Dongxing would never acknowledge it. This isn't an era of arranged marriages by parents and matchmakers. I won't honor a commitment I didn't make myself. Gu's mother still wanted to speak up for Yi Rushui. She came to celebrate my birthday. Gu Dongxing unleashed his full imposing aura, his icy gaze fixed on Yi Rushui. If you let her stay, I'll leave. Yi Rushui felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. No, I'll leave right away, okay? Sobbing, she rushed out of the courtyard gate. Gu Dongxing showed not a hint of remorse. He said to his mother and sister, from now on, she is not allowed to come to this house again. As he spoke, he walked toward the house. In that moment, he had already figured it out. What Mengyu said was, don't come looking for me while you're still engaged, but she didn't say he couldn't go find her after resolving the engagement. He would solve the problem and then go to her as a free man. Damn it, who would have thought that he, clearly a free man, would inexplicably end up with an arranged marriage from childhood? And to someone who clung to him so desperately. Gu's mother, feeling somewhat guilty, followed behind Gu Dongxing. But, I promised. Gu Dongxing suddenly turned around. Mom, do you really think they value this engagement? Gu's mother glanced at Yi Rushui. She came all the way here. How can you say they don't value it? Gu Dongxing looked at his mother. Mom, let me ask you, did they ever give you a token? A token? Gu's mother felt a bit puzzled. It seems not. Hearing that the Yi family had not given a token, Gu Dongxing understood. The Yi family was treating him as a backup option. If they wanted him, they could produce the token. If they didn't, they could just leave him aside, since his mother couldn't produce one anyway. Huh, they have the token you gave, but you don't have one from them. Mom, why didn't you think more about it? They never took this engagement seriously from the start. How is that possible? Gu's mother found it hard to believe. Back then, it was the Yi family who had proactively proposed the engagement. She herself had even. Chapter 230, mistaken for the other woman once. Gu Dongxing wouldn't let her back down. How is it impossible? You judge a person from childhood, a horse by its hooves. The Yi family simply sees potential in me and is keeping me as a backup. If I rise, they might bring up the marriage arrangement. If I sink, they definitely won't mention it. Mother Gu was shocked. That can't be right. They were clearly the ones who took the initiative. Gu Dongxing spoke slowly and deliberately. If they also valued this marriage arrangement, why haven't they contacted us all these years? All these years, you've borne the label of having overseas connections, raising us siblings alone. How difficult has life been? If they had me in their hearts, wouldn't they care about me? You also know how well they've lived in the compound. As in-laws, they're high above. Just a little help from them would have made our lives much easier. For us to find them was harder than reaching the heavens, but for them to find us, it was just a phone call away. But did they ever offer? Did they ever ask how we were? Did they ever ask if we needed help? No. For over 20 years, they haven't contacted us once. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unaware that I had a marriage arrangement. Wasn't it Grandpa Yi who arranged the childhood marriage with you back then? I'm certain Grandpa Yi must have passed away, and then Uncle Yi regretted it. They looked down on me. Although there are people who aren't married by 26, there certainly aren't many. Didn't they ever consider that if they never showed up, I might marry someone else? Yes, the Yi family isn't afraid of me marrying someone else. In fact, they'd be delighted if I did. Because they look down on me. Even after I was promoted to battalion commander, in their eyes, I still wasn't worth their investment. It wasn't until this year, when I was promoted to regiment commander based on military merit, that the Yi family realized they had underestimated me. Then, they immediately sent Yi Rushui over. Listening to her son's analysis, Mother Gu actually felt a chill in her heart. Could it really be like this? She immediately thought of another point. But that doesn't make sense. If they look down on you, why has Yi Rushui been waiting for you all this time? She's a year younger than you, so she must be 25 this year, right? Gu Dongxing was stumped. Yes, there aren't many women who remain unmarried at 25. Why hasn't Yi Rushui married by 25? Could she really have been waiting for him? No, it shouldn't be like this. He suddenly thought of Qing Jiohe, who was still on vacation in the capital, and turned to leave, but Mother Gu stopped him. Son, what are you doing? It's Mom's birthday today. You're already back, why not have a meal with me? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I want to go outside for a walk and get some air. Gu Dongxing had almost forgotten it was his mother's birthday. Mother Gu immediately grew concerned about his condition. How did you get dizzy? Could you have caught a chill? Let me make you a strong bowl of ginger sugar water. Drink it, sweat it out, and you'll feel better. Gu Dongxing was forced by his mother to lie down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, he made plans in his heart. The first thing after returning would be to submit a relationship report. No, Mengyu didn't agree to be in a relationship, so that matter would have to be set aside for now. The second thing was to find Mengyu, apologize to her, and tell her that she was the only one in his heart. He agreed not to see her before breaking off the engagement, but she had to wait for him. The third thing was to call Qing Jiohe immediately and ask him to investigate Yi Rushui's situation. It had been many years since he'd been back there, and he had no idea how things were now. Chapter 231, Should Trust Him. Mengyu left the Hai family with a heavy heart. She had actually been made into the other woman. That Yi Rushui was also strange. Why had she always been so confrontational with Mengyu, yet never mentioned that she had a childhood engagement with Gu Dongxing? If she had said it earlier, Mengyu might have voluntarily stepped aside. Mengyu remembered clearly. The first time she entered the compound, Gu Dongxing had excused himself due to urgent business, pointed in the direction of his house, given her the key, and hurried off. When she used the key to open the door, Yi Rushui happened to be inside, claiming to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend. At that time, a fiancé and a girlfriend had faced off for quite a while. If Yi Rushui truly had an engagement with Gu Dongxing, why didn't she state it confidently? Instead, she pretended to be his girlfriend? Even yesterday, when Mengyu drove her out and she stubbornly insisted on staying, pointing out that Mengyu was Gu Dongxing's fake fiancé, Gu Dongxing explained the reason and said that from today onward, she was official. Yi Rushui was clearly very embarrassed, so why didn't she mention her engagement with Gu Dongxing? It wasn't until today, when Mengyu went with Gu Dongxing to meet his family, that she suddenly announced she was engaged to Gu Dongxing. There was only one reason. Until yesterday, when she was driven out by Mengyu, she herself didn't know about her engagement with Gu Dongxing. So, who told her about it? In S City, she probably didn't have any acquaintances who would tell her about her engagement to Gu Dongxing. In the compound, it was even less likely that anyone would tell her. If someone knew, they would have told her long ago. That left only one place, the Hai family. Only the Hai family knew about her engagement to Gu Dongxing, and within the Hai family, only Gu's mother, Hai Shui, knew about it. She must have learned about the engagement from Gu's mother, Hai Shui's own mouth. Should she go back and talk to Brother Gu about it? But just as she turned around, she stopped immediately. What she could figure out, Brother Gu could surely figure out too. She should trust Brother Gu, he would definitely handle this matter well. At that moment, a tractor happened to pass by. She waved her hand, and the tractor stopped. Just like that, she boarded the tractor heading to the county town to fetch fertilizer, and went straight back to the county town. Yi Rushui, who had been driven out by Gu Dongxing, was still walking on the road. Her heart was filled with both love and hatred for Gu Dongxing. She touched the carp jade pendant around her neck. Who would have thought that the pendant she snatched from that bitch Yiqing was actually the token of her engagement to Gu Dongxing? With this token, she would go back and tell her father, have him speak to the Gu family. She refused to believe Gu Dongxing would dare disobey his family. However, thinking of Gu Dongxing's words, let me tell you, Yi Rushui, even if I become a monk for the rest of my life, I will never marry you. Give up on that idea. Her heart filled with resentment. What was so good about that Jiang Mengyu anyway? She clearly didn't love him enough. The moment she heard Gu Dongxing had an engagement, she turned and left immediately. Yet, Gu Dongxing just ate it up. Was Jiang Mengyu some kind of fox spirit in disguise? Whether you're a fox spirit or not, Gu Dongxing must be mine. Meanwhile, at the Hai family home, Gu Dongxing was questioning Gu Mingxing about all of Yi Rushui's words and actions after she arrived at the Hai family last night. When did she come to our house? Gu Mingxing, last night, after we had already eaten dinner. She hired a taxi to bring her to the village entrance, and then the village head escorted her in. Gu Dongxing asked, "Under what identity did she come to our house?" Chapter 232. She had no idea about the marriage arrangement. Gu Mingxing thought for a moment and said, "She only said her name is Yi Rushui, that she grew up with brother in the B City compound." Gu Dongxing frowned. "She only said she's Yi Rushui, that she's my childhood friend? She didn't say she's my fiancé or girlfriend or anything." Gu Dongxing suddenly had a feeling this Yi Rushui previously had no idea she had a childhood marriage arrangement with him. Gu Mingxing shook her head. "No, she didn't say she was your fiancé at all at first. It was when Mom saw the carp jade pendant she was wearing around her neck and asked her, 'Are you Yi Shangshui's granddaughter?' She said yes. Then she asked Mom strangely, 'Auntie, how do you know my grandfather's name?' Mom pointed at the jade pendant around her neck and said, 'Because of the jade pendant you're wearing.' A strange look flashed across Yi Rushui's face, and she asked Mom, 'Auntie, you recognize this pendant?' Mom said, 'Of course I recognize it. This pendant originally belonged to our family. Back when our two families arranged the childhood marriage, it was given to your family.' What? Didn't the adults in your family tell you?" Yi Rushui looked very confused at the time and said, "When my mother gave me this pendant, she only told me it was very important, but she didn't explain exactly how it was important." Then Mom said, "Oh dear, your mother didn't tell you? Back then, your grandfather and I arranged a childhood marriage between our Dongxing and you. I was wearing this pendant at the time, so I left it with you as a token. I didn't expect your grandfather to still remember this marriage arrangement and even have you personally come to wish me a happy birthday." Yi Rushui seemed shocked at the time and also seemed overjoyed anyway. She was very excited. She said to Mom, "Yes, yes, yes. My grandfather has already passed away. It was my father. My father asked me to come wish you a happy birthday and to meet Brother Dong. If it's suitable, we can get married along the way." A chill emanated from Gu Dongxing. Sure enough, Yi Rushui had no idea about the childhood marriage arrangement between the Gu and Yi families. It was his own mother who told her. In the room next door, Mrs. Gu listened to her children's conversation, and a sense of helplessness washed over her. Before, being in the situation, she hadn't realized it. Now, stepping back and hearing her daughter repeat every word, she finally understood that Yi Rushui truly had no idea about the marriage arrangement with her son before coming to their home. She had pieced it together from Mrs. Gu's own words. It was because Mrs. Gu saw the betrothal token around Yi Rushui's neck that she asked a few more questions. It was Mrs. Gu herself who told Yi Rushui about the childhood marriage arrangement with her son. In other words, her son was right. The Yi family had never taken this marriage arrangement seriously. All that about sending her to wish Mrs. Gu a happy birthday, about having her come to assess the situation and get married, it was all completely fabricated. It was also because her son was 26 and still unmarried, and she was anxious to have a daughter-in-law, that she took Yi Rushui, who was wearing the betrothal token, as the daughter-in-law coming to fulfill the marriage arrangement. The more Gu Dongxing asked, the clearer it became in his mind. Before Yi Rushui came to their home, she truly had no idea about the marriage arrangement, nor did she know that the jade pendant she wore around her neck was the betrothal token given by Haixue. Come to think of it, of course the lofty family wouldn't still look favorably upon him, a discarded son abandoned by the Gu family and sent back to the countryside. Yes, he, Gu Dongxing, was a discarded son of the Gu family. For many years, the Gu family had never paid attention to his growth, practically leaving him to fend for himself. It wasn't until he returned from the battlefield as a combat hero and was promoted to regiment commander that Gu Ming seemed to remember he still had an eldest son. Chapter 233. If you dare make my sister cry, I'll make you cry. Gu Dongxing thought, even the Gu family had treated him as a discarded pawn, so how could the Yi family still remember him? Moreover, the person who presided over the engagement back then was Grandpa Yi. Now that the old revolutionary Grandpa Yi had passed away, who would still remember that the Yi and Gu families had once arranged a childhood marriage? If Yi Rushui hadn't heard his name at the combat hero report meeting and recognized him afterward, coming to reconnect with him, they probably wouldn't have known each other at all. If his mother hadn't inadvertently revealed it last night, she wouldn't have known that she was still betrothed to him, would she? Gu Dongxing hurriedly finished lunch and immediately returned to the military camp, where he called Cheng Jioha. Over the phone, he briefly explained his situation to Cheng Jioha. Cheng Jioha was immediately furious. Gu Dongxing, how could you bully my sister like this? Gu Dongxing sighed helplessly. I had no idea I was ever engaged. Don't worry, I'll give Mengyu an explanation. I don't care. If you dare make my sister cry, You'll what? Gu Dongxing gritted his teeth and asked. Accidentally letting this guy take advantage and become Mengyu's brother, what more did he want? If you dare make Mengyu cry, I'll make you cry. Cheng Jioha roared. Gu Dongxing was stunned. It seemed this guy truly cherished Mengyu as a sister from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I'll handle it properly. Please investigate Yi Rushui's situation as soon as possible, especially the pendant she wears around her neck, whether she's been wearing it since childhood. He had truly acknowledged Qing Jiohe's status as his brother-in-law now. Qing Jiohe was delighted to hear Gu Dongxing, his former superior, call him brother-in-law. All right, brother-in-law, I'll look into it for you as soon as possible. But what does the pendant look like? Hearing the term brother-in-law, Gu Dongxing wasn't offended but rather proud. He chuckled and described the pendant. It's shaped like a carp, curved into a semicircle. The jade is high-quality mutton fat white jade. As Qing Jiohe listened to the description of the pendant, he felt as though he had seen it somewhere before. After hanging up, Gu Dongxing grinned foolishly. Since Mengyu's brother had acknowledged him as a brother-in-law, he might as well submit the relationship report. Thus, despite Mengyu's insistence that he not involve her until he resolved the engagement issue, he decided to submit the relationship report anyway. Just then, there was a knock on his office door. He called out, "Come in," and immediately transformed back into the stern and unsmiling Commander Gu. The next evening, Qing Jiohe called back. "Brother-in-law, you don't need to pay any attention to that Yi Rushui. She was already married in V City, but she never had children. Her in-laws were somewhat dissatisfied, but because of her family background, they couldn't say it to her face. However, this year, after attending one of your report meetings, she went home and demanded a divorce. Her in-laws were more than happy to get rid of her, so the divorce was finalized quickly. It looks like she divorced for your sake. You should be careful not to get entangled with her." Gu Dongxing paused. This woman was already married, and she divorced as soon as she saw him? How confident was she that he would marry her? Also, about that pendant. Hey, why are you investigating this pendant? Gu Dongxing wanted to say it was the token of his childhood engagement, but he held back at the last moment. It's nothing. I just saw Yi Rushui wearing it and felt. Chapter 234. Unqualified and Qualified. Chapter 234. Unqualified and Qualified. Qing Jiohe said, "You guessed right. That jade pendant was originally with her older sister, Yiqing. After their grandfather passed away and Yiqing lost her backing, she snatched the pendant away." He paused, then added, "Wait, isn't that pendant the token from your arranged childhood marriage?" Gu Dongxing frowned. The pendant didn't belong to Yi Rushui. That meant the one he was betrothed to back then was actually Yiqing. Recalling the past, Yiqing's stepmother was far from kind to her, and her father didn't pay her much attention either. But Grandpa Yu had indeed been very good to Yiqing. Perhaps worried about her future marriage prospects, he had tied her fate to Gu Dongxing's. Thinking of that always pitiable and endearing Yiqing, Gu Dongxing suddenly felt a wave of irritation. Yi Rushui, Gu Dongxing could treat her roughly when annoyed, but that Yiqing held a different place in his heart. That year, they both shared the same plight, mothers whose husbands were taken by other women, living under the thumb of a stepmother. Bonded by shared misfortune, he had treated her like a real younger sister back then. Perhaps it was precisely because of his special regard for Yiqing that Grandpa Yi took notice and arranged their childhood betrothal. What should he do now? Grandpa Yi was not only his mother's benefactor, but had also introduced him to the master he later apprenticed under. With a heavy heart, Gu Dongxing asked, "That Yiqing, how is she now?" Qing Jiohe sighed. She's had a hard life." Gu Dongxing's heart sank. What? What happened to her? Seeing Gu Dongxing so concerned about Yiqing, Qing Jiohe felt displeased. "Gu Dongxing, don't forget you're my sister's fiancé now. You can't mistreat my sister." Gu Dongxing inwardly grumbled. This fiancé status hasn't even been acknowledged by your sister yet, but this guy sure switched roles fast whenever Mengyu was involved. Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, "With a formidable brother-in-law like you around, would I dare bully Xiaoming? Just tell me, what happened to Yiqing?" Qing Jiohe pondered for a moment before speaking. "The Yi family doesn't seem to have taken this betrothal with you seriously. When she was 24, her stepmother married her off to a widower named Sun Erliang. All because that man's father, Xing Xiaoxiong, could arrange a job for her stepmother's nephew." Gu Dongxing sensed something was off. Is there something wrong with that man? Qing Jiohe fell silent briefly. Yes, he has some mental issues, but they're intermittent. When not having an episode, he seems perfectly normal and is quite good-looking. But during episodes, he tends to be violent. It's said his first wife was beaten to death by him. But because of his mental condition, he wasn't held responsible. Gu Dongxing was furious. Aren't people with mental illnesses not allowed to marry? Qing Jiohe, if he doesn't marry, his family has to bear the burden of caring for him. But with a wife, that burden can be shifted onto her. So his family went to great lengths to conceal his illness, even using Yiqing's stepmother to pressure Yiqing into the marriage. Gu Dongxing asked again, is there a way to get a lawyer to help her divorce? Qing Jiohe, it's possible. The Zhang family has declined. The main obstacle to her divorce is her stepmother. Because if Yiqing divorces, it will directly affect her nephew's job. Gu Dongxing snorted coldly. Her stepmother already sold her out. Does she still need to care about her stepmother's nephew? He had previously held back out of consideration for the Yi family because his mother had received care from Grandpa Yi. But in reality, Grandpa Ye's care for his mother was also a way to secure a future path for his eldest granddaughter, Yi Qing. Now that the Yi family had treated Yi Qing this way, he naturally didn't need to hold. Chapter 235 Why is he here? Chapter 235 Why is he here? You help me hire a lawyer, never mind, I'll go myself. He hadn't taken a vacation in a long time and decided to request leave to handle Yi Qing's matter himself. However, Qing Jioha sighed and said, "Brother-in-law, you can't let my sister down." Gu Dongxing was taken aback. What does this have to do with Mengyu? Qing Jioha was somewhat displeased. You're helping another woman, and this person is someone you were once engaged to as a child. Are you sure Mengyu can be that magnanimous, allowing you to care for another woman? Gu Dongxing fell silent. Yi Qing was someone Gu Dongxing treated like a younger sister. He had never had any other thoughts about her. But it was true that they had been engaged as children. Although he hadn't known about it before, he knew now. If he intervened in this matter, how would others see it? He could ignore how others saw it, but the key point was, how would Mengyu see it? What would she think? Yet, he couldn't just stand by and let Yi Qing be bullied. Qing Jioha added, moreover, if you don't reveal your relationship with Yi Qing, you have no right to interfere in her affairs. Unless you intervene in her marriage as her childhood fiancé, then it wouldn't be difficult to help her escape that family. But in that case, you would have to marry her. And if you marry Yi Qing, what about my sister? By this point, the voice of Qing Jioha, the doting brother, had turned stern. This time, Gu Dongxing remained silent for a long time, so long that Qing Jioha thought he had left. Brother-in-law, are you still there? Qing Jioha asked cautiously, the earlier imposing tone now gone. I've decided to take leave and go find her, first to acknowledge her as my sister. Then I'll go to the Xing family to help her get a divorce. If that doesn't work, I'll hire a lawyer to handle the divorce proceedings for her. Qing Jioha also knew that Yi Qing's grandfather had shown kindness to Gu Dongxing and his mother, so it was basically impossible for Gu Dongxing to abandon Yi Qing. But if he paid too much attention to Yi Qing, it would be unfair to his own sister. If he could acknowledge her as a sister, just like his relationship with Mengyu, that might be good. However, he didn't know that his sibling-like relationship with Mengyu couldn't be replicated. He said, all right, that works. I'll return to the regiment, and you take your leave. I hope you can resolve this issue as soon as possible and not let my sister down. All right. After you return, make sure to take care of little Ming. Pick her up every Saturday to stay at the compound and send her back to school on Sunday afternoon. Mengyu had no idea that the two men connected to her had already arranged her life. Since her visit to the Hai family, she hadn't paid any attention to Gu Dongxing. She meant what she said. Until Gu Dongxing resolved the engagement issue, she had no intention of dealing with him. However, that morning, Gu Dongxing showed up at the school again. Mengyu felt Shuiyu tugging at her and turned to look. Shuiyu gestured toward the window with her chin. When Mengyu turned, she saw Gu Dongxing outside the window. The high school was located on the east side of the county town, about 2 li away, situated on a small hillside. Below the slope was a stretch of farmland. Mengyu's classroom was next to the schoolyard, and outside the window was a field. Because the school was on higher ground, it wasn't easy to see the students inside from outside. But Gu Dongxing was tall, so by simply standing on a large rock, he could easily spot Mengyu inside the classroom. Seeing Gu Dongxing, Mengyu was puzzled. How had he found her here? Moreover, hadn't she just told him the day before yesterday not to come looking for her until he resolved? Chapter 236 I've already stamped my mark. Mengyu didn't want to pay any attention, but Gu Dongxing stood outside the window, continuously making gestures. Quite a few classmates had already noticed. She had no choice but to raise her hand. The teacher also saw Gu Dongxing outside the window. He wasn't fond of this soldier who was disrupting his class, so he could only wave at Mengyu. Go on, go on. She left through the main door and circled around to the back of the classroom. Gu Dongxing was standing in the small grove behind the classroom, looking at her with an ingratiating, silly grin. He rarely smiled, but when he did, he really looked handsome, as if all the sunlight in the world had gathered on his face. Looking at Gu Dongxing like this, Mengyu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How can this guy smile like that? It makes one's heart pound. Isn't he trying to seduce her? Mengyu chided. Didn't I tell you? Gu Dongxing quickly said, yes, I will handle the engagement matter properly, and then come to confirm our relationship. Today, I came firstly to apologize on behalf of my mother, and secondly to bid you farewell. I'm going on a business trip soon. Hearing that he was leaving, a feeling of reluctance welled up in Mengyu. She wanted to ask him where he was going and if there was any danger. But she knew she couldn't ask, nor should she. She could only say lightly, if you have things to do, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Seeing her overly calm reaction, Gu Dongxing felt a bit dissatisfied. This time I'll be gone for a month. A whole month. Mingyu held back but couldn't resist asking, do you still have the medicine I gave you last time? Gu Dongxing replied contentedly, yes, I still have it. Don't worry, this mission isn't dangerous. In fact, the Peiyuan Dan she gave him last time had helped him break through to the 7th level martial artist. Completing the mission wouldn't be a problem at all. And, because she had given him the medicine, his comrades were reluctant to use it unless they were seriously injured, so he had kept it all along. Of course, it was also because the previous mission hadn't been particularly dangerous. This time, he was just going to deal with Yi Qing's matter, so there would be even less danger. But he still felt touched. His little Meng was still concerned about him. He must resolve the engagement matter as soon as possible and not let her remain in the awkward position of being the third party. Mingyu wanted to say proudly, I don't care whether you're in danger or not. But upon second thought, even if you were just an ordinary soldier, she shouldn't say something like that. So, she couldn't finish her sentence. After stammering she lowered her head and said, even though we're not in that kind of relationship anymore, you should still be careful. I'm leaving. But as soon as she took a step, Gu Dongxing grabbed her hand and, with a gentle pull, drew her into his embrace. Mingyu's face flushed bright red instantly. She tried to push him away but couldn't. Since they weren't far from the classroom, if any classmates stood up and looked outside, they could still see them. Afraid of being seen by her classmates, she could only lower her voice and hiss, let go of me. But Gu Dongxing hugged her tightly, gave her a firm kiss on the cheek, gripped her shoulders with both hands, and declared domineeringly, remember, Jiang Mengyu, you are my woman. I've already stamped my mark on you. You'll be my woman for the rest of your life. Wait for me. I'll handle everything properly and come back to marry you. With that, he released her, straightened his cap, saluted her, turned around, and left. Mengyu touched the left cheek he had kissed and muttered under her breath, rogue. But why didn't she dislike his kiss? In fact, it even seemed a bit sweet. No, she had clearly said that while he was still engaged, he shouldn't come and involve himself with her. But now, even though he hadn't resolved the engagement matter, he dared to kiss her and even dared to give her orders. Was he defying the heavens? Chapter 237, The Gu Family. Mengyu suddenly remembered what Gu Dongxing had said. There was never any fake fiancé. Did you think it was so easy to just live in the military barracks? Did you think I would just let anyone impersonate my fiancé? I gave you the keys and let you live in my house because, from the very beginning, I considered you my real fiancé. Since you've already become my fiancé, don't even think about changing your mind. She should have known long ago that he wouldn't let her go, but she never expected that he, still bound by an engagement to someone else, would dare to so domineeringly declare that she was his woman. Mengyu clenched her fists fiercely towards Gu Dongxing's retreating back. Bastard, how dare you ambush me like that? Next time you come back, just see if I don't give you a pair of black eyes. However, her eyes at this moment were like spring water, seemingly proclaiming to anyone that she was in quite a good mood. Yes, ever since returning from paying respects to Gu's mother on her birthday, her mood had been low. It was just that she hid it well, and no one could tell. But now, her spirits had finally lifted. Suddenly, she felt a malicious gaze shooting over from the direction of the classroom. She curled her lips slightly. She recognized it. It was Jiang Huayu's. She must have seen the scene where Gu Dongxing embraced and stamped his seal on her. But so what? Even though she told Gu Dongxing not to come find her until he sorted out that arranged marriage, after his appearance last time, who in the school didn't know she and Gu Dongxing were engaged? Even if she saw them hugging, what did it matter? Her accusation about Mengyu and Wu Jiangxing having an early romance wasn't settled yet. Even if she saw her with Gu Dongxing, what could she do? Gu Dongxing, after kissing her and making his declaration, left immediately, afraid of hearing any objection from Mengyu. He didn't care about any other engagement. The only woman he acknowledged was Mengyu, and no one could make him give her up. For his own happiness, he had to rush to City B immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he hurried back to the military camp from the school, the communications soldier told him, Regiment Commander Gu, your family just called. They asked you to call them back when you returned. The young soldier spoke while stealing glances at him, muttering to himself, who would have thought this Regiment Commander Gu's family is actually in the City B military compound? Wasn't it said his mother lives in Xieshan village? Gu Dongxing found it strange. His father's side of the family basically paid him no mind, at most calling during the new year to ask him to return. And he always refused, citing the need to accompany his mother. Usually, they hardly contacted him. Today, they actually called? He dialed the home number. The person who answered was his stepmother, Yang Mengyu. What is it? He asked coldly. He held no goodwill towards the stepmother, who had used schemes to take his mother's place. He didn't even address her properly. Oh, Dongxing, it's like this. Your father has something important to discuss with you and wants you to come back for a visit in the next couple of days. What do you think? Fine. Gu Dongxing agreed and then hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Mengyu, who was still holding the receiver and trying to find some pretext, frozen in place. She slammed the receiver down with a thud, her expression displeased. "Mom, who is on the phone?" The youthful and beautiful 16-year-old Gu happened to walk in from outside and saw her mother standing stiffly, seemingly angry. Gu, still in high school, was her youngest child. Not only was she good-looking and a good student, but she also had a sweet tongue. Therefore, both Gu Ming and his wife doted on her particularly. Just that bastard child of that cheap woman. Chapter 238. Find a way to destroy Gu Dongxing. Gu put down her school bag and went over to hug her mother's arm. "Mom, since Big Brother isn't coming back to get in your way, why do you care so much about him?" Jiang Mengyu was displeased that her daughter referred to Gu Dongxing as Big Brother. "Your Big Brother has gone to Shenzhen." Gu was somewhat dissatisfied with her mother. "Mom, it's second brother who went to Shenzhen. Big Brother is a regiment commander and a combat hero. You should be careful with your words. If Dad hears you calling him a bastard, he might be unhappy." Gu thought that since her big brother Gu Dongxing was a combat hero, her classmates all looked up to her because of it. How could she not want such a big brother who brought her so much face? It would be even better if Big Brother could visit her school. Unfortunately, Big Brother hardly ever came back. She could only see him on TV. Jiang Mengyu disliked her daughter's admiration for that bastard and hated even more that the bastard son of that cheap woman had actually become a regiment commander. She had worked so hard to drive that bastard away. Originally, she had planned to have human traffickers sell him far away, but that little bastard was cunning and very alert. Her people had tried several times to get close, but he always escaped. Just when she was about to succeed, Gu Ming's people found him. After Gu Ming sent Gu Dongxing to the countryside, Jiang Mengyu wanted to interfere further, but found it difficult to reach so far. She thought it was just as well. How far could a country kid go? All she had to do was ensure that the Gu family's connections were used for her own son and prevent that bastard from benefiting from the Gu family's influence. But who would have thought that, relying on his own abilities, he would actually climb to the position of regiment commander? This couldn't go on. In the future, the Gu family would only see this bastard and use their resources on him or his descendants. What would happen to her son then? She absolutely could not allow such an outcome. She had to find a way to destroy Gu Dongxing. But Gu Dongxing had already grown up. Destroying him wouldn't be easy. She could only think of a way through his next generation. Coincidentally, when the Yi family's daughter, Yi Rushui, returned to her parents' home, she came to the Gu family to visit. Jiang Mengyu remembered that this girl had been married for 4 years without having any children, clearly unable to conceive. A plan began to take shape in her mind. She took Yi Rushui's hand and praised her beauty and capability. "It's a pity the Xing family got ahead of us. Otherwise, I would have brought you home as my daughter-in-law." Because she hadn't had children, Yi Rushui's in-laws had never treated her well, and she had been wanting a divorce for a while. Hearing Jiang Mengyu say she wanted her as a daughter-in-law, Yi Rushui couldn't help but feel envious. "Aunt Yang, Brother Xing is already married, and Brother Chen is a few years younger than me." The Gu family was much stronger than the Xing family. The Xing family had risen during the Cultural Revolution. Now that the Cultural Revolution was over, their past glory was gone. Only her father-in-law was still holding on. If he retired, the Zhang family would surely decline. But the Gu family was different. Not only was Gu Ming at the peak of his influence, but his sons were also outstanding. The eldest son, Gu Dongxing, was only 26, but had already become a combat hero and been promoted to regiment commander. His potential was immeasurable. The youngest son, Gu Chen, was not yet 20, but was already a platoon leader. Rumor had it he would soon be promoted to deputy company commander. The second son, Gu Xing, hadn't entered the system, but was in business, with family assets worth millions. Nowadays, the Gu family had both money and power, making many people envious. Jiang Mengyu slapped her thigh. "Oh, I forgot. Our family still has an eldest son, Gu Dongxing, who isn't married yet. But..." She looked at Yi Rushui. "What a pity, you're already married. Your brother Dongxing really liked..." Chapter 239, Making Him Die Without Heirs. Yi Rushui truly had a very deep impression of Gu Dongxing from her childhood. He had always held a place in her heart, but because he went to the countryside, and she didn't want to endure the hardships of rural life, she gave up on him. But now, Gu Dongxing was no longer an ordinary country boy. He was a combat hero and had become a regiment commander at a young age, with limitless potential. Who wouldn't want a man like that? Hearing that Gu Dongxing had liked her when they were young, Yi Rushui was instantly thrilled. She had liked Gu Dongxing since childhood, and the Gu family also liked her and wanted her to be their daughter-in-law, but they regretted her married status. What if she got divorced? After all, she hadn't had any children yet. So, she tentatively asked, "What if I get divorced?" Jiang Mengyu seemed quite surprised. "You're planning to divorce?" After thinking for a moment, she added, Well, it makes sense. Your in-laws probably resent you for not having children, right? Having children isn't just one person's responsibility. Maybe it's Zheng Yicheng's problem. How can they blame you? Sigh, that mother-in-law of the Zheng family is really stubborn. If it were me, if my daughter-in-law could have children, fine. If not, we could just adopt one. Why does it have to come to divorce? Listening to Jiang Meiying's words, Yu Rushui seemed to understand her meaning and left with the intention of getting a divorce. Jiang Meiying watched Yu Rushui's retreating figure and sneered inwardly. She was going to push Yu Rushui and Gu Dongxing together. Because she knew that Gu Dongxing had been betrothed to a daughter of the Yi family as a child, but the Yi family hadn't taken it seriously and had married off both their daughters. She had seen it. The jade pendant that wretched woman had given the Yi family as a betrothal token was hanging around Yu Rushui's neck. No doubt, this pendant was the token that woman had given the Yi family. Perfect. When the time came, she could say that the betrothal between the Gu and Yi families was between Gu Dongxing and Yu Rushui. With this engagement, she wasn't afraid Gu Dongxing wouldn't comply. As long as Yu Rushui, this woman who couldn't bear children, entered the Gu family and became Gu Dongxing's wife, he could just wait to die without heirs. After returning home, Yu Rushui indeed proposed divorce to her husband, Zheng Yicheng. Zheng Yicheng never expected his wife to bring up divorce with him. His mother had already mentioned it to him several times, saying that Yu Rushui couldn't have children and urging him to divorce her quickly and marry another woman who could bear children. But he couldn't bear to part with Yu Rushui. Because of this, he had been resisting the pressure from his family, not only refusing to bring up divorce with Yu Rushui, but also forbidding his family from mentioning the topic of having children in front of her. He was afraid Yu Rushui would feel inferior because she couldn't have children. But he never expected that while he avoided divorce, Yu Rushui would be the one to bring it up. He looked at Yu Rushui sorrowfully. Why, Rushui? Did they make you suffer? He turned and shouted at his mother, Mom, was it you? Did you say something to her? I didn't. Mother Zheng was somewhat panicked because she had indeed hinted to Yu Rushui that she should be sensible and leave her son on her own. Yu Rushui hadn't really noticed before that the Zheng family resented her for not having children. After all, the Zheng family's status had declined significantly. Although the Yi family had also declined considerably after her grandfather's death, her father, Yi Sheng, had already stabilized his position, and it wouldn't be long before they restored their former glory. She never imagined that the Zheng family actually wanted to drive her away. However, she was quite adept at seizing opportunities and immediately put on a sorrowful expression. Yicheng, we've been married for 4 years, and I haven't given birth to a single child. So, Mom has wanted me to leave for a long time now. I'll just fulfill your wish. Zheng Yicheng opened his mouth. Chapter 240, she wants to marry Gu Dongxing. Because they had no children after several years of marriage, Zheng Yicheng's mother indeed looked down on her daughter-in-law. Thus, what was originally Yu Rushui's own desire to divorce and marry Gu Dongxing instead turned into the Zheng family looking down on her for being unable to bear children and wanting to drive her away, forcing her to file for divorce. In the end, Zheng Yicheng was also persuaded by his mother and agreed to the divorce, but he still felt guilty toward Yu Rushui. Not only did Yu Rushui smoothly get divorced, but she also received a large sum of benefits from the Zheng family due to Zheng Yicheng's guilt. When Yu Rushui told Jiang Mengyu about her divorce, Jiang Mengyu was very happy for her and even gave her Gu Dongxing's address. She also encouraged her, saying you and Gu Dongxing are no ordinary pair. I believe you can definitely win him over. However, she did not mention the marriage arrangement between the Gu and Yi families. In her opinion, since Yu Rushui was already wearing the Gu family's betrothal token, she must have known about this arrangement. Otherwise, how could she have dared to get divorced just like that? But she never expected that the first time Yu Rushui went to find Gu Dongxing, he had already left on a mission. Because she presented herself as Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, she was arranged to stay in Gu Dongxing's room. When she finally waited for Gu Dongxing to return, he brought back a fiancée and threw her out of his room. After returning, Yu Rushui went to find Jiang Mengyu, who immediately noticed that things seemed to have gone poorly. This time, she gave her the date of Gu Dongxing's mother's birthday. Thus, Yu Rushui once again boarded a train heading south to pay her respects to Jiang Mengyu's old rival, Hai Shui, on her birthday. This time, although she still failed to win over Gu Dongxing, she learned from Hai Shui about Gu Dongxing's childhood marriage arrangement with Yi Qing. And the betrothal token for that arrangement was now hanging around her neck. Yi Qing had long been schemed into marrying that madman. Since the betrothal token had ended up in her hands, it meant that she was the one destined for Gu Dongxing. Therefore, she immediately returned home and directly told her father that she wanted to marry Gu Dongxing. Thus, Yi Qing personally went to find Gu Ming and proposed marrying his daughter, Yu Rushui, to Gu Dongxing. Although Gu Ming had long publicly given up on his son Gu Dongxing, in reality, he had always kept an eye on him. He even knew when his son had taken a master. He knew his son worked extremely hard, and he also knew he had wronged his ex-wife. He very much wanted to make it up to the son. Therefore, while on the surface Gu Dongxing relied on his own military achievements, it wasn't as if there were no cases where someone made contributions but wasn't promoted. Because he stood behind Gu Dongxing, occasionally inquiring about his situation, Gu Dongxing was able to smoothly obtain everything he deserved. It could be said that although the son was not by his side, Gu Ming paid the most attention to him. It was just that Gu Dongxing didn't know it. When he heard Yixing wanted to marry his daughter to his son, Gu Ming wasn't without disdain. His son had a boundless future. How could he marry a divorced woman? Moreover, the fact that Yi Rushui had been married for 4 years without children was also a major flaw. Yixing seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately explained, Rushui has been checked and there's nothing wrong with her. The problem likely lies with Xing Yicheng. It's just that Zheng Yicheng refused to believe he had a problem and stubbornly refused to get checked. That's why my daughter ended up taking the blame. Yang Meiying's heart skipped a beat. What? Yi Rushui's body is normal? If her body is normal, then if Gu Dongxing married her, not only would it not harm Gu Dongxing, but it would also give him an addition. Chapter 241, won't use his son as a stepping ladder. Chapter 241, won't use his son as a stepping ladder. Yang Meiying hardened her heart. No, Yi Rushui must not be allowed to have children. Even if she was physically healthy now, she would find a way to make her abnormal. Having been married for 4 years without bearing a child, she had long been labeled a barren hen. Even if she married into the Gu family, Yang Meiying would find a way to make her infertile and maintain that reputation of a barren hen. Yixing had no idea that Yang Meiying, sitting beside him, had already sentenced his daughter to infertility. He was only thinking about pushing his daughter onto Gu Dongxing first, to settle his daughter's lifelong matter, and second, to tie Gu Dongxing, this potential stock, to his own ship. Yixing said earnestly to Gu Ming, back then, my father thought very highly of Dongxing. He often said, you can tell a person's future from childhood, just as you can judge a horse by its hooves. Dongxing is no ordinary fish in a pond. One day, he will surely soar. When Haixue was exposed for concealing overseas connections and almost labeled a spy, it was my father, because he valued Dongxing, who stepped in to prevent Haixue from being branded a spy, settling for merely removing her from the ranks. Even Dongxing's master was found by my father, who called in a favor to have him seek out Dongxing. This shows just how much my father valued Dongxing. Surely we can't let my father's lifelong wish go unfulfilled just because he's no longer with us, can we? Gu Ming felt conflicted. Was Yixing bringing this up to demand repayment for past favors? But old Master Ye's kindness to Haixue and Dongxing was something Gu Ming truly appreciated. However, he couldn't let gratitude ruin his son's life. Gu Ming decided to refuse. He wanted to say that it wasn't their family who had made old Master Ye's wish impossible to fulfill, but rather the Yi family themselves, who had looked down on Gu Dongxing back then and married off both their daughters. Just as he was about to speak, however, Yang Meiying, sitting beside him, stopped him. Yang Meiying cleared her throat and said to Yixing with a smile, Brother Yi, how about this? We'll call Dongxing back and let the two of them meet. If they take a liking to each other, then there won't be a problem. Yixing thought for a moment and agreed, that works too. It's good to let the young people meet first. Perhaps they played together as children and will hit it off right away. He had no idea that his daughter had already gone to see Gu Dongxing twice in the past few months. Moreover, she had been repeatedly rejected by Gu Dongxing, who had even driven her away both times. After Yixing left, Yang Meiying immediately said to her husband, aren't you planning to move up another step? The Yi family has significant influence in B City. If we form a marriage alliance with them, wouldn't it be perfect to have their help? Gu Ming shot her an angry glare. I won't use my son as a stepping ladder to climb higher. Besides, Dongxing was raised by Haixue. I have no right to sacrifice his happiness for my own gain. Whether he could advance further, he could only rely on his own efforts. If he climbed up through nepotism, he would feel uneasy even if he succeeded. Yang Meiying was taken aback. Well, I was only thinking of you. Besides, it's not like we're scheming against Dongxing. It was his own mother who arranged this childhood marriage with old Master Yi years ago, and old Master Yi did him a great favor. If he doesn't honor this marriage arrangement, wouldn't he become an ungrateful wretch? If that really happens and the Yi family spreads the word, it could affect Dongxing's future prospects. Gu Ming pinched the space between his eyebrows with his thumb and forefinger. Old Master Yi had indeed shown great kindness to Haixue and Dongxing, and now Yixing was leveraging that kindness to demand repayment by marrying his daughter to Dongxing. That was the Chapter 242 Principal Nian returns. But Gu Ming only turned the thought over in his mind once before saying coldly, it's not that our Gu family failed to honor the marriage agreement. It was the Yi family who looked down on my son back then and broke the engagement first, marrying their daughter off to someone else. Now that their Yi family daughter has become a divorced woman, they come looking for our Gu family to pick up the clothes someone else has taken off. What would that make our Gu family? Yang Mengyu was momentarily speechless. She had actually forgotten that point. If this matter were to succeed, it would indeed damage the Gu family's reputation somewhat. However, even if there was damage, it would be Gu Dongxing who suffered. It wouldn't have much effect on her own 2 sons and 1 daughter. Still, as long as the Gu family held on to the point that the Yi family broke the agreement first, the Yi family truly couldn't blame the Gu family. But then, didn't that mean her plan to have Yi Rushui marry Gu Dongxing and make Gu Dongxing end up without heirs was ruined? But that girl Yi Rushui didn't know before. After she found out, she immediately divorced Xing Yicheng to come and fulfill the marriage agreement with Dongxing. We can't just stand by indifferently when someone divorces for the sake of our son, can we? Gu Ming. Why did he feel his wife was always siding with others? Gu Ming had no choice but to say, then have Dongxing come back and see. It's his own matter, let him decide for himself. If he really likes this childhood playmate and marries Yi Rushui, it would also fulfill old Master Ye's wish. But if he disagrees to marry Yi Rushui, even if it offends the Yi family, we cannot force him to fulfill this marriage agreement. Yang Mengyu snorted inwardly. Even after not seeing him for over a decade, he still protected him so fiercely. But as long as you, Gu Dongxing, come back, I have a way to make you marry Yi Rushui. Meanwhile, on campus, Mengyu was also in a direct confrontation with the dean of students. When she returned to the classroom from the grove, she heard from Shuiyu a piece of news. Principal Nian had returned from the provincial meeting. She had publicly declared before that once the principal returned from the meeting, she would report Chu Zisong for shielding Jiang Mengyu. Now that Principal Nian was back, how could she go back on her word? Therefore, she went to find Principal Nian without hesitation. Hello, Principal Nian. Principal Nian had naturally also heard the rumors Jiang Mengyu had been spreading on campus. He had felt something was off back then and wanted to stop the rumors, but he received a notice to attend a meeting at the Provincial Education Bureau. Plus, he had to take several students to a competition, so he had been away for a week. He hadn't expected to meet the subject of those rumors as soon as he returned. It's student Jiang Mengyu. Didn't I hear you went to university? Why are you back? Because Jiang Mengyu had always had excellent academic performance and had taken the college entrance exam while still a sophomore, he remembered her vividly. Mengyu let out a long sigh and said, although the name in the university's file is mine, the person studying there isn't me, it's Jiang Mengyu. Her actions during the nearly 2 months she studied there have already tainted that spot. She told the principal the entire story, from when she passed the college entrance exam to her return to County High to continue her senior year. After hearing Jiang Mengyu's story, Principal Nian felt quite emotional. Jiang Mengyu's fate was truly too bizarre, wasn't it? She finally passed the college entrance exam, only to be schemed against by her sister and sold off by her adoptive parents, even sold into the deep mountains to be a shared wife. She managed a desperate leap to escape, only to return and find the university she had passed the exam for was being attended by an imposter. It was normal to go to the university and make a fuss over something she had worked so hard to obtain. What was abnormal was that after making a fuss and getting it back from others, she herself didn't attend. Instead, she came back to continue her senior year of high school and take the college entrance exam again. Chapter 243. I want to report the Dean of Students. Chapter 243. I want to report the Dean of Students. Mengyu said indignantly, but when I returned to our school, I found the entire campus filled with rumors. It was clearly Huayu, together with her parents, who sold me to human traffickers, yet they actually claim it was my birth mother who sold me. It was clearly Huayu who impersonated me to attend university, yet they actually say my birth mother sold my university spot to Jiang Huayu. It was clearly me who jumped off a cliff to save myself when the traffickers were sending me into the deep mountains, and after being captured again, I was rescued by Gu Dongxing, yet they dare to take credit and claim they were the ones who saved me. Clearly she, Huayu, is the vicious girl who harmed me, yet she has dressed herself up as the victim. Clearly, I am the victim, yet they spread rumors portraying me as an ungrateful wretch, a heartless ingrate who, despite receiving deep kindness from the Jiang family, caused Jiang Huayu to be unable to attend university. Most hateful of all, they even dragged my mother into it, saying my mother was pregnant before marriage, calling me a bastard child. Principal Nian listened to Jiang Mengyu's words, his heart filled with sympathy for her. At the same time, he felt great indignation toward Jiang Mengyu's sister, Jiang Huayu. Wasn't it said that Jiang Huayu was barred from taking the college entrance exam for 3 years because she impersonated someone else to attend university? How did such a student enter County High? Looking at the several written confessions and photos Jiang Mengyu had provided him, Principal Nian asked, "Did you come to me today because you want to report Jiang Huayu for spreading rumors?" Jiang Mengyu nodded, then shook her head. "Reporting Jiang Huayu is one thing, but most importantly, I want to report Dean Chu Zisong." Principal Nian was greatly surprised. Report Chu Zisong? Dean of Students Chu Zisong. Jiang Mengyu nodded. Yes, I want to report Dean of Students Chu Zisong. Principal Nian asked in astonishment, what do you want to report him for? An appropriately indignant expression appeared on Jiang Mengyu's face. A few days ago, Wu Jiangxing happened to see Jiang Huayu having a meal with Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Weiing at a small eatery outside. He overheard their conversation and learned that the source of the rumors was Jiang Huayu, and the spreaders were Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Weiing. He made the four of them write confessions. Wu Jiangxing gave me their confessions. I wanted to clarify the situation, so last Saturday after school, I called Wu Jiangxing to the pond next to the classroom to get a clear understanding. To thank Wu Jiangxing, I promised him I would tutor him in the future. Overjoyed, Wu Jiangxing grabbed my hand in gratitude. But Jiang Huayu seized that moment to take a photo and handed it over to Chu Zisong, falsely accusing us of being in a relationship. Without conducting a proper investigation, Chu Zisong judged us to be in an early romance and wanted to expel us. Meanwhile, he completely ignored the solid evidence case of Jiang Huayu creating and spreading rumors. Principal Nian found it strange. But I haven't seen any expulsion documents regarding you? Jiang Mengyu said resentfully. He didn't expel us because Wu Jiangxing stepped forward and explained that we were just normal interactions between male and female classmates. He also brought up the case from last year where Chiu, a classmate, committed suicide after being expelled. The students were outraged. Plus, my fiancé from the military came to pick me up from school on Saturday to take me to his mother's birthday celebration. That's why the expulsion wasn't carried out. Principal Nian was startled again. You have a fiancé? Jiang Mengyu nodded. Yes. After I jumped off the cliff when the traffickers were off guard, I was actually recaptured by the buyers. A regimental commander from the military saved me, which is why I'm safe and sound. My birth mother said that since he saved my life, I should repay him with myself. Chapter 244. Planning to expel the students for puppy love. Chapter 244. Planning to expel the students for puppy love. In reality, the idea of repaying a life-saving grace by offering oneself was something Mengyu herself had suggested. However, it was true that Commander Gu's mother had taken a liking to her and entrusted her to Commander Gu. Therefore, her statement wasn't entirely wrong. Principal Nian was furious. He had long been displeased with Chu Zisong. This guy, relying on the fact that his brother-in-law was the head of the county education bureau, had never shown him any respect. The role of the dean of students was supposed to be to assist the principal, but what kind of assistance was this? Whenever higher-ups visited, Chu Zisong would position himself ahead of the principal. Take last year's incident regarding the expulsion of student Chiu for being in a relationship. Principal Nian's original intention had been to learn from past mistakes, treat the illness to save the patient, issuing a warning or, at most, placing her under probation with the possibility of expulsion. But Chu Zisong had insisted on expelling student Chiu Ziying. When the principal opposed, Chu Zisong proposed a school committee vote to decide, otherwise accusing the principal of being autocratic. Left with no choice, Principal Nian had agreed to the vote. Little did he know that Chu Zisong had already secretly persuaded two vice principals to vote in favor of expulsion, forcing the school committee to make the decision to expel Chiu Ziying. When news spread that student Chiu had committed suicide due to being forced into marriage by her family, Principal Nian was filled with unbearable regret and couldn't sleep well for over 10 days. And what about Chu Zisong? He behaved for a few days, then acted as if nothing had happened. Now, Principal Nian had only been away for a week, and Chu Zisong had stirred up trouble again. Principal Nian asked, Student Jiang Mengyu, would you dare to repeat what you just said in front of Dean Chu? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengyu understood. It was a confrontation they wanted. Why wouldn't I dare? Even if I were facing the Provincial Education Bureau leadership, I would dare, she declared resolutely. Jiang Mengyu paused, then added, I also have a question. Student Jiang Huayu impersonated me to attend the university I was admitted to. When I went to the university to prove my identity, I remember the admissions office staff said that for such impersonation, Jiang Huayu would be barred from taking the college entrance exam for 3 years. I wonder why the school hasn't taken any disciplinary action against Jiang Huayu for this impersonation. Instead, she was easily readmitted. Does this mean she will also be allowed to take next year's college entrance exam? Principal Nian gritted his teeth. The decision to readmit Jiang Huayu into the county high school had been made without his consent. He said, I'll go call Chu Zisong over. Chu Zisong, as the dean of students, had very few teaching duties. Therefore, the principal quickly summoned him to the principal's office. Seeing Jiang Mengyu in the principal's office, Chu Zisong immediately understood that this student had complained to the principal. He secretly seethed with anger. He had originally planned not to expel her, just to make her life difficult at school. But before he could even start targeting Jiang Mengyu, she had dared to come and report him. Did she really think he, Chu Zisong, was someone to be trifled with? Even Principal Nian had to listen to him. What did Jiang Mengyu, a mere female student, think she was doing? First, he shot a fierce glare at Jiang Mengyu, then turned to Principal Nian. Principal, you're back. I was just about to report to you about what happened during your absence this week. Another case of puppy love has emerged in our school. I spoke with my brother-in-law on the phone yesterday about the issue of student puppy love. He also agrees that we should crack down hard on this trend and take severe measures against certain stubborn cases. It seems the deterrent effect from expelling that female student last year wasn't strong enough. I was planning to propose to you that we expel this pair of students involved in puppy love. As he spoke, he glanced. Chapter 245, Favoritism. Chapter 245, Favoritism. Was he actually using his brother-in-law's name to pressure me? Principal Nian was furious inside, but his face remained calm as he looked at Chu Zisong. You said there are students in a puppy love relationship. Do you have evidence? Don't tell me a photo of them holding hands counts as evidence. Chu Zisong was dissatisfied with Principal Nian's ambiguous attitude. How could there be no evidence? The whole school knows that Wu Jiangxing has a crush on Jiang Mengyu. As for the photo of Wu Jiangxing holding Jiang Mengyu's hand, he could use it to intimidate Jiang Mengyu and Wu Jiangxing, but it couldn't serve as evidence of puppy love, let alone grounds for expulsion. Principal Nian reminded him, what you mentioned earlier was puppy love, not a crush. As for a crush, it's merely a psychological state driven by hormonal changes during adolescence. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for the person being admired, it's not within the scope of discipline. After a moment's thought, he added, a crush is just a psychological state. Can you really determine who has a crush on whom? Chu Zisong was unconvinced. But Wu Jiangxing handed Jiang Mengyu a love letter in the cafeteria. Many people saw it. Principal Nian replied, you actually believe the story about him handing her a love letter in public? What he handed her was a written reflection on Jiang Huayu's rumor-mongering and Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Weiying's spreading of rumors. Speaking of written reflections, I heard that Wu Jiangxing later submitted copies of the reflections written by Jiang Huayu, Wang Ya, Xiaohua, and Lin Weiying to the school committee. Have you taken any disciplinary action against those four? When Principal Nian mentioned Jiang Huayu, Chu Zisong felt a pang of panic. Those were forced out of them by Wu Jiangxing. They don't count. Principal Nian was indignant. Their written reflections don't count? Even if Wu Jiangxing forced them to write them, could they have written so clearly if they hadn't done anything wrong? As he spoke, Principal Nian threw the copies of the written reflections at Chu Zisong. Chu Zisong hurriedly picked them up. Principal Nian's voice grew increasingly angry. You used a single photo of them holding hands to label Wu Jiangxing and Jiang Mengyu as being in a puppy-love relationship, even publicly threatening to expel them in front of many students. Yet you turned a blind eye to the written reflections that confirmed Jiang Huayu's rumor-mongering and Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Weiying's spreading of rumors. What exactly are you trying to do? Chu Zisong wanted to argue that it wasn't true, but Jiang Mengyu was standing right there. Moreover, the written reflections from Jiang Huayu, Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Weiying were right in front of him. He glared fiercely at Mengyu. Usually, whenever he mentioned his brother-in-law, this principal would go along with whatever he said and had never been so firm with him before. But today, even after he brought up his brother-in-law, Principal Nian remained unyielding. Was it because he wanted to save face in front of the students? Seeing Chu Zisong glare at her, Jiang Mengyu rolled her eyes and looked out the window. She hadn't expected Principal Nian to be so firm. Wasn't it said that he was usually a bit afraid of Chu Zisong, this square root of 2? Yes, Chu Zisong had the nickname square root of 2, which referred to his height. In reality, he wasn't exactly 1.414 meters tall. It was said that when measured in dress shoes, his height was 1.64 meters. However, it was also rumored that his shoes had hidden lifts, so his actual height remained unknown to most. Principal Nian immediately said, why are you glaring at Jiang Mengyu? The evidence she provided is solid. Unlike you, who wants to expel students based on mere rumors and hearsay. I'm not acting on rumors. Chu Zisong seized Principal Nian's words. Whenever someone speaks ill of Jiang Mengyu, Wu Jiangxing immediately steps up to scold them, and he's even fought for her. If he isn't in a puppy-love relationship with Jiang Mengyu, why would he do that? Principal Nian looked at Chapter 246, Xin Qi stands up for her. Jiang Mengyu seethed inwardly. How was she supposed to answer? She knew Wu Jiangxing had a crush on her, but as long as he never said it out loud, she could pretend not to know. Now, asking her why Wu Jiangxing stood up for her, how was she supposed to answer that? She was just about to say, that's just because Wu Jiangxing is a righteous person, when she heard a voice reply, Wu Jiangxing stood up for Jiang Mengyu simply because his father, Regimental Commander Wu, is friends with Jiang Mengyu's fiancée, Regimental Commander Gu. Immediately after, Xin Qi, who usually acted as if he was above everyone else, walked in. Who doesn't know that the kids from our compound stick up for our own? If anyone bullies someone from our compound, we won't stand for it. That goes for Wu Jiangxing, and it goes for me too. As he spoke, Shinchi took out several photographs. Jiang Mengyu treated Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Wang to a meal at a snack shop, where they discussed spreading rumors about Jiang Mengyu. Wu Jiangxing happened to run into them. Wu Jiangxing couldn't stand seeing them bully someone from our compound, so he made them write statements of repentance. Those girls were afraid of Wu Jiangxing, so they wrote down the truth. After Wu Jiangxing left, they panicked and ran to the riverside to discuss things. Xiaohua was worried and asked Jiang Mengyu if the story they were supposed to spread was true or false. Jiang Mengyu assured her it was true. Jiang Mengyu also formed a pact with them, telling them to say later that the repentance statements were forced out of them by Wu Jiangxing. Then, Xiaohua and the others asked Jiang Mengyu for payment for spreading the rumors. Jiang Mengyu immediately took out 3 5-yuan bills and handed them to Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Wang. But what they didn't know is that even though they thought no one was around to hear their conversation, they failed to notice me up in a tree taking pictures. I was originally just by the river to photograph the scenery. Climbing the tree gave me a better angle. When I saw them plotting to harm someone, I conveniently snapped pictures of Jiang Mengyu handing the payment to Xiaohua, Wang Ya, and Lin Wang. Shinchi looked at Chu Zisong. You dismissed the repentance statements written by Jiang Mengyu and the other 3 on the grounds that Wu Jiangxing has a crush on Jiang Mengyu. Well then, he held up the photographs. Can you dismiss my evidence? Chu Zisong's face turned deathly pale. Yes, the whole school knew Wu Jiangxing had a crush on Jiang Mengyu. But no one knew that Shinchi also had a crush on Jiang Mengyu. Now that he had stepped forward under the pretense of sticking up for someone from their compound, what could Chu Zisong say? Moreover, when Shinchi said Wu Jiangxing stood up for Jiang Mengyu because she was part of their compound, Chu Zisong couldn't refute that either. On the other hand, Principal Nian was shocked once more. Jiang Mengyu's fiancé was actually Regimental Commander Gu? He had thought that Deputy Regimental Commander Qing was interested in her, which was why he had called to ask him to look out for her. Yes, the reason he dared to stand up to Chu Zisong today was that he had received a call from Deputy Regimental Commander Qing, asking him to take care of his little sister, Jiang Mengyu. He had found it strange at the time. Jiang Mengyu was Jiang Huayu's older sister. He had never heard she had a brother. Where did this brother come from? Just as he was about to tentatively ask if this brother was actually a lover, Deputy Regimental Commander Qing had casually mentioned at the end of the call that his family was from the Cheng family in the capital. That immediately scared Principal Nian out of pursuing that line of thought. He had naturally heard of the Cheng family in the capital. To him, they were a colossal entity. He never expected that a deputy regimental commander stationed in their city would be from that Cheng family. With a member of the Cheng family speaking up, he naturally no longer feared Chu Zisong's brother-in-law. And of course, Jiang Mengyu, whom Deputy Regimental Commander Cheng referred to as his little sister, became someone Principal Nian's. Chapter 247, Disciplinary Action. Chapter 247, Disciplinary Action. Principal Nian dared to say that if Chu Zisong's brother-in-law, who was the head of the County Education Bureau, found out that his brother-in-law had dared to offend someone with connections in the capital, even he wouldn't dare to shield him. Such was reality. Just when he thought Deputy Regiment Commander Cheng had taken a liking to Jiang Mengyu, this Shinchi now told him that Jiang Mengyu actually had a regimental commander for a fiancé. It seemed he had misunderstood. That Deputy Regiment Commander Cheng had been speaking on behalf of the regimental commander. When he looked at Chu Zisong again, his gaze carried undisguised disgust. Chu Zisong, someone has reported to the school about how you insisted on expelling Qiu Ziying last year, leading to her suicide. Combined with your recent actions of announcing student expulsions without the school committee's approval these past few days, the school committee has decided to suspend you from your duties. Office Director Xiao Rong will temporarily take over. Please hand over your work. Upon hearing this, Chu Zisong was greatly shocked. Principal Nian, you can't do this. My brother-in-law won't. Principal Nian cut him off. Your brother-in-law will agree. Chu Zisong was taken aback. How could Principal Nian be so sure his brother-in-law would agree? Actually, when the classmates mentioned Qiu Ziying last Saturday, he had already felt somewhat worried and had considered altering the school committee's meeting records. Unexpectedly, when he went to look for last year's school committee meeting minutes, he couldn't find them. Even the voting slips from that time were missing. He had asked the office director, but the old director had already been transferred. The current office director was new. She looked but couldn't find them and said, the old director burned a lot of materials when he left. Perhaps they were accidentally burned together. He had thought at the time, good that they were burned. Burned meant they couldn't be found. Although Qiu Ziying's expulsion was pushed through mainly by his insistence and with the votes of several vice principals, he wasn't the principal. As long as the records were gone, if responsibility were to be pursued, it would fall on the principal, or at worst, the vice principals, not him. He never expected that now the principal would use last year's student expulsion to suspend him. How could this be? No, he had to go find his brother-in-law. The suspended Chu Zisong left in a rage. Jiang Mengyu and Xinqi looked at each other. Neither of them had expected Principal Nian to suspend Chu Zisong. Hadn't he always been very indulgent towards Chu Zisong? But regardless, the goal was achieved. Principal Nian then turned to look at Jiang Mengyu and Xinqi. As for Jiang Huayu's rumor-mongering and the spreading of rumors by Xiao Hua, Wang Ye, and Lin Weiying, the school committee has also made a decision. Jiang Huayu will receive a demerit, and Xiao Hua, Wang Ye, and Lin Weiying will receive warnings. He paused, then looked at Jiang Mengyu and said, regarding Jiang Huayu impersonating you to attend university, the school committee has decided to give her a major demerit. Since the school has not expelled her, she can continue her high school studies until graduation. As for whether she can take the college entrance exam, that is not for the school to decide, but for the higher education authorities. If the higher education authorities issue a notice forbidding her from taking the exam, we will firmly enforce it. The implication was that without a notice from above, they could not easily revoke Jiang Huayu's exam eligibility. Jiang Mengyu sighed. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Regardless, this outcome was already quite good. Jiang Huayu receiving a demerit and a major demerit at school would become a stain in her file, following her for life. Of course, if she had connections, it might ultimately be removed upon graduation. However, finishing her off all at once wouldn't be much fun. It would be better to play with her slowly. There was no rush. Chapter 248 Mengyu's request. Mengyu still had many things to do, but the most urgent matter was to properly repay the kindness she had received. Shuiyu, who had helped her during her humble beginnings, was her first priority. She needed to help improve Shuiyu's academic performance. As long as Shuiyu could get into university, she should be able to avoid the misfortune of her previous life. Of course, in this life, Jiang Huayu had not falsely claimed Mengyu's mother as her own, so she probably didn't have the capability to have someone lure Shuiyu's father into gambling again. But they still had to be careful not to let Zhang Shuiyu's father fall back into gambling addiction. Then there was the production team leader in the village who had helped her. He was so capable, yet in her previous life, he had been suppressed by Huayu, achieving nothing and dying in depression. And there was Annie Ding, who often gave her food. In her previous life, Auntie Ding had passed away in 1981 for unknown reasons. She suddenly remembered Wu Jiangxing. It seemed she owed him a debt of gratitude for his protection in both her past and present lives. She had already promised to tutor him. Why not gather them all to form a study group and learn together? In her previous life, Jiang Huayu had once bought her daughter a book of past college entrance exam questions. Huayu had always regretted not being able to attend university herself, so she had studied that book very seriously. Although she couldn't remember everything, she still recalled the key points for the 1981 exam. At the very least, she could highlight the important points to help them achieve high scores. Principal Nian saw Mengyu deep in thought and assumed she was still dissatisfied. He asked her, Student Jiang, if you have any other requests, you can bring them up. Mengyu looked up at Principal Nian. Can I really ask for anything? Principal Nian was afraid she might make unreasonable demands and was reluctant to agree. But remembering what Deputy Regiment Commander Cheng had said, he asked, What is your request? As long as it's within the school committee's capabilities, you can ask. Jiang Mengyu was delighted. All right, I'll say it then. Actually, I know we've already finished learning all the high school curriculum. What's left is just review. I want to organize a study group. We would usually arrange our own review time and location, and only return to school to take exams when notified for mock tests. Can this request be granted? Xinqi's eyes lit up when he heard Jiang Mengyu mention organizing a study group, and he looked at her with a bright, eager gaze. In reality, Jiang Mengyu had long since thoroughly mastered the high school curriculum. Returning to school served two purposes. First, she needed to register for the college entrance exam as a student of County High. Second, it was because of Shuiyu. Now, repaying her debt to Wu Jiangxing was added to the list. So, the best solution was to form a study group. Principal Nian tentatively asked, which students would be in this study group of yours? Jiang Mengyu replied frankly, last Saturday, I promised to tutor Wu Jiangxing. So, Wu Jiangxing is the first. Another is my friend, Zhang Shuiyu. Xinqi immediately chimed in from the side, and me. Seeing Jiang Mengyu look at him in surprise, he added, I have a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in the county town with a small courtyard. I can offer it as the location for the study group. Mengyu thought about it. She had been planning to look for a place herself, so his apartment would be perfect. Principal Nian was somewhat concerned when he heard Mengyu wanted to form a study group with Wu Jiangxing. Even though Zhang Shuiyu was included and she was Mengyu's close friend, it might still be difficult to stop people from gossiping. But Wu Jiangxing's grades were really too poor. If someone could provide one-on-one help to improve his scores, Principal Nian was quite tempted. Just as he was hesitating, he heard that Xinqi would also participate. Knowing that Shinchi and Wu Jiangxing were rivals, he thought Shinchi's presence would help keep an eye on them and foster mutual improvement. Chapter 249. Should I also act a bit dumb? However, Principal Nian also set requirements. First, you and Shinchi must maintain your first and second place rankings. Second, Wu Jiangxing and Zhang Shuiyu's grades must show significant improvement. If their grades haven't improved by the next monthly exam, your study group must disband, and you'll return to school for review. Jiang Mengyu immediately added, if their grades show clear improvement in the next monthly exam, our study group can continue. Agreed. When Mengyu went back and told Shuiyu jumped for joy. That's great, Mengyu. I really didn't want to see Huayu's nasty face anyway. Studying on our own is fantastic. However, when Mengyu proposed it to Wu Jiangxing, he hesitated. The reason, of course, was Shinchi. He and Shinchi were sworn rivals. Studying at his rival's house would make him uncomfortable. Mengyu found it strange. Do you two have some deep-seated grudge? Wu Jiangxing thought for a moment. No. Any past conflicts? None either. Then why can't you study together? Because he always mocks me, saying I'm strong in body, simple in mind, Wu Jiangxing said discontentedly. Jiang Mengyu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, as the child of a military family, being strong in body is a compliment for your good health. Wu Jiangxing patted his chest. I'm definitely good at fighting. But thinking about Shinchi calling him simple-minded, he felt frustrated again. I'm not good at studying. Jiang Mengyu held back her laughter. Do you really think you're simple-minded? Wu Jiangxing, how could that be? If I were simple-minded, how could I have tracked down Jiang Huayu and the others? But remembering that it was Shinchi who had pointed out the clue about Jiang Huayu being the source of the rumors, he felt deflated. Maybe I really am dumb. You Jiang Mengyu really wanted to knock on his head. If you were truly simple-minded, how could you be so good at basketball? Can a fool play basketball well? Wu Jiangxing's eyes lit up. Right, how could a fool play basketball? Mengyu continued. You're actually not dumb at all. You just don't like to use your brain. Wu Jiangxing widened his eyes. Really? Jiang Mengyu said with certainty. Of course it's true. I wouldn't be mistaken. Wu Jiangxing immediately got excited and reached out to grab Mengyu's hand. Thank you, Mengyu. But Shinchi suddenly stepped in front of Mengyu, so Wu Jiangxing, full of excitement, ended up grabbing Shinchi's hand instead. Shinchi said with a straight face, do you want to make up with me? Fine, I forgive your past mistakes. We're good now. Then he shook Wu Jiangxing's hand. Wu Jiangxing's face darkened, utterly frustrated. This rival of his had bullied him, and now he was deliberately twisting his meaning. Clearly, it was Shinchi who wanted to reconcile, but now it seemed like he was the one begging for it. Jiang Mengyu and Zhang Shuiyu, however, had no qualms about laughing heartily. Jiang Mengyu's 4-person study group was officially established with the approval of the school leadership and the class teacher. On the day the study group officially started, Cheng Jioha, who had returned from the capital, went to see them. He brought them lots of food, found them a cook to prepare 3 meals a day, and helped them settle in. Wu Jiangxing's previous academic foundation was a bit weak, so Jiang Mengyu had to help him fill in the basics. As a result, he was often called an idiot by Shinchi. Shinchi knew that Jiang Mengyu was already engaged to Battalion Commander Gu and realized he had no hope left. Feeling a sense of camaraderie with Wu Jiangxing, this love rival, he still had a sharp tongue but no longer aimed to discourage him. Instead, he encouraged him in his own way. In the past, Wu Jiangxing would have retorted when Shinchi spoke, but now, determined to get into military school, he actually took Shinchi's words to heart. Sometimes, he even actively sought Shinchi's advice. Jiang Mengyu, meanwhile, timely encouraged him. Whenever he made even a little progress, she would personally cook something delicious as a reward, which made Shinchi quite jealous. Chapter 250 Cultivation. Under the dual stimulation from Shinchi and Mengyu, Wu Jiangxing actually ignited an unprecedented passion for studying, and his grades gradually caught up. Zhang Shuiyu's grades weren't bad, but she had always loved dressing up and spent a lot of time on her appearance. Seeing Wu Jiangxing now striving to catch up, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and also began to study hard. Mengyu formed the study group with another purpose in mind, cultivation. Living in the group dormitory at school made it difficult to cultivate wholeheartedly. At Wu Jiangxing's place, with Wu Jiangxing and Shinchi sharing one room and her and Shuiyu sharing another, cultivation became much more convenient. Fortunately, houses during this period all had small living rooms and large bedrooms. Each room was 16 square meters, so fitting 2 beds wasn't a problem. At night, when Mengyu cultivated, Shuiyu saw her and wanted to learn too. Mengyu had originally intended to guide Shuiyu in practicing martial arts. This way, even if her father's nature proved hard to change, and he was tempted into gambling again, wanting to use her as collateral, she would have the ability to say no. Therefore, she readily agreed. Shuiyu and Mengyu cultivated at night. Mengyu accidentally broke through to Warrior Level 2 and entered Warrior Level 3. The usually slow-witted Wu Jiangsheng, however, quickly noticed something unusual. The next day, he looked eagerly at Mengyu. Mengyu, I want to cultivate with you too. Teach me. Shinchi also wanted to learn, but how could such a sex technique be taught to others so easily? Mengyu thought, since teaching one person was teaching two was also teaching, so she agreed. All right, I'll teach you. Shinchi was greatly surprised. Does your sect allow you to teach it? Mengyu nodded. My master wants me to carry forward his techniques. Shinchi was overjoyed. However, he thought more deeply than Wu Jiangshan. Casual instruction would definitely be different from learning through formal apprenticeship. Therefore, he actually knelt down with a thud in front of Mengyu. Classmate Mengyu, I am willing to become your disciple. Please teach me. Only then did Wu Jiangxing remember the principle that techniques are not lightly transmitted. He felt quite embarrassed for having bluntly asked Mengyu to teach him without any formalities. But to become Mengyu's disciple, he felt somewhat unwilling. This would widen the distance between them. Yet, remembering that Mengyu's fiancé was Gu Dongxing, he felt he had no hope left anyway. It might be better to become a disciple. Moreover, Shinchi's mind was sharper than his. If Shinchi had chosen to become a disciple, it must be the better option. Therefore, he also knelt down. I am also willing to become classmate Mengyu's disciple. Mengyu looked at the two kneeling before her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why become disciples? Can't I just teach you? But the two refused to get up, speaking in unison. Please accept me as your disciple, master. This time, the two rivals were united for once. Seeing the two male classmates become disciples, Shuiyu finally realized that learning a technique required first becoming a disciple. She also knelt down behind the two male classmates. Mengyu, let me become your disciple too. Mengyu was helpless. Don't worry, even without becoming disciples, I will still teach you wholeheartedly. But all three insisted on becoming disciples. In the end, the three together became Mengyu's disciples, agreeing to address her as master only during practice, otherwise, they remained classmates. Of course, she only taught them the Wu body technique. They lacked spiritual roots and couldn't learn the Wood immortal art. But merely teaching the three the Wu body techniques method. Shuiyu didn't know, but Shinchi and Wu Jiangxing, being children of military families, clearly understood the wonders of this technique. They were immediately overjoyed and felt very fortunate to be able to learn such an internal cultivation method. Thus, the four divided their time, practicing cultivation morning and evening and reviewing their studies during the day. On Sunday, Mengyu took some time to return to the village. Carrying gifts, she went to visit the village chief. She wanted to start repaying the team leader's kindness from now on. At this time, the village had just implemented the household contract responsibility system, leaving this team leader, who had always led the villagers on the path of common prosperity. Chapter 251. Was Annie Ding's death in the previous life related to Huayu? When Mengyu returned to the village, she passed through a field and happened to see the team leader carrying a hoe, walking across the wide expanse. From time to time, he would block some water outlets while muttering curses. These damn people, when they don't need water anymore, they just let it flow straight into the river. Do they think no one else needs it, huh? After the household responsibility system was implemented, the peasants' enthusiasm for production was unprecedentedly stimulated, but it also brought out the selfishness in some people. In the past, with just one home managing the water, once one field was filled, the water would be directed to another, ensuring that water resources were saved and utilized efficiently. But now, every household had their own hoe for managing water. Once their own paddy fields were filled, they would simply let the water flow into the river, not caring whether others still needed it. As a result, a large amount of water resources was wasted. Therefore, the team leader was doing a good deed by blocking those outlets that directed water into the river, so the water would flow into other ditches and be available for other households' fields. Mengyu sighed inwardly. Even though the household responsibility system was in place, the team leader still had endless worries. Mengyu called out, "Uncle Team Leader." When the team leader saw it was Mengyu, a smile spread across his face. "Mengyu, you're back. It's Sunday today. You came back to see." He was about to say, "to see your mother," but then he remembered that Li Chunhua had moved to the county town. Mengyu quickly interjected, "I came back to see you, team leader." The team leader's face lit up with pleasant surprise. "To see me? Come on, let's go home." Noticing the large bag Mengyu was carrying, he added, "You didn't have to bring so many things just for coming back." Mengyu lifted the bag slightly. "Just a few small things. I bought 2 bottles of wine for you. I brought them all the way from the capital. I also bought some cakes for Grandma and Annie Ding, and some candy for the children." Hearing there was wine, and from the capital no less, the team leader felt deeply touched. "You're such a thoughtful child, always remembering old times." He had already heard about it. The Jiang family parents had sold Mengyu, and even sold her into the deep mountains to be a shared wife, while letting Huayu attend the university Mengyu had earned admission to. Fortunately, Mengyu was rescued by the Liberation Army. That Jiang family, what a sin. Carrying her things, Mengyu first went to see Auntie Ding and gave her the specially prepared cakes. Mengyu repeatedly reminded her, "Auntie, I made these cakes for you myself. You must eat them all by yourself." She couldn't figure out why Auntie Ding had passed away the year after she was sold, as she was still in the mountains at that time. She suspected that everyone who had been kind to her had faced suppression and retaliation from Jiang Huayu, who feared they might gain influence and help her. Auntie Ding had helped her a great deal back then. Basically, whenever Mengyu had nothing to eat, she relied on Auntie Ding's support to get by. Could it be that Auntie Ding's death in her previous life was also related to Huayu? Regardless, she had to prevent such a possibility. For now, she would first improve Auntie Ding's health. Next year, after she got into university, she would bring Auntie Ding to the capital under the pretext of asking for her help. She refused to believe that, with Auntie Ding right under her watchful eye, Jiang Huayu could still harm her. Auntie Ding was overjoyed. It wasn't the cakes Mengyu brought that mattered to her, but the thought behind them. Yes, Auntie will eat them all herself and not share them with anyone. She then held Mengyu's hand and praised, "Ah, such a good child, smart, capable, and grateful. If the Jiang family, wouldn't she have brought them endless blessings? What a pity, they just didn't have the fortune." Hearing Auntie Ding's words, Mengyu was inwardly startled. Did Auntie Ding know something? She glanced inquiringly at the team leader. The team leader sighed. "The day after you were sold, your mother, that Li Chunhua, returned to the village and told everyone you had run off with him." Chapter 252, Repaying the Team Leader's Kindness. Chapter 252, Repaying the Team Leader's Kindness, Part 1. This Li Chunhua was indeed just like in her previous life, ruining her reputation again. The team leader continued, "Later, news came back from the county town that your parents from the Jiang family were arrested by the police station because of you, so rumors have been running wild in the village." "Mengyu, what on earth happened?" Mengyu told him everything she could about her situation. Listening to her story, the team leader sighed repeatedly while Auntie Ding wiped away tears. "That damn Li Chunhua, she'll surely come to a bad end," Auntie Ding couldn't help but curse. After bidding farewell to Auntie Ding, Mengyu arrived at team leader Ding's house. The team leader's wife saw Mengyu and engaged in another round of greetings, followed by a series of questions. Mengyu had no choice but to explain everything once more. After hearing the story, the team leader's wife also directed a stream of curses toward the Jiang family's direction. Once she finished cursing, she went to catch a chicken. Mengyu quickly stopped her. "Auntie, please don't kill the chicken. This meat will spoil if we don't eat it today." As she spoke, she took out 2 bottles of liquor, a large piece of meat, and a big bag of sugar from her bag. Only then did the team leader notice that Mengyu had also bought meat, and he criticized her again. Mengyu naturally accepted the criticism humbly, but had no intention of changing her ways. The team leader's son and daughter-in-law were both working outside, and the children were out playing, so only the 3 of them were at home. Mengyu intentionally steered the conversation toward the topic of the household responsibility system. As expected, the team leader poured out his grievances. Team leader Ding talked about everything from how every household had to dig for water to the lack of people maintaining irrigation systems, from some people not knowing how to farm and still flooding the fields with deep water even when the rice was in the milk stage, to the abandonment of the production team's pig farms, poultry farms, and sheep farms. Listening to all this, Mengyu sighed inwardly. This team leader really missed the glory days of being in charge. However, team leader Ding was actually a good team leader. When he led everyone on the path to common prosperity, while other villages had work point values of 10 or 20 cents, or even just a few cents, their village's work point value was as high as 60 cents. In fact, if everything were distributed, it could even reach 1 yuan. This was extremely rare during the production team era. After listening to the team leader vent his frustrations for a long time, Mengyu guided him to talk about how to get rich after the implementation of the household responsibility system. When it came to getting rich, the team leader shook his head vigorously. "It's difficult. In the past, some people in our production team farmed, some raised pigs, some raised ducks, and some raised sheep. Now everyone has land to farm, each doing their own thing. Who can still manage diversified operations? Other villages have large areas of barren hills where they can plant fruit trees, but we don't have any barren hills." Mengyu thought about those people in rural areas who got rich first in her previous life and said, "Uncle team leader, why not try growing off-season vegetables?" "Off-season vegetables? In a place like ours, who would we sell the vegetables to if we grew them?" "Sell them in the city." Mengyu looked at the team leader. The team leader shook his head. "Our place is far from the city. By the time a load of vegetables is carried to the city, they'd be wilted. Who would buy them?" Mengyu said, "We could do large-scale operations. Get a few households to grow them together. Once the off-season vegetables are harvested, partner up to transport them by truck to sell in the city. I've heard that off-season vegetables sell very well. Team leader Ding became thoughtful. He had also seen that the Chinese cabbage sold at the market in winter wasn't much cheaper than meat. You're right, that could be a way. But to transport our village's vegetables out, we'd need to build a proper road first. The current road, huh? The current dirt road was too bumpy. It really wouldn't do for transporting vegetables. Mengyu thought for a moment and said, I remember the commune's brick and tile factory came to our village before to check the soil, saying the yellow clay at the foot of our village's mountains was very suitable for making bricks and tiles. Later, they didn't build the factory here for other reasons. Now with reform and opening up, construction will definitely need lots of bricks and tiles. If you, Uncle Team Leader, contracted the village brick and tile factory. Actually, talking about growing off-season vegetables and such was just testing the waters. Her real purpose was to persuade the team leader to start a brick factory. The team leader's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again immediately. There's no startup Chapter 253. Doing good deeds depends on the recipient. Chapter 253. Doing good deeds depends on the recipient. Mengyu took out 10,000 yuan from her bag. Uncle Captain, I've already prepared the startup funds. Captain Ding hadn't expected Mengyu to carry 10,000 yuan with her. The captain's face turned stern. Where did this money come from? This was 10,000 yuan. No wonder her bundle was so big. Uncle Captain, don't worry. This money comes from a legitimate source. Mengyu explained that while collecting scrap, she had found a blue and white porcelain bowl. Believing it to be a treasure, she took it to the capital last time and sold it for 55,000 yuan. Mengyu shook her head. Captain, just tell me, are you in or not? I'm in. The captain was straightforward. Why wouldn't I be? Hearing that Mengyu had found a treasure while collecting scrap, he was very happy for her. Actually, back when the production team was still operating, the captain had planned to start a brick factory after discovering the high profits of brick kilns. However, this year, due to poor harvests, higher-ups issued a document implementing the household responsibility system, so he couldn't proceed. But Mengyu was right. While the production team couldn't run it, a private individual could. The captain waved his hand grandly. This is your money as an investment. I'll work for you. I promise to help you make money. Mengyu smiled bitterly. She had returned to repay the captain's kindness, not to exploit him. Captain, this is money I'm lending you to start the factory, not an investment. The captain widened his eyes. What did you say? You lend the money, and I get the profit? Mengyu, what kind of person do you think Uncle Captain is? Captain Ding insisted on treating it as Mengyu's investment. In the end, after discussion, they agreed that the brick factory would be jointly owned by both of them. Mengyu would only provide the investment, while the captain would be responsible for management. Initially, the captain only agreed to take 10% of the profits as wages, but Mengyu insisted on a 50-50 split. After arguing for a long time, the captain finally agreed to a 60-40 split, with him taking 40% and Mengyu 60%. 10,000 yuan is a bit too little for the investment. Since you have 55,000, why not invest 50,000? Keep 5,000 for your studies. After signing the contract, Mengyu gave the captain 10,000 yuan in cash. Then, the two of them went to the town bank to open an account. Mengyu deposited the remaining 40,000 into the account and handed it over to the captain in one go. The captain was deeply grateful for her trust. Don't worry, I will definitely run the brick factory well and live up to your expectations. Yes, they would only run a brick factory. As for tiles, since most people were building single-story houses now, tiles weren't in high demand. It was better to focus on bricks. Actually, in her previous life, the captain had also started a brick factory, but that was several years later. However, because he had helped Mengyu, Jiang Mengyu saw him as a thorn in her side. At that time, Jiang Mengyu had falsely claimed Mengyu's biological mother as her own, and had plenty of money and people at her disposal. Under her relentless suppression, the bricks produced by the captain's factory couldn't be sold, and eventually, the factory went bankrupt, resulting in a total loss. This was rare in the 1980s, when construction was booming everywhere and 9 out of 10 brick factories were profitable. She believed that in this life, without Jiang Mengyu's suppression and sabotage, and with the path she had paved for him, he would surely be able to carve out his own success. But what she hadn't expected was that with this brick factory as a starting point, Captain Ding's vision grew broader and broader. Later, he felt that providing bricks for others wasn't as good as using them himself. So, 5 years later, he gathered villagers to establish a construction company. 10 years later, he founded a real estate company. What moved Mengyu the most was that he said his startup funds had been provided by Mengyu. Without her, he wouldn't be where he was today. Therefore, no matter what he did, he never forgot to include Mengyu. As a result, Mengyu became a major shareholder in the real estate company and a super wealthy person without having to do anything. This was something Mengyu hadn't anticipated. Often, doing good deeds does bring rewards, but it depends on whether you've chosen the right person. So, doing good deeds should also be directed at good people. Doing good deeds for good people will surely bring rewards, while doing good deeds for bad people. Chapter 254, What isn't yours will never be yours. Mengyu returned to the county town the next day and resumed her studies and martial arts practice. Occasionally, she would think of Gu Dongxing, wondering how his mission was going. Meanwhile, Gu Dongxing, who had returned to the capital to carry out his mission, was facing a difficult problem in his life. Although he had called the Gu family before leaving, he didn't expect anyone to come pick him up. Gu Ming was busy with work, and his stepmother and her children certainly wouldn't come. Therefore, he was already prepared to take a taxi home. However, as he walked out of the station, he found someone waiting for him, and this person was the last one he wanted to see, Yi Rushui. As soon as Yi Rushui saw Gu Dongxing, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Brother Dongxing, you're finally back. I came to pick you up. Hurry and get in the car with me. Uncle and aunt are waiting for you at home. Gu Dongxing ignored her and walked toward the train station parking lot, where many taxis were waiting for passengers. He still intended to take a taxi back to the Gu family. Yi Rushui chased after him in her high heels, trotting along. Brother Dongxing, I brought a car. Please ride in my family's car. Gu Dongxing had already reached a taxi, and the driver opened the door for him. But he suddenly turned back and walked toward Yi Rushui. Overjoyed, Yi Rushui said, Brother Dongxing, my family's car is over there. Hurry and come with me. Gu Dongxing walked up to her and suddenly reached out toward her. Yi Rushui didn't understand why, but she was still delighted that Gu Dongxing was reaching out to her. She immediately spread her arms, wanting to hug him. Gu Dongxing moved very quickly. By the time Yi Rushui extended her arms, he had already grabbed the carp jade pendant hanging from her chest and yanked it off. This isn't yours. You don't deserve to wear it. Yi Rushui hadn't expected Gu Dongxing to turn back not to ride in her car, but to snatch the carp jade pendant from her chest. She burst into tears. Brother Dongxing, you can't take my jade pendant. It's mine. The people around were shocked to see a soldier openly robbing a woman of her belongings. Gu Dongxing held the carp jade pendant in front of her. Do you dare say this is yours? Yi Rushui lifted her head proudly. Of course it's mine. I've been wearing it for 10 years. Gu Dongxing pressed closer to her. Say it again. Is this thing yours? Yi Rushui lowered her head. She was about to say the Gu family had given it to her, but since she had treated it as an engagement token, it naturally became hers. But Gu Dongxing cut her off. If something isn't yours, don't covet it. This was given to Yiqing by my mother. Ever since Grandpa Yu passed away, you've taken Yiqing's jade pendant and worn it for 10 years. It's time to return it to her. The onlookers finally understood. This girl had taken something that belonged to someone else and worn it for 10 years. This man was merely reclaiming it for its rightful owner. It wasn't robbery at all. Gu Dongxing got into the taxi. Before leaving, he left Yi Rushui with one last remark. Remember, what isn't yours will never be yours. Don't covet what belongs to others. Instead of going directly back to the Gu family, he went to the Sun family, the family of Yiqing, the girl his mother and Grandpa Yi had arranged for him to marry in a childhood betrothal. He got out of the taxi at the street corner and walked toward the Sun family. Before he reached the Sun family's courtyard, he happened to encounter a woman who looked 35 or 36, or even 40, with a haggard face and a bruise on one side of her cheek. She walked out of the courtyard gate to take out the trash, and her gait was strangely awkward. It had been many years since he last saw her, and he hadn't initially realized this was Yiqing. But when the woman turned around, he saw the red mole behind her ear. Good heavens! Yiqing, who was born in the same year as him and was only 3 months younger, had actually become. Chapter 255, Why did you only come now? Gu Dongxing recalled Cheng Jiuhe's words. When she was 24, her stepmother married her off to a man named Sun Erliang, whose wife had died. That man has intermittent psychosis. It's said his previous wife was beaten to death by him, but because he has a mental illness, he wasn't held responsible. If he doesn't marry, his family has to bear the burden of him. But with a wife, they can shift that burden onto her. So his family went to great lengths to conceal his condition and used Yiqing's stepmother to force Yiqing into the marriage. Yiqing, whom he regarded as his own younger sister, was treated so wretchedly just because her father didn't care for her and her mother was gone. Yiqing felt a gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw a tall, straight-backed man in a military uniform looking at her, his eyes filled with heartache, anger, pity, and other emotions. She was about to ask something but suddenly remembered something. Panicked, she dropped the garbage and tried to run back inside. Her body was still unnaturally hunched and tilted to one side. Yes, not walking, but running. She wanted to run back into the courtyard and close the gate. Gu Dongxing took a swift step forward and blocked her path. Yiqing! I'm not Yi. Qinger, have you really forgotten your Dongxing brother? Gu Dongxing's eyes held a trace of confusion. Dongxing brother? Your Dongxing brother. Dongxing brother, why did you only come now? Yiqing suddenly threw herself into Gu Dongxing's arms and began to sob. Gu Dongxing didn't understand why Yiqing, upon seeing him earlier, had wanted to flee back into the courtyard as if seeing a ghost, yet now, upon learning his true identity, she was crying bitterly. He patted her back. Don't cry, Qinger. Dongxing brother is back. Dongxing brother won't let anyone bully you anymore. Yiqing cried for a long time before finally stopping her tears. Embarrassed, she pushed Gu Dongxing away. It's been so long. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Sorry for the scene. Gu Dongxing shook his head. Qinger, you've suffered all these years. I'm here today to take you away. Yiqing was stunned. Take me away? Yes, take you away. I already know. The Yi family actually married you off to a madman. Upon hearing the word madman, Yiqing suddenly started pushing Gu Dongxing. Go, leave quickly. Gu Dongxing was puzzled. Just moments ago, Yiqing was crying bitterly in his arms, and now she was trying to drive him away. Qinger, what is this? Yiqing said anxiously. You go. I'm doing very well. You don't need to worry about me. Go, and never come back. Gu Dongxing refused to leave. But you. Don't worry about me. You go quickly. Yiqing continued to push him anxiously, even shouting at him, go now. Just then, the courtyard gate was flung wide open. A man in his late 20s rushed out, grabbed Yiqing with one hand, and raised his other fist to strike her. He hit her while loudly cursing, you damn bitch, you actually dare to cheat on me. But the hand that was about to strike Yiqing was caught. Needless to say, the one who caught his hand was naturally Gu Dongxing. The middle-aged man struggled with force, but couldn't break free. Only then did he turn to look at Gu Dongxing. You bastard, you dare to mess with my wife? I'll kill you. His other hand, which had been holding Yiqing, immediately let go of her and swung towards Gu Dongxing. Seeing this man intent on violence, Gu Dongxing simply raised his hand and chopped down on the back of the man's neck. The man instantly went limp. During her struggle after being grabbed by the man, Yiqing's clothes became somewhat disheveled, revealing arms covered in bruises. Chapter 256, Come away with me. Gu Dongxing grabbed Yiqing's arm, not letting her pull away. He pointed at the limb covered in fresh and old wounds, with not a patch of unblemished skin in sight. Is this what you call doing well? You won't let me intervene? Yiqing, you've really grown bold, haven't you? Even my words don't matter to you anymore. The injuries on that arm were layered, old scars beneath new ones, and there was a deep, dark purple ring, clearly a mark left from being hung up. Had she been strung up and beaten? Yiqing's tears welled up again. Brother Dongxing, what choice do I have? I'm already married to him. What else can I do? What does being married to him matter? Are you really willing to live this kind of life forever? Haven't you ever thought about divorce? Yiqing shook her head. I can't leave. How can it be impossible? Gu Dongxing was exasperated, frustrated by her resignation. You're a woman of the new era. Are you still clinging to that old-fashioned notion of staying with one man for life? Yiqing lowered her head. The Sun family won't let me go. My father won't allow me to divorce. Gu Dongxing said, don't worry about the Sun family. I'll help you take them to court. As for the Yi family, they've already pushed you into a living hell. Why care so much about them? I'll ask you just one thing. Do you want to leave the Sun family and start a new life? At the words, leave the Sun family, Yiqing's eyes instantly lit up. Can I really leave? They won't come looking for me. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing understood. You've tried to run away from the Sun family before? Yiqing lowered her head, her eyes filled with despair. Yes, I ran away. It was my father who found me himself and sent me back to the Sun family. Gu Dongxing seethed with anger. Does your father know that Sun Erliang beats you? Have you shown him the injuries on your body? Yiqing suddenly looked up. He knows. Of course he knows. He knows about my injuries. He even knows that Sun Erliang's first wife was beaten to death by him. Gu Dongxing was furious. He knew all of that and still sent you to the Sun family? Was he even a man? Yiqing closed her eyes. My stepmother said it's normal for a man to hit his wife. As long as I obeyed him, he wouldn't beat me. She also said her brother is about to be promoted to bureau chief. If I divorce Sun Erliang, I'll ruin her brother's future. As soon as my stepmother cried, my father gave in and sent me back to the Sun family. Gu Dongxing never imagined that Yiqing could be such a man, willing to sacrifice his own daughter for his brother-in-law's career. Come away with me, Gu Dongxing said. Hearing his words, Yiqing's heart raced and her eyes shone brightly. But then she looked at Gu Dongxing, then at herself and immediately shook her head. No, I don't want to burden you. Besides, she glanced at Gu Dongxing. Your wife would misunderstand. At the mention of wife, Gu Dongxing felt a pang of conflict. We're not married yet. Hearing this, Yiqing felt a deep sense of loss. He might not be married, but he already had a girlfriend. Besides, she was already married and had become like this. She was no longer worthy of him. Please go, she said, reaching out to help Sun Erliang, who was lying in the courtyard, to his feet. Gu Dongxing blocked her path. No, you can't stay with the Sun family any longer. You'll be beaten to death. Suddenly, Yi Qing felt a surge of anger. What if I am beaten to death? What does it have to do with you? She didn't know why she was lashing out at Gu Dongxing, but she couldn't help feeling resentment. Chapter 257. Too horrible to bear. Yi Qing shook her head. You had no news. You never sent me a letter. I thought you didn't want me anymore. So, when they forced me to marry, I thought, marrying anyone is still marrying, so I agreed. I never knew I was actually being pushed into a pit of fire. Yi Qing glared angrily at Gu Dongxing. Why didn't you appear before I got married? Gu Dongxing let out a long sigh. I simply didn't know. I didn't know our grandfathers had arranged a childhood marriage pact for us. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. You didn't know? Your mother didn't tell you. Gu Dongxing nodded. If Yi Rushui hadn't come to find my mother with a token, demanding I fulfill the marriage contract, I wouldn't have known I even had a childhood marriage pact. What? Yi Rushui actually wanted to marry you? Yi Qing said with hatred. She took everything from me. She even took the betrothal token my grandfather gave me. She's already married, yet she still had the face to try and take my... She couldn't bring herself to say fiancé, because she herself had long been married. Suddenly, she thought of something else. Wait, that's not right. She didn't even know I had a childhood marriage pact with you. How could she possibly go to your house and demand you fulfill the contract? Gu Dongxing gave a bitter smile. It was because of my mother. Seeing Yi Qing's confusion, he sighed again. I went with my mother to the countryside. Because your Yi family never gave us a betrothal token, my mother thought your family simply looked down on us country folk. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Qing's face. So, your mother didn't take our marriage arrangement seriously either, and that's why she never told you? She laughed loudly. So, it was only me, all along, who remembered this childhood pact. She laughed and laughed until she began to cry. Yi Qing cried until the heavens darkened and the earth seemed to spin, crying until she fainted. Gu Dongxing directly took her away from the Sun family and went to the military hospital. He found a former female classmate, Lin Shuiying. Please help examine her injuries. Also, take photos of her wounds. Who is she? She's a little sister I knew since childhood. I went to see her this time when I returned, and I actually discovered. He explained Yi Qing's situation. Lin Shuiying's mouth fell open into an O. There are actually parents like that? It's true, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Don't worry, I'll properly examine her and take photos for her. Taking Yi Qing into an inner air-conditioned room, she removed Yi Qing's clothes and immediately let out a shocked cry. Gu Dongxing rushed in anxiously. What's wrong? He then discovered that Yi Qing's upper body, stripped down to just her bra, had barely a patch of unblemished skin. There were whip marks, bite marks, cigarette burn marks, and even cuts from a blade. Lin Shuiying quickly pushed him out. What are you doing in here? Only then did Gu Dongxing realize he shouldn't have entered. Hearing Lin Shuiying's shocked cry, he thought something had happened and rushed in. How could he have expected to see this? Beasts! Beasts! He cursed, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Shuiying took photos of Yi Qing's injuries, avoiding the private areas. When she unfastened Yi Qing's bra, she discovered the injuries on her chest were even more severe. Suppressing her anger, she photographed Yi Qing's entire body. To avoid causing any inappropriate impressions, she took the photos in separate sections. Looking at the parts individually wouldn't give a sense of nudity, because the scars were simply too shocking to behold. Afterwards, she turned Yi Qing over and photographed her back, which was also covered in scars, though it was somewhat better compared to the front. Turning her back to the front and looking down, the injuries on her private parts were truly unbearable to look at. She still photographed them, dividing them into separate. Chapter 258. Does he really think he could have become an entrepreneur without relying on the Gu family? Chapter 258. Does he really think he could have become an entrepreneur without relying on the Gu family? Chapter 258. Does he really think he could have become an entrepreneur without relying on the Gu family? At the hospital, Yi Qing underwent a full-body examination, including x-rays. It was discovered that her hands, feet, and ribs all bore calluses from old, untreated fractures. One rib, in particular, had never been properly set. It had healed misaligned, connected only by a small amount of tissue, forming a large callus. While internal organ injuries couldn't be immediately determined, her intestines had clearly been injured. Fluid from the injury had leaked out, leading to peritonitis, causing pain with even slight pressure. With each new detail learned about Yi Qing's condition, Gu Dongxing's heart ached anew. That Sun Erliang deserved to die. After waking up and being questioned about her injuries, Yi Qing finally broke down into loud sobs. Sun Erliang is not human. He's not mentally ill at all. He's a congenital eunuch, a sadist. It turned out Sun Erliang was indeed a congenital eunuch. Unable to perform sexually with women, he took pleasure in torturing them instead. The more pain a woman suffered, the happier he became. His first wife had been tortured to death by him. To evade responsibility for murder, his family bribed doctors at a mental hospital to produce an evaluation certifying him as mentally ill. Thus, he escaped legal punishment, settling the matter with a mere 10,000 yuan in compensation. His former wife had lost her mother early on, and her father passed away not long after. Her only remaining relatives were her older brother and his wife. Having received the money, why would they care if she had died unjustly? After his first wife's death, Sun Erliang took a liking to Yiqing. The Sun family knew Yiqing was the daughter of Yixing's first wife. Since the old master, her grandfather, had passed away, no one was looking out for Yiqing. So, after offering some benefits to Yixing's current wife, they married Yiqing into their family. In short, she was a child unloved by her father, with her mother gone. Even if she were beaten to death, no one would seek justice for her. All it would take was handing out some benefits to settle things. Gu Ming uttered an "oh." What major trouble has he caused? He took Yiqing away. The Gu residence. Yet this Gu Dongxing actually went to the Sun family and took Yiqing away. Yes, your Gu Dongxing is truly too reckless. While this Sun Erliang may be a good-for-nothing, the Sun family is not ordinary. Your Gu Dongxing took away their daughter-in-law. Do you think the Sun family will let your Gu family off? Although the Sun family rose to prominence during the Cultural Revolution, they were extremely adept at leveraging connections. Therefore, even though the Cultural Revolution had long ended, the Sun family still wielded significant influence in political circles. Jiang Mengyu quickly found Gu Ming. Old Gu, your son has caused major trouble. Duan Yuqing, Yixing's current wife, Yiqing's stepmother. Otherwise, Sun Erliang wouldn't have remained unscathed even after beating his first wife to death. Duan Yuqing, what are you saying? Gu Dongxing took Yiqing away. Jiang Mengyu couldn't believe it. Her face was now filled with anger. Her own younger brother was still under Sun Jiaoyang. Whether he could be promoted to bureau chief depended entirely on the Sun family's help. The Gu family was merely an up-and-coming family. Going against the Sun family would definitely not be a wise decision. What? Gu Ming couldn't believe it. Why did he go find Yiqing? He suddenly thought of something. Back when the marriage alliance was arranged with old Master Yi, Yiqing was Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Jiang Mengyu was indignant. Even if Yiqing was once his fiancé, she's married now. He can't just abduct her. Now the Sun family is causing trouble. You figure out what to do. Gu Dongxing returned just in time to hear Jiang Mengyu speaking ill of him. A grown man of 26 or 27, acting without considering the consequences, only thinking of himself. Does he not consider that if it weren't for the Gu family backing him, does he really think he could have become an entrepreneur without relying on... Chapter 259. The childhood betrothal partner isn't Yi Rushui. Gu Ming was just about to retort when Gu Dongxing pushed the door open and entered. Oh, I wasn't aware that my promotion to regiment commander was thanks to your efforts, Jiang Mengyu. Jiang Mengyu hadn't expected her bad-mouthing of Gu Dongxing to be overheard. She was momentarily embarrassed, but quickly adjusted her attitude. Dongxing, you're back. Gu Dongxing ignored her and instead looked at Gu Ming. Dad, I'm back. Seeing that Gu Dongxing paid her no mind, Jiang Mengyu hardened her heart. Let's see how you escape the Sun family's reckoning this time. Gu Ming nodded. It's good you're back. Have a seat. Before Gu Dongxing could sit down, Jiang Mengyu immediately launched her attack. Dongxing, I heard you abducted, you took away the Sun family's daughter-in-law? Gu Dongxing picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea, saying nothing. Gu Ming had no choice but to ask, what's going on? Gu Dongxing sighed. I only found out a few days ago that when I was little, my mother and Grandpa Yi arranged a childhood betrothal between me and Yiqing. Gu Ming was surprised. You didn't know before? Gu Dongxing nodded. I didn't know. After my mother and I moved to the countryside, she thought the Yi family wouldn't honor the engagement anymore, so she never told me. And also, he hesitated for a moment but decided to say it. Grandpa Yi and my mother only made a verbal agreement. My mother gave them a token, but the Yi family never gave my mother a token in return. It's clear they had already planned for the marriage not to go through. Gu Ming was astonished. Your mother gave a token? He had always thought the arrangement between the two families was merely verbal. Gu Dongxing took out the carp-shaped jade pendant. This is the token my mother gave. Jiang Mengyu immediately cried out from the side, oh my. Isn't this the jade pendant that's always been hanging around Rushui's neck? Your betrothal partner should be Yi Rushui, right? Gu Dongxing snorted. Yi Rushui merely seized something that belonged to Yiqing. After Grandpa Yi passed away, practically everything of Yiqing's was taken by her stepmother and Yi Rushui. As he said this, he shot a glare at Jiang Mengyu. Because, similarly, almost all the things his grandfather had given him as a child had been taken by Gu Xing with Jiang Mengyu's support. Regardless, since this token ended up in Yi Rushui's hands, the person you're betrothed to should have been changed to Yi Rushui. So, the person you should fulfill the marriage agreement with is naturally Yi Rushui. Gu Dongxing snorted coldly. A marriage agreement isn't a business transaction that can be swapped at will. Moreover, the Yi family has married off both their daughters, so the verbal marriage agreement between their family and me naturally no longer exists. But Yi Rushui divorced Sing Yicheng immediately after learning she had a marriage agreement with you, just to fulfill that agreement with you. Yang Meiying still refused to let it go. Gu Dongxing, as I just said, marriage isn't a transaction. It can't be exchanged. There is no marriage agreement between me and Yi Rushui. Seeing his son adamantly refusing to acknowledge Yi Rushui, Gu Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think highly of Yi Rushui either. He had no desire for the eldest son and grandson of the Gu family to marry a woman who previously sought powerful connections, only to betray and abandon them when their family fortunes declined. Enough, Gu Ming said. I've already stated before that as long as Dongxing is unwilling, he cannot be forced. Besides, that Yi Rushui isn't a good woman anyway. He turned to Gu Dongxing. What about Yiqing? How did that happen? Yang Meiying immediately interjected. Yes, even if you were once betrothed to Yiqing, she is already married and protected by marriage law. You have no right to interfere. Chapter 260, one should answer for what one does. Gu Dongxing did not look at Yang Meiying, but instead fixed his gaze on Gu Ming. Even if Yiqing and I don't have a marriage arrangement, she is still my sister. I cannot ignore that she has been abused. He directly produced Yiqing's disability assessment and the already developed photographs of the injuries on her body. Looking at those photos, Gu Ming was shocked. What kind of deep hatred could cause someone to be injured like this? There wasn't a single patch of unblemished skin on her entire body. Especially the ligature marks on her wrists, it was clear at a glance they were left from being hung and beaten. These injuries are clearly not from 1 or 2 days of beating, but from long-term abuse. Gu Dongxing let out a long sigh. I didn't abduct her. I happened to encounter her when she came out to take out the trash. She had fainted on the garbage heap, and I took her to the hospital. The hospital has already provided an authoritative assessment. It constitutes a 10th degree disability. Gu Ming had never imagined that the Sun family's son would dare to treat Yiqing like this. Gu Dongxing continued, the Sun family calculated that Yiqing is the daughter from the Yi family's previous marriage. With a stepmother comes a stepfather's neglect. Yiqing now has a father who doesn't cherish her and a mother who isn't present. So they assumed no one would stand up for Yiqing and dared to treat her this way. As for the Sun family wanting to settle accounts with me, don't worry. They will soon have their own troubles to deal with because I have already reported Sun Earlyang's abuse of a family member resulting in disability to the police. Yang Meiying was greatly alarmed. What did you say? You've already reported it to the police? What right do you have to do that? Are you trying to ruin our Gu family? Gu Dongxing looked at Gu Ming. Dad, do you also think I shouldn't meddle in this matter? Without waiting for Gu Ming's answer, he added, setting aside Grandpa Ye's kindness to my mother and me, simply because I am a soldier, when I see the safety of the people's lives is not guaranteed, I will step forward. Therefore, I am determined to meddle in this matter. At worst, I'll sever ties with the Gu family. One should answer for what one does. Gu Ming sprang to his feet. What do you mean, sever ties? You are my eldest son, Gu Ming. How can such a relationship be severed so easily? Moreover, as elders, how can we stand by and watch Yiqing, that girl, being abused without lifting a finger? Rest assured, with this evidence, I will contact Yiqing immediately. If he doesn't stand up for Qing, I will stand up for her. Seeing that Gu Ming not only didn't blame Gu Dongxing, but also intended to join him in standing up for Yiqing, Yang Meiying grew anxious. Oh, old Gu, we mustn't act on impulse in this matter. That Sun Earlyang has intermittent mental illness. Even if he beats someone to death, he won't be held responsible. It's only a 10th degree disability. Even if you step in, what can you really do? What she really wanted to say was, you all may not fear him, but what about us? And what about Xinger and Chenger? What if he seeks revenge against us? Gu Dongxing sneered coldly. He doesn't have a mental illness at all. Yang Meiying exclaimed nonsense. He is mentally ill. He beat his ex-wife to death and wasn't prosecuted precisely because he has a mental illness. Gu Dongxing sneered. I don't believe you are unaware of how his mental illness assessment came about. He simply does not have a mental illness. The reason he abuses his wives is merely because he is a eunuch, incapable of sexual relations himself, so he takes his anger out on women to satisfy his perverse desires. Gu Ming was shocked again. Is what you're saying true? It's what Qinger said. That Sun Earlyang, to control Qinger, forbade her from contacting men and threatened her, saying even if he beat her to death, he wouldn't be guilty. He just needed to bribe someone to certify he was having a psychotic episode when he killed her. Such despicable words filled Gu Ming with righteous indignation. Chapter 261, forcing the Yi family to act. Gu Ming thought for a moment and still went to get the phone, intending to contact Yixing. He could no longer stand by and do nothing about this matter, but before taking action, he still wanted to inform Yixing. After all, Yiqing was his own daughter. Unexpectedly, Gu Dongxing pressed his hand down. Dad, you don't need to call him. Once he finds out his daughter has been abused, he'll become anxious himself. Gu Ming was puzzled. Why? He simply couldn't believe that Yisheng, as a father, was unaware of how his daughter Yiqing had been living since marrying into the Sun family 2 years ago. A somewhat peculiar smile appeared on Gu Dongxing's face. Yiqing is his daughter. If he isn't anxious, what's the use of others being anxious? I believe he will definitely handle this matter. Gu Ming didn't believe it. Yisheng didn't care about this daughter at all, so how could he possibly become anxious? But seeing the firm look in his son's eyes, he began to suspect that his son must have done something. However, since his son didn't say anything, he felt it wasn't appropriate to ask. What did you do? Jiang Mengyu couldn't help but ask. You better not have done anything excessive that could implicate your father. Gu Dongxing snorted and ignored her. It wasn't until the news broadcast that evening that Gu Ming found out what Gu Dongxing had done. Dear viewers, domestic violence has always been an unavoidable topic among ordinary people. Since humans began forming families, domestic violence has accompanied them. In cases of domestic violence in China, the incidence rate is 29.7% to 35.7%, with women being the primary victims. Today, we are reporting on one such female victim of domestic violence. The camera showed Yiqing's bruised face as she recounted the tragic experiences of abuse since her marriage. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing numerous scars on both arms. Particularly striking was a deep purple mark around her wrist, clearly the result of being tied up for a long time. She then pulled up her pants, exposing the scars on her legs, which were also covered in both old and new injuries. The broadcaster narrated Yiqing's unfortunate experience, while the camera displayed her injury assessment and close-ups of some shocking scars. Gu Ming looked at Gu Dongxing. Did you do this? At that time, people didn't yet have the awareness to seek public opinion to solve problems. If something happened, they would turn to the police or the military, but never to journalists. Because involving journalists meant that the matter would be blown out of proportion. Gu Dongxing said, when I took Yiqing to the hospital, there happened to be a journalist in the ward. After noticing the old and new scars on Yiqing's arms and learning about the situation, he immediately called the TV station. Then, someone with a camera went to the hospital to interview Yiqing. Gu Ming's mouth fell open, but this time he was speechless. He wanted to say that Gu Dongxing shouldn't have taken it upon himself to expose this matter. After all, at that time, whenever a family had an issue, they would try their best to suppress it. Who would want to publicize it? Especially for families like theirs, who typically went to great lengths to cover things up. Who would air their dirty laundry in public? However, considering the Sun family's influence, without public opinion, it might indeed have been difficult to suppress them. Jiang Mengyu expressed her dissatisfaction from the side. By doing this, you've completely offended the Sun family. Are you trying to ruin our Gu family? Gu Dongxing said calmly, it's the journalist's right to interview victims of domestic violence. I couldn't stop him. Well, I just didn't stop him, that's all. In fact, the journalist who went to the hospital to interview Yiqing was actually invited by an anonymous call from him. His main goal was, Chapter 262, this reputation cannot be borne. Gu Dongxing knew full well that his influence in the capital was still insufficient. As for the connections and power of the Gu family, due to Jiang Mengyu's presence, he could hardly make use of them. Although Gu Ming had expressed righteous indignation in front of him about Yiqing being abused, when it came down to taking real action, Gu Ming would undoubtedly consider all aspects and would not easily engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Sun family. As for the Yi family, they had already treated Yiqing as a sacrificial pawn. Coupled with the interference of her stepmother, they would not intervene unless Yiqing died an unnatural death. No, even if Yiqing died an unnatural death, as long as the Sun family provided a reasonable explanation, the Yi family would not care. They would only use the incident to extract benefits from the Sun family. Therefore, he had called in people from the television station to expose the matter. Once Yiqing's situation was brought to light, the Yi family would have to intervene, whether they wanted to or not. After all, no matter what, Yiqing was Yisheng's own daughter. If Yiqing's plight remained hidden, he could pretend not to know. But now that it was exposed, and as a domestic violence case at that, merely to uphold the Yi family's reputation, he would have to take action. Gu Ming also realized this. He recalled how his son had previously told him not to seek out Yisheng. He never expected his son to use this method to force the Yi family's hand. Moreover, it left the Yi family unable to blame him. After all, he had merely encountered the unconscious Yiqing and taken her to the hospital. Any soldier would have provided aid in such a situation, especially since Yiqing was his childhood sworn sister and the fiancé arranged by their families. As for the reporters showing up, one could hardly sew Yiqing's mouth shut to stop her from talking. And as for reporting to the police, wasn't that perfectly normal under such circumstances? As for whether the police would arrest Sun Erliang, he couldn't say for sure before the news broadcast that evening. But after the broadcast, he dared say the police had certainly already arrested Sun Erliang. Gu Ming immediately rebuked Jiang Mengyu. When the Sun family snatched my Gu family's daughter-in-law, why weren't they afraid of offending us? When the Sun family allowed Sun Erliang to abuse Yi Qing, why weren't they afraid of offending the Yi family? Gu Ming keenly sensed that this time, the Sun family was doomed. Many matters, if kept under wraps, allow everyone to save face. People might even help keep them hidden. But once exposed, the consequences become hard to predict. Because it was discovered that Yi Qing's broken ribs had never been properly treated at a hospital, they had healed naturally with calluses, some even misaligned. Therefore, this time the hospital decided to re-break the misaligned parts and set them properly. The fractures in her hands that hadn't been set were also rebroken and reset. Consequently, she now had to remain hospitalized. Gu Ming secretly sent people to the hospital to protect Yi Qing, only to find that she was already under covert protection. If the Yi family were to send protection, it would likely be overt, not covert. Thus, he quickly guessed that those protecting Yi Qing were probably enemies of the Sun family. From this, he deduced that someone would surely take advantage of the situation to attack. Sure enough, after the news broadcast, public outrage erupted. The fact that Sun Erliang had long-term abused his wife under his family's watch, causing injuries that resulted in a 10th-degree disability, quickly spread. The police arrived, and Sun Erliang was finally arrested. His ex-wife's mother also filed a complaint against him, stating that he had no mental illness. Rather, due to his physiological defect preventing normal marital relations, he had become psychologically perverted, taking pleasure in Chapter 263, When the Tree Falls, the Monkeys Scatter. What was even more detestable was that, in order to ensure the Sun family had descendants, when the son proved incapable, the father took matters into his own hands. After his ex-wife became pregnant, Sun Erliang couldn't accept it and tormented his wife even more severely. He relentlessly abused her until she miscarried, then continued beating her until she died. After careful appraisal by authoritative institutions, it was confirmed that Sun Erliang was indeed a natural eunuch. Moreover, his words and actions showed no signs of mental disorder, meaning he was not mentally ill at all. A natural eunuch, marrying one wife after another, beating his former wife to death, and now crippling his current wife. Consequently, public outrage erupted. People were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring for Sun Erliang to be executed by firing squad to appease public anger. Especially those older men who couldn't find wives, they wished they could drag Sun Erliang out of the detention center and beat him to a pulp. How could a natural eunuch like him ruin one woman after another, while normal, healthy men couldn't even find one? Wasn't this a sheer waste? At the same time, some raised questions. When Sun Erliang beat his first wife to death, why was he diagnosed as mentally ill and allowed to evade legal punishment? If he truly was mentally ill, then he shouldn't have been allowed to marry. So how did he manage to marry a second time? Furthermore, why wasn't his condition detected during the premarital checkup? A man with anorexia, it's hard to believe it wouldn't have been discovered. All these points indicated that the Sun family had been covering up for him. Thus, some began demanding severe punishment for those who had shielded him. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Sun Erliang, subjected to round-the-clock interrogations, finally snapped from exhaustion. You lackeys, why haven't you released me yet? Do you even know who I am? So, what if I beat my own woman? What's the big deal? That bitch Yi Qing actually dared to report me. Once I'm out, I'll beat her to death, stab her, ruin her asterisk. If I can't have her, no one else will. A bought wife is like a bought horse. You ride her and beat her as you please. Since Yi Qing married me, what's wrong with me beating her? So, what if the Yi family is influential? She's their daughter, but I can still beat her whenever I want. So, what if I killed someone? I have a mental illness certificate. I'm mentally ill, who's afraid of whom? Even if I killed someone, it doesn't count. As it turned out, Sun Erliang had mutilated Yi Qing's lower body for two reasons. First, because he was incapable himself, and second, because he feared his father would use the lack of an heir as an excuse to assault his current wife. When Yi Qing learned of this, he asked Yi Qing, "Did that beast of a father ever harass you?" Yi Qing wept. He wanted to, but I threatened to expose him, so he didn't dare. Yi Qing was enraged. And so, he took action. While Sun Erliang was raging in detention, his father, Sun Xian, was reported for embezzlement. Shortly after, his eldest son was accused of committing acts of hooliganism, with the number of women involved reportedly enough to form a platoon. Just as Gu Ming had predicted, the Sun family had truly fallen. What he didn't know, however, was that his own son had also played a part in this. The Sun family had harmed the sister he had acknowledged since childhood. How could he let them off so easily? This time, Sun Erliang was sentenced to death, with immediate execution. Yi Qing seized the opportunity to file for divorce, which was quickly granted. She was then taken back to the Yi family. Sun Erliang never expected that, despite tormenting women again. This time his victim hadn't even died, yet he himself would end up. Chapter 264. Is this an attempt to force a marriage? Just before being escorted to the execution ground, Sun Erliang was still shouting loudly, "I refuse to accept this. I'm mentally ill. You can't convict me." It wasn't until someone roared in his ear, "A life for a life, a debt repaid with money, that's the natural order of things," that he suddenly became deflated and stopped struggling. With Sun Erliang finally brought to justice, Yi Qing was at last freed from her misery. Gu Dongxing felt that this trip should be considered complete, and he could leave. However, before he could depart, Yi Qing arrived with Yi Rushui in tow. "Dongxing, you're back. Why haven't you come to visit your uncle Yi?" Gu Dongxing sensed that this old fox's arrival never boded well. He replied indifferently, "Staff Officer Yi is a very busy man. How could I disturb you? Besides, I haven't been back for a long time and have some matters to attend to, so I didn't dare trouble Staff Officer Yi." Yi Qing was very displeased. "Dongxing, why are you calling me Staff Officer Yi? Our two families are close friends. You always called me Uncle Yi when you were little." Gu Dongxing had no choice but to reluctantly utter, "Uncle Yi." Yi Qing was satisfied. "That's more like it. I heard you took back the betrothal token your mother gave my daughter." Hearing this, Gu Dongxing thought, "Here it comes." He steeled himself. "What betrothal token?" "Back then, the talk of marriage was just something Grandpa Yi and my mother mentioned casually. If it were a real betrothal, how could they not have informed my father? Moreover, only my Gu family gave a token, your Yi family didn't provide one. Besides, if we were truly engaged as children, why would you marry off Yi Qing without even consulting our Gu family? I know Uncle Yi is not a person who breaks promises, so this talk of a betrothal was clearly just a joke, don't you agree?" Yi Qing frowned. This Gu Dongxing had cornered him with just a few sentences. If he claimed the Gu and Yi families were engaged, then marrying off his daughter without consulting the Gu family would be an act of bad faith. Since they had already married off their daughter, it proved the initial talk was just a joke. Otherwise, the Yi family would have to bear the reputation of being promise breakers. And that was a reputation the Yi family absolutely would not accept. Therefore, Yi Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only glance at Gu Ming, who was sitting nearby, hoping he could help defuse the situation. But Gu Ming had never wanted his son to marry a Yi family daughter and naturally wouldn't speak up for him. Instead, Jiang Mengyu spoke up, "Dongxing, this child really doesn't know how to speak. How can you talk to an elder like that? Your mother and Uncle Yi arranging your childhood engagement is a settled matter. As for why the Yi family married off their daughter, I believe there must have been extenuating circumstances. Besides, didn't Rushui get divorced immediately after learning about the engagement?" Hearing Yang Meiying's words, Gu Dongxing secretly seethed. Was this an attempt to force him into marrying Yi Rushui? Gu Ming shot Yang Meiying a fierce glare upon hearing her words. How could she speak like that? Wasn't she attributing Yi Rushui's divorce to his son? Wouldn't that give the other side a reason to pressure his son into marrying Yi Rushui? Sure enough, Yi Qing immediately chimed in, "Yes, Dongxing, to be honest, I wasn't clear about the specifics of your childhood engagement before. No one in either family mentioned it all these years. After the old master passed away, it was completely forgotten. So, when someone came proposing, we agreed to marry off our daughter." Yang Meiying promptly added, "We understand." Rushui only found out about the childhood engagement with Dongxing later and immediately felt her family was in the wrong. She went back and got divorced to correct this. Chapter 265. I won't take the blame for this. When Yi Sheng heard Yang Meiying's words, he gave her a strange look. Gu Dongxing inwardly cursed Yi Sheng for being an old fox and hated Yang Meiying even more for speaking out of turn. He said calmly, "However, as far as I know, Yi Rushui got divorced in May this year, and she only found out about the verbal engagement agreement between the Gu and Yi families after November. Moreover, the main reason for Yi Rushui's divorce was that the Zhang family looked down on her for not having children after 4 years of marriage. Her mother-in-law repeatedly wanted her son to divorce her, so it wasn't a matter of correcting any mistake. Besides, while other things can be corrected, a young woman getting married and then divorced is different from correcting a mistake. Even if she gets divorced, she can't go back to the way things were before." Yi Rushui was sitting nearby. Hearing Gu Dongxing say right in front of her that she couldn't go back to the past, was he looking down on her for not being a virgin? She felt resentful. After all, Gu Ming was under her father's command, and Gu Dongxing was just Gu Ming's son from a previous marriage. Even if she wasn't a virgin, she was more than a match for Gu Dongxing. Besides, that Jiang Mengyu was just a country girl. What did she have that Yi Rushui didn't? She quickly said, "Brother Dongxing, I actually found out about the engagement between the Yi and Gu families as early as February, which is why I divorced Xing Yicheng." Gu Dongxing snorted. Found out early? If she had really known earlier, would she have needed to impersonate his girlfriend and been so guilty that she was thrown out by a young girl like Mengyu? She had clearly only learned about the engagement from his mother's mouth when she went to wish her a happy birthday, yet she dared to claim she had known all along. She was determined to pin the blame for her divorce on him. I won't take the blame for this. You know perfectly well when you found out. Yisheng also knew that it was somewhat unfair to ask Gu Dongxing, a man who had become a regiment commander at 26, to marry his second-hand daughter. But even if it was unfair, he wouldn't let go easily. How could Jiang Mengyu allow him to slip out of her control? So what if she was married before? Does being married once mean she can't marry again? Dongxing, this is a new society. We don't follow the old-fashioned, discriminatory views about women's chastity. No matter what, you two are engaged, and now neither of you is married. It's fine if you didn't know before, but now that you do, it's not too late to fulfill the engagement. Besides, Ru Shui divorced Xingyi Cheng for you. Gu Dongxing couldn't hold back any longer. Jiang Mengyu, what are you trying to do? The verbal engagement my mother and Grandpa Yi agreed to back then wasn't with you, Ru Shui. Why do you keep trying to pair me up with you, Ru Shui? Jiang Mengyu wanted to say more, but Gu Ming roared, shut up. Seeing that Gu Ming was truly angry, Jiang Mengyu had no choice but to fall silent. When Yi Rushui heard Gu Dongxing's words, her face flushed bright red, not from embarrassment, but from anger. That damned old man had always only had eyes for Yu Qing and had never shown her any kindness. Even when it came to something as good as an engagement, he had only arranged it for Yu Qing, even though she was the one who liked brother Dongxing more. She had completely forgotten that she had put Gu Dongxing out of her mind entirely after learning that he and his mother had returned to the countryside. When Yisheng heard Gu Dongxing mention Yu Qing, his expression became very complicated. Gu Ming, however, frowned. Whether it was Yi Rushui or Yu Qing, both had been married before and were unworthy of his son. Neither was the kind of daughter-in-law the Gu family wanted. When Jiang Mengyu heard Gu Dongxing say that the engagement back then wasn't with Yi Rushui, she had a sudden thought. Chapter 266, I cannot marry her. Although Jiang Mengyu wanted Yi Rushui to marry Gu Dongxing, so he would have no heirs. Yi Rushui was, after all, the daughter of Yisheng's current wife, deeply doted on, and could always provide Gu Dongxing with some support. But wouldn't it be even more effective if Gu Dongxing married Yu Qing instead? That Yu Qing, whose body was already disabled, who had even heard her private parts were utterly ruined by Sun Erliang, making a happy married life impossible, and who offered no support whatsoever. Jiang Mengyu quickly said to Yisheng, if Dongxing is willing to marry Yu Qing, you should agree to it. Gu Dongxing immediately expressed his displeasure. Who said I want to marry Yu Qing? Gu Dongxing had said the person originally betrothed to him in the childhood arrangement wasn't Yi Rushui, but that didn't mean he was going to marry Yu Qing. Yu Qing, in his mind, was like a biological younger sister. He had never considered her as his other half. Moreover, his heart already belonged to Jiang Mengyu. How could there be room for any other woman? Gu Dongxing absolutely would not agree to marry a daughter of the Yi family. First, his own heart wouldn't allow it. The only person he loved was Mengyu. He wanted neither Yi Rushui nor Yu Qing. Second, although Mengyu's words had been so final, he could actually tell she said those things just to force him to properly handle this engagement matter. If he really tried to leave her, she definitely wouldn't agree either. Third, if he truly yielded to old Fox Yi and married his daughter, Qing Jiohe, who would clash with him whenever his sister was involved, would certainly cut ties with him. They might seem like brothers normally, but in reality, Qing Jiohe was also the master who taught him his cultivation techniques. Back in the year he followed his father, he had already become friends with Qing Jiohe. At that time, Qing Jiohe was also suffering under a stepmother's cruelty. Having found his own friend, he secretly taught Gu Dongxing his family's cultivation method. However, he didn't want people to know he had taught the family techniques to an outsider. Therefore, he forbade Gu Dongxing from addressing him as master. He even usually called Gu Dongxing boss. But in Gu Dongxing's heart, he regarded Qing Jiohe as a master. Qing Jiohe, both teacher and friend, held significant weight in his heart. Therefore, he absolutely would not give up Mengyu to marry Yu Qing. After thinking it over, Gu Dongxing said to Yisheng, I'm sorry, I cannot marry your daughter. Yi Rushui's face changed. You're not still thinking about that Jiang Mengyu, are you? You really intend to discard us sisters and marry that country bumpkin? Gu Ming frowned. What country bumpkin? Jiang Mengyu's eyes lit up as she looked at Gu Dongxing. Dongxing, you really found a country girl as a fiancé? It wasn't your country mother who helped you find her, was it? Her tone carried thick disdain when mentioning Gu Dongxing's mother. Yi Rushui hurriedly interjected. She's a country girl who was sold to human traffickers by her adoptive parents, happened to be rescued by him, then abandoned her adoptive parents who raised her, and is now solely focused on clinging to him, demanding he take responsibility. With these words, she painted Jiang Mengyu as an ungrateful, vain girl who abandoned the adoptive parents who raised her, only thinking of climbing the social ladder by clinging to Gu Dongxing. Gu Ming listened, his frown deepening. Dongxing, what exactly is going on? Gu Dongxing was very displeased. Because Jiang Mengyu was still young, he had planned to wait until she was a bit older, and he himself was stronger, capable of protecting her, before revealing her to the world. He hadn't expected Yu Rushui to expose her prematurely. However, she wasn't an ordinary person either. Since she was already exposed, he simply decided not to hide it anymore. She is a very special girl. Although she is from the countryside, she possesses a purity, kindness, and beauty that city girls cannot match. I do indeed plan to marry her when she grows up. He looked at Guming. I hope to have your blessing. Guming was surprised. Grows up? How old is she? Gu Dongxing hesitated for a moment before saying, she is 6. Chapter 267. She won't live long. Guming rubbed his forehead. She was only 16. Waiting until she was 20 to get married meant another 4 years. But Gu Dongxing was already 26. In another 4 years, he would be 30. Did your mother agree? He asked. Gu Dongxing hesitated for a moment, but Yu Rushui already answered. Auntie Gu doesn't think much of her at all. Last time when she went to wish Auntie Gu a happy birthday, she was even chased out. She didn't notice how ugly Yang Meiyu's expression became when she heard those 3 words, Auntie Gu. Yang Meiying secretly fumed. This Yu Rushui really doesn't know what's good for her. I've schemed so much for her, and she actually calls that bitch Auntie Gu. That bitch was kicked out of the Gu family long ago. Where does she get off still using the Gu surname? You mean Haishue, right? Only then did Yu Rushui remember. Subconsciously, since the man she wanted to marry was Gu Dongxing, she naturally should call Gu Dongxing's mother Auntie Gu. But calling Gu Dongxing's mother Auntie Gu in front of Yang Meiying was bound to displease Yang Meiying. She hurriedly said, yes. I wasn't paying attention for a moment and called her wrong. You are the real Auntie Gu. Gu Dongxing heard her words and gave Yu Rushui a cold glance. Yu Rushui's heart sank again. Damn it, in her eagerness to please Yang Meiying, she had offended brother Dongxing again. She didn't know what to say. Regardless, I will only marry the person I love. I won't marry anyone else. Having said that, Gu Dongxing stood up and walked towards his room. Yixing sighed. Are you really not going to care about Yiqing anymore? If you don't take her away, I'm afraid she won't live much longer. What? Gu Dongxing was greatly shocked. Gu Dongxing was also stunned. Yiqing, that timid little sister, was said to not have long to live? Thinking back, it seemed from the very beginning, Yixing hadn't mentioned anything about him and Yu Rushui. It was only because of Yang Meiying's interjections and Yu Rushui's own interruptions that he mistakenly thought Yixing's purpose today was to force him to marry Yu Rushui. So, his real purpose was actually about Yiqing. After Gu Dongxing took her to the hospital, he went to see her a few times. But because he kept thinking about Cheng Jioha's words and felt his own position was awkward, he didn't dare to show too much concern for Yiqing. Therefore, after her health started improving day by day, he reduced the frequency of his visits. When was early aging syndrome diagnosed? He asked with a frown. Just yesterday. Yixing watched Gu Dongxing's expression. After the Sun family members were diagnosed with various illnesses caused by radioactive material, they gave her a comprehensive checkup as well. The result was that not only did the Sun family get their retribution, but under the accumulated injuries, Yiqing was also hiding a serious illness masked by those injuries. The Sun family reportedly had many enemies. Someone who was harmed and couldn't get revenge resorted to another strategy. They sent a jade guanyin statue to the head of the Sun family. The entire jade guanyin was emerald green, its 2 inlaid eyes were brown, emitting a captivating glow. This jade guanyin was originally placed in the Sun family's living room, but was later given to Sun Erliang as a wedding gift. Sun Erliang suddenly developed a fever while in detention and was later diagnosed with leukemia. Not just him. All the Sun family members had varying degrees of illness. It was later discovered that the source of the illness, the eyeballs of that jade guanyin, were actually radioactive material. Yiqing didn't escape either. After the Sun family discovered their collective illness, she was also given a thorough checkup. She didn't have leukemia, cancer, or other terrifying diseases. However, she had an even more frightening illness. Chapter 268. He actually schemed against his son. Gu Dongxing thought back to when he first saw her after returning to the capital this time. She was clearly only 25 or 26, yet she looked over 30. Actually, saying she looked over 30 was because he knew her real age. If someone who had never met her before saw her, they would definitely suspect she was over 40. He had always thought Yiqing looked old because of the torment she suffered at the hands of Sun Erliang. He never expected she actually had progeria. The first thing discovered was premature ovarian failure. Yiqing didn't finish. A woman of 25 or 26 had already stopped menstruating. From then on, she would be unable to bear children. Moreover, many organs in her body had already begun to age. Her current physical condition was equivalent to that of an ordinary woman going through menopause. And given the current rate of her body's aging, she probably wouldn't live more than 5 years. As her biological father, Yisheng wasn't without pain. It was just that before, his eyes had been clouded by the promises his second wife painted her younger brother rising in status would also be a great help to the Yi family. Although he also knew Sun Erliang had beaten his previous wife to death, he arrogantly believed that with the Yi family's status and position, he could intimidate Sun Erliang and make him dare not mistreat his daughter. Therefore, he only issued a few warnings before marrying his daughter off to him. Unfortunately, Sun Erliang didn't take his warnings seriously at all. He even took pride in being able to torment a woman of noble status, as if tormenting Yiqing was equivalent to stepping on Yisheng's head. He didn't know that Yiqing's marriage was almost like falling into a pit of fire. She hadn't returned home for 2 years, and he only thought it was because Yiqing resented him and didn't want to face her stepmother. If Yisheng had known it would cost his daughter's life, he probably wouldn't have agreed to marry her off to Sun Erliang either. A trace of regret appeared on Yisheng's face as he looked at Gu Dongxing. You also know, I usually don't have time to look after her. Your aunt's son has suffered a family tragedy, so she probably doesn't have the heart to care for her either. Besides, their relationship is just like that. You understand, at home, no one could help her. Actually, I came today not to ask you to marry Rushui, but to beg you, please take good care of Yiqing for me. He didn't dare say to make Gu Dongxing marry Yiqing, but Yiqing truly couldn't stay at home. Therefore, he could only beg Gu Dongxing to take care of his daughter for him. Yi Rushui's eyes widened. Father brought her to the Gu family, not for her own marriage to Gu Dongxing, but for Yiqing. Did he want to marry Yiqing's ruined body to Gu Dongxing? What he was actually thinking about was that soon-to-die wretch Yiqing, not her. Then why did he bring her to the Gu family? No, it wasn't that he wanted to bring her. She was the one who insisted on coming. But if she had known his purpose in coming to the Gu family was to plead Yiqing's case, she would never have come. She glared fiercely at her father. Gu Ming was also shocked. Yiqing had progeria? If Yiqing's body was just a bit damaged, it could be nursed back to health. But she had progeria, an incurable disease. Yes, progeria. Currently, no medical science has been able to conquer this problem. But what did Yiqing mean by this? Yiqing was his daughter. He brought her into this world. He had the responsibility to care for her. He himself wouldn't take care of her, and now he just wanted to entrust a daughter with progeria to Gu Dongxing? Yisheng actually used the word beg. Was this dumping a burden? Given Gu Dongxing's nature, and the fact that he and his mother owed a debt of gratitude to old Master Yi, now that Yisheng was lowering himself to beg like this, he would truly find it hard to refuse. This old fox, he actually schemed against his, Gu Ming's son? With Yiqing in tow, how could his son go find his own happiness? Would that young girl? Chapter 269, Yiqing's mother of fierce temper. If he forced the marriage issue aggressively, Gu Dongxing would definitely not yield and would only refuse more firmly. But now, with Yisheng pleading with him in the capacity of a father, Gu Dongxing was truly in a difficult position. After only a brief consideration, Gu Dongxing agreed to Yisheng's request. I can help take care of Yiqing, he said. However, I demand that the Yi family return all of Yiqing's mother's dowry to Yiqing. Yiqing's mother was the maid of a daughter from a declining aristocratic family. Before the young lady left the mainland, she gave her a very substantial dowry. Yiqing's mother brought all this dowry with her to the Yi family. However, because she died when her daughter was too young, it all fell into the hands of Yisheng's subsequent wife. When Yi Rushui heard Gu Dongxing say the dowry should be returned, she immediately jumped up. No way. Half of those things had ended up in her possession. How could she possibly give them up? Gu Dongxing ignored Yi Rushui and instead looked earnestly at Yisheng. Grandfather Yi once gave me a dowry list belonging to Yiqing's mother. But Grandfather Yi also clearly stated it was Yiqing's dowry. At the time, he didn't understand why Grandfather Yi gave him Yiqing's mother's dowry list when he left the Gu family and insisted he keep it safe. He had simply taken it as a sign of Grandfather Ye's trust in him, so he had hidden it very well. Even his mother didn't know about it. It turned out that back then, Grandfather Yi and his mother had already arranged a childhood marriage engagement between him and Yiqing. He had always wondered, since the two families had arranged a childhood engagement, why did his mother give a token to the Yi family, but the Yi family didn't give one in return? It was because the Yi family had long harbored other intentions. It wasn't until he received the storage bag gifted by Mengyu and eagerly packed all his treasures into it, rummaging through his things, that he discovered this dowry list. Only then did he realize that Grandfather Yi hadn't failed to give his mother a token. He had entrusted the token to him. This dowry list essentially served as the Yi family's token. Indeed, what token could be more valuable than a woman's dowry? He believed in Gu Dongxing's ability to use this dowry list to reclaim the dowry that rightfully belonged to Yiqing. Because at the end of the dowry list, Grandfather Yi had written one sentence: Yiqing's mother's dowry shall serve as Yiqing's dowry. Yisheng was shocked. What are you saying? My former wife's dowry list is in your possession. Gu Dongxing took out a copy of the dowry list. This is a copy. I don't have the original on me. Yixing looked at the dowry list, his expression extremely complex. Yiqing was the wife his family had arranged for him. After marriage, he joined the army and left with the troops. As he was constantly away, she hadn't become pregnant. Unexpectedly, a single night of passion with his wife upon returning home resulted in her pregnancy. But at that time, he already had a like-minded woman in the army. Therefore, citing the need to break free from the shackles of an arranged marriage, he proposed divorce to Yiqing's mother and later married his comrade in arms. He never expected Yiqing's mother to be so fiercely proud. After giving birth to her daughter, she committed suicide. That incident dealt him a heavy blow and also affected his career advancement. In the years just after liberation, many of his colleagues had newly abandoned their arranged marriages. So why was it considered a good thing for others to break free from the old marital system, while for him it became a bad thing? However, looking back on Yiqing's mother now, he had to admit she was a virtuous wife and loving mother in the traditional Chinese sense. Gentle, beautiful, serene, loyal, viewing her husband as her heaven. Apart from committing suicide after being abandoned by him, she had almost no flaws. From his current perspective, a woman like that was truly a lady from a respectable family in the truest sense. Even though she was Chapter 270. The dowry must be given. Looking at the dowry list Gu Dongxing had produced, Yisheng waved a hand at his daughter. Stop making a fuss. Only then did he say to Gu Dongxing, all right, I agree. I'll hand Yiqing's dowry over to you. Gu Dongxing shook his head. Not to me, but to Yiqing. Yisheng, however, fell into thought. If the dowry was handed over to Gu Dongxing, then Gu Dongxing, having accepted his daughter's dowry, would have to marry her. But if it was only given to Yiqing, it meant Gu Dongxing had no intention whatsoever of marrying his daughter. If he was to entrust his daughter to Gu Dongxing, it had to be done properly and justifiably. Otherwise, people would think he had abandoned his own daughter. Yi Rushui very much wanted to say, you promised to take care of Yiqing. Giving Yiqing's dowry, left by her dead mother, to Yiqing is essentially the same as giving it to you. But she knew that if she said this out loud, there would truly be no possibility left between her and Gu Dongxing. Her eyes fixed on that dowry list, her heart filled with a hatred so intense she wished she could tear it to shreds. But she also knew this dowry list was merely a copy. The original was still in Gu Dongxing's possession. It was all because Yiqing had this dowry that Gu Dongxing was actually willing to take in such a broken, worthless thing, a woman with a ruined body and no ability to bear children. The hatred in her heart surged like a tidal wave. If she was destined not to get Gu Dongxing and had to yield him to someone, she would rather yield him to Jiang Mengyu. No, not even Jiang Mengyu could have him. She wasn't worthy of Gu Dongxing. She would rather Gu Dongxing marry a complete stranger. Seeing her expression, Gu Dongxing knew what she was thinking, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He hadn't originally intended to explain, but after some thought, he decided to clarify. I have my own stipend, and my fiancé has plenty of money. I won't use a single cent of Yiqing's. It's just that, as you all know, given Yiqing's current physical condition, I will spend money to hire experts to treat her. She doesn't have congenital progeria. With modern medicine being so advanced, I believe she can be cured. And the treatment will likely cost a considerable amount. Hearing this, Yi Rushui remembered how Jiang Mengyu had deliberately flaunted her wealth in front of him and felt somewhat embarrassed. Isn't your fiancé just some upstart? That time she was deliberately playing with gold bars in front of everyone, reeking of nothing but the stench of money. If you're helping Yiqing with her treatment, why not just have her pay for it? Gu Ming was surprised. Your little girlfriend is very rich? Gu Dongxing's face turned stern. Her mother works at Hope Garden, with an annual income of over 100,000. After a moment's thought, he added, it's said that the owner of that Hope Garden can casually take out a single pill at auctions for hundreds of millions in Hong Kong. He wouldn't mention that Mengyu had taken the treasure chest her adoptive mother had schemed for. But to explain the future source of funds, he deliberately directed everyone's attention to her mother. After all, no one could criticize using parents' money. Of course, this was also his way of telling them that he didn't have his eyes on Yiqing's meager possessions. Hearing this, Yi Rushui was greatly shocked. Did they give you any of those pills? Seeing the probing look in Yisheng's eyes, Gu Dongxing said bluntly, Mengyu's mother gave me a foundation establishment pill. Actually, the foundation establishment pill was given by Mengyu, along with those miraculous divine medicines. But he didn't want others setting their sights on Mengyu, so he let Mengyu's mother take the credit. He didn't know about Mengyu's mother, but the woman Mengyu's mother followed gave him a feeling of immense power. Anyone who dared to set their sights on her would be seeking death. Sure enough, upon hearing that Mengyu's mother had given a foundation establishment pill, both Yisheng and Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Because he had heard that to cure his daughter, it would be best. Chapter 271. Cheng Jioha is unhappy. Yi Rushui immediately pressed. Is this Peiyuan Dan very valuable? Yisheng sighed. You can't buy it for less than 100,000. And even if you have over 100,000, you still can't get it without the right connections. Suddenly, he thought of something. Do you still have that Peiyuan Dan? Gu Dongxing naturally understood his meaning. Yi Qing's premature aging was due to radiation damage. If there were a Peiyuan Dan, it might be able to repair that damage. However, he still shook his head. I took it immediately back then to make a breakthrough. But I will find a way to buy one for Yi Qing. Between the lines, he was telling Yi Sheng that he would not marry Yi Qing, but he could not withhold Yi Qing's dowry. In the end, despite Yi Rushui's attempts to stop him, Yi Sheng agreed to Gu Dongxing's request to return Yi Qing's mother's dowry to her. Because Gu Dongxing firmly refused to marry Yi Qing, and even Gu Ming did not want his son to marry a woman whose body was already broken and who had lost the ability to bear children, he felt too embarrassed to force Yi Qing upon Gu Dongxing. On the contrary, it was Gu Dongxing who insisted on taking Yi Qing away. Because he understood very well that what Yi Qing said was true, Yi Qing would not receive good care in the Yi family. Yi Qing had no time to look after her, and her stepmother would not care for her either. Now, with Yi Rushui having returned after a divorce, saying she hoped to take care of Yi Qing, it would be a miracle if she didn't scheme against her. Moreover, due to Gu Dongxing's intervention, Yi Rushui and her mother had returned Yi Qing's mother's dowry to her. If Yi Qing stayed in the Yi family, she would definitely come to no good end. He proposed to Yi Sheng, "Let me acknowledge Yi Qing as my younger sister." Seeing that Gu Dongxing was adamant about not marrying his daughter, Yi Sheng had no choice. However, upon hearing that Gu Dongxing wanted to acknowledge Yi Qing as his sister, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. In this world, don't sworn brothers and sisters often end up becoming husband and wife? Therefore, he readily agreed. When Jiang Mengyu heard that Gu Dongxing wanted to take Yi Qing as his sister, she thought of Yi Qing's dowry and could not hide the greed in her eyes. That's great. Since you're acknowledging Yi Qing as your sister, she'll be our goddaughter from now on. Unexpectedly, Gu Dongxing said, Yi Qing will only be my sister. In other words, he was warning Jiang Mengyu not to think of scheming against Yi Qing. When Yi Qing heard that she was to acknowledge Gu Dongxing as her brother, she was overjoyed. Brother Dongxing, does that mean we'll be like real siblings from now on? Gu Dongxing looked at her face, which appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, and felt heartache. He quickly replied, of course. From now on, you'll be my real younger sister. I'll take you to the countryside to live with my mother. Are you willing? I'm willing. Yi Qing liked that Aunt Gu but did not care for the later Jiang Mengyu. It's the countryside, you know, Gu Dongxing reminded her. The countryside is good, the countryside is good. I like the countryside, Yi Qing said with a smile. Given her current state, it was better to follow Gu Dongxing's mother to live in the countryside and breathe the fresh air there than to stay in the Yi family and become a laughingstock. Yi Qing left directly from the hospital. She did not want to return to the Yi family. Even her mother's dowry was brought by Yi Sheng to the hospital and handed to her. Gu Dongxing first took Yi Qing back to the military camp at the garrison. Cheng Jiohe was dumbfounded when he saw Yi Qing getting out of the car with Gu Dongxing. He pulled Gu Dongxing aside and asked anxiously, why did you bring her here? What about my sister? Just like how I accepted that Mengyu is your sister, Mengyu will surely accept that Yi Qing. Chapter 272. Is he going to send me away? Your situation is different from ours. Cheng Jiohe really wanted to punch Gu Dongxing hard, to crack open his skull and see what on earth he was thinking. How is it different? You can recognize Xiaoming as a younger sister, so why can't I recognize Yi Qing as one? Cheng Jiohe wanted to throw a bucket of cold water on him to sober him up. The reason I recognize Mengyu as a younger sister is because neither of us harbors any other intentions. For me, she is my friend's wife. Not to be disrespected, I would never have any other thoughts about her. For her, her heart belongs to you. She wouldn't have other thoughts about me. But your situation is different from ours. You have my sister in your heart, so perhaps you wouldn't have such thoughts, but what about Yi Qing? Can you guarantee she doesn't have any feelings at all? Moreover, you two were even engaged by your families as children. Gu Dongxing said candidly, no, Yi Qing won't have such thoughts. I made it very clear to her that I already have a fiancé. But in truth, he wasn't entirely sure in his heart whether Yi Qing truly had no feelings for him. However, one thing was certain, at present, he had become Yi Qing's only support. Yi Qing didn't have many years left to live. He couldn't just abandon her like that. Cheng Jiohe was both angry and furious. He had seen very clearly just now, the way Yi Qing looked at Gu Dongxing was unmistakably filled with romantic affection. Keeping a woman who has feelings for him by his side, was he trying to make life too easy for himself and his own sister? He said resentfully, let me tell you, if you dare make my sister cry. Gu Dongxing interrupted him, I know, if I dare make Mengyu cry, you'll make me cry. Don't worry, I won't make Mengyu cry. Mengyu, that was his little one. He loved her more than anything. How could he let her be hurt because of him? Cheng Jiohe sighed. You should explain the situation with Yi Qing to my sister as soon as possible. Don't think my sister is easygoing. Let me tell you, in matters of love, Men and women are equally petty. No one can tolerate their lover's heart holding space for another man or woman. Gu Dongxing immediately retorted, my heart only has Mengyu in it. Yiqing is just my sister. But Qing Jioha didn't want to argue with him. Whether you intend it or not, you've brought her to your side. Mengyu won't be happy when she sees it. I advise you to send Yiqing away as soon as possible. If you want to take care of her, you don't necessarily have to keep her by your side. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll send her to my mother's place. Qing Jioha instinctively felt something was off. Sending Yiqing to his mother, was that like introducing her to the family or what? But if Yiqing wasn't sent to Gu's mother for care, would that mean Gu Dongxing would have to take care of her personally? That would be even worse. Therefore, Qing Jioha had no choice but to remain silent. When Yiqing saw Gu Dongxing, she felt somewhat nervous. Brother Dongxing, who was that just now? Did I cause trouble for you? Gu Dongxing was a bit annoyed. That's my sworn brother. You don't need to worry about him. He's concerned about his sister. Yiqing was taken aback. Who is his sister? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and decided to explain to her. His sister is just like you and me, an adopted younger sister. Her name is Jiang Mengyu, and she's my fiancé. Yiqing's heart panicked. So he's your brother-in-law? He wouldn't misunderstand that I want to compete with his sister for you, would he? Is he going to send me away? Brother Dongxing, please tell him, I just hope to stay by your side. That's enough for me. I won't compete with his sister for your affection. To be honest, she felt quite resistant toward that man, sensing that he would drive. Chapter 273, You brought your childhood sweetheart back. Gu Dongxing patted her hand reassuringly. Don't mind him. He's just overly worried about his sister. Rest for a bit. We'll have lunch, and I'll take you to my mother's hometown this afternoon. His little one was coming back on Saturday. If she saw that he had brought his childhood sweetheart back, he had no idea how she would react. Before, he had always felt that his relationship with Yiqing was above board. But after hearing Qing Jioha's words, he was also afraid that Mengyu might get the wrong idea. For now, it was better if they didn't meet. He needed to explain things to her first before letting them meet. Yiqing was taken aback. Leaving so soon? Brother Dongxing, can I not leave right away? I'd like to stay here for a couple of days. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment. Today was Tuesday. You can stay for a few days, but you must go to my mother's place by Friday. Yiqing looked hurt. Brother Dongxing, are you trying to send me away? Seeing Yiqing's sorrowful expression, Gu Dongxing's heart softened. Forget it. You can stay a few more days if you want. Qing Jioha, hearing Gu Dongxing's words, left in a huff. Gu Dongxing brought back some food, ate with Yiqing, then let her rest in the room by herself while he drove the jeep to find Mengyu. When he arrived at the county high school, he learned that Mengyu hadn't been attending classes at school recently. She had started some kind of study group and was eating and living outside, only returning to school for exams. A bad feeling crept into his heart. Sure enough, when he found Wu Jiangxing's house, he saw Mengyu tutoring Wu Jiangxing. Their heads were close together, which made his blood boil. Let me tell you, you absolutely must memorize this equation. High school equations are numerous and messy, so you have to learn and memorize them one by one. You can't pile them up and try to memorize them all at once. I've already categorized and organized them for you, which should help you understand the reactants and products. Wu Jiangxing made a pained face. I just can't remember these equations. Gu Dongxing coldly cut in, I think you're just a blockhead. You even need someone to help you memorize a few things. Why don't you have someone help you eat and sleep too? Wu Jiangxing looked up and saw Gu Dongxing. He quickly stood up. Regiment Commander Gu. Mengyu looked up and greeted him indifferently. Regiment Commander Gu, back from your mission? She then called out toward the kitchen, Shuiyu, add 2 more bowls of rice. Turning back to Wu Jiangxing, she said, come on, let's continue. To memorize this equation, first, you must familiarize yourself with it and understand the reactants and products. That's the foundation for remembering an equation. Then, check if there are any conditions or if it's a reversible reaction. Finally, balance it. If you get these details wrong the first time, it'll be very hard to correct later. Gu Dongxing roared angrily, can you stop talking? Jiang Mengyu looked up, seemingly puzzled. We're a review group. We get together to study. If you don't want us to study, what should we do? Gu Dongxing forced down the anger bubbling inside him. Xiaoming, didn't we agree before I left that you would wait for me to come back? Wait for you for what? Regiment Commander Gu, you're an important person. I'm just an ordinary citizen. What could I possibly be waiting for you for? Waiting for you to bring your childhood sweetheart and tell me when you're getting married. Gu Dongxing was stunned. How did she know he had Chapter 274, I'm not that magnanimous. Gu Dongxing really wanted to ask how she knew, but the words reached his lips and he immediately swallowed them back. Xiaomengyu, what about me? I'm not as noble as your childhood sweetheart. You've already taken her from her father's hands and brought her back, even taking her dowry with you. Naturally, you have to take responsibility for her. As for a country bumpkin like me, just a commoner, there's no need for you to bother. Gu Dongxing finally confirmed that Jiang Mengyu knew everything about his time in the capital. He was frustrated. Could it be that she had sent someone to follow him? Otherwise, how did she know? Mengyu, my heart for you is witnessed by heaven. Mengyu interrupted him. No, don't talk to me about heaven. I just ask you, did you bring back the childhood sweetheart you were betrothed to since childhood? Gu Dongxing, Mengyu cut him off. You just need to say yes or no. Gu Dongxing could only answer honestly, yes. Are you planning to take care of her from now on? Mengyu pressed further. Gu Dongxing made a bitter face. Xiaomeng. Say yes or no. Gu Dongxing lowered his head. Yes. But immediately looked up again. But my engagement with her was automatically dissolved when she got married. It was automatically dissolved when she got married, but now she's free again. You're unmarried, she's single, you've brought her to your side and promised to take care of her. The conditions for fulfilling your childhood betrothal naturally exist again. I've said it before, while you have an engagement, don't come looking for me again. Not only did you not break off the engagement and cleanly sever the relationship, but you even brought her back. Do you really think I'm a saint, or do you take me for a fool, thinking I'm so magnanimous that I can tolerate having your childhood sweetheart, who depends on you wholeheartedly and has loved you since childhood, by your side? Mengyu was bitter with anger. If Shin-Chi hadn't told her, she would still be in the dark. So, the childhood betrothal was actually real. It's just that Yi Rushui wasn't his betrothed at all. His betrothed was Yi Rushui's half-sister, Yi Qing. Moreover, this Yi Qing was already married. This Gu Dongxing, this time he wasn't carrying out any mission at all. He was called back by his family to fulfill the marriage agreement with the Yi family. The marriage partner was precisely Yi Rushui. It's just that this Yi Rushui wasn't some innocent maiden either. In order to marry him, she divorced her original husband, and then her family called him back to fulfill the marriage agreement. But after investigating and finding out that the betrothed was Yi Qing, he actually helped Yi Qing bring down the Sun family, helped her divorce the Sun family members, and then brought her to his side. Since he had already made his choice, what did it mean that he could still come looking for her? Could it be that he thought she was really that magnanimous, able to accept him bringing another woman to marry her? Gu Dongxing lowered his head, looking at Mengyu. Xiaomeng, things aren't what you think. He told Jiang Mengyu everything, how he returned this time and discovered Yi Qing had been tortured by the Sun family until she was barely human, how he sent her to the hospital and found out her body had been tortured to a level 10 disability. Then he invited public opinion to intervene, forcing the Yi family to act. The Sun family was kicked while they were down, and then the tree fell and the monkeys scattered. But after the Sun family members were arrested and detained, they were examined and found to have physical lesions. Then it was discovered that Yi Qing, due to an enemy's revenge, had been irradiated by Guanin's eyes and developed premature aging syndrome. Ye's father found him and demanded he take care of Yi Qing. Considering that she was disliked by her father and stepmother, and her sister only schemed against her, he had no choice but to take her away. It's Chapter 275, How Shameless Can You Be? Gu Dongxing said helplessly, Xiaomeng, I know bringing her back will cause some unnecessary misunderstandings, but I really can't just watch Yi Qing die from premature aging like that. The reason I brought her back is actually to ask for your help, to have you take a look at her. Mengyu flew into a rage again. You still want me to treat her? It was true that she had studied medical texts and could treat ordinary people's illnesses. She could even handle conditions that regular doctors couldn't cure. This was mainly because she had many medicines in her space that could treat various diseases. For example, Yi Qing's so-called premature aging syndrome was nothing more than a damaged biological lock and a leakage of vitality. All she needed to do was repair the biological lock and replenish the lost vitality, and she could restore her to her original state. But that was her secret. Until she became stronger, she wouldn't let anyone know about it. And now, this Gu Dongxing actually wanted her to treat his childhood friend? A condition that even major hospitals couldn't cure? That was her love rival. What right did he have to ask her to treat her? Gu Dongxing, from today on, we're done. Gu Dongxing panicked. Xiaomeng, you can't do this. My relationship with her is truly just like siblings. I don't have any romantic feelings for her at all. Mengyu, you're a kind-hearted girl. Her body has already become like that. She's so pitiful, so helpless, so endearing. You'll accept her, won't you? Mengyu sneered. Gu Dongxing, are you joking with me? You actually want me to accept her? Even if you don't have romantic feelings for her, can you be sure she doesn't have any for you? Her father doesn't love her, and her stepmother and stepsisters harm her. She could move out and live on her own. Why did she have to come back with you? You're not real siblings, so what right does she have to comfortably enjoy your kindness? To have you take care of her for the rest of her life? Gu Dongxing retorted. Aren't you and Cheng Jioha also sworn siblings? You're just as close, and I haven't said much about it. In truth, he still harbored resentment over the relationship between Cheng Jioha and Mengyu. Mengyu continued to sneer. Do you think I would casually accept the kindness of an unfamiliar man and become sworn siblings with him? To be honest, the reason Chung Jioha and I are close is because I sensed a similarity in our bloodlines. It's highly likely that we're related by blood. I just don't want to delve into it. Gu Dongxing was shocked. Mengyu and Chung Jioha were related by blood? Was it true or false? He had also heard that people who practiced martial arts to a certain level could sense their own bloodlines. He never expected Mengyu to possess such an ability. If that was the case, her identity was somewhat surprising. He suddenly thought of the rumors Jiang Mengyu had spread, that Mengyu's mother was pregnant before marriage and married into the Lin family to cover up the shame. Perhaps what she said was actually true. Ignoring his probing, Mengyu continued, "But what about you? You and Yiqing aren't related by blood. You were even engaged as children. What right do you have to take on the responsibility of caring for her from her father? You want to say that you're repaying her grandfather for taking care of you and your mother? But before that, her grandfather merely spoke a few words for your mother. There's no evidence to prove your mother was a spy. Your mother never contacted any foreign families. Being expelled from the ranks was already a severe punishment. How much worse could it have been? How great could the favor from that elder you be? I don't oppose you repaying a favor, but for such a small favor, you want to take care of her for the rest of your life? That's not repaying her grandfather's kindness at all. It's your own." Chapter 276, No Swearing Allowed. Chapter 276, No Swearing Allowed. Gu Dongxing, don't say you only have brotherly feelings for Yiqing. You once said that you participated in those childish games of playing house, even acting as the groom, all for Yiqing's sake. Can you honestly say you never once thought of Yiqing as your bride in your heart? Alright, even if you yourself had no such thoughts, can you guarantee that Yiqing had none? Gu Dongxing was stunned. He truly had no such thoughts about Yiqing, but how could he guarantee that Yiqing had no thoughts about him? Did Yiqing really have no thoughts about him? Mengyu continued, "Times have changed. You forgot all that and developed new feelings with me. But upon seeing Yiqing again, your old feelings for her rekindled. That's why you went to such lengths to help her, even going so far as to bring down the Sun family just to make it easier for her to divorce Sun Erliang. Gu Dongxing, if you merely wanted to repay old Master Ye's kindness, if you merely saw her as a sister, you could have simply helped her find a doctor to cure her illness. But you brought her back, kept her by your side, and even prepared to take care of her for a lifetime. She's not a child who needs you to raise her or needs to stay by your side. Brotherly affection means helping out when a sister is in trouble. Have you ever seen any brother who needs to take care of his sister for a lifetime? So, your actions send a signal. You're telling everyone that what exists between you two is far from mere sibling affection. You're still deceiving yourself, telling me it's sibling affection, asking me to accept her, to build a family together with her in the future? Gu Dongxing, how utterly shameless must you be to even think of me accepting you marrying me while bringing another woman along, allowing you to enjoy the fortune of having both. Gu Dongxing had considered that bringing Yiqing, his childhood betrothal partner, back might cause some reaction from Mengyu. But he never expected her reaction to be so intense. Moreover, her analysis made his heart race. Had he truly, deep down, regarded Yiqing as his woman? But he had never thought of her that way. No, even as a child, he never thought of marrying her when they grew up. As for playing the bride and groom games, it was only because he saw her being deliberately excluded by Yi Rushui on a whim, wanting to help her. To say he had feelings for Yiqing, he truly didn't. However, seeing Yiqing's pitiful state did genuinely stir his protective instincts as a man towards a woman. But protecting women is a heroic complex that any man might feel, isn't it? Why did his heroic complex cause such a strong reaction from his little one? He truly wanted to take care of Yiqing, but he also truly only wanted to take care of her. Still, he took Mengyu's analysis to heart. He hadn't overthought it, but would Yiqing not overthink it either? Her father entrusted her to him. He and his mother owed old Master Yi a debt of gratitude, so it was hard to refuse. But she could have refused. Yet, she seemed never to have refused from start to finish. He couldn't help but develop a slight suspicion about her. However, he immediately dismissed this thought. With her current broken health, how could she dare stay with the Yu family? Coming with him was merely human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. He raised his hand. I, Gu Dongxing, swear that in this life, I will only love Jiang Mengyu. If I break this vow, no swearing. Mengyu scolded. Simultaneously, her finger had already pressed against Gu Dongxing's mute point. Gu Dongxing stared wide-eyed at Mengyu, seemingly unable to comprehend when she had learned such a miraculous skill. Chapter 277, Loosening his muscles for him. Mengyu sighed inwardly. All right, I'll go with you and take a look at her. The little figure in Gu Dongxing's heart sang a victory song. Women, indeed, were easily swayed by vows. Although Mengyu hadn't made him swear an oath, in his heart, he had already treated it as if he had. In this lifetime, he would love only Jiang Mengyu. Let's have lunch before you go, Shuiyu called out. The aunt who usually cooked for them couldn't come today because of a happy occasion at her home, so they had to cook for themselves. Mengyu glanced toward the kitchen. Is it alright if we eat before leaving? How could Gu Dongxing refuse to let her eat? He had no choice but to agree. Mengyu found it strange. Where's Shinqi? Zhang Shuiyu scooped rice while saying him. He had some business today and won't be back for lunch. In reality, Shinqi had secretly sent someone to investigate Gu Dongxing's affairs and had even told Mengyu about them. He felt a bit guilty and didn't dare face Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing had been wondering earlier Mengyu hadn't gone to the capital with him, so how did she know about his affairs, and in such detail? Now, seeing Shinqi avoiding him, he understood. It was likely that Shinqi, that little guy, had provided Mengyu with the information. Wu Jiangxing was honest and wouldn't play tricks, but Shinqi was a clever and perceptive fellow. He must have asked his grandfather about major events in the capital over the phone and accidentally discovered the matter between him and Yiqing, then proactively looked into it. That kid was sharp. If he wanted to find out about something, he naturally had ways to do so. He had a secret crush on Mengyu and probably wished for him and Mengyu to break up. So, knowing about this, it was no surprise he told Mengyu. Gu Dongxing felt a surge of anger inwardly. He needed to find an opportunity to loosen that kid's muscles. If Shinqi isn't coming, let's eat, Mengyu said. Wow, this dish is really delicious. Gu Dongxing initially just wanted to make conversation. In truth, everything tasted bland to him. When he tried the vegetables, he found it strange. Were there still such vegetables at this time of year? Needless to say, those vegetables were grown by Xiaodao in Mengyu's space. Unexpectedly, Shinqi and Shuiyu hadn't noticed, but Gu Dongxing did. Wu Jiangxing, carefree and oblivious, said, that's because a beauty cooked it. Shuiyu's face flushed bright red. Mengyu followed Gu Dongxing back to the military family compound. A group of military wives greeted her when they saw her, and she warmly responded to each one. Gu Dongxing's lips curled upward. You seem to get along quite well with them. They treat me well, so I treat them well in return. Relationships between people are mutual. Gu Dongxing really wanted to roll his eyes at Mengyu. I treat you so well, why don't I see you treating me with the same kindness? The old saying really wasn't wrong in matters of the heart. Whoever falls first loses. When they arrived at Gu Dongxing's place and saw the door tightly shut, Gu Dongxing said, she's probably tired and might be sleeping. Mengyu didn't care whether she was tired or not, saying, call her to get up. My time is precious too. All right, I'll call her up right away. Gu Dongxing was very pleased. Was the little thing willing to treat Qinger? Did that mean she accepted Qinger? If Mengyu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely scoff at him. Dream on. The reason she agreed to treat Yiqing was simply to prevent Yiqing from having an excuse to cling to Gu Dongxing. Once she cured the other's illness, let's see what excuse. Chapter 278, Forced Treatment. Furthermore, Mengyu also wanted to see what attitude Gu Dongxing would have after Yiqing was cured. Well, she could also use this matter to gauge Gu Dongxing's reaction. If he showed even the slightest affection for Yiqing after her recovery, she would leave him without hesitation. No matter how Mengyu imagined it, she never expected Gu Dongxing's childhood friend to look like this. Her face was full of exhaustion, her muscles were slack, and her entire body was swollen. Despite being not yet 26 years old, she had the appearance of someone in her late 30s or even 40s. It wasn't just her face, her entire body was the same. Due to the swelling, even the most beautiful face wouldn't look good. Mengyu somewhat understood why Gu Dongxing had brought her here. Seeing Yiqing like this, not only would Gu Dongxing sympathize with her, but even she herself couldn't help but pity her. All right, considering how pitiful she was, she would treat her. Just as Mengyu had mentally prepared herself, Yiqing extended her hand toward her. Hello, I'm Yiqing, a childhood friend of Gu Dongxing. We were once engaged by arrangement when we were children. And you are? Mengyu snorted inwardly. I don't believe you don't know who I am. She also put on a smile. Hello, I'm Jiang Mengyu, Gu Dongxing's current fiancé. Gu Dongxing asked me to come and treat your illness. Yiqing seemed surprised. She pointed at Mengyu. You, then pointed at herself. Treat me for my illness? Mengyu nodded. Yes, didn't he tell you? Mengyu tilted her head to look at Gu Dongxing. Before Gu Dongxing could figure out how to introduce them, they had already introduced themselves. Moreover, Mengyu actually referred to herself as his fiancé, which filled him with pleasant surprise. He had thought she wouldn't acknowledge it. As for what Yiqing might think, he really didn't care. Moreover, he naturally assumed Yiqing wouldn't have any thoughts about it, as he had made everything clear to her from the beginning. Believing himself to be open and honest, he stood to the side with a smile, acting as a backdrop. Now, seeing Mengyu look at him, he nodded. I told her I was bringing her to see a doctor. I didn't tell her the doctor was my fiancé. Hearing Gu Dongxing confirm that Mengyu was indeed his fiancé and the person here to treat her, Yiqing was left speechless, unsure of what to say. She wanted to refuse. After all, the girl before her was her love rival. She genuinely didn't want her love rival to treat her. But Mengyu saw through her thoughts and immediately tapped a few points on her body, causing her to faint. She definitely doesn't want me to treat her, so I have to resort to forceful measures. You guard the door and don't let anyone in. After saying this, Mengyu lifted Yiqing with one hand and entered the inner room. Before Gu Dongxing could follow, she bolted the door shut. Gu Dongxing, who had been closely following Mengyu, almost had the door hit his nose as it closed. He rubbed his nose. He had wanted to see how Mengyu would treat her, but he never expected her to shut him out. However, it was good that Xiaomeng was willing to treat Yiqing. Mengyu directly took the unconscious Yiqing into the black room within her space for treatment. Although this Yiqing wasn't as full of sinister energy as the He brothers, the radioactive substances in her body were still damaging her health. Therefore, Mengyu planned to treat her like she did with the He brothers, by exorcising the evil. She would use the pure energy of heaven and earth to drive out the destructive particles brought by radiation as if they were evil energy. After expelling the harmful substances from Yiqing's body, Mengyu once again gathered the pure energy of heaven and Chapter 279, A Debt That Cannot Be Repaid. Gu Dongxing, waiting outside, grew increasingly worried. Could Mengyu really cure Yiqing? What if she couldn't? And if she did, what then? Yiqing might appear soft and gentle as water in front of him, but deep down, she had her pride. Would she suddenly wake up during Mengyu's treatment, realize it was Mengyu treating her, and refuse the treatment? He trusted her so much. The medicine she made for him was so effective. He should believe in her, yet he couldn't stop the flood of worry. A full 3 hours passed before the door opened again. Mengyu, her face pale and her entire body soaked in sweat, handed Yiqing, held with one hand, to Gu Dongxing and said, "Take her away. I'm tired and need to sleep for a while." With that, she closed the door with a bang. Although she wasn't as critical as she had appeared to Gu Dongxing earlier, she was genuinely exhausted. Seeing how worn out Mengyu was from treating Yiqing, Gu Dongxing felt a pang of guilt. His little one was tired. He would definitely make it up to her properly in the future. When Yiqing woke up, he would have a good talk with her about Mengyu's efforts. He believed Yiqing would be grateful too. He didn't carry Yiqing to another room, but instead helped her onto the sofa in the living room. It was only then that Gu Dongxing noticed Yiqing had changed dramatically. The swelling on her body had subsided. Her face had regained color. She no longer looked nearly 40, but more like someone in her 30s. As he was observing, Mengyu opened the door again and threw a pill bottle at him. "Give her one of these." Gu Dongxing quickly caught it. Looking at the bottle, he saw the words Peiyuan Dan Foundation Building Pill. She was actually giving the precious Peiyuan Dan to Yiqing just like that? His feelings were complicated, but he still fed the Peiyuan Dan into Yiqing's mouth. When Yiqing woke up, she felt something different about her body. For a while now, she had constantly felt heavy, as if even just walking from the yard to take out the trash was a struggle. But now, she felt full of strength inside, as if she had returned to her youth. She looked around and found herself lying in the living room. No one else was in the room. The secondary bedroom door was open, but the master bedroom was closed. For some reason, she remembered just before losing consciousness, it seemed that Mengyu had knocked her out. She had still been aware but couldn't wake up. Later, she was taken into a dark room where she couldn't see anything. Then she seemed to feel something surging into her body, and something inside her immediately rushed to meet it. The two made her body their battlefield. She felt intense pain, and then she truly lost consciousness. She stretched out her hand and saw it had regained its fair, healthy complexion. Eagerly, she wanted to see her face. So, she ran into the bathroom. When she saw her own youthful, beautiful face, looking only in her 20s, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She was really cured. Not only was her progeria cured, but even the various internal injuries inflicted by Sun Earlyong's torment were healed. She had become a completely healthy person. Youthful, beautiful, full of vitality. Tears flowed, but she suddenly froze because a thought struck her. With her illness cured, she no longer had any reason to stay by Gu Dongxing's side. She didn't want to leave. Chapter 280, A Debt of Gratitude That Cannot Be Repaid. Just as Yiqing was in a state of panic, the door opened. The person who entered was Gu Dongxing. Her eyes lit up, and she was about to speak when she noticed that following closely behind Gu Dongxing was his fiancée, Jiang Mengyu. Suddenly, she remembered that the person who had helped treat her illness was none other than Jiang Mengyu standing before her. She was both her benefactor and her love rival. Yes, she loved Brother Dongxing. She had liked Brother Dongxing since childhood and had always waited for him to come and marry her. However, instead of waiting for Brother Dongxing, she was schemed against by her stepmother, lost her innocence to Sun Earlyong, and was forced to marry him. Although she later found out that Sun Erliang was impotent and that it was impossible for her to have truly lost her innocence to him, instead, he had used a tool to break her body. She had already fallen into a living hell, deprived of even her freedom. Her job was taken away by the Sun family, and even when she went out to take out the trash, Sun Erliang would keep an eye on her. Fortunately, Brother Dongxing knew she was suffering and appeared before her like a deity, rescuing her from her misery. She loved Brother Dongxing even more. She also understood that her broken body was no longer worthy of Brother Dongxing, and she had already given up hope. However, her father had entrusted her to Brother Dongxing, and Brother Dongxing had agreed. He had even helped her reclaim her mother's dowry. Did that mean Brother Dongxing still cared for her? Did she still have a chance? But then, Brother Dongxing told her that he had a fiancé and could not marry her. She couldn't help but feel despair once again. Her emotions had truly been on a roller coaster. When she arrived at the military camp and met Brother Dongxing's fiancé, she realized just how far she fell short in comparison. Standing next to Brother Dongxing's fiancé, she felt a sense of inferiority. That girl was young, healthy, and beautiful. Most importantly, she was still a virgin. As for herself, she already showed signs of aging. Her body was broken. Even the looks she had once been proud of in her youth couldn't compare to this girl. The most crucial point was that although she had never consummated her marriage with Sun Erliang, that part of her body had already been damaged beyond repair by him. However, in front of her love rival, she refused to show weakness. But then, Brother Dongxing actually said that she should let her treat her illness? Her body had been riddled like a sieve by the radiation from the Guanin's eyes. Could she still be cured? Yet, against all odds, she was clearly already cured. She now had the physical condition to stand by Brother Dongxing's side, but this condition was given to her by her love rival. She owed her love rival a debt of gratitude. What was she to do? If she tried to take Brother Dongxing away, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Qinger, you're awake? You look well. How's your recovery? You really owe it to Mengyu for treating you this time. Not to mention anything else, she even used the Peiyuan Dan her master gave her. Gu Dongxing was very happy. His little one was indeed amazing, capable of even curing premature aging caused by radiation. Yiqing stared blankly at Gu Dongxing before turning to Jiang Mengyu. Miss Jiang, thank you. She said these words of thanks very reluctantly. Why did it have to be her who cured her illness? If she still had that broken body, she would have a reason to stay by Brother Dongxing's side. If someone else had cured her, she would have even more reason to stay by Brother Dongxing's side. But it was this Mengyu who cured her. What was she to do? She had grown up without a mother to teach her, but she still knew that one should not be ungrateful. What frustrated her even more was that she had heard from her father at home that if only she had a Peiyuan Dan refined by someone from the mountain sect, her illness could be cured. Unfortunately, not only was the Peiyuan Dan expensive, costing 100,000 yuan per pill, but there was also nowhere to buy it. And now, Brother Dongxing told her that this Jiang Mengyu had used a Peiyuan Dan on her. How could she ever repay this debt of gratitude? If she didn't repay this debt, how? Chapter 281 We are not husband and wife. Seeing Yiqing's expression, Gu Dongxing asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital for another checkup? Mengyu sneered inwardly. I'm afraid it's not her body that's uncomfortable, but her heart, isn't it? Asterisk, you probably thought you could rely on your frail health to have Gu Dongxing take care of you for a lifetime. But now that you're healthy again, let's see how you have the nerve to keep clinging to Gu Dongxing's side. Asterisk. Mengyu said to Gu Dongxing, Brother Gu, your friend here is all better now. I need to go back and review my lessons. I still have to take the college entrance exam next year. Her meaning was clear. Asterisk, I'm busy. I don't have time to watch you two show off your concern for each other. Asterisk, having said that, she opened the door and walked out. Gu Dongxing immediately shifted his focus to Mengyu and hurriedly chased after her. Xiaomeng, thank you. Mengyu cut him off. No need to thank me. You saved my life once, and now I've saved your friend's life. We're even. Goodbye. With that, she continued walking out. Gu Dongxing grabbed her arm and looked into her eyes. Little one, don't even think about saying goodbye to me. Mengyu spread her hands. Not say goodbye? Do you mean you want us to never see each other again? Gu Dongxing really wanted to pry open this little one's head and see what she was thinking. In this kind of situation, shouldn't any woman try her best to prevent her man from being alone with another woman and drive that other woman away? But her? She actually wants to leave? Is she trying to give him up to Yiqing? Gu Dongxing was extremely agitated. His little one was ready to leave without a second thought. Did that mean only he was the one who had fallen in love, and this little one simply hadn't fallen for him yet? Mengyu looked at Gu Dongxing. Brother Gu, I told you long ago, I don't want to be the other woman. If you still have a prior engagement, I absolutely will not be with you. Having said that, she forcefully pried Gu Dongxing's hand off her arm and walked towards the exit. Gu Dongxing chased after her again. Mengyu, let me tell you, My engagement to her was automatically dissolved the moment she got married. Mengyu pointed inside the room. I believe that when she got married and the groom wasn't you, your engagement was indeed dissolved. But when you accepted her father's request and agreed to take care of her, it was as if you formed a new contract. And that is a contract I cannot accept. So, Gu Dongxing, I'll say it again, I will not be the other woman. Gu Dongxing quickly said, all right, I will handle this matter properly. Wait for me. It was at least 30 kilometers from the family compound to the county town. Gu Dongxing said, let me see you off. Mengyu pointed inside the room. Aren't you going to keep your childhood sweetheart company? Gu Dongxing was utterly exasperated. I only spent about a year with her when we were kids. After that, we never saw each other again. You have to believe me, I only feel pity for her, not a single improper thought. Xiaoming, you have to understand, you are truly the only one in my heart. Hearing Gu Dongxing's confession, Mengyu thought for a moment before replying, Brother Gu, I'll say it again, as long as you have a prior engagement, or as long as there is another woman by your side, I absolutely will not be with you. You don't need to see me off. If you feel bad about it, just have one of the young soldiers drive me. Gu Dongxing pondered Mengyu's words and understood her stance. Don't worry, I will handle it properly. Although Yiqing really didn't want to go to the hospital, under Gu Dongxing's insistence, she went to the First People's Hospital of Ji City early the next morning. After all the various tests, her bodily functions were completely normal. The female doctor, seeing a man accompanying her, thought they were a couple and joked, Are you planning to have a child? Don't worry, she is very healthy. There's no problem with having children. If it weren't for the current family planning policy, she could have 7 or 8 without issue. Yiqing gave Gu Dongxing a meaningful, affectionate glance and lowered her head, pretending to be shy without saying a word. Gu Dongxing flushed brow. Chapter 282, No longer needing others' care. The female doctor was displeased. Not what? Are you two only thinking about having fun and not wanting a child? Let me tell you, her body's various indicators have now peaked. This is the best time for childbirth. If you don't have a child now, in a couple of years when her physical condition declines, it will be dangerous for a woman. Gu Dongxing glanced at Yiqing, who hadn't said a word, and interrupted the doctor. Comrade doctor, we are not husband and wife. The doctor was shocked. Not husband and wife? Then why did you accompany her here? Although she didn't say it out loud, the look in her eyes was accusatory, making Gu Dongxing feel utterly ashamed. He was also stirred inside. If even others see it this way, no wonder his little one would have opinions. On the way back, Gu Dongxing remained silent the entire time. He finally realized that Yiqing had deliberately let others misunderstand they were a couple. Otherwise, a doctor would absolutely not say such things to a young woman. Mengyu was right. Just because he had no intentions toward Yiqing didn't mean she had none toward him. Yiqing glanced at Gu Dongxing cautiously. Brother Dongxing, are you angry? Gu Dongxing sighed. Xinger, your body is fine now. I'll see you off to the train tomorrow. Go back home. Hearing that Gu Dongxing wanted her to go home, Yiqing was dumbfounded. Didn't he know that her home held no warmth for her? If she went back, would her stepmother marry her off as a pawn again? No, not just her stepmother. Her father probably thought the same way. Panicked, she said, No, Brother Dongxing, you promised my dad you would take care of me. Gu Dongxing fell silent. He had promised Yiqing he would take care of her because, back then, her body was broken and prematurely aged. If she stayed in the Yi family, she would be seen as an idle burden and disliked by her stepmother. With maybe only 3 to 5 years left to live, she might not even survive 2 more years. But now her illness had been cured by Mengyu. Shouldn't she go back? Even if her family was difficult to deal with, she was an adult and had to face the people and matters she needed to face. If it really didn't work out, she could return to her original workplace. In any case, he could no longer be involved in her life. Nor did he have the right to be involved in her life. Yet Yiqing used his promise to her father to take care of her as a rebuttal. What could he say? Could he say, you're already an adult? When your body was broken, you needed care. Now that you're well, naturally, we should each seek our own lives. But could he say that? He had personally promised Yiqing he would take care of her. Now he finally understood why Mengyu had such a strong reaction to him taking care of Yiqing. Yiqing was no longer that timid, pitiful little girl who didn't dare make demands of others. Yes, people change. With a father who didn't cherish her, a mother who wasn't around, and a stepmother and stepsister who only schemed to benefit themselves, Yiqing had naturally changed too. Yiqing, you're already an adult. He had promised Yiqing to take care of her only because, at the time, she had lost the ability to survive and needed someone to look after her. He had also thought he had made himself very clear, believing she would be content just being his sister. But now she was perfectly fine. What else did she need him to take care of? Moreover, he had already realized that she had feelings for him. He had made it so clear long ago that he already had a fiancé. How dare she still harbor feelings for him? And knowing she had feelings she shouldn't, Shouldn't she take the initiative to distance herself? Why was she still clinging to him for care? Chapter 283, Unaware of Being Used. Chapter 283, Unaware of Being Used. Yiqing was taken aback. Yes, she was an adult. She didn't need anyone to take care of her. She was also well aware that her father had asked Gu Dongxing to look after her because the hospital had given her a death sentence, saying she wouldn't live more than 3 to 5 years. But now that she was completely cured, she naturally didn't need that care anymore. At this moment, she suddenly felt a surge of hatred toward Mengyu. It was Mengyu who had cured her illness, making her owe a debt of gratitude, and now she had also lost her reason to stay by Gu Dongxing's side. At least, let me go pay my respects to your mother. Gu Dongxing couldn't refuse her request to visit, so he agreed. All right, I still have leave today. I'll accompany you. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengyu, who was currently studying in a group with Xueyu, Shenqi, and Wu Jiangxing, had no idea that by curing Yiqing, she had earned Yiqing's hatred. But even if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. Her intention in treating Yiqing had always been deliberate. She wanted to ensure Yiqing could no longer use her illness as an excuse to stay by Gu Dongxing's side. Moreover, she wanted to see how Gu Dongxing would handle the situation. Now that Yiqing was cured, would he still let her stay? If he sent Yiqing away, she might consider giving him another chance. If he let Yiqing stay, then there was no need for her to continue this back and forth with him. Gu Dongxing was indeed exceptional, extremely handsome, with a perfect physique, and at just 26 years old, he had already become a regiment commander with a bright future ahead. Mengyu believed that, both now and in the future, countless women would throw themselves at him, trying to replace her and claim the spot by his side. Therefore, she wasn't surprised by the appearances of women like Yu Rushui or Yiqing. But in Mengyu's view, if a man didn't know how to reject other women, his wife would be forever trapped in battles against those who threw themselves at him. A good man should proactively fend off such women instead of leaving his wife to fight them off. Mengyu believed that Gu Dongxing could handle obvious cases like Yi Rushui, which was why she had never worried when Yi Rushui appeared. However, she couldn't let her guard down with women like Yiqing, who hid their intentions well and played the weak to appeal to his protective instincts. If he couldn't handle such situations properly, they could become her biggest rivals in the future. She didn't want to spend all her time fighting off love rivals. That wasn't the kind of life she wanted. Thus, Yiqing's appearance was an opportunity for her to see how Gu Dongxing would handle things. If Gu Dongxing didn't know how to reject women like Yiqing, her future life would be miserable. No matter how exceptional he was, she wouldn't want him anymore. However, she didn't have time to monitor how Gu Dongxing handled these matters because her study group was facing its first monthly exam. If her group members didn't show significant improvement, the study group would be forced to disband, and they would have to return to regular classes at school. Well, if it isn't our school celebrity, Jiang Mengyu? I wonder if she can maintain her top ranking without a teacher's guidance. The speaker was naturally Wang Ye, who had received a demerit for spreading rumors. Mengyu didn't want to engage with such a brainless, book-doled classmate. But even if she ignored her, she couldn't stop others from talking. Wang Ye, haven't you heard? Men and women working together makes the task easier. They're studying in pairs, after all. Heh, I get it now. Wang Ye glanced disdainfully at Jiang Mengyu. I heard they're eating, living, and studying together in Shenqi's house. Aren't they afraid that in a year's time, something extra might appear? Everyone could understand what she meant by something extra. Chapter 284, I'll bet you. Chapter 284, I'll bet you. Wu Jiangxing couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed over and threw a punch at Wang Ye. I'll teach you to spew that filth. Jiang Huayu immediately shouted, someone, come quick. Wu Jiangxing is hitting someone. However, Wu Jiangxing's fist was caught by Jiang Mengyu. They're trying to provoke you, to stop you from taking the monthly exam, or to make you perform poorly. How can you fall for that? Wu Jiangxing thought about it and broke out in a cold sweat. Today's exam was crucial for whether their study group could continue. He shook his fist at Wang Ye and Jiang Huayu. Consider this beating temporarily on hold. After I ace this exam, I'll settle the score with you. Seeing that Wu Jiangxing had almost hit Wang Ye, but then restrained himself, Jiang Huayu cursed inwardly, coward. That's right. She had deliberately instructed Wang Ye to provoke Wu Jiangxing. If Wu Jiangxing hit Wang Ye, he could forget about taking the exam. If Wu Jiangshan couldn't take the exam, their study group would naturally have to disband. She snorted. Coward. And you think you'll get a good score? Just don't end up as the perennial runner-up again. Everyone in the school knew Wu Jiangxing had poor grades. And his poor grades had a peculiar consistency. He was never dead last, but almost always second to last. Because of this, whenever his father beat him, he always had a ready excuse. Someone did worse than me. The funniest part was when the actual last-place student dropped out. Wu Jiangxing should have naturally become the new last place, but somehow, another student who usually hovered around third or fourth from the bottom ended up in last place. So, he remained second to last. His classmates gave him a nickname, secretly calling him the perennial runner-up. Now, with Jiang Mengyu bringing up his status as the perennial runner-up, he flew into a rage. I won't be second this time. I just need to pass a few subjects this time. Haha, pass? Jiang Mengyu laughed heartily and said to Wang Ye, did you hear that? Someone who has scored 0 several times actually dares to talk about passing. Wu Jiangxing wanted to hit someone again, but under Jiang Mengyu's icy gaze, he only clenched his fists tightly and glared fiercely at Wang Ye. What if I do pass? Wang Ye said, if you pass, I won't take the college entrance exam, and I'll avoid you whenever I see you from now on. Wu Jiangxing glared at her fiercely. Fine. If I pass, you don't take the college entrance exam. If I fail this time, I won't take it either. As Mengyu passed by Wang Ye, she snorted and said in a low voice, all you know is charging to the front, being used by others without even realizing it. Even if you successfully provoked Wu Jiangxing into hitting you so he couldn't take the exam, what good would it do you? Haven't you noticed that Xiaohua and the others don't hang out with Jiang Mengyu anymore? Mengyu knew very well that Wu Jiangxing had previously learned military boxing. Recently, he had been following her to learn the Wu body technique. However, because he still couldn't control his strength properly, if that punch had really landed on Wang Ye, it was hard to say if she would even be able to get out of bed afterward. Wang Ye, however, was jolted awake by Mengyu's reminder. That's right. Jiang Mengyu had told her to provoke them with her words, the more offensive the better. But she had forgotten that Wu Jiangxing was someone who feared nothing. When that fist was coming down, she had felt a sense of extreme danger. If she had really been hit, what good would Wu Jiangxing's punishment do? Even if he paid her medical expenses, her body would have suffered real, tangible harm. Moreover, Jiang Mengyu told her to say the most offensive things possible. Why didn't she say that? Chapter 285, The Exam. Chapter 285, The Exam. Thinking about how she had been used without even realizing it, Wang Ye felt terrible. She thought about how, ever since she started hanging around Jiang Mengyu, she hadn't gained any benefits at all. Even the 5 yuan she received last time was confiscated by the school, and she received a warning as punishment. This time, she almost got beaten up. Did following Jiang Mengyu really have a future? Wang Ye was beginning to doubt her life choices. Wang Ye thought, from now on, she should stay far away from Jiang Mengyu. She turned and walked away. Forget it, who wants to bet with you? Whether you pass or fail is none of my business. Seeing Wang Ye withdraw at the last moment, Jiang Mengyu was very frustrated and shouted loudly, I'll bet with you. If you pass, I won't take the college entrance exam. If you fail, you won't take the college entrance exam. She knew that Wu Jiangxing's family background was somewhat extraordinary. If Jiang Mengyu tutored him and his grades improved significantly, even enough to get into university, then the Wu family would definitely be grateful to her. She couldn't let Mengyu gain this kind of support. Therefore, the best way was to prevent Wu Jiangxing from taking the college entrance exam. Mengyu hadn't expected that after finally persuading Wang Ye not to bet, Jiang Mengyu would jump out again. This Jiang Mengyu, was she determined to ruin Wu Jiangxing's future? Although Wu Jiangxing's studies had improved a lot, their study group had only been established for less than a month. No matter how fast his grades improved, he might not necessarily pass every subject. So, she was genuinely worried that Wu Jiangxing might lose his chance to go to university because of this monthly exam. Given the rate of Wu Jiangxing's academic progress, even if he didn't do well this time, he could still catch up later. She was even planning for him to apply to military academies. If he couldn't take the college entrance exam, how could he apply to military academies? Fine, I'll bet with you. Let's write down the bet, Wu Jiangxing said nonchalantly. Mengyu really wanted to knock open Wu Jiangxing's head to see if it was just filled with tofu. Jiang Mengyu had previously impersonated her to attend university, was exposed by the college, and the matter was reported to the local education bureau, resulting in Jiang Mengyu being banned from taking the college entrance exam for 3 years. So, Jiang Mengyu originally couldn't take the college entrance exam anyway. What was Wu Jiangxing betting with her for? Despite Jiang Mengyu's attempts to stop him, Wu Jiangxing stubbornly went ahead and signed the bet with Jiang Mengyu. The terms of the bet were, if Wu Jiangxing passed this exam, Jiang Mengyu would not take the college entrance exam. If he failed, then Wu Jiangxing would not take the college entrance exam. Wu Jiangxing was a rough guy, but in reality, he was rough with a hint of subtlety. He had his own plans. Because he knew Jiang Mengyu had backing, and her backing was very powerful. In the end, she would definitely still find a way to take the college entrance exam. It was even very likely that even if she failed the exam, she could still attend university. His purpose in betting with her was precisely to prevent her from taking the college entrance exam. He repeatedly assured Mengyu, I will definitely do well on the exam. Jiang Mengyu naturally understood his intentions. However, she was worried. While Wu Jiangxing might use a bet to prevent Jiang Mengyu from taking the exam, Jiang Mengyu would certainly use this bet to prevent Wu Jiangxing from taking it. Moreover, someone like Jiang Mengyu wouldn't limit herself to just a bet and not take the exam. Mengyu was sure that even if school regulations prevented Jiang Mengyu from taking the exam, she would get her powerful backers to help her. On the other hand, someone like Wu Jiangxing, if he lost the bet, would definitely not take the college entrance exam. Therefore, she had quite a headache over this. However, she soon thought of something. She said a few words to Xinqi and then Chapter 286 Results. Chapter 286 Results. When the math exam paper was handed out, Wu Jiangxing first skimmed through the entire test. He discovered that the usual situation of being completely in the dark during exams did not occur this time. After just a hurried glance, he felt that over 60% of the questions on the paper were ones he definitely knew how to solve. 20% would require some time for him to think through slowly, and the remaining 20% he was sure he couldn't do. So, he first filled in his name and then started working on the problems. He began by completing the 60% he was confident about. Finishing this solid 60% meant 60 points were already in the bag. Then, he moved on to tackle the 20%. After Wu Jiangxing finished writing the answers for the 20% he somewhat understood, he checked the time. There was still half an hour left, so he started to study the ones he was sure he couldn't do. Upon studying them, he found that these questions also seemed to have been explained by Mengyu. Adhering to the principle that it's better to attempt and get it wrong than to leave it blank, he worked on this part as well. When he handed the exam paper to the teacher was surprised to see that Wu Jiangxing had actually filled the entire paper. This was strange because in previous exams, Wu Jiangxing had never completed the whole test. As soon as the exam finished, Wu Jiangxing happily ran towards Jiang Mengyu's class, but he was stopped by Xinqi, who had been waiting outside classroom 36. "What are you running for?" Wu Jiangxing said happily, "I finished everything." Xinqi rolled his eyes. "What's so great about finishing the exam? Doesn't everyone finish their exams?" He leaned closer to Wu Jiangxing's ear and whispered, "Besides, you're now a member of our study group. If you dared not finish, Master would be the first one not to let you off." Hearing the word master, Wu Jiangxing immediately deflated. Jiang Mengyu had said that if he failed this exam, not only would he not be allowed in the study group, but she would also stop teaching him cultivation. Just wait and see. I'll definitely get good grades and show you. You smug guy, even bringing a camera to the exam. He glared at Xinqi resentfully, didn't go look for Jiang Mengyu, and obediently returned to his classroom to wait for the next subject exam. Meanwhile, Xinqi kept his eyes on Class 30 SIX's homeroom teacher, Teacher Chai. As soon as Teacher Chai collected the papers and left, Xinqi noticed Jiang Mengyu following him. He immediately quietly trailed behind Jiang Mengyu. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he returned, his face showing anger. For the subsequent exams, Wu Jiangxing basically finished them all. In fact, he had already realized that since starting cultivation with Mengyu, his mind had become much sharper. Normally, he would get nervous as soon as he entered the exam hall. Once nervous, his head would turn to mush. But this time, he wasn't nervous at all. He remained clear-headed from start to finish, as if this exam was just like doing homework. After the exam, he even felt a hint of excitement. He really wanted to let off some steam, but remembering what his master said during practice, he forcefully suppressed it. Shui's usual grades weren't great either, but she also found this exam quite easy. Calculating roughly, she felt she did much better than usual and became excited. After all, like Wu Jiangxing, she had been warned by Mengyu, if she didn't do well, the study group was gone, and returning to school for review meant cultivation was out of the question too. She was currently quite obsessed with cultivation. Cultivating with Mengyu wasn't as exhausting as practicing other hard martial arts. It basically involved dynamic exercises in the morning and static exercises at night, focusing on stillness while combining movement and stillness. What made her happiest was that Mengyu gave each of them a marrow-cleansing pill. After taking it, not only did their cultivation speed become incredibly fast, but after expelling bodily impurities, she also became fairer, more delicate, and prettier. Today was the day the teacher would announce the results. In the past, everyone might have just been somewhat expectant, wondering if their ranking had moved up a spot. But today, everyone was very excited, mainly because of the bet between Wu Jiangxing and Jiang Mengyu. Mengyu and the others were also a bit nervous, because today's results would determine whether their study group could continue to exist. After homeroom teacher Mr. Wu said a few perfunctory words, he began announcing the long-awaited monthly Chapter 287, Impossible to Score 0. Overall, our class performed quite well in this exam. The top scorer in the entire grade is still our classmate Jiang Mengyu, and the second place is Xinqi. This proves that even though they don't board at school or participate in classroom reviews, they haven't slacked off in their studies. They deserve praise. Additionally, their study group also achieved excellent results this time. Although she isn't from our class, Jiang Mengyu scored 16th in the entire grade and will be transferred to our class 39, becoming a member of our class. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Jiang Mengyu. The students applauded in welcome as Jiang Mengyu walked in carrying her single-person desk. Hello, classmates. My name is Jiang Mengyu. I'll be in the same class as you from now on. Please take care of me. The male students were all very happy. With 2 of the 3 jades now in their class, they had 2 beauties. However, many female students curled their lips. One girl shouted loudly, "You don't even come to class. What's the point of you being here?" Other students thought about it and realized it was true. Their 4-person study group, approved by the principal, didn't have to attend classes at school. Jiang Mengyu wasn't shy at all. She said generously, "It's fine. I'll take exams with everyone. Also, we can participate in activities together." A male student suddenly shouted, "Is Mengyu beautiful?" The students responded in unison, "Yes." "Is Mengyu good?" "Yes." "Should Mengyu treat us?" "Yes." Mengyu was both amused and exasperated. Why did they keep chanting slogans? Jiang Mengyu, however, wasn't embarrassed at all. She nodded calmly, "No problem. Tonight, I'll buy some ingredients and give them to the cafeteria to add an extra portion of meat for everyone in our class." The students immediately erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Mengyu. Mengyu is so kind." While they were happily cheering, the homeroom teacher let them vent. Usually, their studies were too intense, so whenever there was a chance to relax, Teacher Wu always allowed it. But things weren't going well for Wu Jiangxing in class 36. His face flushed red as he shouted at Teacher Chai, "Impossible. How could I possibly score 0 in math?" Teacher Chai looked at Wu Jiangxing sternly. "Wu Jiangxing, you didn't even submit your math paper, so you got 0. Wu Jiangxing shook his head. "Impossible. I clearly submitted it. I even handed it in 5 minutes early. Did the teacher lose my paper?" Teacher Chai continued to stare at Wu Jiangxing sternly. "Wu Jiangxing, lying isn't something a good student does. You didn't submit it, so you didn't submit it. Don't falsely accuse the teacher of losing your paper." "But I really did submit it." Wu Jiangxing insisted. "I said you didn't, so you didn't." Teacher Chai angrily slammed the table. Wu Jiangxing was even angrier and also slammed the table hard. "I said I did." However, with this slam, he shattered the entire desk. All the students were stunned. How strong was Wu Jiangxing to shatter a pinewood desk with one slap? Teacher Chai was first startled, then furious. "Wu Jiangxing, I can't teach a student like you. Get out." Jiang Mengyu had already run to class 36. Seeing this scene, she secretly rejoiced. She shouted loudly, "Wu Jiangxing, are you blaming the teacher because you scored 0? You made a bet with me to pass the exam, but now you got a duck." Chapter 288. The principal arrives. Wu Jiangxing looked up and saw Jiang Mengyu standing at the classroom door. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Was it you? Jiang Mengyu, were you afraid I would pass the exam and make you lose the bet, so you deliberately stole my test paper?" All the students turned to look at Jiang Mengyu. It seemed Wu Jiangxing's words made some sense. Jiang Mengyu scoffed disdainfully. "Huh. Wu Jiangxing, are you blaming the ground for being too hard when you can't take a shit? You couldn't finish your own test paper, were afraid you'd fail, so you deliberately didn't hand it in. Then you blame the teacher for not giving you a grade and accuse others of stealing your paper? Wu Jiangxing, are you even a man?" Hearing this, the students felt Jiang Huayu's argument also had some merit. Wu Jiangxing glared fiercely at Jiang Huayu. "You're talking nonsense. I'm not an idiot. I just didn't have the right study methods before. Recently, with Jiang Mengyu's tutoring, I've identified my weaknesses, and studying isn't difficult at all. As soon as I got the math test paper, I knew passing wouldn't be a problem. After the exam, I estimated my score to be at least 80. Jiang Huayu, I'm sure you're behind this. You were afraid I'd pass, so you stole my test paper." Jiang Huayu snorted. "You say I stole your test paper, do you have any proof? You don't, do you? If you can't provide evidence, it's slander." "Teacher Chai, I want to report Wu Jiangxing for slandering me. He didn't do well and has no grade, so first he blames the teacher for losing his paper, then he accuses me of stealing it. Actually, he has only one goal, to avoid our bet. But, Wu Jiangxing, our bet was that you would pass every subject. Now you have a 0 in math, so you've lost. You can't take the college entrance exam next year. Of course, with your dumb brain and your grades, even if you were allowed to take the exam, you wouldn't get in. You should thank me for saving you from taking the test and embarrassing your Wu family." Wu Jiangxing's face flushed red with anger. It took great effort for him to suppress his rage and not hit her. His master had said that after learning her martial arts, he must not easily resort to violence. Unless he was absolutely certain that after hitting someone, they would thank him, or at the very least, be unable to cause trouble for him. Just as he was about to lose control of his anger, a voice suddenly rang out. "Teacher Chai, Jiang Huayu, the evidence you want is here." All the students turned to look and saw Principal Nian walking over. Beside him was a young man who always wore a camera around his neck. At this moment, he was also holding a pack of cigarettes. Seeing the principal arrive, Teacher Chai panicked and quickly greeted him. Principal Nian, you're here. Principal Nian swept a stern gaze over Teacher Chai and the students of class 36, then asked Teacher Chai, what's going on? Teacher Chai hurriedly explained, it's like this. Wu Jiangxing didn't hand in his math test paper, so I gave him a 0. He's not satisfied. First he said I lost his paper, then he accused Jiang Mengyu from class 37 of stealing it. They were just arguing about it when you arrived. Principal Nian asked, how did Wu Jiangxing do in his other subjects? Teacher Chai quickly replied, Wu Jiangxing did quite well in his other subjects. He got 82 in Chinese, 80 in politics, 81 in physics, and 81 in chemistry. It's only this math exam, because there's Chapter 289, Who is lying? Chapter 289, Who is lying? Principal Nian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Not bad at all above 80. It seems Comrade Wu Jiangxing has been quite effective in participating in the study group. Principal Nian turned to Wu Jiangxing. Comrade Wu Jiangxing, are you certain that you completed and submitted your math exam paper? Wu Jiangxing replied with certainty. I am certain I did. After receiving the math exam paper, I immediately skimmed through the entire paper. I found that 60% of it I knew how to do, 20% was somewhere between knowing and not knowing, and 20% I basically didn't know how to do. I first completed the 60% I knew how to do, then tackled the 20% that was between knowing and not knowing. Finally, I studied the 20% I didn't know how to do and made educated guesses to complete it. With 5 minutes left, I handed in my paper. When Teacher Chai received my paper, he specifically looked at it. Seeing that I had finished writing everything, he even gave me a strange look, probably surprised that I had actually completed the exam paper. But Teacher Chai actually claims he never received my exam paper. At this point, Wu Jiangxing grew angry once again. Did you write your name on your paper? Principal Nian asked. Yes. The first thing I did when I got the exam paper was write my name. After questioning Wu Jiangxing, Principal Nian then said to Teacher Chai, come with me to the office. Teacher Chai's heart skipped a beat. Did the principal know something? Just as he was about to follow the principal, a voice stopped him. Principal Nian, Teacher Chai, if this is about Wu Jiangxing's grade, I think it's better to discuss it here. I still have a bet with him. The person who said this was none other than Jiang Mengyu. Principal Nian's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. Comrade Jiang Mengyu, the school prohibits gambling. Your bet, or whatever, is invalid. But just now, Comrade Wu Jiangxing accused me of stealing his exam paper. I think it's better to clarify the matter here, to find out who is lying. Otherwise, wouldn't I be saddled with the infamous reputation of stealing a classmate's exam paper? Don't you agree, Teacher Chai? Named by Jiang Mengyu, Teacher Chai quickly nodded. That's right, let's clarify the matter here. Principal Nian had originally intended to give Teacher Chai some face, but it seemed he didn't want it. He glared fiercely at Teacher Chai and looked at Shinqi. What do you think? Shinqi nodded. Principal Nian, it seems they aren't appreciating your kindness. The students all found it strange. Why was Principal Nian listening to Shinqi? Since you all insist, very well, let's ask here. Principal Nian sighed and asked Teacher Chai, can you confirm that you did not receive Comrade Wu Jiangxing's math exam paper? Teacher Chai said with certainty, I am absolutely certain I did not receive Comrade Wu Jiangxing's exam paper. You're lying. You clearly received my exam paper, Wu Jiangxing retorted. Shinqi shook his head and patted Wu Jiangxing's hand reassuringly, signaling him to stay calm. His behavior puzzled the students. Weren't Shinqi and Wu Jiangxing always sworn enemies? Why was Shinqi testifying for Wu Jiangxing and even patting his hand? When did they become so close? I can prove that Comrade Wu Jiangxing did indeed submit his math exam paper, Shinqi said, taking out a photograph with a timestamp on it. Principal Nian took the photograph and directly handed it to Teacher Chai. Chapter 290, Ironclad Evidence. Teacher Chai held the photographs, his hands trembling slightly. The pictures clearly showed Wu Jiangxing handing over a test paper to him, and him accepting it. The test paper was filled out completely, and the words mathematics test were captured distinctly. Shinqi seemed worried that everyone might not see clearly. He even produced several copies of the same photograph and passed them around for everyone to look at. Upon seeing the photo that proved Wu Jiangxing had submitted his test paper, the students immediately began to discuss. So Wu Jiangxing really did hand in his math test paper. I knew it. Wu Jiangxing did pretty well on the other tests this time. How could he possibly not finish the math one? Exactly. I even remember him brushing against my hand when he went up to submit it. Yeah, I saw him hand it in too. I saw it as well. Why didn't you all say anything earlier? Speaking up now is just being wise after the event. Listening to the students' discussion, Teacher Chai's face flushed a deep red. He had just been insisting emphatically that he never received Wu Jiangxing's math test paper. But this photograph was like a hard slap to his face, one that rang out loud and clear. Which class are you from? Why did you come here to take photos? What was your purpose in taking these pictures? Teacher Chai demanded, his face red with anger as he glared fiercely at Shinchi. He regretted it now. Earlier, when Principal Nian suggested going to the office to talk, he should have taken the opportunity and followed him. Then he wouldn't be losing face in front of the entire class like this. But now, being exposed like this in front of the students, how could he continue to be a teacher? He hated this student photographer to the core. I'm Shinchi from class 39. I finished my test early and was bored, so I thought I'd come out and take a few photos for fun. I secretly took pictures of everyone taking the exam from outside the window, and I happened to capture the moment Wu Jiangxing submitted his math test paper. As for my purpose, Shinchi glanced at Teacher Chai. Isn't my purpose exactly what you're seeing right now? He didn't even try to hide his intentions. Principal Nian looked at Teacher Chai. Teacher Chai, do you have anything else to say? His eyes were cold. This Teacher Chai had greatly disappointed him. Teacher Chai was very embarrassed. Well, it seems Wu Jiangxing did submit his math test paper. But I truly don't have his paper. Perhaps it was lost for some other reason. Shinchi, however, didn't spare him any face. The papers were collected together. Wu Jiangxing wasn't the first to submit, nor was he the last. How is it possible that only his paper, submitted right in the middle, got lost? How should I know? Regardless, the fact is his paper is lost. Teacher Chai tried to gloss over it, but Shinchi dropped a bombshell. Wu Jiangxing's test paper wasn't lost. You gave his paper to Jiang Mengyu. Nonsense. Nonsense. Teacher Chai and Jiang Mengyu spoke in unison. A slight smirk touched Shinchi's lips. Whether it's nonsense or not isn't for you to decide, nor for me. Let the facts speak for themselves. As he spoke, he raised the pack of cigarettes he had been holding all along. Teacher Chai's heart sank. That wasn't a pack of cigarettes in Shinchi's hand at all, it was clearly a miniature tape recorder. He reached out to snatch the recorder, but Shinchi sidestepped nimbly, avoiding him. Holding the recorder high, he casually pressed the play button. Instantly, the voices of a man and a woman. Chapter 291, How to Handle It. Teacher Chai, I have a small matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Student Jiang Mengyu, what is it? Teacher Chai, I want to make sure Wu Jiangxing fails every subject in this monthly exam. That might be a bit difficult. Look at this math paper he took. I estimate his score is above 70, maybe even 80. It's clear he really put in the effort. Besides, this student has always ranked second to last, never third to last. I get the feeling he must have some conflict at home and deliberately avoids scoring high. This time he said he wanted to pass, and he probably really can. Teacher Chai, I heard you want your wife transferred back to County Second Elementary School? How do you know that? Teacher Chai, not only do I know, I can also help. Student Jiang Mengyu, what can a student like you possibly help me with? Teacher Chai, you underestimate me. Haven't you wondered why I was able to return to County High School to study? Alright, what do you want me to do? Just make sure Wu Jiangxing fails. Making him fail is tricky because the exam papers have to be returned. Your bet was that he needs to pass every subject. How about you just take his math paper? Then I can say I never received his paper and give him a 0 in math. That way, you'll win. The recording finished playing. The entire classroom was silent. A gust of wind blew, causing a loosely latched glass window in the nearby office to swing open with a bang, and then slam shut with another bang. No one paid attention to whether the window was properly latched. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the photograph and the tape recorder. The photograph proved that Teacher Chai had collected Wu Jiangxing's exam paper. The paper was densely filled with answers, showing that Wu Jiangxing had worked on it seriously. Immediately afterward, the cigarette-sized tape recorder further proved that not only had Teacher Chai personally suggested the plan to Jiang Mengyu, but he had also given Wu Jiangxing's math paper to Jiang Mengyu. Then, using the excuse that Wu Jiangxing hadn't submitted his paper, he gave Wu Jiangxing a 0. Teacher Chai was stunned. Jiang Mengyu panicked. Even Principal Nian was dumbfounded. A student broke the deathly silence and quietly asked Shinchi, how did you anticipate they would do this and manage to take photos and record audio in advance? Shinchi snorted. Wasn't it obvious? Wu Jiangxing was confident he could pass, maybe even score well. That's why he dared to make the bet with Jiang Mengyu. But why did Jiang Mengyu dare to sign the bet? Shinchi looked at Jiang Mengyu, who was panicking after her scheme was exposed. Based on how Jiang Mengyu dealt with Jiang Mengyu before, I guessed she would definitely target Wu Jiangxing's exam paper. So I spent half an hour finishing the exam, went home to grab my camera and tape recorder, and rushed back to school. First, I went outside classroom 36 and took a photo through the window of Wu Jiangxing handing in his paper. Then, I followed Jiang Mengyu and, sure enough, saw her secretly approach Teacher Chai. I didn't have to do anything else, I just turned on the tape recorder outside the window and recorded their conversation. After Shinchi finished speaking, the classroom fell into silence once again. Principal Nian looked at Teacher Chai, then at Jiang Mengyu, and shook his head. Teacher Chai, your matter will be discussed at the school committee meeting, and appropriate disciplinary action will be taken. As for student Jiang Mengyu immediately tensed up and looked at Principal Nian. Chapter 292, How to Settle Her. Chapter 292, How to Settle Her. Since student Jiang Mengyu made a bet with student Wu Jiangxing, let's handle it according to the original agreement. You will not participate in next year's college entrance examination. I will inform your homeroom teacher not to allow you to register for the exam. Jiang Mengyu was naturally unwilling to accept this. Principal Nian, didn't you just say that gambling is prohibited in the school and our bet is invalid? Principal Nian smiled. There are two ways to handle this matter. The first is for you to settle the bet privately and the school will not interfere. Jiang Mengyu was stunned. If they settled it privately, she would not be able to take next year's college entrance examination. What if we let the principal handle it? If you want the school to handle it, that's also possible. Since you received a major demerit not long ago and have now committed such a serious mistake, if the school handles it, you will at least be expelled. Expelled. Jiang Mengyu nearly collapsed. She hadn't expected the principal's punishment to be so severe. If they settled privately, she would only be barred from next year's college entrance examination. She could ask that person to think of a way, and perhaps she could still take the exam elsewhere. But if the principal handled it and she was expelled, she wouldn't even have a graduation certificate. How could she take the college entrance exam then? Gritting her teeth, she said, "Fine, I accept the bet." With that, she turned and left, glaring fiercely at Shinchi before she went. It was all because of this troublemaker, who had taken her photo and recorded her voice. Otherwise, it would have been Wu Jiangxing who couldn't take the college entrance exam. However, not being able to take the exam in Wujiang County didn't mean she couldn't take it elsewhere. She believed that mysterious person would definitely help her. When Gu Dongxing brought Yiqing back to Jiangshan village, Hai Shui was extremely surprised. Who is this young lady? This is Yiqing, the eldest granddaughter of Grandpa Yi. Yiqing quickly reached out to support Hai Shui. Auntie, my name is Yiqing. I used to play with Brother Dong when we were little. Hai Shui immediately understood. This young lady was the one betrothed to Gu Dongxing since childhood. She looked at Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing sighed. Mom, Yiqing came to visit you. After some polite conversation, Hai Shui poured Yiqing a cup of tea. Miss Yi, please sit for a while. I'll go prepare the meal. She then called Gu Dongxing. Dongxing, come help me with the fire. Yiqing hurriedly said, Auntie, let me help you with the fire. Hai Shui quickly stopped her. You're a guest from afar. How could I let you tend the fire? Besides, you've just recovered and need more rest. Just sit for a while and have some tea. Yiqing knew Hai Shui wanted to talk to Gu Dongxing, so she didn't insist and simply smiled. All right, then I'll take it easy. Hai Shui pulled her son into the kitchen. Son, what's going on? First, there was Yi Rushui and now. Gu Dongxing sighed. Mom, Yi Rushui was already married. But because she didn't have any children in 4 years of marriage, her in-laws looked down on her, and she got divorced. Hearing that Yi Rushui was divorced, Hai Shui felt deceived. Her son was so outstanding, he could choose any unmarried young woman he wanted. How could he possibly want a divorced woman? Moreover, Gu Dongxing was her only child, and she naturally hoped he would have descendants. Since Yi Rushui had been married for 4 years without children, she might indeed be infertile. Thus, she completely dismissed Yi Rushui from her mind. What about this Yiqing? Gu Dongxing sighed. Yiqing has had a hard life. After her grandfather passed away, her stepmother schemed against her and married her off to a useless man. He briefly explained Yiqing's circumstances to Hai Shui. She was tortured by that man to the point of being half dead. It was Mengyu who saved her and cured her illness. If you had seen her a few days ago, you wouldn't have recognized her as Yiqing. Hai Shui felt great sympathy for Yi. Chapter 293, Only Acknowledging Mengyu. Chapter 293, Only Acknowledging Mengyu. Gu Dongxing nodded. Her illness is already cured. I plan to send her home. Hai Shui was worried. But didn't you say her father entrusted her to you? Her son might be confused, but Hai Shui was not. Agreeing to take care of a woman, and one who was once engaged to him in a childhood betrothal at that, what could that imply? How could she not understand? Although she sympathized with Yiqing's plight, sympathy was one thing. Accepting this Yiqing as her daughter-in-law was another matter entirely. She really wasn't willing. Even though that man was useless and Yiqing was most likely still a virgin. But considering how disgustingly her father-in-law had gotten his son's ex-wife pregnant just to secure an heir, who knew if he had done anything to Yiqing? After all, Yiqing had lived in the Sun family for 2 years. Even if nothing had happened to her, she was still a remarried woman. She definitely wasn't a suitable match for her son. Seeing his mother's expression, Gu Dongxing knew what she was thinking. He said firmly, Mom, the only woman I will marry in this lifetime is Mengyu. I won't marry anyone other than Mengyu. I've already said these words to Uncle Yi as well, so you don't need to worry about anything happening between her and me. As for Uncle Ye's entrustment, a cold glint flashed in Gu Dongxing's eyes. I made it very clear to Uncle Yi from the start. Yiqing has already been married, and I already have a fiancé. Our verbal engagement became void the day Yiqing married someone else. Hearing her son say this, Hai Shui felt quite frustrated in her heart. If you don't plan to honor the engagement, how could you promise her father to take care of her? Gu Dongxing knew what his mother wanted to say. To be honest, after seeing Mengyu's and Jiuhe's attitudes, he also knew his promise had been a mistake. I promised Uncle Yi to take care of Yiqing because she had progeria at the time. Modern medicine has no good treatment for progeria, and she had been diagnosed by doctors to live no more than 3 to 5 years. She was staying in the Yi family with her illness. Uncle Yi had no time to care for her, and her stepmother and step-siblings wouldn't care for her either. She wouldn't receive proper care if she stayed with the Yi family. To let her live her remaining days more comfortably, I thought of bringing her to our home and entrusting her to your care. But now, her illness has been cured by Mengyu. She no longer needs others' care to live well. So, I absolutely will not let her stay any longer. Hearing the name Mengyu, Hai Shui thought of the young girl who came to wish her a happy birthday that day and felt somewhat uncomfortable. That girl would just walk away at the slightest disagreement. Her attitude showed she didn't have her son in her heart at all. Her son was so outstanding, was he afraid he couldn't find another woman? But seeing her son's attitude so resolute, as if he had already decided on that girl, Hai Shui didn't feel she could say anything more. Besides, that girl turned out to be a doctor who could even cure an illness that major hospitals couldn't. She felt such a girl wasn't bad either. Sigh, she would just observe her a while longer. She sighed and said, since you don't plan to be with her, then send her back as soon as possible. Anyway, you've already cured her illness. That counts as repaying the favor her grandfather did for us mother and son. She also didn't appreciate Yisheng trying to claim repayment for a favor. It was true old Master Yi had done her a kindness, but she couldn't use her son's lifelong happiness to repay it. MHM. In the living room, Yiqing's eyes were looking at the photos hanging on the wall, but in reality, her ears were intent. Chapter 294. Yiqing's Plan. Yiqing's ears had originally been left somewhat hard of hearing after being struck by sun early on, but after Mengyu treated her, they actually became better than before. As a result, she managed to catch most of the conversation in the kitchen. Hearing Gu Dongxing say that he would never marry any woman other than Mengyu in this lifetime, she felt extremely sad. Hearing Hai Shui say that curing her illness would repay the debt to her grandfather, she hated Mengyu even more. Yiqing thought to herself, if her illness hadn't been cured, even if she only had 3 to 5 years left to live, she would have been willing to stay by Dongxing Gija's side. But now, because Mengyu had cured her illness, Hai Shui believed the debt to her grandfather had been repaid. Did that mean Gu Dongxing would no longer care for her in the future? If that were the case, she would rather not have been cured by Jiang Mengyu. No, she had to find a way to stay. Afterward, Hai Shui took great care of Yiqing, even killing an old hen that still laid eggs to treat her. During the meal, she kept putting the best dishes into Yiqing's bowl. Yiqing knew in her heart that Hai Shui was doing this to ease her own sense of guilt. Did curing her illness mean the debt to her grandfather was fully repaid? Trying to make her leave? She refused to go. She deliberately steered the conversation toward her grandfather. Auntie, you don't know this, but after you left, my grandfather often mentioned you. He said you were actually a very good person. It's just a pity that some people wanted to bring you down, so they seized on your overseas connections to try and label you as a spy. You don't know this, but Brother Jin's father was labeled a spy because of his overseas connections. In the end, he was arrested and thrown into prison. He couldn't endure the torture and took his own life in his cell just 1 month after being imprisoned. It's a good thing you weren't labeled a spy back then. Otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened. Thinking back to those times, Hai Shui couldn't help but shudder. That troublesome gold locket had caused her a great deal of trouble. With lingering fear, she said, yes, I really owe a lot to your grandfather for speaking up for me back then. Otherwise, I might not have gotten off so lightly. Listening to Yiqing's words, Gu Dongxing frowned. Yiqing had changed. Was she trying to make his mother feel heavily indebted to her grandfather? Was she also trying to leverage a favor for repayment? He sighed softly. Actually, Mom, you were too nervous back then. Apart from that gold locket, there was no other evidence to prove you had overseas connections, let alone any spy activities. If you hadn't been so nervous at the time and had simply denied it was yours, or even said you found it as a child, they couldn't have even confirmed any overseas connections. In that case, you wouldn't have been forced out of the ranks at all. Hearing her son's words, Hai Shui suddenly understood. Yes, she had been too nervous back then. She had never worn that gold locket. Even if others had seen it, she could have simply said she found it as a child. but she had honestly admitted it was something she wore as a child. In the end, it was because she had been too honest. Gu Dongxing continued, "Actually, Mom, you were abandoned by your family from a young age and never had any contact with the O family. You didn't really count as having overseas connections. If you had had backing back then, even if you were considered to have overseas connections, you wouldn't have been forced out of the ranks. At most, you would have been transferred to another job." As for Brother Jin's father, he brought it upon himself. He was secretly involved in transactions that touched on secrets. Chapter 295, Recognizing a Goddaughter. As soon as Gu Dongxing said this, it almost directly pointed out that although Grandpa Yu had spoken up for Haixue, he hadn't really protected her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent back to her hometown, she would have just been transferred to another job. As for the accusation of being a spy, Haixue knew very well that she had never had any contact with the O family. In fact, even Haixue herself didn't know she was a member of the O family. She had no contact with anyone overseas, so the charge of being a spy couldn't possibly be pinned on her. In other words, Grandpa Ye's kindness to Haixue wasn't as great as they had imagined. Yiqing should stop bringing this up. Gu Dongxing had agreed to take care of Yiqing for Yiqing mostly because he had treated her like a little sister when they were young, and because he sympathized with her, she, too, had been harmed by her stepmother and was disliked by her father. After realizing this, Yiqing stopped mentioning her grandfather altogether and instead chatted with Haixue about other things. Having been trampled underfoot in both the Yi and Sun families, she was adept at reading people's expressions and knew how to sweet-talk others. Gradually, Haixue was so charmed by her sweet words that she almost lost her bearings. She even began to feel that having a girl like this by her side to keep her company wouldn't be so bad. She was much more sensible than that Mengyu. It was just a pity that she was divorced and not good enough for her son. "Auntie, I've never seen my mother since I was little. I don't even know what she was like. Auntie, I feel so close to you when I see you. I think if my mother were still alive, she would be just like you. Auntie, I really wish I had a mother. Would you be my mother? Auntie." Haixue was finally moved by her words. "All right, I'll recognize you as my goddaughter." After all, she was only a goddaughter, not a daughter-in-law. Besides, recognizing her as a goddaughter would be a good way to avoid the issue of the arranged marriage. Yiqing was overjoyed. She immediately knelt before Haixue and kowtowed 3 times with a thud. "Mom, from now on, you'll be my mother." "Oh, you're such an earnest child. We don't kowtow these days. Get up quickly." Haixue also liked this Yiqing. Although Yi Ruxue had also flattered her before, even when she deliberately tried to befriend her, there was still a sense of superiority in her eyes. But this Yiqing truly lowered her own posture. As the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital, she preferred a girl like Yiqing. After kowtowing, Yiqing held Haixue's hand. "Thank you, Mom. I know my own situation. I won't have any designs on Brother Gu. I just wanted so badly to have a family who loves me, which is why I followed my brother back. And I'm glad I did, otherwise, where would I have found a mother? How could such a girl not tug at one's heartstrings?" Haixue hugged her. All right. From now on, we're family." Yiqing then turned and bowed to Gu Dongxing. "Brother, from now on, you're my own brother." Gu Dongxing was frustrated. He had only brought Yiqing to Jiangshang village because she had insisted, and because her grandfather had indeed been good to his mother. His mother had also been concerned about this unloved daughter of the Yi family, and had mentioned her several times. But now, his own mother had actually recognized Yiqing as her goddaughter. How could he be happy about this? It wasn't as if she didn't already have a daughter. Yiqing never brought up the marriage arrangement with him. Now, she just wanted to be a good daughter of the Gu family. His mother had recognized her, and he couldn't very well stop it. However, thinking that Yiqing had become his mother's goddaughter, and had declared she had no designs on him, he felt a little better. That little one had told him not to look for her until he resolved the marriage arrangement issue. Now that it was resolved, he should be able to go find her, right? But somehow, even though he had made things very clear with Yiqing and neither of them would bring up the marriage arrangement again. Chapter 296, Caught in a Dilemma. Chapter 296, Caught in a Dilemma. Qing Jioha saw Gu Dongxing returning alone and stopped him at his bedroom door. "Why are you back by yourself? Weren't you supposed to take Yiqing to meet your mom and then pack her off and send her back?" Qing Jioha thought to himself. "She didn't come back, so how are you going to send her away?" Gu Dongxing said, "My mom took her in as a goddaughter. She's staying with my mom now." Qing Jioha stared fixedly at Gu Dongxing. You actually left her with your mom?" Seeing Gu Dongxing remain silent, he immediately grew agitated. Before, when Yiqing was sick, you had to take care of her, and bringing her to your mom to look after was somewhat understandable. But now my sister has already cured her. She's a healthy adult, and you still sent her to your home? You even had your mom take her as a goddaughter? Does that mean she plans to stay at your place long term?" Qing Jioha suddenly remembered something else. "Your mom took her as a goddaughter, so doesn't that make her your godsister?" Qing Jioha's agitation infected Gu Dongxing. "Yes. Moreover, he suddenly remembered how, back when Yu Rushui had spent one night with his mother, his mom had wanted to drive Mengyu away. Now Yiqing was going to stay with his mother. Who knew for how long? Who knew how his mother would treat Mengyu because of it? Thinking of all this, he was extremely agitated. Qing Jioha pointed at him indignantly. You two were engaged by a childhood betrothal. With that kind of history, anyone else would avoid it like the plague, yet you actually went and acknowledged her as a godsister? I'm telling you, Gu Dongxing, if you do this, don't even think about marrying my sister. Gu Dongxing, agitated to the extreme, suddenly shouted loudly. Do you think I wanted to acknowledge a godsister? Let me tell you, no one is going to break me and Mengyu apart, not even you. With that, he entered his room and slammed the door shut with a bang, shutting out Qing Jioha, who had followed closely behind. Qing Jioha looked at the door that had nearly hit his nose when it closed and scoffed. Oh ho, throwing a tantrum now? If my sister also had someone she was betrothed to since childhood, and that person went and acknowledged her mother as his mother, acknowledged her as a sister, and hung around in front of her all day, just think about that scenario yourself. Could you accept it? Gu Dongxing, listening to Qing Jioha's words from inside the room, imagined if Mengyu really did have a childhood betrothal, and that person entered her home and became her godbrother, hanging around in front of her all day. That scenario, just thinking about it, was utterly sickening. Before, he had only thought that he truly saw Yiqing as a little sister when they were young, so he felt acknowledging her as a sister wasn't a big deal. But now, hearing Qing Jioha put it this way, he really had been wrong. How could he expect his little one to accept something he himself couldn't accept? He abruptly opened the door again and said to Qing Jioha, who had just turned to leave, Tell me, what should I do? Qing Jioha said firmly, Send her back. She's healthy now. There's no reason for her to live at your place long term. Gu Dongxing scratched his head agitatedly. My mom received care from her grandfather and genuinely sympathizes with her from the bottom of her heart. She won't agree to drive her away. And besides, if we did that, my mom would think it was Xiaoming's idea, that she can't tolerate others. Yes, after Yiqing gained his mother's consent to let her stay at their home long term, she had worriedly asked, Mom, if I stay here, what will happen if brother's girlfriend finds out? At the time, how had his mother answered her? She had said, she's not part of our Gu family yet. What right does she have to say whether my goddaughter stays in my house? A daughter-in-law who can't tolerate others like that, I certainly don't want. Your mom really is holding you back. Sigh. Qing Jioha was very frustrated. Yiqing couldn't be allowed to stay, otherwise, his own sister would be uncomfortable. Yiqing couldn't be driven away, otherwise, Haishue would think his sister couldn't even tolerate a sister-in-law. Chapter 297, Disgusting Jiang Mengyu. Chapter 297, Disgusting Jiang Mengyu. Figure out your own problems yourself. In any case, you can't let my sister suffer. Qing Jioha couldn't think of a good solution either and could only leave resentfully. Gu Dongxing. He decided to go find Mengyu. He drove to the address of Mengyu's study group, Xinqi's small courtyard. The courtyard gate was locked, so he turned and headed for the school. He first went to the path near the small grove from last time and looked toward Mengyu's classroom, only to find it seemed mostly empty. He then circled to the main gate, wanting to enter from there. However, the gatekeeper wouldn't let him in and even took out a register. Register first. Which student are you looking for? I'll call them for you. This was only because Gu Dongxing was wearing a military uniform. Otherwise, if he were just an ordinary young man from society, even registering wouldn't get him in. The man was just enforcing the rules, so Gu Dongxing couldn't say no. Alright. Could you please call for student Jiang Mengyu from class 39? What's your relationship to her? I'm her fiancé. Oh, not bad, young man. Wait here, I'll make a call for you. This call, of course, went to the school office. Then the homeroom teacher of class 39 would be notified, and the teacher would send a student out to meet the visitor. Sir, could I go in and find her myself? No, that's against the regulations. No one is allowed in, the gatekeeper said. Gu Dongxing then remembered that Saturday when he had entered. It must be different on Saturdays compared to weekdays. Just as he was growing impatient from waiting, a coquettish voice sounded beside his ear. Oh, isn't this our future brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, are you here to see my sister? Let me take you in. Needless to say, the owner of this coquettish voice was none other than Jiang Mengyu. Ever since seeing Gu Dongxing that Saturday, Jiang Mengyu had kept him in her heart. She vowed to win this man over. Therefore, the moment she spotted Gu Dongxing, her heart soared. Little did she know that her coquettish voice sounded utterly disgusting to Gu Dongxing's ears. Seeing Gu Dongxing stopped by the gatekeeper, Jiang Mengyu immediately said to the old man, This is my sister's fiancé, a regiment commander in the army. You don't need to call. I'll take him in. As she spoke, she even winked at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper seemed familiar with Mengyu. Seeing she wanted to bring someone in, he waved his hand in permission. All right, since student Jiang knows you, go on in. To his surprise, Gu Dongxing wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he said to the gatekeeper, "We should still follow the regulations. Please make the call and have student Jiang Mengyu come out. I don't mind waiting here." He didn't even spare Jiang Huayu a single glance. Jiang Huayu had hoped to take this brother-in-law for a walk around the campus while leading him in, using the chance to get closer to him. She never expected that, even after she convinced the gatekeeper to let him in, he would still insist on waiting right here at the gate. He even acted as if her help was invisible. How blind could he be? Couldn't he see that even if her face wasn't as beautiful as Jiang Mengyu's, her figure was even better? She pressed her impressive bosom closer to Gu Dongxing, future brother-in-law. The school office might not have anyone. If you wait here, you might not even get to see my sister. Why not come with me? I can. Chapter 298, Gu Dongxing's sense of crisis. Gu Dongxing looked at the gatekeeper. Didn't you say you were going to call Jiang Mengyu out? Why haven't you called yet? The gatekeeper pointed at Jiang Huayu. This classmate Jiang is right. If I call the school office, there might not be anyone there. Why don't you just go in with this classmate Jiang who knows you? Seeing that the gatekeeper had no intention of making the call, Gu Dongxing simply walked straight into the campus. Jiang Huayu chased after him, jogging to keep up. Hey, future brother-in-law, wait for me. But Gu Dongxing paid no attention to whether she could keep up. He strode purposefully toward class 39. This was his third time coming to the school to find Jiang Mengyu. The first time was that Saturday when he happened to hear Mengyu using his name to intimidate the dean, claiming she had a regiment commander fiancé. That time, since it was a Saturday, the students had all gone home, the campus gates were wide open, and there was no one on guard, so he had walked right in. The second time Gu Dongxing came to the school was before he left for the capital, to bid farewell to Mengyu. Since it was during class hours, the main gate was closed. He found a small path outside the school that led to Mengyu's classroom and called her out directly. This was the third time. Before meeting Jiang Mengyu's stepsister, the gatekeeper had been quite diligent. But after Jiang Huayu spoke up, his attitude became problematic. He seemed to have some connection with this Jiang Huayu, who had a grudge against his own little one. Of course, what was even more problematic now was this Jiang Huayu, sticking to him like a piece of adhesive plaster. Moreover, it was because of her that he had been allowed to enter through the back door. If his little one saw this, would she misunderstand? Future brother-in-law, don't walk so fast. Ouch, I twisted my ankle. Jiang Huayu called out loudly, hoping her beloved idol would show some pity. Surely, upon hearing she had twisted her ankle, he would turn back to look at her and help her walk. Best of all, if her idol helped her walk, they might just run into that bitch Jiang Mengyu. However, Gu Dongxing continued striding forward, completely ignoring whether Jiang Huayu had twisted her ankle or not. He didn't even pause for a moment. Jiang Huayu had no choice but to call out in a coquettish voice, "Future brother-in-law, I twisted my ankle. Come and help me quick." This time, Gu Dongxing seemed to hear her, because he slowed down and even came to a stop. Jiang Huayu was delighted, thinking her idol had finally been moved by her. She was about to follow up with another coquettish cry when she noticed Gu Dongxing had already turned and was walking in another direction. As he walked, he even waved his hand. Following Gu Dongxing's gaze, Jiang Huayu saw Jiang Mengyu, Zhang Shuiyu, Shen Qi, and Wu Jiangxing walking over from the direction of the classroom. They had come today to check their monthly exam results. Now that they knew their grades were quite good, and according to their prior agreement with the principal, their study group could continue. Therefore, they didn't need to stay for classes. They were leaving the school together, planning to review at Shen Qi's small courtyard. Shen Qi walked on Mengyu's left, Wu Jiangxing on her right, and Shuiyu on the other side of Wu Jiangxing. The four of them were still discussing their monthly exam results, their youthful energy and high spirits, making Gu Dongxing feel a pang of sourness in his heart. They were all teenagers, 16 or 17 years old. Compared to them, he really was old. Moreover, he now had that annoying sworn younger sister, Yi Qin, living at his home. What if Mengyu got angry and didn't want him anymore? Gu Dongxing's sense of Chapter 299, Unnatural at Pretending. Mengyu was surprised to see Gu Dongxing back on campus again. Today wasn't Saturday, so how did he get in? As she was thinking this, Gu Dongxing had already walked up to her and reached out to take her small hand. Mengyu, however, took a step back, avoiding him. This is the campus. Keep your hands to yourself. Seeing Gu Dongxing arrive and reach for Mengyu, Shen Qi, Wu Jiangxing, and Zhang Shuiyu quickly stepped back to create some distance between themselves and Mengyu. Coincidentally, Mengyu also stepped back to avoid Gu Dongxing. It looked as if all four of them had simultaneously and tacitly stepped back together. Gu Dongxing's face immediately darkened. Suppressing his anger, he nodded to the other three, then said to Mengyu, "Xiao Meng, I need to talk to you. Come with me for a moment." Mengyu was very displeased. She had clearly told him not to come find her again until he had sorted out his engagement issue. What was he doing here again? Did he think she was too easygoing? Mengyu had previously publicly declared on campus that Gu Dongxing was her fiancé, so she couldn't very well refuse now. She had no choice but to say to Xinqi and the others, "You guys go back first. I'll go out with him for a bit." Xinqi and the other two didn't know that problems had arisen in Mengyu and Gu Dongxing's fiancé-fiancé relationship. Zhang Shuiyu even thoughtfully reminded them, "You two go ahead. It's fine if you come back a bit later." As she said this, she winked at Mengyu, who responded with a big eye roll. Gu Dongxing tried to take Mengyu's hand. She wouldn't let him, but he stubbornly grabbed for it. After all, he was a level 7 martial artist. How could Mengyu be a match for him? Once he had her hand, he interlaced their fingers. Mengyu wanted to break free, but Gu Dongxing whispered, "Don't make a scene. It won't look good if people see." Mengyu was furious at his pot calling the kettle black behavior, but this was, after all, the campus. It wouldn't be good to start a physical struggle with him. Therefore, she could only grit her teeth and let him lead her by the hand toward the campus gate. As they passed by Jiang Mengyu, she managed to put on her most beautiful smile and greet them. "Hey, sis, it's thanks to me that your future brother-in-law could get in today." Her words seemed directed at Mengyu, but her eyes kept darting toward Gu Dongxing. To be honest, Mengyu really admired Jiang Mengyu. Their relationship was clearly extremely strained, yet she could still manage to smile. Although her goal was to attract Gu Dongxing's attention, this skill at pretending was truly innate. Mengyu didn't even bother acknowledging Jiang Mengyu. Gu Dongxing didn't even glance sideways, acting as if Jiang Mengyu simply didn't exist, and walked straight past her. Jiang Mengyu stood up, staring at their retreating backs, focusing mainly on their clasped hands. The venom in her eyes was so intense it seemed she wished she could melt apart those interlocked fingers. The moment they left the campus, Mengyu shook off Gu Dongxing's hand and directly got into the jeep. "I've already cured your childhood sweetheart. Why are you still looking for me?" She had originally thought that once she cured this childhood sweetheart of Gu Dongxing's, the woman would have no reason to keep clinging to him and demanding his care. She should have been sent back home. Who knew that he did send her home, but not to the Yi family home? Instead, he took her to the Hai family home where his mother lived. Remembering how Hai Shui had treated her with disdain, finding fault with everything, after that Yi Rushui stayed at the Hai house for one night, it was clear that Gu Dongxing's mother was easily influenced. Now that this Yiqing was at the Hai house, who knew what gossip she was spreading? Both sisters were equally infatuated with Gu Dongxing. She didn't believe that while Yi Rushui would spread rumors about her, this Yiqing would say anything good. Well, if she behaved herself, fine. But if she really stirred up trouble, Mengyu would make her understand why flowers are so red. She could cure her, and naturally, she could also send her right back. Chapter 300, Escape. Gu Dongxing hurriedly said, "Xiao Meng, I came to apologize to you." Hearing the word apologize, Mengyu's heart sank in panic. Was he finally going to confess to her? His mother had once received a favor from old Master Yi, and had always wanted him to fulfill the marriage arrangement with the Yi family's daughter. Had his mother persuaded him? Was the promise-keeping man finally going to be with Yiqing? Her heart felt as if it were being gripped by something or bitten by teeth, grinding it into fine, shattered pieces. A pain she had never felt before made it unbearable for her. "I don't want to hear it." She suddenly flared up, opened the car door, and ran outside. Gu Dongxing quickly closed the car door and chased after Mengyu, pleading as he ran, Xiao Meng, listen to me. I really have no choice." Hearing this, Mengyu felt even more heartbroken. He said he had no choice. Yes, he and Yiqing truly had a childhood marriage arrangement, unlike Yi Rushui, whose claim was false. Although Yiqing had married Sun Erliang in reality, because Sun Erliang was impotent, Yiqing remained a virgin, as if she had never married. So, did his no choice mean he had to fulfill the marriage arrangement? Was he really planning to go through with it with Yiqing? Mengyu's heart ached even more, and she ran faster. Before, when she learned that Gu Dongxing had a marriage arrangement, although she felt uncomfortable, she knew that Gu Dongxing's heart belonged only to her. He would not fulfill that ridiculous childhood marriage arrangement. Therefore, she had generously said that she would not get involved with him until he resolved his marriage arrangement issue. Even when she discovered he had brought Yiqing back, she had mentally prepared herself. If Gu Dongxing did not know how to refuse, she would no longer want such a man, no matter how outstanding he was. But now, hearing Gu Dongxing apologize and say he had no choice, her heart panicked. She instinctively avoided hearing Gu Dongxing's apology and did not want to hear him talk about having no choice. It meant she had lost. She had lost to a childhood marriage arrangement. She thought she only had feelings for Gu Dongxing and had not fallen too deeply, that she could leave him at any time. But now, hearing him apologize and say he had no choice, she actually felt terrified. Unknowingly, she had already lost her heart. Mengyu felt that the only thing she could do now was not listen to Gu Dongxing's apology or his reasons for having no choice. She just wanted to hide, to make sure he could not find her. That way, he would not apologize to her or tell her about his helplessness. Mengyu ran very fast because, unconsciously, she had activated the wood immortal art. Her speed reached its limit as she dashed straight toward the outskirts of the city. Xiaoming, don't run. Wait for me. Gu Dongxing was frantic and could only chase after her desperately. He was a 7th-level martial artist, yet he could not catch up to Mengyu, a 3rd-level martial artist? When had Mengyu learned Qigong? Gu Dongxing's speed was at most 2 or 3 kilometers per hour, and even with his 7th-level martial artist abilities, he could not maintain such a rapid pace for long. But Mengyu did. After chasing for over 3 hours and entering a mountain range, he still lost track of her. He felt his body had reached its limit, and he truly had no strength left to run. Moreover, he had lost track of Mengyu's direction. Yes, he could sense Mengyu, wherever she was. Even if he could not catch up, he could feel her direction and chase toward it. But now, he had lost her direction. How could he continue chasing? In reality, after running to a place where Gu Dongxing could no longer see her, Mengyu hid in the Taoyuan space. However, she did not know that she had made a grave mistake this time because she had misunderstood Gu Dongxing's intentions. At this moment, Gu Dongxing was also utterly confused. He did not know why Mengyu had run away. He had truly realized where he had gone wrong and had come. Chapter 301 Trapped Part 1. Yes, Gu Dongxing realized it. He could offer Yiqing the help she was due. Previously, when Yiqing was in a dangerous situation, he helped her escape that pit of fire. He had not been wrong to even topple the Sun family to ensure she could leave that pit smoothly. He had not been wrong to bring her to treat Mengyu either. Because he had heard Cheng Jiohe say that she helped people exorcise evil spirits and treat illnesses in the capital, he knew Mengyu had her own miraculous abilities. He owed a debt of gratitude to Yiqing's grandfather. Bringing her back to ask Mengyu for treatment to repay that debt to Ye's grandfather was not wrong. Where he had been most wrong was in agreeing to Yiqing's father's request to take care of Yiqing. Leaving aside that taking care of a woman was simply not something a man like him should be doing. By bringing Yiqing back, he had, in another sense, placed the burden of her care on his mother, adding to her load. Most importantly, his marriage contract with the Yi family was already void. By what right was he to take her father's place and care for her in her final years? In other words, he was nothing to Yiqing. What right did he have to care for her in her final years? And by agreeing to care for her in these final years, he had essentially agreed to let Yiqing enter his life and become one of his closest people. How utterly foolish had he, Gu Dongxing, been to agree to such a thing. Therefore, he truly recognized his mistake. He needed to admit this error to Mengyu and beg for her forgiveness. His second mistake was not stopping Yiqing from recognizing his mother as her godmother and him as her godbrother. As Cheng Jiohe had said, what a huge source of discomfort that would be for Mengyu. Moreover, he could see that after years of hardship, Yiqing had changed. One could even say she had become corrupted. Otherwise, how could she have turned against Mengyu immediately after receiving Mengyu's life-saving grace? Don't tell him she didn't know. Did she really think recognizing Hai Shui as her mother and him as her brother was just about gaining a few more family members? This was a case of the sword dance in Xiangzhuang's camp was meant for the Duke of Pei. Her true target was him. She had just hidden it exceptionally well. Because his mother insisted on taking Yiqing as her goddaughter, he had reluctantly accepted it. She had designs on him, and he had actually failed to notice. He had actually believed that as long as he was open and honest and made everything clear, she wouldn't harbor any further intentions. Even if she did, he thought he could just ignore her. He forgot that his mother, Gu Dongxing's mother, was somewhat soft-hearted. What if his mother was persuaded by her later? But why hadn't he thought of any of this at the time? He suddenly remembered an old saying, don't tie your shoes in a melon patch, don't adjust your hat under a plum tree. His greatest mistake was believing that an upright person need not fear a crooked shadow, yet he had tied his shoes in the melon patch and adjusted his hat under the plum tree. Although he had lost track of Mengyu, Gu Dongxing dared not return. Suppressing the heart-wrenching pain, he searched for Mengyu in these great mountains. While Gu Dongxing was filled with regret, Mengyu was also deeply regretting her actions. Because, after emerging from her space, she found herself lost. She hadn't paid attention to the direction when she entered the mountains. She had just rushed headlong into them, and now she had no idea which direction she had come from. She had thought that as long as she walked in one direction, she would eventually find a way out of this great mountain valley. Little did she know that the direction she was walking was not leading her out, but deeper into the remote mountains. Although she possessed the strength of a third-level martial artist, she was, after all, a young girl. Even though she had spent many years as a wandering spirit following Huayu in her past life, she was ultimately a woman. When alone, she was still afraid. She didn't even know that the forest she had rushed into was the Ghost Valley that everyone spoke of with fear. Many times, people who entered this ghostly forest never walked out. After walking for a while, Mengyu discovered the problem. No matter which direction she went, she was blocked by a great mountain. Unless she climbed the mountain and walked over it, there was no way out of this valley. Then, from where had she entered this valley? Chapter 302 Trapped Part 2. Chapter 302 Trapped Part 2. Mengyu tried to recall, but she simply couldn't remember how she had entered this valley. Could it be that this valley possessed a legendary formation array? Little Peach, look around. Is there any path we can use to get out? Little Peach sensed their surroundings and said, Master, it seems you have stumbled into a formation array. However, this array isn't a killing formation, it's a trapping formation. What should I do then? How do I get out? Little Peach suddenly became excited. Master, don't you feel it? There's spiritual energy within this formation. Mengyu quickly focused on her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that the valley actually contained spiritual energy, and quite a lot of it, even more abundant than the spiritual energy within her own Peach Blossom Spring space. Of course, the herb garden near the thatched cottage was an exception. But that herb garden had a time acceleration array. She couldn't cultivate inside it, otherwise, she might carelessly cultivate for a while and emerge having aged significantly. Master, this is an excellent cultivation site. Why don't you just cultivate the wood immortal art here in the valley? Perhaps once you've absorbed all the spiritual energy in the valley, the formation will disappear. Mengyu thought about it. What Little Peach said made sense. Since she couldn't get out, she might as well cultivate the wood immortal art here. After all, she had food in her space. At worst, she could take fasting pills, which could be bought with very few essence points. So, she simply found a cave, sat down cross-legged, and began circulating the wood immortal art. She didn't know that the wood immortal art was exceptionally aggressive in plundering spiritual energy. The moment she started circulating it, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her, being greedily drawn into her body, like a whale swallowing water. Gu Dongxing didn't catch up with Mengyu because she had disappeared on the mountain. Therefore, he searched the mountain. After searching for a while without finding her, he went to find a place with a telephone, made a call, and, under the pretext of training, gathered a group of subordinates to help look. However, even after scouring the surrounding mountains, he still couldn't find Mengyu. Thinking she might have returned to school, he went back to the county high school to look. She wasn't at the school, so he went to their study group. He confronted Shinchi directly. Has Mengyu come back? Shinchi found this strange. Didn't she leave with you? Hearing this response, Gu Dongxing knew Mengyu hadn't returned. He turned to leave, but was grabbed by Wu Jiangxing. Where did you take classmate Mengyu? Why are you back here looking for her? Gu Dongxing tried to break free but found he couldn't immediately. He then realized this kid had already reached the first level of martial arts. He wanted to ask how he had obtained the ancient martial arts inheritance, but there was no time for that now. He used a bit of internal force to free his hand. As he walked out, he said, Classmate Mengyu got angry and left on her own. I'm looking for her. I'll help look too. Wu Jiangxing shouted. Hearing that Mengyu was missing, his face was filled with anxiety. I'll go too, Shinchi said. Although he didn't show anxiety on his face, he was very worried inside. I want to go too, Zhang Shuiyu said. Her attitude was firm. Gu Dongxing was about to say they were being reckless when he suddenly noticed that all three of them were martial artists. He found it strange. This study group probably wasn't just studying academics. Since Shinchi and the others were martial artists, Gu Dongxing didn't object. All right, everyone come. Mengyu had no idea that Gu Dongxing and the others were turning the world upside down over her disappearance. Trapped in the valley, she was sitting in a cave within the valley, absorbing the spiritual energy there to cultivate. Her cultivation level rose rapidly, breaking through from gathering essence layer 1 to gather. Chapter 303, Gu Dongxing gets beaten. Chapter 303, Gu Dongxing gets beaten. It wasn't until she was unbearably hungry that Mengyu finally stopped cultivating. She checked her cultivation level and was shocked to find that she had actually broken through to the 3rd level of gathering yuan. She asked Xiaotao in the Taiyuan space, how long have I been cultivating? Xiaotao replied, Master, you have been cultivating for 3 days. Master is amazing, breaking through 2 levels in 3 days to reach the 3rd level of gathering yuan. What, 3 days? Mengyu grew anxious. 3 days. She had actually sat in this valley for 3 whole days, no wonder she was so hungry. The problem was, since she hadn't gone out for 3 days, wouldn't Gu Dongxing be worried? She remembered that he had chased after her when she left. But she walked around the valley again and still couldn't find a way out. Xiaotao said, Master, the spiritual energy in this valley is still very dense. You should take a fasting pill and continue cultivating. Helpless, Mengyu had no choice but to sit down again and resume her cultivation. During her 2nd meditation session, she cultivated for 5 days and this time reached the 4th level of gathering yuan. During her 3rd meditation session, she cultivated for 10 days and entered the 5th level of gathering yuan. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gu Dongxing was on the verge of a breakdown. Qing Jiohe was almost driven mad by him, and the soldiers under his command were about to go crazy along with him. His little one had run off into the deep mountains because she was angry with him. During this time, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. As soon as Qing Jiohe returned from a mission, he heard about Mengyu's disappearance. That sister he felt an instant connection with upon meeting, the sister who helped him advance to the 7th level of martial arts, the sister who was so good to him. She had actually been driven away by that guy Gu Dongxing. Furious, he found Gu Dongxing and threw a punch at him. "Give me back my sister." At first, Gu Dongxing let him hit him. Seeing that Gu Dongxing only took the hits without fighting back, Qing Jiohe grew even angrier. Get up, get up. Fight back. I want to defeat you." Provoked by the beating, Gu Dongxing sprang up like a carp leaping out of water and assumed a defensive stance. The two of them then fought fiercely, as if the sky and earth were spinning. They fought until neither of them had an ounce of strength left, collapsing unceremoniously onto their backs on the ground. Gu Dongxing found it strange. "Your martial art style, how is it different from before? And you're even stronger than me now." Gu Dongxing's ancient martial arts techniques came from Qing Jiohe, but he was a natural-born fighter. Therefore, with the same cultivation time and the same martial arts level, Qing Jiohe could never defeat him and had no choice but to call him boss. Even though, because of Mengyu, he had to lower his head and call him brother-in-law, in his heart, he still believed he was the strongest. But today, he lost the fight. Qing Jiohe snorted twice. "Serves you right for bullying my sister." "I'm not telling you." Gu Dongxing was both amused and exasperated. "I really didn't bully Xiaomeng." Gu Dongxing told Qing Jiohe everything. After hearing Qing Jiohe's words, he realized his mistake and decided to find Mengyu to apologize. At first, Mengyu followed him out, and after leaving the school, she even voluntarily got into the jeep. But who knew that after he had only said a few words, Mengyu pushed open the car door and ran off. Then he chased her to that mountain area, and then Mengyu disappeared, and so on and so forth. Qing Jiohe wished he could crack open his head. "You idiot. Everyone says you have a genius brain, but I think you have a wooden head. You told Xiaomeng you wanted to apologize, and then you told her you felt helpless. Were you trying to tell her that you had already decided to be with Yi Qing, so you were apologizing to her, but your decision was..." Chapter 304, Reactions from All Sides. Gu Dongxing was shocked. How could that be? I was clearly apologizing to her for accepting Yi Sheng's request to take care of Yi Qing. I was wrong. I shouldn't have accepted Yi Sheng's request and agreed to look after Yi Qing. As for feeling helpless, it's because my mother wants to adopt Yi Qing as her goddaughter. I clearly felt it was wrong but couldn't stop her, which is why I felt helpless. Qing Jiohe really wanted to hit him again, but he no longer had the strength. Why didn't you admit your mistake from the start instead of saying you came to apologize? And why mention feeling helpless? How could my sister not overthink it when she heard that? If she already has feelings for you, how could she not be afraid of hearing such heartless words from you? You've killed my sister. Gu Dongxing finally understood. Mengyu didn't want to listen to him and tried to escape because she thought he was about to say something heartless. She didn't want to hear him say it out loud because she already had feelings for him. He hated himself even more, pounding his chest with his fists, making loud thumping sounds. Qing Jiohe said coldly, "If you keep belittling yourself like this, what face will you have to see her when my sister comes out of the mountains?" Qing Jiohe knew very well that his sister's reaction was due to deep love leading to intense hatred. She must be extremely upset right now, which is why she ran away to hide in a place with no one around. He estimated that as long as she didn't want to come out, their search would be in vain. Sure enough, they searched for several days, but still couldn't find Mengyu. For the first few days, they could bring their subordinates along to search, and Shenqi, Wu Jiangxing and Zhang Shuiyu joined in. Later, he gave a strict order for Shenqi and the other two to return to their studies. He led a group of subordinates and took turns with Qing Jiohe searching the mountains while training. They combed through almost every corner of that mountain range. Everyone advised him to give up. If someone couldn't be found after several days of searching in such deep mountains, it was highly likely they were no longer alive. After all, the mountains were home to large animals like wild boars, wolves, and even bears. Everyone believed a young woman couldn't survive more than 3 days in such a place. Mengyu was most likely already dead. When the school learned of Mengyu's disappearance, the principal was extremely anxious. Jiang Mengyu was a promising student who was sure to bring honor to the school this year. Now that she was missing, how could he not be worried? Equally anxious was her homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu. He had high hopes for Mengyu, not just because she could bring him glory, but because he genuinely liked this student. He saw her not only as a student, but also as a younger family member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately given Mengyu a chance to defend herself in class when he heard the rumors. Of course, there were also those who were overjoyed upon hearing about Mengyu's disappearance. The first was Jiang Mengyu, and the second was Chu Zisong. Jiang Mengyu was thrilled. First, she had long wished for Jiang Mengyu to die. Now that Mengyu was missing and likely already dead, how could she not be happy? Second, with Mengyu missing, the task assigned by the person behind her, while not perfectly completed, could still be considered accomplished. Third, with Jiang Mengyu dead, she had the opportunity to comfort Gu Dongxing under the guise of being his sister-in-law. Perhaps she could even win him over. For some reason, she always felt that Gu Dongxing should belong to her. As for Chu Zisong, he had been suspended due to the previous incident and hated Jiang Mengyu to the core. Therefore, when he heard about Jiang Mengyu's disappearance, he was so happy he couldn't help but hum a tune. Originally, the news of Jiang Mengyu's disappearance hadn't reached Haijia village, so Hai Shui was unaware of it. But how could Yiqing, who had feelings for Gu Dongxing, not keep an eye on him? Because Gu Dongxing had promised to take care of Yiqing, Yixing recognized her value. So, when she left the Yi family, Chapter 305, Yiqing's Thoughts. With the Yi family's covert guards, Yiqing could obtain any information she wanted at the first opportunity. She had particularly heard that Jiang Mengyu had gone missing. It was only after Gu Dongxing returned from Haijia village that he immediately went to the school to look for Jiang Mengyu. She didn't know what he had said, but Mengyu had run off afterward. Yiqing estimated that, in all likelihood, it was because Gu Dongxing had acknowledged her as his sworn younger sister. Secretly delighted, she pretended on the surface not to know anything. Using the pretext that she was still physically weak, she spent every day accompanying Hai Shui. As for Hai Shui, her son had joined the army, and her daughter was now attending high school in town, boarding at the school and only coming home once a week. Now, with Yiqing by her side, and given that Yiqing had long been in an abused position, making her very adept at reading people's expressions, it didn't take long for the two to get along as intimately as biological mother and daughter. Hai Shui felt quite regretful. If Yiqing weren't a divorcee, she would have been very pleased to have Yiqing as her daughter-in-law. As for that Jiang Mengyu whom her son favored, the one who had been trafficked, she did not like her at all. She asked Yiqing, "Qinger, what are your plans for the future?" Yiqing saw Hai Shui looking at her with pity and regret in her eyes, shaking her head slightly. She understood Hai Shui's thoughts. Putting the vegetables she had picked into a basin, she said, "Mom, what plans could I possibly have now?" "My plan is to spend the rest of my life keeping you company." Hai Shui said, "Nonsense. How many years can I keep you company? You're still young. You should take advantage of your youth to find a good man to marry." Yiqing sighed. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to find someone. It's just that, given my current status, it's difficult. What kind of person should someone like me look for? If I look for a young man, he'll surely look down on me for being a divorcee. But if I look for another divorcee, I can't accept it. Even though I was married to Sun Erliang was a. I'm actually still a virgin. Not to mention, my family situation is what it is." When Hai Shui heard her mention Sun Erliang, she suddenly realized she had always minded that Yiqing had been married once, thinking she wasn't good enough for her son. But the man she married was impotent. Even if that man wanted to do something, he couldn't. She was essentially no different from someone who had never married. Moreover, she and her son had once been engaged as children. Now, it was her son who had brought her home, and even accepted her father's request to take care of her, indicating that her son wasn't without feelings for her. Having Yiqing as her daughter-in-law didn't seem entirely out of the question. However, when she thought of her son's obsession with that Mengyu, she didn't dare to make any promises lightly. In a relationship between two people, without affection, everything is empty. Her son's feelings for Mengyu were clearly deeper than those for Yiqing. Even if she hadn't had sexual relations with Sun Erliang was no kind man. With a wife he couldn't use, wouldn't he have done something else? Besides, Sun Erliang's ex-wife had been impregnated by his father. Who knew if he had done anything to his second wife? Thinking of these things, her desire to have Yiqing as her daughter-in-law faded. Her son deserved better. A good girl like you will surely have a good marriage." Yiqing pretended to be shy and lowered her head, but her eyes were darting around. Was this Hai Shui accepting her or not? However, judging by the fact that she no longer brought up finding a partner for her, she had probably listed her as a candidate for daughter-in-law, right? But she wasn't in a hurry. She would take it slow. With her intelligence, beauty, sophistication, and elegance compared to that country bumpkin Jiang Mengyu, she would surely gain the upper hand in front of Hai Shui. Gu Dongxing had no idea that Yiqing was working on winning over his mother. His only thought was to find Mengyu and bring her back. Unable to find Mengyu, he could only vent his anger on Chapter 306 Foundation Building. Chapter 306 Foundation Building. Thus, during this period, the large animals in the mountain range where Mengyu disappeared suffered greatly, as Gu Dongxing killed quite a few of them. Similarly, the soldiers under his command also suffered, being pushed to their limits by his devilish training regimen, complaining bitterly every day. Regarding how to search for Mengyu, Gu Dongxing also clashed with Cheng Jiohe. Cheng Jiohe believed that his sister was at odds with Gu Dongxing and had hidden herself away in some place to cultivate, unwilling to come out. Gu Dongxing, however, stubbornly believed that his little one definitely wasn't deliberately staying hidden because of a quarrel with him, but was instead trapped somewhere, unable to get out, waiting for him to rescue her. He rapidly grew thin, but he persisted in searching, never giving up. Gu Dongxing later asked Shinqi and the other two, learning that the ancient martial arts techniques they were cultivating had been passed down by Mengyu. Recalling that day when he couldn't catch up to Mengyu even at full speed, he realized that even if she encountered large animals in the mountains, she wouldn't be in danger. This put his mind slightly more at ease. Cheng Jiohe, like Gu Dongxing, also rapidly grew thin. After searching for over 10 days, he too came to believe Gu Dongxing's theory. Mengyu wasn't hiding from Gu Dongxing, she was trapped. This made him even more anxious. The two took turns entering the mountains to search, using all their time outside of training to look for her. In any case, they would not give up until Mengyu emerged. By now, Mengyu had been cultivating in the valley for nearly a month. After being continuously absorbed by Mengyu for a month, the rich spiritual energy in the valley had thinned. Finally, on the day she built her foundation, all the spiritual energy in the valley was drained by her. She faintly heard a cracking sound, and then felt the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly vanish. The immortal foundation she had just built nearly collapsed again. It was only when Xiaotao noticed something was wrong and fed her a pill that she successfully completed her foundation building. Mengyu stood up, feeling the lightness of her body and the powerful strength within. She very much wanted to let out a shout to vent the exhilaration in her heart. Not only had she built her foundation, but her witch body technique had also jumped 2 levels, making her a 5th-level martial artist. A foundation building cultivator's combat power is even greater than that of an innate expert. However, in the city, one often cannot use magical power and must rely on internal energy instead. Therefore, she did not abandon her martial arts cultivation. She stood up and looked around, only then realizing that the surrounding scenery had changed during her foundation building. She had frantically absorbed spiritual energy, draining all the energy that maintained the formation and causing it to collapse. She had previously been trapped in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Those mountain walls were extremely steep, with the lowest sections even curving inward, making it impossible to escape the valley by climbing. But now, what Mengyu could see was only a gourd-shaped valley enclosed by 3 large mountains. She could climb those mountains without any tools. The key point was that one side of this valley had no mountain at all. She could simply walk out. However, she was in no hurry to leave. Although her sudden disappearance for a month would have worried Gu Dongxing, her brother, and Shinqi and the other two, they had already been worried for so long, a little more time wouldn't matter. She had a feeling that the formation here didn't appear out of nowhere. Moreover, she discovered many medicinal herbs in this valley that she had seen in the Dan Canon and the Medicine Canon. Those appearing in the Dan Canon were spirit herbs, and quite a few of them were already over 1,000 years old. This indicated that no one had entered this formation space for over 1,000 years. In a place untouched for a millennium, the formation still existed. If she hadn't intentionally absorbed all the spiritual energy here, this formation would have continued to exist. Mengyu felt that she must figure out what else was in this valley because, although she hadn't seen any large animals, she sensed a faint... Chapter 307, A Sense of Danger. Mengyu could be certain that she hadn't sensed any danger before, because she had been cultivating here for nearly a month and hadn't detected any dangerous aura. But now, this dangerous aura was swirling around her, making her feel very uneasy. She still couldn't get her bearings and couldn't find a way out for the moment. This danger had to be eliminated. She walked around the entire valley once. Apart from discovering a pile of powder in each direction and a pile of stones at the valley's center that retained only a trace of spiritual energy, she didn't seem to find anything else. She also discovered that the valley was planted with many medicinal herbs. These were valuable mortal medicines that could be sold for money as soon as they were taken out, such as ginseng, flea flower root, lingji mushrooms, and so on. Spiritual medicines were, of course, good, but her space house had its own attached medicinal garden containing a large number of spiritual medicines. Those spiritual medicines, she didn't dare to take out to sell for money. But what she needed most right now was money to buy antiques and obtain sun and moon essence points. Therefore, mortal medicines that could be exchanged for money were what she needed most at the moment. Mengyu simply released her spiritual sense. After reaching foundation establishment, her spiritual sense could extend outward for about 2 li, over a kilometer. She didn't know how far other people's spiritual senses could reach. If she knew, she would definitely be shocked. A newly emerged spiritual sense usually only extended a few dozen meters, yet hers could reach over 2 li right from the start. She was very happy about this. In the future, she could first use her spiritual sense to check things out directly. Moreover, due to the penetrative nature of spiritual sense, she could use it for many other things as well. For now, she would first use her spiritual sense to investigate what might be wrong with this valley. If she didn't find the source of that dangerous aura, she would always feel uneasy. She had a feeling that even if she went back, if this danger wasn't eliminated, it would still remain. She refused to believe that the master of this valley, who had planted so many spiritual medicines and protected them with a formation, wouldn't have left anything else in the valley. Moreover, she also felt that something somewhere in this valley was attracting her. If she didn't go and see, she would miss something. Finally, she discovered a problem in the cave where she had been cultivating. Mengyu had originally chosen this cave to cultivate in precisely because she felt the spiritual energy here was more abundant. She hadn't considered there might be any other reason. Of course, at that time, a thought had also arisen in her heart. This cave was the best place for cultivation. But now, as she reappeared in the cave where she had lived for nearly a month and looked with her spiritual sense, she immediately saw the problem. The stone wall she was facing was actually just an illusion. In reality, there was a passageway there. Mengyu asked Xiaotao in her mind, "Xiaotao, do you think there might be a powerful formation in this place?" Xiaotao chuckled, "Master, no matter how powerful the formation is, it's useless now. You've already absorbed all the spiritual energy." Mengyu laughed silently in her mind, "Right, the formation is useless. No wonder, when I looked with my spiritual sense, I saw the illusion formation at this passageway entrance moving." As she spoke, she extended the index and middle fingers of her right hand, pressed them together, and tried to release with spiritual power. With a soft pop, the illusion formation actually shattered on its own. Mengyu had opened this illusion formation almost effortlessly. Her spiritual sense immediately probed inside. There was nothing else there. The passageway was only about 10 meters long, connecting to another cave dwelling. Mengyu's spiritual sense probed into the cave dwelling, and her heart skipped a beat. Inside the cave dwelling were a stone bed, a stone table, and stone chairs. Sitting on the stone bed was a skeleton. The skeleton's bones emitted a black jade-like luster. It wore a white robe, its two bony hands placed in front of its lower abdomen, forming a Ziwu hand seal. On the ring finger of its left hand was a ring. Mengyu found it strange. The flesh and everything else on the skeleton had weathered away, so why was a piece of clothing left behind? Could it be that the clothing was a treasure? However, Mengyu didn't dare to enter lightly. When her spiritual sense swept over that skeleton, she had a very strange feeling. Chapter 308. No Escape. Mengyu discovered that there was another cave behind this cave. She continued to extend her spiritual sense inward. However, this time, as soon as her spiritual sense probed inside, she was so frightened that she immediately withdrew it. The next moment, she turned around, wanting to leave this cave. What she had sensed were human skeletons, and there were over 100 of them. They were just casually discarded there. It was very clear that those people had been murdered. It was obvious that those people had been lured into the valley, then into this cave, and then killed by someone. The unknown danger made her decide immediately, leave this place, the sooner, the better. However, just as Mengyu turned around, she heard a magnetic voice ring out. "Why leave now that you're here? Stay." Mengyu ran quickly, not wanting to look back, but her spiritual sense instinctively swept back. She saw that the skeleton sitting on the bed had transformed into an exceptionally handsome man. The handsome man was getting off the bed and walking toward her. As he walked, he took off his loose white robe, revealing a toned and muscular body. With just one glance from her spiritual sense, she felt her face grow hot and her heart race. This was a lustful ghost. Or rather, this was a ghost that seduced people with its appearance, lured them into intimacy, and then fed on their essence, energy, and spirit. No wonder his skeleton had become so dark and glossy. It was nourished by human essence, energy, and spirit. She immediately realized that she must not be caught by this lustful ghost. Otherwise, she would certainly die, and in the most miserable way possible. She continued to sprint frantically toward the outside. However, just as she reached the cave entrance, she found that the originally empty entrance was now covered with a layer of black, semi-transparent film. She actually couldn't charge through it. When the path is narrow, the brave win. She had no retreat. She could only turn around and face that skeletal lustful ghost. What Mengyu found strange was that she had been cultivating in this cave for an entire month. If this ghost wanted to harm her, why hadn't it done so earlier? After all, when she was building her foundation, even the slightest disturbance could have caused her to fail, not to mention that she had no ability to resist at all back then. So, this lustful ghost probably wanted someone at the foundation establishment stage for his own use. Or perhaps, he simply couldn't leave this cave and could only lure people in to enjoy them. Otherwise, Why did she still feel deep down that she wouldn't be comfortable unless she returned to this cave, even after she had already left? You successfully built your foundation. Good, it wasn't in vain that I provided you with so much spiritual energy, the lustful ghost said. Mengyu was on guard. What do you want? Nothing much. I just want to marry you and live a good life in this valley, the lustful ghost replied. I'm not interested in you. Remove the barrier at the cave entrance and let me leave. You're actually not interested in this appearance of mine? The lustful ghost was very surprised. I kindly helped you build your foundation. Aren't you going to thank me? Those skeletons in the back cave were all killed by you, weren't they? Mengyu asked coldly. Meanwhile, she was secretly communicating with Little Peach in her mind, asking Little Peach to find her a weapon. Master, this is a ghost. Weapons are useless against it. Use your righteous energy, righteous energy. Mengyu suddenly remembered that she had been cultivating the wood immortal art all month and hadn't used the cultivation incantation of the witch body art. She began to recite it silently in her mind. At the same time, her willpower extended, gathering the primordial energy of heaven and earth from the entire valley. The lustful ghost quickly sensed it. A large amount of righteous energy from heaven and earth was pouring into the cave, and the black semi-transparent film at the entrance was being dissolved by the righteous energy. He was in Chapter 309, Seizing the Body. Chapter 309, Seizing the Body. The lustful ghost was puzzled. Why was so much righteous energy of heaven and earth pouring in? As soon as the barrier at the cave entrance opened, the lustful ghost panicked. He wanted to hide, but suddenly looked up at Mengyu. Did you draw this righteous energy of heaven and earth in here? Mengyu dared not speak because she was still silently reciting the incantation, channeling the source energy of heaven and earth into the cave. From the very beginning, to avoid being detected by the lustful ghost, she had not formed any hand seals. She relied entirely on silently chanting the spell in her mind and using her spiritual power to mobilize the source energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, how could she dare to speak? The lustful ghost was furious. I took a liking to you and originally only wanted to make you my wife, to spend a lifetime of blissful, immortal-like days here with you. For this, I even allowed you to absorb my spiritual energy, helping you successfully build your foundation. I never expected you to be so heartless, actually wanting to kill me. Fine, fine, fine. Your body is also a wood spirit body. Since we cannot cultivate together, I'll reluctantly take your body instead. Hearing the lustful ghost's words, Mengyu felt a chill in her heart. This lustful ghost, having taken on a physical form, actually wanted to become cultivation partners with her. Seeing that she had summoned the righteous energy of heaven and earth to deal with him without saying a word, he became angry and said he would take her body. Was he planning to treat her like the skeletons in the back cave, draining her essence, energy, and spirit? However, she suddenly heard Little Peach shout, "Master, be careful. He wants to seize your body." Immediately after, flames shot from the lustful ghost's eyes straight toward the space between her eyebrows. She quickly tried to dodge, intending to escape into the peach blossom space first to avoid the attack, but she found her soul was locked in place, and her connection to the peach blossom space was severed. Then, she felt a sharp pain between her eyebrows and fell into darkness. The next moment, she found herself in a thick fog. Everything around her was misty, and no matter how hard she tried to see clearly, she couldn't. She thought, this fog is too thick. Could it thin out a bit? As soon as she had this thought, the fog began to thin. She finally saw her surroundings clearly. This space was vast, at least as large as a football field. Apart from the fog, there was almost nothing else. But did the fog just listen to her? She wanted it to thin, and it thinned? If she wanted this space to be filled with flowers, would it also be filled with flowers? As soon as she thought this, the space transformed into a sea of flowers. She understood. This was her consciousness sea, so everything here obeyed her command. Wait, why was there a man in the sea of flowers? And it was that very lustful ghost. Seeing Mengyu, the lustful ghost smiled and greeted her, praising, "Not bad at all. As expected of someone I took a liking to. You grasped the secrets of the consciousness sea so quickly." But Mengyu stared at him warily. "How did you get into my consciousness sea?" The lustful ghost smiled faintly. "Isn't it because of you? I kindly helped you build your foundation, waiting for you to become my bride, but you summoned the righteous energy of heaven and earth, destroying my skeletal body. Tell me, now that my skeletal body is unusable, if I don't borrow yours, what should I do?" Mengyu remembered what Little Peach had said when they were still connected. "Master, be careful. He wants to seize your body." She stared fixedly at the man. "You want to seize my body?" Despite the other's immense power, she struggled to maintain her cold and detached demeanor, not allowing herself to show the slightest hint of fear. The lustful ghost seemed somewhat troubled. "To be honest, I liked you the moment I saw you. I can't bear to see you die. What should I do?" Mengyu looked at him coldly. As her consciousness stirred, the vast sea of flowers suddenly transformed into 10 thick chains. Start. Chapter 310. It's either you die or I live. While dodging, the lustful ghost still found time to tease. Oh ho, you've actually grasped how to attack within the sea of consciousness. Not bad, not bad. But these chains formed from flowers don't seem very sturdy. See, with just a tap like this, they break. Indeed, he seemed to pay no mind at all to the flower-transformed chains in Mengyu's sea of consciousness, even tapping them with a fan that had somehow appeared in his hand. What infuriated Mengyu even more was that the chains actually snapped under the tap of his fan. Mengyu had no choice but to transform the chains again. This time, they became a large blade, slashing toward the lustful ghost. She didn't hit the ghost, but she managed to cut down the fan in his hand. Dodging, the lustful ghost cried out, Hey, miss, it seems we don't have such deep hatred between us, do we? Why must you insist on killing me? Mengyu sneered coldly, You're here to seize my body. What's there to be polite about? Fight. Today, it's either you die or I live. Hearing Mengyu's words, the lustful ghost clapped his hands. You've misunderstood. When I said I'd take your body, I didn't mean to seize it. I meant to share it with you. You're trying to fool a ghost. Oh right, you're a ghost trying to fool a person. How could Mengyu possibly believe him? She directed the large blade to keep slashing at him. I really just want to share a body with you. Hey, stop hitting me, the lustful ghost shouted. But Mengyu completely ignored his words. Even if you just want to share a body with me, this body is mine. Why should I share it with you? The lustful ghost seemed taken aback for a moment. Yes, why should someone else's body be shared with him? Moreover, truthfully, he hadn't originally intended to share a body with this young girl. He had genuinely planned to seize it. This sea of consciousness belonged to the little girl. It was her home ground. If she didn't know how to use the soul energy within this sea of consciousness, it would have been easy for him to devour her spiritual form. He just hadn't expected this young girl to have grasped how to use the soul energy within the sea of consciousness. The lustful ghost was truly frustrated. How old was this girl? How did she learn to use soul energy? Right now, she was only using a large blade to slash at him. If she gathered all the soul energy in this sea of consciousness to trap him, it wouldn't be difficult either. Not to mention ordinary people, even most cultivators could only attack using their own cluster of consciousness at most. Who knew how to utilize soul energy? Only sorcerers knew how to use soul energy. Wait, hadn't she used soul energy outside to summon the righteous energy of heaven and earth to dissolve the barrier he had condensed from dark energy? He had underestimated his opponent. Are you a sorcerer? The lustful ghost asked in fear, but immediately denied it. No, sorcery has been lost. You can't be a sorcerer. How do you know how to use soul energy? But if she wasn't a sorcerer, how could he explain her ability to use soul energy? He was now like a thief who had broken into someone else's room. He was alone, while the other could use anything in the room to plot against him. Hearing the other mentioned sorcerers, Mengyu thought of the body cultivation technique she cultivated and the method of gathering the source energy of heaven and earth. It did seem suspiciously like sorcery. She still remembered that when she received that piece of information, she also received a warning. She could pass the body cultivation technique to others, but the method of gathering the source energy of heaven and earth must not be taught to anyone. So, the method of gathering the source energy of heaven and earth was a sorcerer's technique. She sneered, whether I'm a sorcerer or not doesn't matter. What matters is that since you've entered my sea of consciousness with the intent to seize my body, you can only prepare to die. With that, she directed the large blade to slash at the lustful ghost again. Chapter 311. Go ahead and self-destruct if you want. However, Jiang Mengyu quickly realized that whenever her broadsword swung at the lustful ghost, it always managed to dodge before the blade could make contact. Even when she finally managed to strike the ghost, cleaving it in two, the halves swiftly merged back together, leaving it completely unharmed. In truth, her broadsword had indeed damaged the ghost's spiritual form. She just hadn't detected it. She became aware that her broadsword was ineffective against this lustful ghost. Perhaps she should try a different method? Her thoughts raced. Since the broadsword couldn't harm the enemy, she had to use another approach. If cutting didn't work, what about devouring? With this thought, she gathered more mist, shaping it into various snakes that lunged at the lustful ghost from all directions. Since the broadsword couldn't hurt the enemy, she might as well swallow it whole. The lustful ghost was shocked. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about her gathering soul energy to attack him, and now she had immediately thought of a way to deal with him. Moreover, how did she know he was afraid of snakes? Being struck by the broadsword would at most cause minor injuries, but if devoured by the snakes, his spiritual body would be assimilated. He tried to flee, but the snakes surrounded him from all sides, leaving him with no escape route. He attempted to charge at Jiang Mengyu, hoping to confront her directly, but she didn't let him get close. Instead, she commanded the snakes to form a net, trapping him within it. So what if his spiritual body was stronger than Jiang Mengyu's? This was her domain, and she had vast amounts of soul energy at her disposal. She had no intention of engaging in a direct spiritual confrontation. Once the net of soul energy snakes ensnared the lustful ghost, the snake heads continued to bite him, tearing off chunks of flesh and swallowing them whole. The lustful ghost screamed, "Let me go, or I'll self-destruct and blow your sea of consciousness to pieces." Jiang Mengyu laughed heartily. "Go ahead and self-destruct if you want." In reality, if the lustful ghost were to self-destruct, he could indeed damage Jiang Mengyu's sea of consciousness. The problem was, to self-destruct, he needed to first condense his energy before exploding. However, he was now tightly ensnared by Jiang Mengyu's soul energy net. If he tried to condense his energy, the snake net would constrict along with him, wrapping him even tighter. How could he possibly self-destruct? The lustful ghost's spiritual body could only watch helplessly as the snakes formed from Jiang Mengyu's soul energy bit into him, piece by piece. In the end, he was gradually devoured by the snakes formed from Jiang Mengyu's soul energy. The lustful ghost, who had existed in this mysterious valley for over 1,000 years, was finally destroyed by Jiang Mengyu. Jiang Mengyu felt her spiritual power increase by more than twofold. This lustful ghost must have been at least at the golden core stage or higher in life. Logically, possessing a newly established foundation establishment cultivator should have been easy for him, which was why he had been so bold in attempting to possess Jiang Mengyu. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Jiang Mengyu cultivated the witch body art, which not only allowed her to gather righteous energy from heaven and earth, but also enabled her to easily mobilize the soul energy within her sea of consciousness. Although his spiritual body was powerful, he couldn't even get close to hers before being defeated and devoured. His spiritual weapon, the spirit fan, also fell into Jiang Mengyu's hands. Jiang Mengyu finally opened her eyes and felt that the range of her spiritual sense had instantly expanded to 3 kilometers. Essentially, the entire valley was now within the coverage of her spiritual sense. She discovered that behind the cave where the skeletons were discarded, there was another cave filled with mundane items. She found it strange. Why would this lustful ghost cultivator need mundane items? Moreover, as she suspected, the ring on the lustful ghost's left ring finger was likely a storage ring. If he had such items, why not store them in the storage ring instead of Chapter 312 Spoils of War. Chapter 312 Spoils of War. Since she couldn't figure it out, Jiang Mengyu decided not to dwell on it any longer. She turned around to retrieve the ring from the skeleton's finger. Piercing it with her spiritual sense, she indeed discovered that it was a storage ring. The interior of the ring spanned over 100 square meters in area and was 6 meters high. It could be considered a large storage ring. After examining the ring, she understood why the lecherous ghost hadn't stored those mundane items inside. This ring was filled with various medicinal herbs stored in jade boxes, along with a single alchemy cauldron. It was clear that this was an alchemist. After losing his physical body, he likely could no longer practice alchemy. However, the spiritual herbs in the valley had to be harvested once they reached a certain maturity. Thus, he had gathered this ring's worth of medicinal materials. Although Jiang Mengyu had devoured his spiritual essence, she hadn't accessed his memories. She feared he might have hidden something within them, and learning it could entangle her in karmic ties. So, she had directly crushed his memories. Therefore, she knew nothing of his past. The ring also contained numerous pill bottles filled with various elixirs. There weren't many below the foundation establishment stage. Most were for the golden core stage. Jiang Mengyu's guess was correct. This was a golden core stage cultivator. For some unknown reason, his physical body had perished here, yet his spiritual essence had been preserved. This ring was very useful, and its preservation effect was excellent. Accessing items from it was more convenient than retrieving them from the storage cabinets in her own space, so she decided to keep it for herself. Besides the spiritual herbs, the alchemy cauldron, and the pills, the ring also contained wood and fire elemental cultivation techniques and alchemy formulas, indicating that this lecherous ghost possessed dual wood and fire spiritual roots and was an alchemist. However, Jiang Mengyu wasn't impressed by either his wood-fire techniques or his alchemy formulas. She could sense that those techniques were inferior to her own wood immortal art. As for the fire elemental techniques, she had no use for them. Still, it wouldn't hurt to keep them. She could take them back and see if Gu Dongxing might find them useful. The alchemy formulas were certainly no match for her own alchemy canon, but she could still study the pill recipes contained within. Inside the ring was a top-grade magic sword, a top-grade magic blade, a supreme-grade magic bow with 10 supreme-grade magic arrows, and a small black medicine hoe whose grade was indeterminable. Additionally, there was a fan identical to the one his spiritual essence had been holding. To Jiang Mengyu's delight, this fan turned out to be a legendary spiritual artifact. The fan held by the lecherous ghost's spiritual essence earlier was precisely the artifact spirit of this very fan. Besides these items, the ring contained a pile of jade pieces cut to the width of 2 fingers and the length of 1 finger. Jiang Mengyu took out 2 pieces to examine and found that some had high transparency while others were less so. She sensed that all these jade pieces contained spiritual energy, and the higher the transparency, the greater the spiritual energy they held. As soon as Little Peach saw the jade pieces, it immediately exclaimed, "Those are spirit stones, the common currency of the cultivation world. The highly transparent one in your hand is a high-grade spirit stone. Give it to me quickly, and I'll expand this space to be even wider right away." However, Jiang Mengyu didn't hand over the spirit stone. "I still have uses for these." Following Little Peach's classification, Jiang Mengyu discovered there were 31 high-grade spirit stones, 6,382 mid-grade spirit stones, and 39,801 low-grade spirit stones. Although Jiang Mengyu didn't give the spirit stones to Little Peach, she still collected all the mundane items from the cave into her space. These items were at least 1,000 years old and contained a significant amount of spiritual essence value. Jiang Mengyu said, "Don't extract all the spiritual essence. These antiques can still be sold for money." Little Peach immediately cheered up again. "These can yield 280,000 points of spiritual essence, Master. Should we?" Chapter 313, Medicine Valley. Jiang Mengyu knew it was very eager to expand the space and replied, "All right, do as you wish." "Wait, no. Keep 20,000 essence points in reserve." "Okay, Master. Please step out first. I'm going to expand the space now." Jiang Mengyu smiled, moved the spiritual herbs from the ring into the storage cabinets of the cottage's storeroom, and then left the space with the nearly empty ring. Xiao Tao was overjoyed. She immediately set aside 20,000 of the essence points obtained from the cave of mundane items and used the remaining 260,000 to expand the space. In the meantime, Jiang Mengyu took her medicine hoe and went to gather the medicinal herbs in the valley. There were many spiritual herbs in the valley. Jiang Mengyu simply dug them up with her small medicine hoe and placed them directly into the ring. While digging for herbs, Jiang Mengyu once again discovered the extraordinary nature of the small medicine hoe. She found a herb growing on a rock and, with a single dig of the hoe, easily chipped a hole in the rock. Realizing the hoe's uniqueness, Jiang Mengyu immediately performed a blood pact to claim ownership of it. Unexpectedly, she received a delightful surprise. The small medicine hoe turned out to be a top-grade spiritual artifact, even more advanced than the fan. Because it had a built-in concealment function, it appeared on the surface to be nothing more than an ordinary small medicine hoe. Jiang Mengyu dug for an entire day and finally managed to collect almost all of the spiritual herbs in the valley. As for the ordinary medicinal herbs, she only took those over 100 years old. She simply didn't have enough time to dig up all of them. In front of a hidden cave, she discovered a patch of ginseng, yes, an entire patch. It was unclear how long it had been growing, but it had spread into such a large area. Presumably, that lecherous ghost had disregarded ginseng as a mere ordinary herb, so these plants had hardly been harvested. As a result, most of the ginseng here was several hundred years old. One ginseng king was even over 1,000 years old. Just then, Xiao Tao reported to her telepathically, "Master, the space expansion is complete. Would you like to come in right away?" "Wait a moment. I'll move some medicinal herbs inside." "Plant them for me," Jiang Mengyu said, transferring all the spiritual herbs she had previously dug up and stored in the ring into the space. These are spiritual herbs. I love them so much." "Master, I'll plant them right away, right away." Xiao Tao shouted excitedly inside the space. Hearing Xiao Tao's cries, Jiang Mengyu could imagine how thrilled she must be. However, she didn't have time to enter the space herself. She moved the patch of soil surrounding the ginseng king into the space, leaving only the scattered ginseng plants farther away that were under 50 years old. Of course, there were undoubtedly more elsewhere in the valley. As for other herbs in the valley, such as fleece flower root, lingji mushrooms, gastrodia, and pseudo-ginseng, Jiang Mengyu only collected a small portion of those over 100 years old, leaving the majority behind. If needed in the future, she could always come back to gather more. This valley could perfectly serve as a natural medicine valley. However, since the formation had been broken, people would start coming to this valley after today. Jiang Mengyu suddenly felt a bit regretful. There were still spiritual herbs here, as well as a large quantity of ordinary medicinal herbs. It would be a shame if they were damaged by others. Moreover, the wood immortal art she was learning required a substantial amount of virtue points. In the future, to practice medicine and heal people, she would need a large supply of Chinese medicinal herbs. And the Chinese medicinal herbs she needed absolutely could not be those sprayed with pesticides by herb farmers. It would be best to grow them herself. This valley was the ideal base for cultivating medicinal herbs. However, to turn this valley into a medicinal herb cultivation base, she first had to protect it. After some thought, Jiang Mengyu decided to restore the formation in the valley to safeguard it. Then, she would find out who owned the land this valley belonged to and lease it. Chapter 314 Gu Dongxing arrives. Although Jiang Mengyu didn't understand formations, her method of breaking the formation was simply to absorb the spiritual energy within it. The formation itself was still intact, it just lacked a supply of spiritual energy. Perhaps, if she placed spirit stones where the original ones had been, the formation could immediately start operating again. So, she ran a circle around the valley, placing a mid-grade spirit stone at every spot where one had originally been. Finally, she inserted a high-grade spirit stone at the formation's core. Sure enough, the formation began to operate once more. Moreover, the places where she had inserted the spirit stones were now concealed. She removed the spirit stone from the formation's core, and the formation vanished again immediately. She was delighted. With this formation restored, this medicine valley would become her medicinal herb cultivation base from now on. This formation is truly marvelous, and it can be taken even further, Xiao Tao sighed from within the space. How is it marvelous? Jiang Mengyu knew nothing about formations, so naturally, she couldn't see anything marvelous about it. Xiao Tao said, this valley is truly a wonderful place. Once spiritual energy enters the valley, it basically can't escape. By simply leveraging the natural advantages a little, one can set up a grand formation. If it were anywhere else, maintaining such a grand formation would require an enormous amount of spirit stones. The spirit stones you have probably wouldn't last a year. Jiang Mengyu was startled. She currently had 31 high-grade spirit stones, 6,382 mid-grade spirit stones, and 39,801 low-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, they still couldn't maintain this formation for a year? Wait, judging from the spirit stone powder left earlier, it shouldn't have used many spirit stones. Could it be that Xiao Tao was deceiving her? Sensing her master's thoughts, Xiao Tao was displeased. Don't doubt me. This valley covers over 100 mu of land. For such a large area, and to supply the spiritual herbs growing within, the required spirit stones would naturally be a vast amount. But the valley's terrain naturally forms a spirit-gathering array. With just a little guidance, the spiritual energy naturally gathers. The few spirit stones used to set up the formation merely serve a guiding role. The spiritual energy the grand formation truly needs is absorbed from the heavens and the earth. Of course, the spiritual herbs planted in this valley also provide spiritual energy for the grand formation. However, the person who set up this formation wasn't meticulous enough. People from outside could still accidentally enter the valley, indicating there are flaws in the grand formation. But it's alright. I'll teach you to adjust the spirit stones in a few places, and from then on, no one will be able to barge in again. Jiang Mengyu inwardly marveled at nature's wonders. This must be what people often call a geomantic treasure land, right? Hearing Xiao Tao mention flaws in the grand formation, she thought of the white bones in the cave and sighed inwardly. It probably wasn't that the formation setter was careless, but that the flaws were intentionally left. Still, she happily followed Xiao Tao's instructions and adjusted a few positions. You don't understand formations now, and you can't refine formation stones either. To enter, simply remove the spirit stone at the valley entrance. After leaving, just put the spirit stone back in place. Jiang Mengyu did as Xiao Tao said and removed the spirit stone at the valley entrance. Sure enough, the path at the valley entrance appeared, but the formation covering the entire valley was still operating. She understood now. From then on, coming and going here would be much more convenient for her. Before leaving, she remembered there were many fruit trees in the valley. Perhaps due to the formation, some trees that shouldn't have been bearing fruit at this time were laden with heavy harvests. Jiang Mengyu transplanted 2 of each type of tree, along with their fruit, into her space. For those she couldn't move, she picked all the ripe fruit and stored them in her ring. Seeing the sky was already getting dark, Jiang Mengyu was about to enter her space to check on its condition after the expansion when she suddenly sensed a gust of wind. From afar, faint shouts drifted over. Chapter 315, Holding on Tight. The calling voice was a bit hoarse, but Jiang Mengyu recognized it. It was Gu Dongxing's voice. Her heart stirred greatly. Could it be that Gu Dongxing had been searching for her all this time while she was trapped in the valley for nearly a month? Was his voice hoarse from calling for her? She had been worrying about how to get out. Although she had gained control of the medicinal valley's formation, she had ventured too deep into the mountains and couldn't even tell east from west. But now, with Gu Dongxing here, she could follow him out. A surge of warmth filled her heart, and she didn't bother checking her space anymore. Instead, she mustered her energy and let out a long call in Gu Dongxing's direction. Brother Gu, I'm here. I'm in the valley. Gu Dongxing had been coming to this mountain range to search for Jiang Mengyu almost every day after training ended. After having the troops help search for over half a month, he could no longer mobilize personnel and could only take turns searching with Chang Jioha. Today was just another routine search, but unexpectedly, after his calls, he actually heard Jiang Mengyu's voice. He was overjoyed. It's Xiaoming, it really is Xiaoming. She's still here after all. With that, he rushed toward the direction of Jiang Mengyu's voice. Gu Dongxing himself could hardly believe that he had actually found his little wife today. Xiaoming. Brother Gu, I'm here. Xiaoming. Brother Gu, I'm here. Gu Dongxing moved toward Jiang Mengyu as swiftly as a mountain leopard, and Jiang Mengyu also hurried toward him. Before long, the two caught sight of each other. Jiang Mengyu's first impression, Gu Dongxing had lost weight, his complexion had darkened, and he even looked haggard, almost unrecognizable. His gaunt appearance was heartbreaking. How had he been coping during the nearly month she was gone? Gu Dongxing's first impression, his little one was still alive, thank goodness. Also, his little one seemed to have grown taller. Previously, she was only 1.58 meters tall, but now she had reached 1.65 meters. Before, when Jiang Mengyu walked beside the 1.86-meter-tall Gu Dongxing, it looked like an adult leading a child. Now, they finally seemed somewhat matched. The next moment, Gu Dongxing rushed forward and hugged Jiang Mengyu tightly, as if holding a long-lost treasure. He held her so tightly that Jiang Mengyu almost couldn't breathe. I'm sorry, Xiaoming. I was wrong. I should have talked to you first. I was wrong. I wanted to apologize to you because I mistakenly accepted Yu Shang's request. Yiqing is not my responsibility. I shouldn't have brought her back. Wait, that's not right either. Bringing her back for you to treat was necessary because I had to repay her grandfather's kindness. But from now on, I can't take care of her anymore. She's an adult and doesn't need my care. Now that she's recovered, she needs it even less. Xiaoming, I'm sorry. This is what I wanted to apologize to you about. When I said I felt helpless, it was because my mother recognized her as a goddaughter, and I couldn't stop it. I felt helpless. I don't want her as a sister because she would make you uncomfortable, so I won't have anything to do with her anymore. Xiaoming, don't avoid me, don't ignore me, don't abandon me. I would go crazy. Mengyu hadn't expected Gu Dongxing to explain this matter as soon as they met. After hearing his explanation, she realized she had misunderstood him. She had thought his apology was because he wanted to be with Yiqing, and his helplessness stemmed from being pressured by Hai Shui into accepting Yiqing, even though it wasn't his intention. She had run away from him because she didn't want to hear what she assumed was the truth from him, resulting in her being trapped in this vow. Chapter 316. The probation period extended. Mengyu endured the pain of being held too tightly. Brother Gu, please loosen your grip a little. At that moment, Gu Dongxing was like a child unwilling to let go of his favorite toy. No, I won't let go. If I let go, you'll run away and I won't be able to see you. You don't know how miserable I've been for nearly a month. If I couldn't find you again, what if you never found me? What would you do? Jiang Mengyu suddenly wanted a clear answer. A hint of panic crept into Gu Dongxing's voice. That wouldn't happen. How could I possibly not find you? But what if you didn't? Jiang Mengyu pressed. I would keep looking until I found you, Gu Dongxing said resolutely. Yet Jiang Mengyu thought of their previous life, where he had married Huayu. Would you marry Huayu? Jiang Mengyu asked again. I would absolutely never marry Huayu, Gu Dongxing declared firmly. He gently stroked Jiang Mengyu's back. Little one, if I hadn't met you, perhaps I would have casually married a woman as my elders wished, spending my life with her as if completing a task. But now that I've met you and I've fallen in love with you, you are my one and only. I could never accept another woman. So, my dear, if you were to leave me, I would rather live alone for the rest of my life than be with anyone else. Jiang Mengyu suddenly understood. In their previous life, marrying Huayu had merely been a task, not an act of love. All this time, Gu Dongxing's marriage to Huayu in their past life had been a thorn in her heart. It turned out it was just a task, something he had done to fulfill his elders' wishes. And what about Yiqing? Jiang Mengyu thought of his childhood friend, still feeling uneasy. Gu Dongxing quickly replied, Yiqing was just a playmate from my childhood. I only treated her like a sister because I pitied her for being bullied by her stepmother and stepsister. I have no romantic feelings for her whatsoever. However, her grandfather and my mother did arrange a marriage pact for us when we were young. Her grandfather also took care of my mother and me. Seeing her suffer, I couldn't ignore her, and I had no experience dealing with women, which led to some misunderstandings on your part. But from now on, I won't interfere in her affairs anymore. She is not my responsibility. As soon as I return, I'll send her back immediately. Xiaoming, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've fallen in love with a girl and I don't know how to treat you properly. But my heart belongs only to you. You say you'll send her back, but what if your mother doesn't allow it? Jiang Mengyu said softly. She knew from their previous life that both Gu Dongxing and his mother had a strong sense of gratitude. They had indeed been cared for by Yi Qing's grandfather, making it difficult for him to treat Yi Qing as a complete stranger. In truth, she had never doubted Gu Dongxing. It was just that while Gu Dongxing had no ulterior motives, Yi Qing did, so she had to remain cautious. Give me time. I'll explain everything to my mother. And a cold glint flashed in Gu Dongxing's eyes. Even if her grandfather did my mother and me a favor, I've already repaid it. If she dares to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, I'll cut ties with her immediately. Jiang Mengyu knew that for someone as grateful as Gu Dongxing, this was already a significant step. If Gu Dongxing were truly heartless and ungrateful, she wouldn't have liked him in the first place. Moreover, during their time trapped in the valley, she had come to realize that her heart already belonged to Gu Dongxing. Still, she wouldn't let him off easily. All right, let me go now. Considering you've spent nearly a month searching for me, I'll forgive you. Upon hearing that Jiang Mengyu had forgiven him, Gu Dongxing was over. Chapter 317, Righteously Demanding Compensation. Stop. Although I've forgiven you, it doesn't mean I accept you. Moreover, your probationary period has been extended. What? There's still a probationary period? Gu Dongxing was very dissatisfied. Jiang Mengyu threatened, if you don't want the probationary period, we can break up right now. All right, probation it is. I won't let you down, Gu Dongxing quickly said. A couple needs to constantly adjust and adapt to each other to achieve perfection. Jiang Mengyu's heart stirred. Wasn't that exactly what adjustment meant? Without going through this incident, she wouldn't have realized how deeply she already loved him. However, this experience did allow both of them to see their own feelings clearly and elevated their relationship to a new level. Still, to make him remember this lesson, she had to harden her heart and keep him on probation. Even though she mentioned probation, some explanations were still necessary. Actually, that day I didn't intentionally hide from you. I ran into this valley and got trapped, unable to get out. Gu Dongxing was overjoyed. Xiaomeng, you really weren't avoiding me? You were just trapped? You're not lying to me. Although he had suspected it earlier, hearing Jiang Mengyu confirm it herself, Gu Dongxing was still hit by a wave of immense joy. He wanted to hug Jiang Mengyu again, but she moved away. Jiang Mengyu sighed helplessly. Of course it's true. Haven't you noticed there's something strange about this valley? Only then did Gu Dongxing notice that the valley before him was unusual. It was a naturally formed gourd-shaped valley. His eyes widened in surprise. I've walked every inch of this mountain range. How come I never discovered this valley? Jiang Mengyu smiled bitterly. Because this valley was previously covered by an array formation, making it invisible to people. I only discovered it after walking in. Then why has it appeared now? As soon as Gu Dongxing asked, he answered himself. I know. You broke the array. It took you nearly a month to dismantle this array, right? Gu Dongxing's heart ached as he hugged Jiang Mengyu tightly again. His little one had never studied array formations, yet she managed to break one in just under a month. Xiaomeng, you're amazing. You can even break array formations. Jiang Mengyu wanted to explain that she hadn't broken the array. Instead, she had absorbed all the spiritual energy in the valley, causing the array to collapse on its own. Remembering that absorbing spiritual energy was also a way to break an array, and that it had taken her nearly a month to absorb all the energy here, Gu Dongxing saying she spent a month breaking the array wasn't entirely wrong. She nodded. Yes, it took me nearly a month to break this array. Finally, this valley can see the light of day again. Let's hurry back. My brother and Xinqi must be worried sick. Gu Dongxing felt jealous and held her tightly, refusing to let go. You're only thinking about your brother and those 3 troublemakers who call you master. Don't you miss me? He already knew that although those 3 were ostensibly Jiang Mengyu's classmates, they had secretly become her disciples. This thought filled him with bitterness again. Qing Jioha was one thing, he was the brother Jiang Mengyu acknowledged. But Xinqi and the other 2, why did they get to learn his little one's cultivation techniques before he did? So, he was dissatisfied. Xiaomeng, I want compensation, Gu Dongxing declared righteously. Jiang Mengyu sighed. All right, I promise. I'll compensate you, okay? Little did she know that the next moment, Gu Dongxing would kiss her. His so-called compensation was a kiss. Jiang Mengyu was caught off guard by the sneak attack, but she didn't dislike it. In fact, Chapter 318, he wants to grow old with her. Seeing Gu Dongxing's wretched state today made Mengyu realize all the pain her disappearance had caused him. It also resolved the lingering issue from their past life involving Huayu, allowing her to fully accept Gu Dongxing. Her brother Gu wasn't incapable of saying no, he was just overly grateful and placed too much importance on loyalty and righteousness. This trait was both a flaw and a virtue. If he had truly become a heartless and ungrateful person, she probably wouldn't have liked him either. On the other hand, it also showed that he was indeed a novice when it came to emotions, not understanding a woman's heart. If he were a seasoned player in love, he would surely know how to please a woman and wouldn't have offended her without even realizing it. Besides, even the best men need guidance. The kind of man who is naturally born knowing how to be considerate to women only exists in novels. In reality, which good man isn't shaped through guidance? Moreover, even though he was grateful to old Master Yi, he still held firm to his own boundaries. His love had always been reserved for her alone. After this lesson, he would surely not make such a mistake again. Gu Dongxing wanted to take things further, but Jiang Mengyu stepped back. Stop, don't you really want to learn the cultivation technique? But I don't want to become a disciple, Gu Dongxing said, somewhat frustrated. Mengyu was his dear wife. He didn't want to have a master-disciple relationship with her. Not wanting to become a disciple, but still wanting to learn the technique was a bit unreasonable. But if they became master and disciple, how could he marry his little one? I can teach you even if you don't become a disciple, Jiang Mengyu said. But let's be clear first. This technique only has the first 3 levels. It can only cultivate 1 to the Xiantian stage. I don't have the later parts either. When Jiang Mengyu obtained the witch body technique, she already knew that it was merely the cultivation method for the witch god's guardians. Ordinary people could only learn the first 3 levels. This was also why she didn't want to take disciples. Even though Shenxi and the others insisted on calling her master in private, it was just for fun. She never made them perform the formal disciple ceremony. Because to learn the technique at a deeper level, one had to take the treasure and become a disciple of the witch god, becoming a true guardian. Although Jiang Mengyu had handed over the treasure, she didn't want to become a subordinate of the witch god like her birth mother, with her heart and eyes only on that Tang Aoyan. Before, she didn't feel it was a pity because she had the wood immortal art. But now, she felt a bit regretful. The witch body art she mastered could allow one to reach the Xiantian stage. If she had the complete witch body art, she wondered how far one could cultivate. It's fine. I'll learn as much as I can, Gu Dongxing said happily. As long as it allows me to cultivate to the Xiantian stage, that's enough. I don't want to die before you, leaving you all alone. I want to grow old together with you. When Jiang Mengyu heard Gu Dongxing's words, she was deeply moved. He said he didn't want to die before her. He said he wanted to grow old together with her. Who said her brother Gu was a love idiot? These sweet words were almost too much for her to handle. She had already embarked on the path of immortality and had now reached the foundation establishment stage. Not to mention anything else, with so many elixirs, she would surely be able to form a golden core, and perhaps even condense an infant soul. By then, if Gu Dongxing died of old age, leaving her all alone, how desolate that would be. She felt sad. No, I must teach him to cultivate immortality. But can he cultivate immortality? Does he have spiritual roots? Xiao Tao, how can I find out if Gu Dongxing can cultivate immortality? Xiao Tao thought for a moment before saying, Master, you can use a spirit testing stone to check his spiritual roots. Jiang Mengyu was overjoyed. Do we have a spirit testing stone? Xiao Tao hesitated before saying, Master, this time, expanding the space also comes with a reward. If you want the spirit testing stone, there won't be any other rewards. I want the spirit testing stone as the reward. Hurry up and give it to me. Xiao Tao really wanted to remind her that the reward this time was a flying magical instrument. But considering that what she needed most right now was indeed the spirit testing stone, she took it out. Here, Chapter 319, Thunder's Spiritual Root. Jiang Mengyu was overjoyed and quickly took the spirit testing stone, extending her hand in front of Gu Dongxing. Brother Gu, before I teach you the cultivation method, I need to test whether you have the aptitude for cultivation. Gu Dongxing found it strange. He had already begun cultivating ancient martial arts long ago, so how could he lack the aptitude for cultivation? However, since Jiang Mengyu asked him to take the test, he naturally wouldn't object. He opened his large hand and placed his palm on the stone in Jiang Mengyu's hand. Before long, a purplish-black light appeared. It's actually a thunder spiritual root, and a full spiritual root at that? Xiao Tao was astonished. Jiang Mengyu was also deeply shocked. She never expected that Gu Dongxing would possess a thunder spiritual root and, like her, be a heavenly spiritual body. Gu Dongxing stared blankly at the phenomenon before him. Xiaomeng, does this mean? He didn't dare to speak too loudly, afraid that Jiang Mengyu would judge his aptitude as insufficient and refuse to teach him cultivation. Jiang Mengyu snapped out of her daze and happily grabbed Gu Dongxing's hand. Brother Gu, you're amazing. You actually have a thunder spiritual root. You can cultivate immortality. What? Thunder spiritual root? Cultivate immortality. Gu Dongxing had thought his little one was only testing his aptitude for cultivating internal energy techniques. He never expected she was testing his aptitude for cultivating immortality. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he had heard that there were immortals in this world, but they were said to reside within the immortal sects of the Kunlun Mountains. It was said that those from the immortal sects emerged once every 50 years, and most of the elixirs in the martial world originated from them. But now, his little one was telling him he could also become one of those immortals? Could it be that his little one was an immortal herself? Really? I can really cultivate immortality. As soon as the words left his mouth, A thought suddenly occurred to him. Could his little one be an immortal, what people commonly called a deity? Gu Dongxing was thrilled. No wonder she could run so fast that time she misunderstood him, leaving him unable to catch up no matter how hard he tried. He had found it strange back then. Xiao Meng seemed to be only a third-level martial artist, so how could her stamina and speed surpass his, a seventh-level martial artist? So, she was an immortal. Had he saved the entire world in his past life? In this life, he actually got to meet an immortal and even fall in love with her. He had no notion that immortals and mortals couldn't be together, nor did he entertain any thoughts of backing down because he felt unworthy of an immortal. If his little one was an immortal, he would become one too. He hugged Jiang Mengyu tightly. Xiao Meng, my dear wife, I don't care about anything else. I must cultivate immortality. You know how to cultivate immortality, right? Will you teach me? Jiang Mengyu was about to agree when she suddenly remembered she only had the wood immortal art and no cultivation method for the thunder spiritual root. Xiao Tao, do we have a cultivation method for the thunder spiritual root? Yes, master, but you'll need to exchange it with virtue points. How many virtue points? 100,000. Jiang Mengyu was stunned. These were virtue points, not learning points or essence points. She only earned 10 virtue points for saving one person. How many people would she need to save to accumulate 100,000? Actually, master, you can have him cultivate the foundational techniques first. The foundational techniques can take him all the way to foundation establishment. By the time he reaches foundation establishment, you might have accumulated enough virtue points to exchange for the thunder immortal art. I suppose that's the only way, Jiang Mengyu sighed inwardly. Just as she was about to take advantage of the quiet surroundings to begin imparting the techniques, Xiao Tao spoke again. Master, your spiritual sense is now strong enough to transmit the techniques directly to him through spiritual transmission. Spiritual transmission? Jiang Mengyu was puzzled. Xiao Tao demonstrated by condensing the foundational techniques into a stream of information and Chapter 320. He is a prodigy. The exchange between Jiang Mengyu and Xiao Tao in their minds took only an instant. Seeing Gu Dongxing's eyes shining brightly as he looked at her, she immediately gathered the information Xiao Tao had condensed onto her middle finger and pointed it at the center of Gu Dongxing's forehead. If anyone else had tried to point at Gu Dongxing's forehead like that, he would have struck out long ago. But seeing his little thing point at his forehead, he not only didn't dodge, he even quickly lowered his head to make it easier for Jiang Mengyu to reach. However, in the very next moment, he was utterly stunned. He never could have imagined that with just a simple touch of her finger, he would receive a massive wave of information. That wave of information was the foundational cultivation technique. At first, he was excited by his little thing's advanced method of transmitting the technique, but he immediately calmed his mind and focused wholeheartedly on receiving the cultivation method. Then, he began attempting to draw in the spiritual energy. Seeing him enter cultivation so quickly, Jiang Mengyu was very surprised. This is too fast, isn't it? She quickly took out the spirit stones obtained from the lustful ghost's ring, but wasn't quite sure how to use them for him. Xiao Tao reminded her, just arrange a spirit gathering array around him using the spirit stones. Jiang Mengyu hurriedly said, Xiao Tao, quickly teach me how to set up a spirit gathering array. Xiao Tao was happy to be able to help her master. Master, these basic formations, the defensive array, the spirit gathering array, and the illusion array for disguise, aren't difficult to learn. Basically, all cultivators know them. Most cultivators live deep in the mountains, so defensive arrays are definitely necessary. When breaking through, a spirit gathering array must also be set up. As for the illusion array for disguise, it's to prevent ordinary people from disturbing their cultivation. Xiao Tao transmitted the basic formation knowledge to Jiang Mengyu. After pondering it for just a short while, Jiang Mengyu mastered the spirit gathering array. She immediately used low-grade spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array for Gu Dongxing and then sat cross-legged beside him to guard his cultivation. Gu Dongxing was sensing the spiritual energy when he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy appear around him. He quickly guided that energy into his body according to the technique. The sky gradually darkened, then gradually began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Jiang Mengyu watched Gu Dongxing within the spirit gathering array with wide eyes. He had succeeded in drawing in the energy, and moreover, he had cultivated to the first layer of gathering origin. Heavens, it took me 3 nights to reach the first layer of gathering origin, and he managed it in just 1 night. Xiao Tao inside the Taoyuan space was even more excited than Jiang Mengyu. Master, you've found a treasure. This is a cultivation prodigy. Jiang Mengyu felt proud of Gu Dongxing in her heart, but scolded Xiao Tao. So, what if he's a cultivation prodigy? Master, you taught him the technique, which means you are his master. People in the cultivation world most respect teachers and honor the path. He will never betray you in this lifetime, nor would he dare to. He wouldn't dare betray me anyway. Jiang Mengyu's heart was filled with happiness. She had already cured Yu Qing. Faced with a childhood sweetheart who had a good family background and beauty, didn't he still not pay her any mind? Gu Dongxing was hers and hers alone. Master, don't you think the male lead is very powerful and also very handsome? His future prospects are limitless. Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with stars as she looked at Gu Dongxing. Jiang Mengyu rolled her eyes inwardly. Asterisk Xiao Tao, why are you so happy? Could it be that you, a little spirit, have also fallen for my man? Asterisk. And besides, who allowed you to call him the male lead? What did Sundara? You've clearly accepted him already, but still don't want to admit it. Chapter 321. The Peerless Handsome Man. Stop shouting, stop shouting. I used up so many spirit stones here, you know? Thinking about how Gu Dongxing had used spirit stones, while she hadn't used any back then, she felt it was only right that he reached the first layer of gathering origin in one night. This thought balanced her mind. Actually, she had nothing to be jealous of. The man before her belonged to her after all. She immediately felt proud again. Her man was truly extraordinary. Xiao Tao really wanted to roll its eyes like its master. You achieved chi induction inside the space, where the spiritual energy was about the same as in the male lead's array, okay? And, using just 12 spirit stones is considered a lot? That lecher's ring alone contained nearly 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. The master is amazing, and the male lead is even more amazing. Xiao Tao flattered. The male lead had changed so much after cultivating immortality. Even though the black oil hadn't been washed off his face yet, it was certain he was absolutely the most handsome man it had ever seen in the world. Gu Dongxing opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, and was overjoyed. Breaking through to the first layer of gathering origin and cultivation was one thing, but the key was that his ancient martial arts cultivation had actually broken through to the innate realm. He was now an innate expert. What excited him most was that his body had become incredibly agile. With just a thought, energy surged in his dantian. Moreover, what thrilled him the most was that the speed of circulating his energy was over 10 times faster than usual, and his strength had increased by who knows how many times. The spirit stones turned to powder, and the spirit-gathering array naturally broke. A foul stench assailed his nostrils. Gu Dongxing was ecstatic. He had become powerful, and all of this was given to him by his dear Jiang Mengyu. Just as Gu Dongxing was about to give Jiang Mengyu a bear hug, he saw her dodge aside, fanning her hand in front of her nose. It stinks, it stinks. Only then did he notice that he himself reeked terribly. The first time achieving chi induction had a marrow-cleansing effect, expelling a large amount of impurities. There was a stream in the valley that flowed into a low-lying area, forming a pond. Gu Dongxing hurried to the pond and, not caring about the cold, took off his clothes and jumped in. After washing up, he found his clothes were also filthy beyond recognition. He had no choice but to wash them too. He couldn't wait for the clothes to dry, afraid Jiang Mengyu would grow impatient, so he put them on while still wet. Because his underclothes were wet, he couldn't wear the outer cotton jacket. He rushed over to find Jiang Mengyu, water droplets still on his face, his clothes clinging to his body, exuding an indescribable sexiness and a forbidden, tempting allure. Jiang Mengyu was stunned by her fiancé's peerless appearance. But she immediately noticed his wet clothes. You fool, it's winter. Aren't you cold wearing wet clothes? However, how had her man become so beautiful? Before, he was like an unpolished stone. Now he was a peerless piece of jade rinsed with clear water. She understood the meaning of the phrase, toppling nations and cities. This person could truly be called a peerless handsome man. And when an unsmiling, peerlessly handsome man suddenly looks at you with a smile, isn't that just inviting sin? Being somewhat of a looks connoisseur, she decided then and there, she would claim him and never let go. Even if he were destined to attract admirers, with women throwing themselves at him one after another, she would stand by his side to drive them away and defend her sovereignty, not distance herself from him. Although it's said that a man, like a soup, is most flavorful only after being simmered to perfection, which is why women all want to be a man's last woman. But she didn't like men simmered by others. Even if he needed simmering, she wanted to do it herself. She wanted to be. Chapter 322 Forgiving Him. Chapter 322 Forgiving Him. When she really thought about it, Gu Dongxing was actually the best man she had encountered across both her lifetimes. First, he had a great physique and was extremely handsome. Second, he was loyal in love and could resist temptation. As for his behavior toward Yi Qing, if you looked at it from another angle, it was understandable. He was a genius in military matters, but when it came to handling emotions, he was still a novice. But from beginning to end, one thing about him never changed. He only ever acknowledged her. His loyalty in love was very high. Whether it was Yi Rushui, Jiang Mengyu, or any other women who threw themselves at him, he was always on guard and never gave any other woman a chance. Third, he had saved her life, and she had said before that she would repay a life-saving grace with her own body. Fourth, he was genuinely good to her. The first time they met, even though he knew she was using him, he deliberately let her do so. Later, at her request, he helped her eliminate those human traffickers to get revenge for her. After that, he appeared several times when she was being troubled by others, helping to resolve her worries. Fifth, he was also a cultivation prodigy. It was clear that he would become a solid golden thigh in the future. If she didn't cling to him now, then when? Sixth, and most crucially, this man loved her, and she had already fallen in love with him too. Jiang Mengyu forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, pretending to lower her head to search for something as she handed him the white robe that the skeleton had worn. Take off all those wet clothes and put this on. This robe had been worn by a man, and was clearly a magical garment, even better than the one she had obtained from the Storage Talisman in the cliffside cave dwelling right after her rebirth. But she didn't want a magical robe that had been worn by a man anyway, so giving it to Gu Dongxing was just right. Moreover, he often went on various dangerous missions. With this magical robe, he could better withstand some of the dangers. Gu Dongxing found it strange. This robe was clearly meant for a man. Where had his little one gotten a man's robe from? He wasn't doubting Jiang Mengyu, but he was genuinely very curious. Seeing no suspicion in his eyes, Jiang Mengyu felt quite satisfied and reminded him, try dripping blood on it to claim ownership first. Gu Dongxing was even more astonished. A piece of clothing actually required a blood pact to claim ownership? Although he found it strange, Jiang Mengyu was the boss right now. Whatever she said, he would do. So, he bit his middle finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the collar. The next moment, he understood. This robe was actually a magical garment. He knew it was a magical garment because, in the foundational cultivation techniques Jiang Mengyu had given him, there was also basic knowledge about immortal cultivation. He quickly went behind the bushes to change into the robe. Even though it was just a single layer, he didn't feel cold at all. Excited, he rushed out and spread his arms open. My precious little Meng, thank you for giving me this magical robe. Jiang Mengyu saw him wearing this spotless white robe. Compared to Gu Dongxing in his military uniform, it was a completely different style. He now carried an ethereal aura, becoming as handsome as an immortal. She couldn't help but become a little infatuated. This was truly a man who could topple nations. Gu Dongxing usually hated it the most when other women became infatuated with him. But now, seeing the person he held dearest in his heart becoming infatuated with him, he was overjoyed. He opened his arms and pulled Jiang Mengyu into an embrace, then lowered his head and accurately captured those longed-for-cherry lips. Gu Dongxing kissed Jiang Mengyu until her whole body went soft before finally releasing her. So, how about it? Is your man handsome? Jiang Mengyu's heart was pounding like a drum, her face flushed red. She spat out conceited. Little did she know that her voice was charming and coquettish, like a feather tickling the heart, provoking Gu Dongxing into another fierce round of kisses. Moreover, his lower member suddenly stood erect, pressing hard against Jiang Mengyu's lower abdomen. However, the change in his body didn't frighten Jiang Mengyu. Instead, it startled Gu Dongxing himself first. Panic rose in his heart. Little Meng is only 16. Would his little one dislike him for this? Gu Dongxing abruptly released Jiang Mengyu, said, "I'm sorry," and then turned and fled. Jiang Mengyu wasn't really only 16 years old in mind. She naturally knew why Gu Dongxing had run away and struggled hard to hold back her laughter. Her man really was quite innocent. Indeed, he was still a novice in these matters. Oh well. Chapter 323, Gu Dongxing gets jealous. When Gu Dongxing reappeared, he was holding a ginseng root in his hand. Jiang Mengyu had only intentionally left behind ginseng that was less than 50 years old, but there were also roots over 100 years old that she hadn't carefully examined. Unexpectedly, Gu Dongxing had actually dug up a ginseng root over 100 years old. He presented the ginseng to Jiang Mengyu, for you. He wished he could give Jiang Mengyu all the good things in the world that he could obtain. Naturally, upon digging up the ginseng, his first thought was to give it to the one he held dear. Jiang Mengyu looked steadily at Gu Dongxing for a moment before suppressing her surging emotions and accepting the ginseng. Although she had plenty of ginseng in her space, even a ginseng king several thousand years old, the ginseng Gu Dongxing gave her moved her deeply. A wild mountain ginseng like this, even at this time, would probably sell for 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, right? Gu Dongxing had only been promoted to regiment commander this year. Before that, his military allowance wasn't much, yet he had given her this valuable ginseng without hesitation. Jiang Mengyu raised her head, holding back the tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she looked at him. Thank you, Brother Gu. You are so good to me. Gu Dongxing was once again utterly charmed. His ears turned red, and he looked around, trying to cover up his feelings. It's dawn. Let's go out. He really wanted to stay in this valley with Jiang Mengyu a while longer, preferably never leaving. But he hadn't forgotten that he was a soldier. The two left the valley that Jiang Mengyu had named Medicine Valley. Jiang Mengyu told Gu Dongxing the secret to entering the valley. You can come here to cultivate when you have time in the future. The news that Jiang Mengyu had been found by Gu Dongxing quickly spread throughout the military camp. Qing Jiuhe, upon hearing the news, was the first to rush over and gave Jiang Mengyu a bear hug. Little sister, you scared me to death. He felt a deep regret. Why hadn't he been the one to find his sister instead of Gu Dongxing? Jiang Mengyu had already learned from Gu Dongxing that Qing Jiuhe had also been searching for her for nearly a month. Her heart was filled with emotion. Brother, I'm sorry. I was trapped and couldn't get out. I made you worry. Seeing Qing Jiuhe hugging his fiancée, Gu Dongxing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He stepped forward and pulled Qing Jiuhe away. Mind your behavior. Qing Jiuhe was well aware of Gu Dongxing's petty jealousy. He had done it on purpose. My sister is willing to be your girlfriend, so you should be secretly delighted. If you don't clean up all those stray cats and dogs, I'll take my sister away. These words made Gu Dongxing's face turn even darker. No one will take Xiaoming away from me. Qing Jiuhe ignored him. Seeing his sister, he immediately broke into a silly grin. My sister is back. Brother will treat you to a meal. No need for a treat. I still have to return to school to take my final exams today. But, brother, I have something I need you to do. Jiang Mengyu tossed out a large bag of items. Sell all of these for me. These items were all antiques from 1,000 years ago. Having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in her peach blossom spring space, they could only be given to her brother to sell for money. Qing Jiuhe was delighted when he saw the large bag of antiques. All right, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Knowing that if he stayed any longer, Gu Dongxing wouldn't be able to hold back, he simply hoisted the bag and ran off. Gu Dongxing gritted his teeth in frustration, his clenched fist itching to give Qing Jiuhe a punch. However, after glancing at Jiang Mengyu's expression and remembering her mention of sharing a similar bloodline with Qing Jiuhe, he held back. This sworn brother of Jiang Mengyu's was very likely a blood-related cousin, or even a biological brother, in other words, his own brother-in-law. He pulled Jiang Mengyu back to his room and asked bluntly. Chapter 324, Jiang Mengyu Returns, Part 1. Jiang Mengyu knew that trust and honesty were essential between a couple. She told him about her collaboration with Qing Jiuhe in Beijing, buying and selling antiques. Gu Dongxing felt even more sour inside. His little one had actually formed a partnership with Qing Jiuhe, while he, her fiancé, had been kept completely in the dark. Why didn't you partner with me instead of him? Gu Dongxing was jealous. Jiang Mengyu waved her hand in front of her nose. Why do I smell something sour? Jiang Mengyu still explained it to Gu Dongxing. Our partnership was just a matter of coincidence. You're in the military. You can't engage in business. Brother Jiuhe also had to entrust others to handle it. Besides, once we become a family in the future, won't what's mine also be yours? Gu Dongxing was successfully soothed by the phrase, become a family in the future. If there's anything, you should tell me. If there are any partnerships, come to me. Don't trouble your brother too much. He took out a bank book. This is the money from selling the gold. It's for you. Jiang Mengyu looked at the amount on the bank book, somewhat surprised. This much. Then she saw the name on the book was her own. She looked at Gu Dongxing. You didn't take your share? What's yours or mine, it's all ours. From now on, all our family's assets will be managed by you. My salary will also be managed by you. All right, I'll keep it then. Jiang Mengyu accepted it without hesitation. To obtain cultivation resources, she needed a large amount of essence value, which required buying antiques to collect the essence value from them. This money would be perfect for purchasing antiques. Jiang Mengyu's return brought the greatest joy to the soldiers under Gu Dongxing's command. They finally didn't have to face the regiment commander's devilish training all day long. Among the military wives, Xiao Qiao and a few others were naturally happy, but there were also those who were displeased. One was Wen Meiling, the wife of Deputy Regiment Commander Yan, and another was Gao Yuanyuan, the wife of Battalion Commander 3. Although Wen Meiling had lost her fondness for Yi Rushui ever since he unintentionally betrayed her, her conflict with Jiang Mengyu still remained. Moreover, her issue with Jiang Mengyu even affected her husband's relationship with Regimental Commander Gu. While it was true that Wen Meiling's husband and Regimental Commander Gu hadn't had a great relationship to begin with, because the promotion to Regiment Commander that should have gone to her husband was taken by Gu Dongxing. Although it wasn't shown on the surface, Deputy Regiment Commander Yan always harbored some resentment. There was some conflict between the men. If the women could have acted as a lubricant between them, things might have turned around, but unfortunately, the two women also had their own conflict. If Jiang Mengyu hadn't returned, Gu Dongxing might have ended up marrying Yi Rushui. Perhaps then, she could have influenced Gu Dongxing through Yi Rushui. Therefore, Wen Meiling was also one of those who hoped Jiang Mengyu wouldn't return. Gao Yuanyuan, the wife of Battalion Commander 3, disliked Jiang Mengyu. Last time when Jiang Mengyu hosted a gathering, she had shown hostility towards her. This was because she had always been thinking of introducing her own younger sister to Regimental Commander Gu. If it had succeeded, her family and the regiment commander would have become in-laws. In the future, Regimental Commander Gu would surely look out for her husband, and her husband's prospects would undoubtedly be bright. Unfortunately, he was snatched away by Jiang Mengyu, this country bumpkin. When news spread of Jiang Mengyu's disappearance, she had been scheming in her heart, planning to introduce her sister to him once Gu Dongxing lost hope. But now, Jiang Mengyu had actually returned, and Chapter 325, Jiang Mengyu Returns, Part 2. However, even if Gao Yuanyuan had her own little schemes, it was just a slight regret. But Yiqing, who was staying at the Hai family home, was stunned for a long time. That Jiang Mengyu, who had been missing for nearly a month, had actually returned. When Jiang Mengyu went missing, she hadn't told Hai Shui because Hai Shui was a soft-hearted woman. Even if she disliked Jiang Mengyu, if she learned of her disappearance, she would still worry about her involuntarily. Moreover, Jiang Mengyu had left because of Gu Dongxing. If something happened to her, it might affect Gu Dongxing. She was afraid that Hai Shui would blame her, Yiqing, for Jiang Mengyu's disappearance. When Jiang Mengyu went missing, Yiqing didn't dare to tell Hai Shui the news, fearing she would worry and blame her. But now that Jiang Mengyu had been found by Gu Dongxing and had returned, that worry no longer existed. All that remained was resentment toward Jiang Mengyu because Gu Dongxing had spent a month searching for her, which would affect his work. Therefore, she immediately couldn't wait to tell Hai Shui the news. What did you say? That Jiang Mengyu ran away from home for a month. Yes, fortunately, brother never gave up searching. No matter how busy his training was, he made time every day to look for her. After searching for almost a month, he finally found her. Dongxing searched for her for almost a month? Hai Shui's concern indeed shifted from Jiang Mengyu's near-month-long disappearance to her son. Her son actually searched for her for a month? Wouldn't that affect his work? Yiqing looked as if she still felt lingering fear. Yes, thankfully she was found. I heard that brother had to train and search for her for nearly a month, and he became a shadow of his former self. If she hadn't been found, who knows what would have become of him. Listening to Yiqing's words, Hai Shui's dissatisfaction grew stronger and stronger. This Jiang Mengyu is too troublesome. What's with running away from home? Did you hear why she ran away? Yiqing looked worried. I don't know either, but I heard she ran away on the day you recognized me as your goddaughter. Hai Shui was shocked. Could it be that she ran away out of jealousy because I recognized you as my goddaughter? Yiqing smiled bitterly. I haven't heard of anything happening between them. After a pause, she added, Sigh, it's all my fault. I liked you too much, Mom, and I love the feeling of having a family too much, but it made her unhappy, so sigh. Hai Shui was furious. What right does she have to be unhappy about me recognizing a goddaughter? If she's unhappy, fine, but to run away from home, is she trying to force me to drive you away? Yiqing hesitated before saying, I believe she probably didn't run away because of me. Maybe there's another reason. But Hai Shui thought back to the last time, when Jiang Mengyu turned and left without hesitation after learning that Gu Dongxing had a marriage arrangement with the Yi family. She was convinced that Jiang Mengyu was indeed capable of such a thing. Who knows what might have happened to a young girl like her during this month away from home? No, a girl like this really isn't suitable for her son. Her son is outstanding among men. How could he marry such an unreasonable girl? Jiang Mengyu had no idea that her being trapped in the valley had been described by Yiqing as running away from home, causing Gu Dongxing's mother to form an even worse impression of her. She was rushed. Chapter 326, The Aura of Jiang Mengyu, Part 1. Chapter 326, The Aura of Jiang Mengyu, Part 1. Teacher Wu entered the classroom with the test papers and instinctively glanced toward the fourth seat in the fourth row. That was Jiang Mengyu's seat. Even after nearly a month, he still couldn't quite believe that Jiang Mengyu had just disappeared like that. She should come back. It might be understandable if she didn't return at other times, but for exams, how could she not come back? But no matter how many times he looked, Jiang Mengyu's seat remained empty. He sighed inwardly and said, Class, the time to test the results of a semester's work has arrived. Today. A voice interrupted Teacher Wu, reporting. The entire class looked toward the door, and then let out a collective wow. The person standing at the door was Jiang Mengyu. Only, this girl in the school uniform was not the Jiang Mengyu of the past. It was her, because her face was still hers, yet it wasn't her, because now she was more beautiful, taller, and had an even better demeanor. Wasn't it said that she had disappeared? Who would have thought that Jiang Mengyu, upon returning after her disappearance, would become so ethereal? Yes, ethereal. Could it be that during her nearly month-long disappearance, she went somewhere? Shinchi stared at Jiang Mengyu, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if it were about to leap out. The girl in his heart was even more beautiful, more sacred, but also even more unattainable. What could he do to stand by her side? He didn't need to be her equal. He just wanted to be able to silently watch over her. The happiest was probably Zhang Shuiyu. She gazed eagerly at Jiang Mengyu. If it weren't for the exam setting, she would have rushed over, hugged her, and cried her heart out. Afraid she might scream, she covered her mouth tightly with her hands. Jiang Mengyu felt Shenqi's intense gaze. She glanced at him and gave a slight, indifferent nod. Then, she looked at Shuiyu, tossed her a look, and transmitted a message. Shuiyu, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. Seeing the reproachful look in Shuiyu's eyes, she thought for a moment and transmitted another message. Actually, I had a minor issue during cultivation, and my master took me away directly to go into seclusion for a breakthrough. It wasn't that she intended to hide things deliberately, it was just that Shuiyu wasn't a cultivator, so some matters had to be kept secret. Thus, she gave the explanation she had agreed upon with Gu Dongxing. Sure enough, when Shuiyu heard that her master had taken her away for a breakthrough, she felt relieved. Only after her worries subsided did she belatedly realize that Jiang Mengyu could actually perform sound transmission like in the novels. How high must her cultivation level be? Seeing Jiang Mengyu return, Teacher Wu felt a surge of joy. The anxiety he had carried for nearly a month finally lifted. He quickly called out, "Classmate Jiang Mengyu is back. Come in quickly. The final exam is about to begin." However, a female student voiced a discordant note, "Teacher, she's late." According to the rules, she should be punished by standing next to the podium for 10 minutes. The classmates all looked at the female student, Xiaohua, as if she were an idiot. Classmate Jiang Mengyu had special privileges, and homeroom teacher Wu had always held her in high regard. This wasn't something new today. What was the point of speaking up now? Of course, if the Jiang Mengyu they all envied and resented had to stand by the podium for 10 minutes, they would be quite pleased. But teacher Wu glared fiercely at the female student. "Classmate Xiaohua, today is an exam. Even if there is punishment, it will be noted for later. Besides, classmate Jiang Mengyu is specially exempted from regular classes and is not subject to this rule." Turning around, he spoke gently to Jiang. Chapter 327, The Aura of Jiang Mengyu, Part 2. Xiaohua, who had received a warning for spreading rumors, was very dissatisfied with Jiang Mengyu. Why was it that when she was late, she was punished by standing next to the podium, but Jiang Mengyu didn't have to stand when she was late? Clearly, the homeroom teacher, Wu, was protecting Jiang Mengyu. Moreover, Jiang Huayu had given her a task. If Jiang Mengyu didn't return, so be it, but if she came back to take the exam, she must do everything possible to prevent her from taking it. Therefore, under the pressure from Jiang Mengyu, she braced herself and said, "We're all classmates. Why does she get special treatment?" Jiang Mengyu glanced at classmate Xiaohua. This fool has been used by Jiang Huayu again. Instead of trying to smooth things over by standing next to the podium for 30 minutes, Jiang Mengyu coldly swept her gaze across the entire class before finally fixing it on Xiaohua's face. "Why? Because I am Jiang Mengyu." With that, she entered the classroom and walked to her seat. Just as she was about to sit down, she noticed something unusual about the stool. The stool had been tampered with, its leg was broken, and only propped up loosely. What made her even more wary was that there was a nail pointing upward on the stool. If she sat down directly, the nail would undoubtedly pierce her bottom. And if she fell due to the broken stool leg, the nail would sink even deeper into her muscles. Would she still be able to persist with the exam then? Who had set this trap for her, knowing full well that she had been missing? Or had someone already spread the news of her return to the school? Thinking of Jiang Huayu as the mastermind behind it all, she sneered inwardly. The only one who could have known about her return in advance was Jiang Huayu. In other words, the person who set this trap was either Jiang Huayu herself or someone acting under her orders. She reached out, flipped the stool over, and removed the nail with her bare hands. Then, she pressed it back in from the top and gave it a slap, securing the nearly broken stool leg. Only then did she sit down. Aura. That was the shared feeling among all the classmates. Jiang Mengyu had been missing for a month and seemed to have become more domineering. Moreover, even when she wasn't speaking and just sat there, she seemed to exude an air of unattainable superiority. Although she didn't say it outright, all her classmates understood the subtext of her words. Because I am Jiang Mengyu. Because I always rank first in the entire grade. Because I was admitted to university before turning 16, and if it weren't for Jiang Huayu's parents meddling, I should be sitting in a university classroom right now. Because I managed to pull perennial second place, Wu Jiangxing into the top 30 of the entire grade. Who among you can do that? I, Jiang Mengyu, can. And only I, Jiang Mengyu, can. Alright, anyone who can rank first in the entire grade can also disregard school discipline as long as it doesn't affect other students' learning. Now, everyone, get ready for the exam. Teacher Wu said, picking up the test papers and starting to distribute them. But Xiaohua had to make a fuss. Since the last punishment, Lin Weiying and Wang Ye had both distanced themselves from Jiang Huayu. Wang Ye felt she had been used and began to doubt the sincerity of Jiang Huayu's friendship. Although reluctant to part with the money, she gradually drifted away from Jiang Huayu. As for Lin Weiying, she was a very timid person. After being punished last time, she became afraid. When she returned home, her parents scolded her, so she also cut ties with Jiang Huayu. Xiaohua wanted to sever ties with Jiang Huayu too, but she couldn't, because she needed Jiang Huayu to provide her with money. Chapter 328, Making Her Boycott the Exam. Chapter 328, Making Her Boycott the Exam. Xiaohua was not someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. The last time she helped Jiang Huayu spread rumors, she believed everything Jiang Huayu said was true. She thought she could both expose the true nature of Jiang Mengyu, an ungrateful person, and earn some money in the process. Why wouldn't she do it? When reality showed her that what she had spread was not the truth, her first instinct was to cut ties with Jiang Huayu. However, as soon as she thought about her current situation, she knew she couldn't. Among the three of them, she was the only one still pretending to get along with Jiang Mengyu. Just this morning, Jiang Huayu approached her, asking her to prevent Mengyu from taking the exam. If that wasn't possible, she was to at least disrupt Mengyu's focus, making her perform poorly. In return, she would receive 30 yuan as payment. She desperately needed the money. Her brother had found a partner, and the partner was very dissatisfied that she, at her age, was still studying. Her mother had already told her that after the new year, the family would no longer have money for her education. At this time, tuition and miscellaneous fees amounted to over 9 yuan, and monthly living expenses, aside from rice and firewood, required more than 3 yuan. Rice could be brought from home, and firewood could be gathered herself, but money was truly hard to come by. If she had these 30 yuan, at least half of her educational expenses for the next semester would be covered. Therefore, she had to get that 30 yuan. To get the 30 yuan, she had to make a scene. Even if she couldn't get the teacher to cancel Jiang Mengyu's exam, she had to upset Jiang Mengyu enough to affect her exam performance. However, just as Xiaohua was about to start making a scene again, she felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure on her body, rendering her unable to move or even catch her breath, let alone speak. How could she possibly move under the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator's aura directed at an ordinary person like her? Xiaohua was terrified. What was happening? Jiang Mengyu naturally knew that Xiaohua's family was struggling and that she needed to earn money from Jiang Huayu to continue her studies. But family hardship was no excuse for framing a classmate. Since she so desperately wanted someone else to be unable to take the exam, she might as well make her unable to take it herself. With Xiaohua no longer able to interfere, the exam began quickly. The test papers were handed out, and Jiang Mengyu only glanced at hers before starting to write rapidly. While working on the exam, her spiritual power continued to suppress Xiaohua, preventing her from speaking or moving. You reap what you sow. Since you, Xiaohua, willingly act as Jiang Huayu's lackey, don't blame me for beating the dog. Xiaohua watched as the other students began working on their papers. She, however, could only move her eyes. The rest of her body remained immobile. She grew increasingly anxious. Teacher Wu finally noticed something was wrong. Xiaohua, why haven't you started the exam yet? Xiaohua looked up at Teacher Wu, then at Jiang Mengyu, her eyes pleading. Teacher, it's not that I don't want to take the exam, but I can't move. It must be that Jiang Mengyu who did something to make me unable to move. She had indeed guessed the truth. Seeing her eyes on Jiang Mengyu, Teacher Wu didn't realize Xiaohua suspected Jiang Mengyu of immobilizing her and preventing her from taking the exam. Instead, he thought Xiaohua was still sulking and refusing to take the exam because Jiang Mengyu hadn't been punished. He felt a surge of anger inwardly, using a boycott to threaten him. What kind of attitude was that? He simply stopped paying attention to her and focused on proctoring the exam. The other students also noticed that Xiaohua was still sitting there motionless, her eyes constantly darting toward Jiang Mengyu. Everyone wondered, what did Xiaohua mean by this? Was she boycotting the exam because Chapter 329, You Deserve It. At first, some classmates admired her foolish boldness and fearless behavior, but now they couldn't help but think to themselves, just because the teacher didn't punish Jiang Mengyu for that little incident, she's boycotting the exam? This Xiaohua really thinks too highly of herself. This is just a midterm exam. Do you think you're the second Jiang Mengyu? Even if it were the college entrance exam, what threat would boycotting it pose to the teacher? And so, Xiaohua, who had originally intended to cause such a disturbance that Jiang Mengyu would be unable to focus on the exam, just sat there, motionless like a clay statue. It wasn't until Jiang Mengyu checked her watch and saw there was only 1 minute left that she withdrew the pressure she had been exerting on Xiaohua. Xiaohua suddenly felt the weight lift from her body. She could move again. She hurriedly picked up her pen to write, but the bell rang right then. Teacher Wu promptly announced, the exam is over. Students who haven't finished, please stop writing and hand in your papers. Xiaohua looked at her blank paper, on the verge of tears. Everyone had handed in their papers, but she remained seated, her eyes filled with deep fear and despair. Teacher Wu walked up to Xiaohua's desk. Student Xiaohua, I will truthfully report your disruptive behavior and exam boycott today to the school committee. If you believe the teacher has done anything wrong, you can also report it truthfully to the school committee. He really didn't like the student. Xiaohua burst into tears with a loud wail. I wasn't boycotting the exam. I couldn't move at all just now. How could I take the exam? How could Teacher Wu possibly believe her? Couldn't move? You were sitting here perfectly fine. How could you not move? Besides, aren't you perfectly fine now? I really couldn't move just now. A voice suddenly pierced Xiaohua's ears. You deserve it. Xiaohua was shocked and looked around. Besides her and Teacher Wu, the only other person was Jiang Mengyu, who had just walked out of the classroom. Moreover, the voice was unmistakably Jiang Mengyu's. She thought of something and pointed at Jiang Mengyu's retreating back. It's her, it must be her. She did something to me. She made me unable to move, made me unable to take the exam. Teacher Wu was even more disappointed. Xiaohua, because the teacher didn't punish student Jiang Mengyu as you demanded, you threatened the teacher by boycotting the exam. Now you're even blaming the reason for your boycott on student Jiang Mengyu. Student Jiang Mengyu never even came near you. How could she have done anything to you? You didn't want to take the exam yourself, threatened the teacher by boycotting it, and now you're blaming your classmates. Student Xiaohua, you have truly disappointed me. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She truly felt that her inability to move and take the exam was because of Jiang Mengyu. But what the teacher said was right. Jiang Mengyu wasn't even her desk mate and was so far away. How could she have done anything to her? The news of Jiang Mengyu returning to take the exam quickly spread across the campus. As soon as Jiang Mengyu left the classroom, she saw Shenqi and Shuiyu still waiting outside. She was about to say something when Wu Jiangxing rushed over. The moment he saw Jiang Mengyu, he wanted to hug her. Jiang Mengyu dodged him in a flash. Stop, hold on. What are you doing? Do you want to cause misunderstandings and get me into trouble again? Wu Jiangxing abruptly halted, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Master student Jiang Mengyu, where have you been for the past month? We were all worried sick. Shenqi also looked at Jiang Mengyu with a questioning gaze, waiting for her explanation. Seeing that there was still time before the next exam, Jiang Mengyu pointed toward the pond and said, let's go over. Chapter 330. Do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you. The four of them arrived at the edge of the pond. Jiang Mengyu repeated the explanation she had just given to Shuiyu to them, only this time in more detail. That's what happened. At the time, I had passed out due to a problem with my cultivation. While unconscious, my master took me away. When I woke up, I was already in my master's cave dwelling, 1,000 miles away. My master lives far from any human habitation. There was no place to make a phone call in those mountains, so I truly had no way to notify you all. I made you worry. Shenqi was surprised. He had thought Jiang Mengyu ran away because she was upset that Gu Dongxing brought Yiqing back, intentionally disappearing to make Gu Dongxing anxious. He never expected there was another reason, and such a miraculous one at that. She actually had a master. However, upon second thought, he believed Jiang Mengyu's explanation. Because, even if she wanted to make Gu Dongxing anxious, she wouldn't have failed to send a message to her few classmates. Having a cultivation problem, being taken away by her master and unable to return, this explanation made sense. Shuiyu sighed. Mengyu, although we were worried too, none of us compared to Gu Dongxing. You don't know, over this past month, he's been driven almost mad. Unshaven, looking like neither man nor ghost. I'm convinced. From now on, you really have to treat him better. Mentioning Gu Dongxing, both Shenqi and Wu Jiangxing fell silent. They were both secret admirers of Jiang Mengyu, but after seeing Gu Dongxing's agony over the past month, they realized just how deeply Gu Dongxing loved Jiang Mengyu. Although they didn't want to speak well of him, they were also unwilling to speak ill of him anymore. Shenqi had long regretted telling Jiang Mengyu about Yiqing because he could see that Gu Dongxing truly didn't have Yiqing in his heart. Men all have a hero complex. They all want to display their protective instincts in front of women. Gu Dongxing did have feelings for Yiqing, but they absolutely were not love. They were a sense of gratitude, mixed with a protective instinct that had been provoked, plus a little bit of childhood friendship. He was even considering that in the future, when encountering such situations, he should first verify the facts before telling Jiang Mengyu. Seeing Shuiyu speaking up for Gu Dongxing and Shenqi and Wu Jiangxing unusually silent, as if also feeling injustice on Gu Dongxing's behalf, Jiang Mengyu sighed inwardly. She didn't need them to tell her. She already knew Gu Dongxing truly loved her. But since he had made such a mistake, she still had to punish him. This punishment, naturally, was extending his probationary period. You don't need to say anymore, she interrupted Shuiyu. Actually, our fiancé-fiancé relationship wasn't real. It was a false relationship we had to claim publicly back then out of necessity. Their friendship with these three was worth her trust. Therefore, she felt she shouldn't deceive them any longer. She told them everything, how Gu Dongxing had saved her back then, how she couldn't go home, so she pretended to be Gu Dongxing's fiancé and followed him to live in the military camp, and so on. That's not right, is it? Shuiyu looked at Jiang Mengyu. I saw he clearly. Later, he took a liking to me and pursued me, asking to make this fiancé-fiancé relationship real. I agreed to confirm the relationship after a probationary period. He's still in that probationary period now. As Jiang Mengyu explained to Shuiyu, she didn't notice Wu Jiangxing's expression change, and a gleam flashed in Shinqi's eyes. Jiang Mengyu naturally sensed it. As the saying goes, do not do unto others what you do not want done unto you. Jiang Mengyu did not want to play ambiguous games with her classmates. She stated very clearly, however, I've actually already decided on him. I'm just making him anxious for a bit, who told him to bring his childhood friend home, and even have his mother recognize her as a goddaughter. Wu Jiangxing immediately deflated. Shinqi, however, showed no change. Wu Jiangxing said, Jiang Mengyu, you did the right thing. You should cool him off a bit, let him know how formidable you are. So, what if he's the god of war? Even if I can't